What is it like to marry an empress? Yang Lin traverses into the realm of the Qian, initially intending to dabble in inventions, creating glass and selling soap to earn a modest income. However, he unexpectedly acquires a wife, a fallen empress who insists he should lead a rebellion to restore her kingdom, constructing formidable redrobed artillery and ironclad warships. Yang Lin, feeling helpless, decides to comply. After all, he has chosen to indulge her whims. Ever since his arrival, the small village has undergone a transformation, constructing a house larger than a royal palace and building a road wider than highways. As long as his wife desires it, he will accompany her in galloping through Dongying and cracking the whip in North America, presenting her with a flourishing de Qian. Chapter 1. Choosing a wife. Yang Lin, you must take a wife today. You are 18, and according to the laws of the Qian, if you remain unmarried, your taxes will double. The village chief, Zhao Fugui, implored, pulling Yang Lin along. Today marks the day the county dispatches refugees. Warfare in the north and floods in the south have resulted in an influx of refugees. The county devised a plan. Male refugees would be conscripted, while female refugees would be sent to the countryside to become wives for the local men. After 6 months of this arrangement, even the bachelors have found brides. However, the number of refugees remains high, and the county still has quotas to fill. Mounting Village has already declined to accept refugees 3 times. If they fail to retain one today, Zhao Fugui will face dire consequences. Yang Lin's emotions were tumultuous. He had just crossed over and found himself with an unexpected wife. Could he refuse? Was this heaven's way of compensating for his past regrets? In his previous life, he toiled tirelessly through academia, striving for a position in the Academy of Sciences. Yet, due to his straightforward nature and inability to adapt, he became an esteemed engineer but remained unappreciated. To afford a house and a bride price, he juggled his day job at the academy with a side hustle of live-streaming sweet potato roasting, transforming an upright man of science into a mere merchant. Despite his relentless efforts to amass wealth, he could not satisfy his fiancée's exorbitant bride price. After ceaseless labor, he met with a tragic accident, and in his final moments, he was scorned as a miser by his once beloved. Looking back on the past, uncle, do they require a bride price? Yang Lin inquired. Zhao Fugui shot him a disdainful glare. What nonsense! If someone takes them in, they should be grateful. Why would they ask for a bride price? That would be absurd. No bride price? Splendid. Yang Lin exclaimed. He instinctively patted his pocket, only to remember he had crossed over without any cigarettes. In his past life, he was a heavy smoker. A moment without a cigarette left him restless. Yet given the current circumstances, he must forego the habit. At this moment, his situation was indeed dire. An orphan with no family, living in poverty, he was a mere scholar with nothing to his name. He lacked accomplishments and agricultural skills, surviving on the meager inheritance left by his parents, which was nearly exhausted. In the village, he was regarded as a laughingstock. Are they fair and beautiful? Yang Lin's eyes sparkled with hope. Come on, what are you waiting for? He urged. Zhao Fugui was momentarily taken aback. This lad, who should be reciting poetry and viewing romance as frivolous, seemed to have changed his demeanor. Yang Lin strode confidently toward the village entrance, his heart swelling with excitement. The Qian does not belong to known history. It has been established for 3 centuries, with a culture as extravagant as that of the Tang and Song dynasties, while its industrial technology is only comparable to that of the Qin and Han. Here, there is neither gunpowder nor glass, let alone soap, steel smelting, or salt purification for a time traveler. It is as pristine as a blank canvas. In such a uniquely advantageous environment, he yearned to showcase his knowledge and skills. With no ties to his previous life, he resolved to make this life count. Am I the only one? When Yang Lin arrived at the village entrance, he was astonished to see he was alone. Such a rare opportunity to receive a wife from the government was met with such desolation. However, Yang Lin understood not everyone could afford to support another mouth. With insufficient food, one would starve. Aside from the landowners, ordinary folk were content with a single wife, daring not to take concubines. At the village entrance, apart from the leading constable, Zhang Wu, stood a row of slender young women. They were all in their early 20s or younger, with disheveled hair and tattered clothes, their frail forms swaying in the gentle breeze, revealing their hunger. Yet their bright eyes exuded a sense of innocence and purity, which was quite comforting. However, the notion of being selected like livestock was unsettling for Yang Lin, who had received a modern education. Is there only one from Mounting Village? The constable, Zhang Wu, shot Yang Lin an irritated glance, frowning. Hurry up and choose. The county office will no longer provide for you. Anyone not chosen today will be sent to the brothel. The women's faces turned pale with fear. Choose me. Choose me. I eat less than I can work. Desperate pleas filled the air as they looked to Yang Lin, all clamoring to be chosen. Among the crowd, a frail girl bit her lip and clenched her fists. She was Li Yuyao, the only daughter of the late emperor, the current empress. Before the emperor's passing, he hastily passed the throne to her due to the absence of a crown prince. However, on the third day of her ascension, Prince Yin staged a rebellion, besieging the palace while the ministers defected to him. In an instant, the empress lost her power, escaping from the palace only with the protection of her loyal guards. Unexpectedly, she encountered bandits en route, and although she survived, she became separated from her guards, lost in the wilderness. With no money and afraid to reveal her identity, the once privileged empress faced near starvation. Eventually, she joined a group of refugees, traveling south to Jianghe County, where officials intercepted her, treating her as a refugee and sending her to the village to be wed. To a local to be reduced to such a fate, a dignified empress subjected to the whims of the peasant was a profound humiliation. And now, she faced the prospect of being sent to a brothel? No, she could never allow herself to be sold like a commodity. Yet, she harbored a flicker of hope that someone might choose her. The conflict between her shame and her yearning left her cheeks flushed. It was only when she saw Yang Lin's gaze shift away from her that she finally panicked. Choose me, she cried out in a tone that brooked no argument, louder than the other women. I am quite good. I am 19 years old, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I can also spin yarn and endure hardship. Li Yuyao composed herself, fixing her hair to reveal her stunning visage. She understood the power of beauty for a woman unable to defend herself. On this journey, she had deliberately disheveled her hair and smeared dirt on herself, presenting a disheveled appearance. In that instant, as her hair was swept aside, both the village chief and the constable were rendered speechless. They instinctively swallowed hard. She was breathtaking. Yang Lin, too, was momentarily dazzled. Her proud and ethereal demeanor was nothing short of exquisite. Zhang Wu felt regretful. How had he not noticed such a gem earlier? No, he could not let this opportunity slip away to this young man. Zhang Wu's eyes darted, and he quickly urged, hurry up and choose. One girl, 101. What? Village Chief Zhao Fugui exclaimed in shock. Constable, was it not stated that no money was required? Zhang Wu shot Zhao Fugui a glare. That was in the past. I have traversed mountains and rivers to deliver women to you. What? Is 101 too much? If you find it excessive, you may forego it. It was clear he was being deliberately obstructive. This Zhao Fugui cast a worried glance at Yang Lin. 101 was no small sum. Even a robust laborer earned only about 110 when monthly after deducting taxes and living expenses. A farmer might not save 101 in an entire year. And Yang Lin's reputation for poverty was well known. Alas, perhaps we should let it go. Zhao Fugui sighed, shaking his head. Just 101. Yang Lin dismissed the concern. I choose. Yang Lin drew a long breath, extending his finger and sequentially pointing past the women before him. Li Yuyao gazed at that finger, which could determine her fate, as it pointed directly at her. Her heart raced with excitement. It was her. However, that finger swiftly passed by her. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 2. The demographic dividend. Just as despair enveloped Li Yuyao, the refreshing voice continued. Children make choices. I want them all. Silence ensued. The official stared at Yang Lin as if he were a monster. What did you say? I said, I want to marry 10. Yang Lin enunciated clearly. The women were left dumbfounded, their expressions revealing astonishment. Li Yuyao's heart seethed with anger. This seemingly kind youth turned out to be a lecherous man. Zhao Fugui hastily pulled Yang Lin aside. Yang Lin, this is no jest. I'm not joking. Third uncle, I am serious. Yang Lin rummaged through his pocket, finding it devoid of tobacco. Marrying one wife and taking 9 concubines is nothing to make a fuss about. In truth, he had resolved to do this even before arriving. His motivations were not merely impulsive or solely to rescue them from their plight. Yang Lin had his own plans. Nothing to fuss about? Zhao Fugui's eyes widened. Let's not forget that this gentleman requires 100 when each 10 amounts to 1,001, a whole tael of silver. And not to mention the spring tax, autumn tax, population tax, land tax. 10 people would cost several thousand when a year. Simply the grain alone your 3 acres of meager land cannot sustain so many. Even Lu Diju only takes 3 concubines, you wish to take 9? Are you mad? Yang Lin leaned closer to Zhao Fugui, a smile on his face. Third uncle, have you heard of the demographic dividend? What? Demographic dividend? What is that? Zhao Fugui looked bewildered. Yang Lin Morales smiled mysteriously. As Zhao Fugui stared in astonishment, Yang Lin approached the officials. Zhang Wu scoffed disdainfully. You want them all? Fine. 1,001. He did not believe anyone in the village could easily produce such a sum. Yang Lin shook his head. That I do not have it at present. Bold. You speak such audacity without money? Yang Lin held up 3 fingers. 3 days. Grant me 3 days, and I assure you I will provide the money with a written guarantee. The official laughed coldly. Why should I let you incur debt? I certainly will not owe you without recompense. In 3 days, 301 in interest. After 3 days at the county office, I will deliver 1,301 in full. Should I fail to produce the money by then, you may dispose of me as you wish. The official was tempted. 1,301 was no trifling amount. His monthly salary at the county office was barely over 201. All right, but I will add another condition. If you cannot repay, I will take all these women. The official leered at Li Yuyao. He doubted Yang Lin could muster the funds. With the written agreement, he would secure both the money and the women, a perfect arrangement. Zhao Fugui, unable to intervene, watched as Yang Lin swiftly penned the IOU. Oh, Yang Lin, you are foolish, Zhao Fugui exclaimed, stamping his foot. That was 1,300 when given Yang Lin's background. He could not even borrow such a sum. Prepare the marriage certificates. Choose one as the lawful wife, the rest as concubines. The purpose of resettling the refugees was to enable them to settle down and acquire identity. The marriage certificate was a necessary procedure, and even if Zhang Wu was reluctant, he had no choice but to comply. Just as Yang Lin was about to look at Li Yuyao, she interjected, I, the lawful wife. Li Yuyao declared, unwilling to be subordinate. The others expressed surprise. Some were about to protest, but instinctively closed their mouths at the fierce glare from Li Yuyao. That gaze was exceedingly commanding. Even Yang Lin was taken aback. She is the lawful wife. Without hesitation, Yang Lin pointed at Li Yuyao, winking at the girl whose piercing gaze seemed to challenge him. Li Yuyao's heart surged with fury. Once an empress of noble birth, who dared to treat her with such levity. Yet, at this moment, she realized that the other party's decisive demeanor suggested he had already made up his mind, but chose not to reveal a deeply calculating character. This left her anxious and apprehensive. A villain. Although she had been selected, the thought of becoming the woman of this rustic youth, this lecher, filled Li Yuyao with turmoil and unease. The 10 marriage certificates were all duly written, and Yang Lin carefully stored them away. At this moment, he was brimming with excitement. In his past life, he could not afford to marry even one wife. Now, with courage, he could marry 10 at once. This cursed feudal society. Li Yo, a lovely name. Observing the alias Li Yuyao inscribed on the marriage certificate, Yang Lin slightly bowed. I am Yang Lin, a scholar. From now on, let us and the other concubines share our lives together until we grow old. Yang Lin bowed respectfully that he was certain that Li Yao was undoubtedly a young lady from a prominent family. Moreover, among the 9 concubines, a few possessed remarkable grace. While beauty could be masked, temperament was not something one could feign. As everyone prepared to leave, a figure approached from distance. This individual wore a silk robe, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist. Despite the mild weather, he fanned himself with a hand fan, feigning refinement. Such ostentation could only belong to Lu Liang, the son of the landlord Lu Yukai from the village. Let me see what kind of goods this batch consists of, and if any are beautiful. Oh, Yang Lin, are you here to find a wife too? Ha! I heard you can barely support yourself, and are still looking for a wife. Do you think you are worthy? Lu Liang disdainfully glanced at Yang Lin before turning to village chief Zhao Fugui. Third uncle, what business do you have with Yang Lin? Just him? What use is he? If you encounter difficulties, seek me, for although I have already married 3 concubines, the Lu family can afford more. As long as you ask, I can marry 2 more without issue. Lu Yang held his chin high, flaunting his glorious achievements. In the entire Kaoshan village, only he and his father had married 3 concubines each. He considered himself superior and reveled in boasting. Zhao Fugui smirked. Young Master Lu, you're late today. What do you mean? Lu Yang paused. Yang Lin has already signed marriage certificates with them. They are now his wives and concubines. Well, not too many, just one wife and 9 concubines. Zhao Fugui chuckled. He understood Lu Liang's character well. Within half a month, the young lady would not endure the humiliation and would take her own life. The Zhao and Lu families were not on good terms, and Zhao Fugui was particularly unwilling for these unfortunate girls to fall into Liu's hands. What did you say? Yang Lin married 1 wife and 9 concubines. How is that possible? I did not believe it. Lu Liang's expression immediately soured. The marriage certificates have been signed. Whether you believe it or not, from today onward, Yang Lin is the man with the most wives and concubines in our Kaoshan village. Zhao Fugui felt a twinge of satisfaction watching Lu Liang's dismay. Lu Liang was dumbfounded. Yes, he gazed at the charming women surrounding Yang Lin. His expression darkened to the extreme. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, locking onto Liu Yao, and a glint of greed appeared in his gaze as he swallowed hard. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Yang Lin, I have taken a liking to this little beauty. Speak, how much? Why are you looking at me with such eyes? TSK, how frightening. You just want money. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of silver and casually tossed it at Yang Lin's feet. Chapter 3 Baoshan enough. Your wife now belongs to me. Lu Yang arrogantly raised his head, disdain and arrogance gleaming in his eyes. As he spoke, his pudgy hand reached towards Liu Yao's face. Yang Lin swiftly intervened. Get lost. She's my wife. Yang Lin clenched his fist. Liu Yao narrowed her eyes, casting a glance at Lu Liang. Just as Lu Liang was about to speak, an inexplicable chill enveloped his neck. Instinctively lowering his head, he dared not meet her gaze. After a moment of astonishment, Lu Liang stood frozen. What was he doing? You all wait. I, the young master, have set my sights on this beauty. After uttering a harsh remark, Lu Liang hurriedly left, scooping up some silver. Yang Lin, too, felt a surge of apprehension. He had noticed the murderous glint in Liu Yao's eyes. How could a 19-year-old woman possess such a deadly aura? Yet, this combination of beauty and fierceness was rather appealing. The news of Yang Lin marrying 1 wife and 9 concubines quickly spread throughout the village. Everyone deemed Yang Lin insane for marrying so many wives at once. Could he afford to support them all? Within Yang Lin's household, the women were filled with concern. Would Yang Lin be able to produce 1,301 in 3 days? If not, they would be doomed to a fate in the brothel. Amidst the clamor, Liu Yao calmly spoke. Tell me, how much do you have? I will find a way to make up the difference. You will find a way. Yang Lin was taken aback. It was evident that she was different from other women. She was more astute, composed, and audacious, exuding an air of mysterious defiance. Could she, like him, be someone who had crossed over? Less than 201. Yang Lin was curious to see what she could possibly do. Where did you get your courage? Liu Yao slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she shook her head in self-reproach. No, the conditions are too poor, the capital limited, and the deficit too vast. In such dire straits, even I have no solution. Disappointment washed over her as she shook her head, frustrated by her inability to act. The other women felt a chill as well, observing Liu Yao's seemingly commanding demeanor. Yang Lin couldn't help but smile wryly. This woman is exceedingly arrogant. If I do not temper her pride and completely subdue her now, how will things unfold in the future? Why not ask if I have a solution? Yang Lin interjected. You? Liu Yao scoffed. How about we make a bet? If I succeed, you must obey me in everything. Yang Lin replied with a smile. Agreed. Liu Yao gritted heartit. She could not believe that a poor scholar could have any means of accomplishing what she deemed impossible. From now on, everyone will follow my lead, Yang Lin declared suddenly, his tone turning authoritative. Everyone, state your ages and line up according to age. Soon, the lineup was formed. The eldest was merely 24, and the youngest was only 13. You 3 are older than me, so you'll be the eldest sister, second sister, and third sister. You 3 are younger, so you'll be the 4th, 5th, and 6th sisters. As for you 3 who are even younger, you shall be called Little 7, Little 8, and Little 9. As for my wife, she is simply my wife. Yang Lin swiftly shifted his tone, directing everyone with rapid-fire commands. Eldest sister, fetch water. Second and third sisters, chop firewood. 4th sister, boil water. 5th sister, cook. 6th sister, tidy up the house. Little 7, Little 8, and Little 9, follow me, and I will teach you how to earn money. My wife. You will oversee everything. Once the water is boiled, everyone will bathe, and fifth sister must prepare plenty of food. Everyone must eat until full. With that last remark, Yang Lin was also speaking to himself. United in our shared plight, now that we have come together, they are my family. Meeting in adversity, we shall forge ahead hand in hand. After a brief moment of dazed silence, everyone finally began to move. Though still somewhat bewildered, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope for the future. Is that all? Liuyo Fronat. How do we earn money? She admitted that Yang Lin's arrangements were meticulous. But what good would that do? Yang Lin chuckled, pausing his hand that was about to reach for a cigarette. My dear wife, do not fret. I have my own methods. I assure you that within 3 days, I will definitely earn 1,300 won. In a month, we shall build a new house. Within 6 months, we will become the wealthiest in Jianghe County. Give me 3 years, and I will make you the illustrious Madame Yang Lin. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, silence enveloped the group. Disappointment clouded Li Yuyao's eyes. Yang Lin, accompanied by Little 7, Little 8, and Little 9, made his way to the storage room. Little 7, Little 8, carry the grain to the village and exchange it for beans. Beans are not worth much. 1 dough of sorghum can be traded for 2 dough of beans. Little 9, take this money and go buy beans in the village. Beans are 2 won per pound, so it should be easy to purchase. We only want yellow beans, not black beans. Do you understand? The 3 girls nodded, somewhat confused. All right, let us get moving. In 3 days, I will treat you to roast chicken. After arranging everyone, Yang Lin took a hoe and slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder as he stepped outside. As he emerged, villagers gathered to see the spectacle. Yang Lin, I heard you married 10 wives. Is that true? Women only know how to eat. They cannot earn money. You'll soon be eating dirt. The crowd chimed in, some with genuine concern, others reveling in his misfortune. Yang Lin clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you all for your concern, but rest assured, my wives are all endowed with noble virtues, bringing wealth and prosperity. Therefore, I, Yang Lin, will not starve. From now on, I will feast on lavish delicacies. I fear I may grow fat and need to go on a diet. Seeing that Yang Lin was undeterred by their words, the villagers sighed in regret. Leaving his home, he arrived at the back mountain. Gazing at the gray and white desolate hill, Yang Lin smiled. He crouched down, caressing the grayish stones as if they were treasures. Limestone, iron ore, rock salt, borax, and gypsum. These minerals are rich in borates, nitrates, carbonates, and calcium carbonate. They represent lime, cement, glass, and even explosives. However, for now, the priority is to fill our stomachs. This time, he would only extract gypsum. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. His bamboo basket grew heavy, and, seeing it was nearly full, Yang Lin prepared to descend the mountain. Just then, a burst of laughter echoed from nearby. Yang Lin, I never thought you would be so poor that you would eat dirt so soon. But have you considered that what you are digging is not the soil of Guanin? You can't even eat dirt properly. Yang Lin, you truly are foolish. Chapter 4, you ultimately cannot succeed. Gu Mingwei reminds you. After reading, please save New Keyboard Novel Network. It will be more convenient to continue reading. The speaker was none other than Lu Yang. Young Master Lu offered you a piece of advice. Sell your land. Given your financial troubles, I am generous enough to offer you 1 guan for your 3 mu of land. Lu Yang smirked. The Lu family had long set their sights on Yang Lin's fields, and Yang Lin had always been a tough nut to crack, refusing to sell despite their relentless pressure. Now that they learned of Yang Lin marrying 10 wives, the Lu family believed he would soon be unable to manage and would be forced to sell. When they found Yang Lin, they discovered he was already on the brink of destitution. So Lu Yang, seizing the opportunity, proposed to buy land worth 3 guan for a mere 1 guan. Get lost. Yang Lin shot Lu Yang a glance, uninterested in his words, and walked away. Fine. You have guts. Whatever the Lu family desires, they will obtain. Just wait and see how long you can hold out. As he watched Yang Lin's retreating figure, Lu Yang's expression twisted into one of malice. However, the faces of the women were far from pleasant. Although there is more grain than before, the yellow beans are quite unpalatable, causing discomfort and digestive issues. Wealthy families utilize them as animal feed. Alas, it seems they will be consuming bean meals daily. Yang Lin cast a glance at the beans, but his attention swiftly shifted to the women. How fortunate I am! Excitement bubbled within him. Initially, their appearances were obscured by dirt, but after bathing, their exquisite beauty was revealed, causing his eyes to widen in awe. Are the beauties of this world truly of such high caliber? While not every one of them could be deemed a national treasure, they were undeniably natural beauties, each possessing a distinct charm, some elegant, others youthful and fresh, far more pleasing than the internet celebrities of his previous life, and infinitely more enduring to behold. Their wet hair cascaded down, adorned in thin garments, and standing amongst them felt akin to entering a realm of tenderness. Eldest sister, second sister, you both have splendid figures. The two, around 23 or 24, possessed a graceful and enchanting demeanor. Fifth sister, sixth sister, are you twins? Their likeness was remarkable. Each individual possessed unique qualities. The third sister stood tall, exuding an aura of a mature woman. The fourth sister was captivatingly alluring, with a willow-like waist and a celestial grace. Even the youngest, Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba, were undeniably beauties. Only Xiao Jiao resembled a tomboy, yet her lively eyes radiated cleverness. Most astonishing to him, however, was his wife. Previously, he had discerned that Li Yuyao was exceptional in both temperament and appearance. Yet now, after her bath, her ethereal beauty, akin to a lotus blossoming from mud, left him astounded. With a delicate oval face, enchanting autumn-like eyes, flawless fair skin, and cascading long hair, her beauty was breathtaking. Even her figure, concealed beneath the loose robe, could not hide her alluring curves, particularly her grace that seemed untouched by the mundane world. She was endearing, proud yet not cold, stunning yet not seductive, like a cold plum standing resolutely against the snow, akin to an ice mountain snow lotus. She resembled the character Xialong from the Return of the Condor Heroes, and even more so, Wang Yuyin from Demigods and Semi-Devils. Beneath that voluminous robe, her dainty white calves added an extra charm. Li Yuyao's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling the emptiness beneath the robe, which made her somewhat uncomfortable. The previous garments had been excessively filthy, and Yang Lin's household possessed only this one loose robe. "Husband, the meal is ready," spoke the fourth sister. "Yes, yes. Let us eat," he replied. In feudal times, with male superiority and female inferiority, everyone awaited his cue to dine. They were already famished, and, at his command, they flocked to the table, devouring the fragrant sorghum rice voraciously. As they ate, tears streamed down their faces. It had been so long since they had enjoyed a hearty meal. Their tears mingled with the food, a blend of happiness and bitterness. Yet, even this fleeting happiness would be short-lived. In just 3 days, if Yang Lin could not produce money, they would be sold to a brothel, facing a grim fate. After the meal, Yang Lin resumed his planning. "Eldest sister, second sister, you shall boil water and soak the beans in warm water, 8 dough 100 jin. Xiao Jiao, take this drawing to the second house at the east end of the village and ask Wang the carpenter to make molds, and pay him double for overnight work. Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba, continue gathering beans in the village. This is our entire savings converted into beans. The rest of you take turns chopping firewood, as we will need plenty for tomorrow." Mixed emotions swirled among the group. Despair seeped into their hearts. After issuing these orders, Yang Lin summoned Li Yuyao privately and handed her several grayish-white stones. "What is this?" Li Yuyao looked at the stones with suspicion. She had once heard that during famines, people would use guanine soil to stave off hunger while assisting her father in reviewing memorials. But could these stones be eaten? "Wife, let me teach you how to burn stones," he declared. "This is our core technique. It must not be shared." He then led Li Yuyao to start a fire, burning the plaster and preparing plaster water. Time flew, and darkness soon enveloped the world. Li Yuyao wiped the sweat from her forehead. Gazing at the large bucket of plaster water they had concocted, her expression bemused. "Can this be eaten?" Yang Lin shook his head. "No, but what it produces can be." Li Yuyao's confusion dapanat. "Have you heard of tofu?" Yang Lin inquired. Li Yuyao was bewildered. "Tofu? What is that?" Her response confirmed Yang Lin's suspicions. He had been concerned that his previous life had rendered him ignorant, but it appeared that this world lacked tofu entirely. It was not surprising. Tofu, though originating in the Western Han Dynasty, only gained widespread popularity during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Given the industrial backwardness of the Qian era, the potential of soybean products had naturally gone undeveloped. What about doji, dojiang, and soy sauce? Li Yuyao was again at a loss. All these things Yang Lin mentioned were foreign to her. "So, you gathered all these beans to make this thing called tofu?" Liu Yao finally grasped. Precisely. Yang Lin nodded. If we can produce tofu and sell it, we will have the means to repay our debts. Liu Yao felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Initially, she had hoped for a brilliant plan from Yang Lin. Yet, it seemed to be mere fantasy. Tofu can be made from this stone water? Ridiculous. Liu Yao suddenly felt foolish for expecting him to create a miracle. It was indeed just a delusion. Noticing the change in Liu Yao's demeanor, Yang Lin explained. Though tofu may not be extraordinary, it can certainly earn us some money. Enough. Go make your tofu, she retorted. However, as they lay on the straw mat, preparing to sleep, none could find rest. That day, they had exchanged all the food in their home, spent all their savings, and received only over 400 jin of beans. Absurd. Sisters, do you think you can earn so much money? A juvenile voice chimed in, interrupting the moment. Who knows? Shall we run away? Run? Where can we go? We are refugees without identification. If we leave, we will be captured. If caught again, our luck may not hold. The plight of refugees was merely a formality for the county government. How many women could countrymen keep? The rest would end up in brothels or sold to indentured servitude. In either case, the outcome would be far worse than their current situation. What shall we do then? We cannot simply wait to be sent to a brothel. Listening to the discussions, Liu Yao clenched her fists. She knew Yang Lin was still laboring outside, striving diligently to keep them together. But effort alone was insufficient. If he lacked the ability, why did he boast so grandly from the start? Why offer them hope only to plunge them into despair? Ultimately, he was still incapable. Tears slipped from her eyes. Look, someone suddenly exclaimed, pointing outside the window. Instantly, curious heads gathered, pressing against the window. Through the gaps in the wooden slats, they beheld, under the moonlight, a frail figure laboriously rolling a heavy, grinding stone. Sweat dripping from his cheeks, panting heavily. Perhaps we should help him. But isn't all of this futile? Let him toil alone. Sister, what about you? Someone turned to Liu Yao, and the others followed suit, looking at her. Me? In the darkness, Li Weiying quietly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, gazing intently at the frail figure outside the window, shaking her head. I too find it hard to believe that he can create miracles. Yet, I wish to assist him. For certain matters, even when one knows the challenges, one must still endeavor. Only through attempts will one discover the truth. When she accepted the world from the hands of her father, the emperor, did she not understand the immense difficulty of a woman ascending to the throne? Nonetheless, she persevered. At the very least, she wished to avoid leaving herself with regrets. Outside the house, Yang Lin was washing the grinding stone when he noticed the door open and the women emerge. A smile graced his face. The following morning, amidst the curling smoke of cooking, Yang Lin's courtyard bustled with activity. The women were engaged in various tasks, cooking, grinding beans, and boiling soy milk, each fulfilling their role. As the saying goes, there are 3 arduous professions in the world: rowing boats, forging iron, and grinding tofu. 6 individuals took turns at the mill, yet the women remained drenched in fragrant sweat, panting heavily. What was happening at Yang Lin's home? Curious, I decided to take a closer look. Early rising villagers noticed the commotion in Yang Lin's yard and gathered around, drawn by the allure of entertainment. Before long, a crowd had amassed at the entrance. When some observed the women grinding the swollen beans into a slurry and filtering out the residue with gauze, their eyes widened in disbelief. Outrageous! What a waste! Good beans. Ruined like this. Can this slurry even be consumed? An elderly man could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Young ones, if you must grind the beans, they should be roasted first, turned into flour, and then brewed. Soaking and grinding them is a mistake. Such folly will lead to starvation. You are wasting food. Buckets of boiled soy milk were poured into a vat. Under Yang Lin's guidance, Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba stirred the soy milk while gradually adding stone water from buckets. Soon, the soy milk began to coagulate, resembling brain curds. The villagers furrowed their brows in disappointment, shaking their heads with sighs. Even the women, gazing at the unformed tofu curds, were filled with regret. As the solidified tofu curd were placed into molds, wrapped in cloth, and pressed with wooden boards, the whey slowly dripped from the molds. The commotion soon attracted the village chief, Zhao Fugue. Startled, Zhao Fugue exclaimed, Yang Lin, what on earth are you doing? This is madness. Are you not afraid of starving? Stop this at once. He anxiously slapped his thigh. Yet, Yang Lin merely smiled serenely. To be honest, Last night, I dreamt of an ancient deity who visited and taught me how to use these beans to create a food that the celestial beings consume, known as tofu. Uncle, you have come at the perfect time. The crowd has gathered, and today I shall unveil this marvel for all to taste. Before long, the cloth was lifted to reveal tofu as white as jade, tender and smooth. Yang Lin cut the tofu into small cubes of 10 centimeters and placed one onto a plate. As he moved, all eyes concentrated on that square, immaculate piece. Their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Could it truly be celestial food? Such a sight was unheard of. The onlookers were captivated, and the women were left speechless. This pristine, delicate item, smooth as jade, exuded a faint aroma, unlike anything of this earthly realm. Here, my dear wife, do try it first. Yang Lin offered the tofu to Li Yueying. She accepted it, her brow furrowing. Although the tofu appeared appealing, she held no expectations for its flavor. After all, it was made from inexpensive beans. What value could it possibly hold? However, upon tasting a morsel, the exquisite, tender texture caused her to pause. A delicate fragrance, previously unknown to her, exploded on her palate. Li Yueying was taken aback. Viewing matters from a different perspective, she saw deeper than others. This item not only dazzled, but also pioneered a new culinary creation, and its flavor was remarkable. All of this, achieved simply through the casual manipulation of stone water. Her gaze toward Yang Lin was now imbued with surprise and profound curiosity. This scholar possessed some skill. Yang Lin offered samples to the villagers, and those who tasted it were equally amazed, showering him with compliments. In my 50 years of life, I have never encountered such a delicacy. Truly, it is food fit for the divine. Though merely tofu, in this age of scarcity, its novelty rendered it extraordinary. While the crowd praised the tofu, Yang Lin directed the women to set up a fire pit at the entrance and place a large pot atop it, pouring in the last of their lard and instructing the women to fry the tofu slices. Moments later, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The tofu's surface turned golden and crispy, sprinkled with crushed coarse salt. The courtyard echoed with the sounds of eager swallowing. Having tasted the fried tofu, the women were even more astounded. Even Li Yueying had never experienced such exquisite flavors. The villagers, drawn by the scent, found their stomachs growling. Yang Lin, are you selling this tofu? I would gladly pay for it. Yes, I want to buy some too. What is the price? The crowd clamored, watching the fragrant fried tofu, their mouths watering. Though not particularly affluent, they felt it reasonable to spend a little for a treat. This was the moment Yang Lin had been waiting for. Dear uncles and aunts, brothers and elders. Yang Lin first clasped his fists in greeting before clearing his throat to speak. As you all know, my family is poor and life is difficult. This tofu, a divine gift, I had no intention of selling. However, since you are all family, how could I refuse your requests? He continued, I shall not profit from this. I will only charge the cost price, 2 won for a piece. Yang Lin held up 2 fingers, and the villagers' eyes instantly brightened. 2 won? That is indeed quite reasonable. Sorghum and barley cost 5 or 6 won per pound, while white flour and rice demand 10 or more won. In comparison, this miraculous tofu at only 2 won was simply a bargain. Upon hearing Yang Lin's pricing, Li Yueying became anxious, tugging at his clothing and signaling him frantically. That is far too low. Yang Lin shook his head. 2 won is indeed low, but my dear, am I selling to outsiders? These are our own kinfolk. Although we toiled for a day and night to create this tofu, I cannot profit at the expense of my fellow villagers. Let us swallow our hardships. I wish to offer the greatest benefits to our family and neighbors. The villagers, simple and unaccustomed to such cunning, erupted in excitement. I'll buy 1 piece. Yang Lin, I don't wish to take advantage, but my family is large. Could you sell me 2 pieces? Yes, I want 2 pieces too. We are all neighbors. Annie has watched you grow up. Sell me 3 pieces. The crowd surged forward, eagerly paying. I want 100 pieces. I want 200 pieces. Suddenly, 2 voices rang out from the throng. Emerging from the crowd were 2 figures. One was village chief Zhao Fuguei, and the other was Zhao Ji, the landlord from the neighboring village. The Zhao family was a prominent local clan, and Zhao Fuguei and Zhao Ji were relatives. The villagers were astonished. Could they finish all that food? Yang Lin, please assist your uncle once more and sell me 100 pieces of tofu. I have great use for it. Zhao Fuguei implored, his eyes beseeching. Yang Lin's face displayed a mix of joy and hesitation as he addressed his uncle. Sanshu, you are putting me in a difficult position. Zhao Fuge quickly leaned in, whispering, tomorrow, I am to attend a banquet at the Zhao family in the county town, and I am at a loss for an appropriate gift. Your tofu is not only delicious, but also unique, making it absolutely perfect. Yang Lin, you must assist your uncle. You know that Lu Ditu has long aspired to be the village chief and has already established some connections. If I cannot secure the support of the Zhao family in the county, then I fear for the future. Your assistance is crucial for me to maintain my position as village chief. In Qian, the village chief is typically a local landlord, but Qian village stands apart. The Zhao family is not only a prominent clan in the area, but also boasts a relative who holds the position of county magistrate, ensuring that the chief has always been from the Zhao lineage. However, as Liu Youcai's influence continues to grow, Zhao Fugue grows increasingly anxious. Very well, Yang Lin nodded. Since you put it this way, I must give you face. Rest assured, I will prepare 100 blocks of tofu for you before tonight. Zhao Fugue was overjoyed and hastily paid him. Nearby, the landlord Zhao Ji from the neighboring village approached eagerly. Dear nephew, we are somewhat related. Sell me 200 blocks, will you? Zhou Yavor Abrod Smila. Absolutely not. Mr. Zhao, your family is prosperous. Why should you take advantage of a poor scholar like me? Selling to my fellow villagers at 2 coins per block is one thing. But you are neither from Qian village nor in need, and it would be inappropriate for you to benefit at my expense, Yang Lin retorted. Zhao Ji, a shrewd individual, quickly discerned Yang Lin's underlying meaning and hastily offered, Dear nephew, I shall add 10 coins as a labor fee. Yang Lin scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance, remaining silent. 20 coins. Zhao Ji gritted his teeth, believing this amount to be considerable. Yet, Yang Lin offered no response. Then how much do you want? Jean Empress, Empress. Through the tofu, Zhao Ji saw a business opportunity. He was certain that selling tofu for 2 coins was far too cheap. Such a novel food could easily double in price in the county town. Thus, he was determined to acquire it. Yang Lin extended 4 fingers, stating 4 coins per block. What? Zhao Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, that is far too expensive. He had not anticipated Yang Lin's audacity. Who was trying to take advantage here? Absolutely not. Yang Lin saw through Zhao Ji's intentions. By firmly establishing the cost at 2 coins, he could dictate the tofu's value without scrutiny. Zhao Ji's expression darkened. While the villagers of Qian felt they were getting a tremendous bargain, those who had hesitated about purchasing a block now clamored to join the buying frenzy, brandishing their coins. Zhao Ji cast a pleading glance at Zhao Fugue, hoping he would intercede. Zhao Fugue, with no alternative, steeled himself and said, Yang Lin, did you not say the cost was 2 coins? Just add 1 coin as a labor fee and sell it to him for 3 coins. Consider it a favor for your uncle. Sighing deeply, Yang Lin replied earnestly, Sanshu, only you can make such a request. No one else would dare. 200 blocks of tofu to be collected tonight, for 600 coins. Xiao Jiu, collect the payment. Zhao Ji, relieved, quickly paid. Although 3 coins was more than he had anticipated, there remained a significant profit margin. He inwardly cursed Yang Lin for being foolish and failing to recognize the opportunity for profit. Xiao Jiu was busily collecting the heavy coins, her expression growing increasingly peculiar. How greedy, she thought, yet she found it delightful. Zhao Fugue, glowing with pride, appreciated Yang Lin for maintaining his dignity, which reflected well upon him. The hustle continued from morning until afternoon, with everyone working tirelessly, sweat streaming down their faces, their arms aching from the repetitive labor. Yet hope for the future glimmered on every face. After soaking another 100 pounds of beans, they finally completed all orders just before nightfall. In the evening, there were still some villagers who had just realized the tofu was for sale, only to find that it was completely sold out, leaving not a single block behind. At that moment, the women began to react. Yang Lin had mentioned that this tofu was to be their future sustenance. Yet now it was all gone. What were they to eat? What will we have for dinner? One asked. It was meant for us, and now it's all sold. Another lamented. You shouldn't have been so generous. They scolded him. Now we helped others while we face hunger ourselves. After a long day of labor, seeing that not a single block of tofu remained, the women wore expressions of despair and began to complain. After laboring all day, had they merely dressed others while neglecting their own needs? Their spirits sank further. despite his good character. How could one be so naive and expect to earn a living? Liu Yang furuit herbroth. The others were correct, yet she sensed something was amiss. She hadn't forgotten that Zhao Ji had bought 200 blocks of tofu for 600 coins. Moreover, was the cost of the tofu truly only 2 coins? Would selling it for 2 coins genuinely yield a profit? Faced with the women's collective outcry, Yang Lin found himself bemused. Were the people of Qian truly so naive? In his past life, every business owner he knew would claim to be losing money while secretly profiting. Yet now, he had merely parroted a few phrases, and not only did outsiders believe him, but even his own family did. What shall we eat? Yang Lin retorted. Do you not enjoy fragrant rice? What about delicious pork? The women paused, taken aback. Pork? White rice. They wished to indulge, but where would they find it? Eldest sister. Second sister, you 3 go to Shaojio and collect 1,000 coins. Then borrow a small cart from Aunt Lin next door and head to town to buy supplies. Purchase 50 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of pork. If there's anything left over, buy whatever you desire. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, all eyes widened in astonishment. What? 1,000 coins? What nonsense! We have no such money. They protested, frowning. Yang Lin exchanged a knowing glance, and the clever Shaojio grinned, promptly dragging over a heavy bag. As she opened the bag, it brimmed with coins. I told you, I will not let you go hungry. Yang Lin, keep my promises. The women stared in disbelief. Liu Yao approached, peering into the bag, astonished. You sold that much, she exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. So, you never intended for the tofu to be their sustenance. You aimed to profit from it. But how could tofu yield such a substantial profit? Liu Yao questioned, her previous criticisms of Yang Lin's pricing now seeming misguided. Yang Lin smiled mysteriously. What do you think? Liu Yao pondered. 30% profit? Yang Lin shook his head. 50%? She ventured boldly. Such a profit margin would be extraordinary. Yet Yang Lin continued to shake his head. Even more? She gasped in disbelief. How could that be? Never mind, you are too timid to even guess. I shall tell you directly. It's not much, merely double the cost. Do you have any idea how much tofu we produce today? Yang Lin continued. 2 coins per pound of beans yield 3 blocks of tofu. Xiao excitedly added. We soaked a total of 200 pounds of beans, selling 630 blocks of tofu, yielding a total income of 1,450 coins. After removing the costs, our pure profit stands at 1,000 coins. Upon hearing this figure, the women were utterly astonished. Only 201 and a bit of sorghum were used. How foolish they were to believe in Yang Lin's words, truly thinking there was no profit, laboring all day for nothing. Little did they know that Shaojio was already counting the coins to the point of cramps in her hands. When Liu Yao heard of the double profits, she too found it hard to believe. She could guess there might be some profit in making tofu, yet never could she have imagined it would be this substantial. Moreover, thinking of Yang Lin's earnest demeanor as he spoke to the villagers, always claiming it was unprofitable, always referring to them as fellow villagers, was truly a farce. How could he even deceive himself? Just yesterday, those numbers seemed unattainable, and yet, in a mere day, he had truly achieved it. Was this enough to pay off debts? Let us settle our debts first, someone suggested. Yang Lin, however, shook his head. Everyone had worked hard all day. If they did not eat something hearty to replenish their strength, how would they have the energy to work tomorrow? Let us follow my lead. Tonight we shall have white rice with pork, and everyone must eat their fill. As for the debts, we can earn more tomorrow. If I set my mind to it, not to mention 1,301, even 13,001 can be easily earned. The profits for making tofu were merely hard-earned money, and the double profit did not account for labor costs. If it were in a past life, hiring 10 people to make tofu would have resulted in utter bankruptcy. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Liu Yao felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had thought Yang Lin had some talent, but it turned out he was merely an arrogant fellow. However, with 2 more days to employ the same selling strategy as today, earning another 1,001 would not be difficult. Thus, although she felt he was merely indulging in pleasure without foresight upon earning money, she did not oppose him. After arranging for her older and second sisters, Yang Lin tasked the third sister with boiling water to soak the beans, while the fourth and fifth sisters chopped firewood. And the sixth sister was sent to find a carpenter to make molds. The youngest 3, Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiao, continued to procure beans from the village. Once everyone had departed, Liu Yao approached Yang Lin. You have only just met them for a day, And you dare to give them so much money? Aren't you afraid they will run off with it? She inquired curiously. Yang Lin chuckled. Of course not. It's merely 1,000 won. If they truly take the money and flee, then I would only lose 1,000 won. However, for them, they would lose a bright future. If spending 1,000 won can reveal a person's character, it is not a loss at all, but rather a worthy investment. A glint of cunning shone in Yang Lin's eyes. Liu Yao pondered this, and suddenly her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, So, you are intentionally testing them by letting them spend money? Yang Lin smiled, but did not confirm. As you just mentioned, we have only known each other for a day. I do not yet understand everyone's temperament. While testing may seem somewhat petty, it is indeed the most prudent approach. The most fortified cities are often breached from within. Once the choice is made, I can rest easy for the future. Liu Yao furrowed her brow and asked, Then, do you trust me? I do, he replied. Why? We have only just met a day, she protested. Yang Lin smiled, because I can tell you are not an ordinary person, but rather an intelligent one. Intelligent people often know what the best choices are. Liu Yao was taken aback. Although she remained unconvinced by Yang Lin, she had to admit that what he said held substantial wisdom. The town was merely 6 miles from Kaoshan village, and the older and second sisters did not run off with the money. Within an hour, they returned laden with goods. Large chunks of pork were immediately placed into the pot to stew. Before long, a savory aroma wafted through the air, causing everyone to swallow in anticipation. Some among them came from wealthy families, but due to various changes in fortune, they had not tasted meat in a long while. A bowl of fragrant white rice paired with tender, succulent pork placed before them incited a chorus of eager gulps. Eat. What are you staring at me for? From now on, in our household, there are no more silly rules. You don't have to wait for me to eat. Yang Lin was unaccustomed to the notion of others waiting for him to eat. With his words, the women immediately disregarded their manners and devoured their meal, their mouths glistening with grease. Yet, as they ate, tears involuntarily streamed down their faces. Villagers passing by Yang Lin's home were drawn in by the enticing aroma. What a delightful smell. What is that? It's pork. We had some last New Year. Ah, young men just don't know how to manage life. It seems he made money selling tofu. Let us not buy his tofu tomorrow and see how arrogant he remains. Yes, let us not buy it tomorrow. With a bit of money, he forgets his surname. It's uncertain whether he can even support those women. When it comes time for him to pay the head tax, he will truly suffer. The villagers passing by grumbled. Yet, they could not help but feel envious upon recalling that Yang Lin had married so many wives. After dinner, the sky had completely darkened. Inside the house, the flickering yellow oil lamp illuminated the charming faces of the women. They were all Yang Lin's wives and concubines. Having been too busy last night, they had no time for formalities. With no other distractions tonight, and knowing Yang Lin had a penchant for the fair sex, it seemed that this evening would lead to something more intimate. The thought of what was to come made Liu Yao's heart race. In a bridal chamber, it was only fitting. With so many people present, if he truly lacked shame, wouldn't it be embarrassing for her to be exposed to all? Just thinking about it made Liu Yao feel both ashamed and angry. Her heart pounded like a drum as she stood at the door, pretending to admire the moonlight. Sister, aren't you going to sleep yet? Xiao Jiao kindly came over to remind her. All right. Liu Yao bit her lip, forcing out that single word. When she turned around, she found that the others wore similarly awkward expressions. Husband, which sister will you be sleeping with tonight? The alluring fourth sister clung to Yang Lin's arm, smiling flirtatiously. All eyes fell upon Yang Lin. Under the oil lamp, the beautiful figure stirred his emotions. Ahem, you've all worked hard all day. Are you not tired? Time for bed. Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiao could share a bed, while the rest would sleep on the straw mat with him. Without even undressing, Yang Lin lay down. The straw mat was laid on the ground, cushioned with thick, dry grass. Though not particularly comfortable, it was at least warm. He was not a saint who shunned women, but the reality was that the house was too poor, leaving only this single room, to engage in intimate relations before the eyes of his other wives. That would be utterly shameless. Yang Lin had not sunk to such depths. This house. It seems I must hasten to build a new one. Once conditions improved, he would savor each of these beautiful wives one by one. Seeing Yang Lin's flustered demeanor, lying down fully clothed, Liu Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the women, feeling shy, tended to avoid lying close to Yang Lin. Only the fourth sister, with her bold nature, not only lay beside Yang Lin, but also wrapped her arm around his, a look of bliss on her face. My husband is a good man. Meeting my husband is my fortune. She seemed to be speaking to herself, closing her eyes. Just as Li Yuyao prepared to lie down, she realized that only the space beside Yang Lin remained. Sister, why aren't you sleeping? There's room here. Xiao Jiu pointed to the only remaining spot, extinguishing the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. All right, Li Yuyao gritted her teeth. Thank you. In the dark, she could only lie down next to Yang Lin. As she tried to calm her racing heart, she intended to keep a distance, but with so many people squeezed onto the straw mat, the moment she lay down, her body was pressed tightly against Yang Lin's, instantly causing her cheeks to flush. Yang Lin felt the warmth on his left arm and the soft form of Li Yuyao on his right, leaving him parched and breathless. The atmosphere was excessively cramped, and Yang Lin instinctively raised his arm, resting it on Li Yuyao's shoulder. Startled, Li Yuyao was about to push him away when she realized that Yang Lin had already succumbed to slumber. The following morning, in Jianghe County, Zhao Ji dispatched 200 blocks of tofu to be sold in the county town, each priced at 5 won. In no time, they were all snatched up, bringing a beaming smile to Zhao Ji's face, his joy palpable. The purchasing power of the county was indeed incomparable to that of the villagers. With minimal effort required to procure and sell his goods, he could earn 400 won daily, amounting to 12,000 won monthly, and over 100 won annually, a sum equivalent to the yield of 1,000 acres of arable land. Meanwhile, that young fellow Yang Lin toiled endlessly, merely working for himself and earning a meager profit. What does a destitute scholar know about commerce? Just as Zhao Ji was reveling in his good fortune and contemplating how to further exploit Yang Lin for his maximum benefit, an individual approached him. It was Su Maokai, the proprietor of Yongxing Trading Company. Su, a middle-aged man clad in a blue long gown, greeted Zhao Ji with a slight bow. What do you want? Zhao Ji asked warily. Well, I notice your tofu sales are quite intriguing, and I wish to discuss a potential collaboration, Su Maokai replied with a broad smile. There's nothing to discuss. The tofu is sold out. If you wish to purchase some, you'll have to wait until tomorrow, Zhao Ji retorted before turning away. He discerned Su's intention to engage in the tofu business and share in the profits. How absurd. He himself procured the goods from others. It was no trouble to sell them in the county town. Why should he pass them on to someone else at a discount? As Zhao Ji turned to leave, the smile on Su Maotsai's face vanished, replaced by a glint of greed in his eyes. He instructed his subordinates to follow Zhao Ji immediately. On that same afternoon, the village chief Zhao Fugui presented a batch of tofu to relatives in the county town, which astounded everyone at the feast. Especially when Zhao Fugui boasted that it was food passed down from the immortals. The praise was overwhelming, and discussions about the miraculous tofu spread like wildfire. Having caught the attention of influential figures in the county, Zhao Fugui felt a swell of pride and received commendations from the county magistrate's relatives, who promised to continue supporting him as the village chief of Kaoshan village. Overjoyed, Zhao Fugui felt a weight lift from his heart. However, after the banquet concluded, troubles soon arose. A crowd surrounded him, eager to procure large quantities of tofu through him. Without giving him a chance to decline, they pressed deposits into his hands. Faced with these prominent individuals from the county, Zhao Fugui dared not offend them. He understood that these individuals seeking tofu were not merely hungry. They had spotted a lucrative opportunity. The astute residents of the county were many, and they sensed the potential for profit in this newfound delicacy. In Kaoshan village, Yang Lin and the women enjoyed yet another day of white rice and stewed pork. Many villagers gazed with envy at their meal, as the number of buyers for tofu in the village had noticeably decreased. Yet Yang Lin had anticipated this and had scarcely sold any tofu in the village that day. In the two surrounding villages, where tofu had never been seen, selling it was not difficult at all. Within half a day, all the tofu was sold out. Meanwhile, Yang Lin, exhausted from a long day's work, remained blissfully unaware that the reputation of tofu had inexplicably begun to spread and sizable orders were on their way. That evening, after soaking the soybeans, everyone gathered on a straw mat, eagerly counting money alongside Xiaojiu. 1,298. 1,299. When they reached 1,301, the women erupted in cheers. After yesterday's extravagant spending, they had now gathered enough to repay their debts. Though fatigued, their faces radiated happiness. The toil had proven worthwhile. Early the next morning, Yang Lin and his family prepared 300 blocks of tofu, pushing a small cart borrowed from Yang Lin toward the county town. Jianghe County, part of Pingyuan Prefecture, was only 30 miles from Kaoshan village, but the journey was arduous. The wooden wheels creaked and rattled, and after more than an hour, they finally arrived. As soon as the tofu reached the county town, it was swiftly purchased at 4 per block. The women were left astounded. This money is too easy to earn. Why don't we simply rent a place in the county town and produce tofu here? Exclaimed the second sister, brimming with commercial insight. With only a few hundred households in the village, but a population of over 100,000 in the county town, staying there would undoubtedly maximize their profits. Absolutely not. Li Yuyao immediately objected. Her identity was ultimately a taboo. The county was filled with prying eyes, and should they be recognized, it would spell disaster for them all. Now is not the time, Yang Lin said meaningfully. Let us settle our debts first, then I'll take you shopping. The repayment process went smoothly, and when the officer Zhang Wu saw the 1,301, he was taken aback. Though he remained reluctant, the evidence was undeniable. Just as they exited the county office, they were met by Zhao Fugue, who rushed over in a fluster. Yang Lin, white, Zhao Fugue pleaded, his face etched with concern. I need your help with something. You must assist me. Once they settled in a nearby tea house, Zhao Fugue mysteriously produced a heavy cloth bag from his bosom. Upon opening it, a heap of silver spilled out. There were at least 100 taels. 1 tael of silver equated to 1 won, which amounted to 1,000 won. This was a fortune of 100,000 won. The women gasped in astonishment, staring wide-eyed at the silver. However, not all offerings are blessings. If someone coveted his tofu-making skills, he would not sell them, not now at least. Zhao Fugue hurriedly recounted the situation. You see, these influential figures in the county have taken an interest in the tofu business and wish to share in the profits. They insisted on handing me the silver and even signed orders with me. I dared not refuse without your consent. Zhao Fugue pulled out a stack of yellow parchment. His face filled with guilt. Yang Lin's spirits soared. Upon examining the orders, his delight only grew. There were a total of 13 orders, with the largest being 500 blocks and the smallest 200 blocks, totaling 4,300 blocks. The women were equally thrilled upon seeing the orders. Yet, before Yang Lin could speak, Li Yuyao decisively shook her head. We cannot accept these orders, Li Yuyao stated coolly. The others were momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing the implications. The delivery date on the orders was set for 3 days hence. Currently, their maximum output was 600 blocks per day, making it impossible to fulfill 4,300 blocks in that time frame, even if they worked tirelessly. Yang Lin, however, collected the silver and the orders with determination, declaring, We shall accept these orders. Are you mad? Li Yuyao exclaimed in anger, glaring fiercely at Yang Lin. Look at this. The orders stipulate that in the event of a breach, there will be double compensation. If you cannot produce the tofu in 3 days, how will you compensate? Her eyes blazed with fury. She had thought he possessed some measure of competence, only to find he had become overconfident after earning a small profit. The other women nodded in silent agreement. Sister is right. We cannot complete them. Indeed, my dear, remain composed. Yang Lin smiled faintly, assuring, Do not worry. I have a plan. Zhao Fugue, filled with joy, hastily departed. Once the outsiders left, Yang Lin was met with a barrage of astonished and irate gazes. You have truly disappointed me. Are you not aware of your own capabilities? Acting without foresight, merely chasing after monetary gain, and being so impulsive, what great accomplishments can you expect from such behavior? Li Yuyao clenched her fists, her eyes reflecting profound disappointment. Chapter 10. A pauper and a good-for-nothing. How about we strike a wager? If I can fulfill these orders within 3 days, you must willingly become my wife. What do you say? After spending the last couple of days together, Yang Lin discerned that this woman was intelligent, calm, rational, and proud, yet she remained guarded around him. Unless he could earn her complete trust, it would be difficult for her to genuinely grow fond of him. He needed not only to win her over physically, but to capture her heart as well. Li Yuyao frowned slightly. Very well. I shall observe how you intend to achieve that. As they strolled through the streets of the county, Yang Lin walked with a swagger, while the women followed anxiously. Having just received 100 taels of silver, Yang Lin began to indulge in extravagant purchases, acquiring rice, flour, pork, lard, coarse salt, cosmetics, hairpins, and even the promised roast chicken for Xiaojiao, all to the point of filling a small cart, spending over 20 taels of silver in a mere moment. The women grew increasingly worried. He truly had the audacity. The sum he squandered was equivalent to several years of income for an ordinary family. Only Xiao Jiao, joyfully gnawing on the roast chicken, wore a greasy grin upon her face. At noon, Yang Lin led the women to a tailor's shop. After leaving a pouch of silver for Li Yuyao, he departed. He had a cousin named Du Jing, who resided in the county. The reason for seeking this cousin was that he was quite an extraordinary individual. Du Jing was 2 years his senior, and before the Yang family fell into decline. The two families often interacted, and the boys frequently played together. He recalled a night when they lay atop a haystack gazing at the stars. And Du Jing suddenly expressed his suspicion that the earth was an enormous sphere, with the stars in the sky being infinitely distant. At that time, Yang Lin could hardly comprehend such notions, but Du Jing possessed an abundance of imaginative thoughts that others found difficult to grasp, which eventually earned him the nickname Du Fengzi. What folly was this? He was a genius, simply ahead of his time and misunderstood by society. Now, Du Jing had a family of his own, yet his circumstances were not particularly favorable. He had failed the county examinations multiple times and, lacking any titles, had become regarded as a good-for-nothing. Yang Lin was acutely aware that while he possessed solid theoretical knowledge, transforming that theory into tangible results could not be accomplished alone. He intended to invite Du Jing to join him in changing the world. Upon arriving at Du Jing's doorstep, a young woman appeared, glaring at him. The woman was Du Jing's wife, Yuan. She cast a disdainful glance at Yang Lin, sneering, "Yang Lin, what brings you here? We have no extra food, so be on your way." Yang Lin remained unfazed. "Sister-in-law, where's my brother Jing? He is dead." Yuan snapped, glaring at him. "Searching for anyone is futile. My family can hardly make ends meet. We cannot afford to help you, so please leave." With that, she attempted to shoo him away like a fly. "Stop, Lindy, come inside." Du Jing emerged from the house, casting a fierce glare at Yuan, grabbing Yang Lin and ushering him inside. "Ha!" Yuan spat on the ground, hands on her hips, seething. "A penniless wretch and a worthless good-for-nothing, and you still consider yourselves relatives? You are not of the same blood, so do not enter my home. Go ahead and make a mess of things. You will eventually ruin this household." "Oh, woe is me." Once inside, the thin wooden door could not muffle Yuan's harsh words. Du Jing's expression darkened as he hurriedly explained, "Lindy, do not take offense. My sister-in-law is not a bad person. It's just that I am useless, and I have allowed our household to fall into disarray." Stealing a glance outside, Du Jing quickly retrieved a piece of silver from his waistband and pressed it into Yang Lin's hand. "Hurry, do not let your sister-in-law see this. It's my secret stash." Although Du Jing was only 2 years older, he appeared far more weathered than Yang Lin. "Lindy, please do not think this amount is meager. Take it for now. If you find yourself in dire straits again, do not hesitate to come to me. Though my life is not easy, at least I am not starving." Yang Lin chuckled. "Brother Jing, I am not here to borrow money." "Not borrowing?" Du Jing was momentarily taken aback. He understood Yang Lin's pride and knew he would not ask for money unless absolutely necessary, as he was usually the one offering assistance. I wish to invite you to assist me," Yang Lin stated. "Impossible." The door swung open, and Yuan re-entered, hands on her hips, pointing at Yang Lin, rebuking, "We are near starvation ourselves. How can we work for you? You lazy glutton. You do not lift a finger, but expect my husband to help you? Dream on." Yang Lin replied, "It will not be for free. I will pay Brother Jing for his labor." "Ha ha ha." Yuan burst into laughter as if she had heard the most amusing joke. "Pay for labor? Pray tell, how much can you possibly pay?" Chapter 11. "Do you even know who I am?" 500 a month, Yang Lin declared emphatically. Both Du Jing and Yuan were taken aback. Yuan then erupted in laughter once more. "Yang Lin, it has been a long time since we last met, and while your abilities may not have grown, your talent for boasting certainly has. Very well, 501 you say? Bring forth the money. If you can produce 501, I will allow your brother to accompany you, not only to assist you, but he will toil like a beast of burden for you." Du Jing shook his head, sighing. Despite his brother-esque stubbornness, he was essentially a good person. Yet, how had he developed this habit of exaggeration? It is settled. Yang Lin retrieved a 5-tael silver ingot from his sleeve and tossed it to Yuan. "Is this 5 taels of silver satisfactory, sister-in-law?" Yuan stared incredulously at the silver in her hand, biting it to confirm its authenticity. "Is it real?" Her eyes widened as she swallowed hard, demanding, "Where did you acquire such wealth? How could you possibly have amassed this much silver?" Only wealthy families could save such large ingots. Ordinary families only possessed small denominations. You did not steal it, did you? She asked sarcastically. Yang Lin snorted, pulling out his money pouch and shaking it slightly. Sister-in-law, this is over 50 taels of silver. Do you believe I stole this as well? Yuan was utterly astonished. Yang Lin had become so affluent. If you do not believe me, then return the silver, and I shall take my leave. Yang Lin extended his hand. Oh, why the rush? I was merely jesting. You two brothers converse. I will prepare a meal for you. Yuan retreated into the kitchen. Only Yang Lin and Du Jing remained within. Brother Jing, come with me. Together, we shall accomplish great things. I assure you that not only will you attain wealth and honor, but you will also be remembered in history. Du Jing was left speechless, not inquiring about the source of Yang Lin's newfound wealth, but rather asking, Lin Di, what can I do? Quite simple. Utilize your talents to bring those imaginative ideas of yours to fruition. Yang Lin encouraged. Imaginative ideas? Du Jing was momentarily stunned. Yang Lin nodded. For instance, when you were 12, you created a pulley, making it much easier to draw water from a well. Furthermore, you discovered that mixing lard with wood ash could lead to cleaner hands, nearly inventing soap. Moreover, you once bound bamboo and animal hide together, secured with fine thread, and attempted to fly it in the wind, nearly crafting a paper kite. Yet, Du Jing, in a moment of self-deprecation, waved his hand and said, Alas, Lin Di, do not speak of it. In my youth, I was immature and often lost in fanciful thoughts. Now, as I have grown older, having failed to achieve scholarly success, I struggle even to provide for my family. How could I possibly have the heart to ponder such whimsical contraptions? Yang Lin shook his head and replied, Jingge, you are not at fault. It is this world that is mistaken. Trust me, together we have the power to transform this world for the better. Yang Lin then produced a silver ingot and placed it into Du Jing's hand. I must take my leave. Should you come to a decision, find me in Kaoshan village. After patting Du Jing's shoulder, Yang Lin turned to depart. Suddenly, Yang Lin felt a jolt of alarm and rushed inside. He saw a dapper young man, dressed in fine garments, confronting a group of women. The women stood together, armed with scissors, rulers, and brooms, their eyes fixed anxiously on the young man. Nearby, the tailor shop owner shouted in desperation, Do not act rashly, young Master Zhao. Ladies, please remain calm. Hubby, husband, master, the women called out in unison. Xiao Jiao, with a furious expression, pointed at the young man. Li Yuyao, clutching a pair of scissors, wore a frosty countenance, her eyes glimmering with menace. Yang Lin had no doubt that if the young man dared to approach, she would not hesitate to use those scissors to end him. Young Master Zhao, filled with indignation, could not fathom the audacity of these women to resist him, as he was the son of the county magistrate. Upon noticing Yang Lin's entrance, he coldly exclaimed, Are they all your wives and concubines? How dare they confront me? I intend to purchase this woman. He sneered while pointing at Li Yuyao. Purchase your mother. Yang Lin positioned himself protectively in front of Li Yuyao and delivered a resounding slap across Zhao's face. The young man was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, his rage boiling over. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? My father is Zhao Dai, the magistrate of Jianghe County. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes and retorted, And do you know who I am? Chapter 12. The thrill of the escape. Young Master Zhao hesitated. Who are you? Unaware, are you? Zhao nodded in confusion, pondering if Yang Lin might be someone of significance. Well, it is better that you do not know. With that, Yang Lin delivered a punch straight to Zhao's face. Ladies, let's take him down. He does not know who we are, so once we finish, we shall flee. The women exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Is it permissible to act thus? Yet they swiftly rallied together, overwhelming Zhao and bringing him to the ground with a flurry of kicks. The tailor shop owner, now frantic, exclaimed, Stop! Stop! He truly is the son of the county magistrate. Please show him mercy. If you injure him, Magistrate Zhao will not let this slide. Well, fleeing after the deed is quite sensible. Li Yuyao, still agitated, raised the scissors, intent on stabbing Zhao. Let's kill him. Her eyes burned with a fierce determination. Yang Lin, alarmed, quickly intervened. My lady, calm down. We cannot resort to murder. Li Yuyao composed herself, discarding the scissors with a scoff. To kill him would only soil my hands. Only then did the women cease their assault. They felt a profound sense of relief from their actions. What are we waiting for? Run! Yang Lin led the charge, pulling Li Yuyao along, with the women hastily following. Yang Lin was acutely aware that, although they had vented their frustrations, they had also attracted the ire of formidable adversaries. He pushed the cart, urging the women onward as they sped away. Jianghe County was but a small town, devoid of walls, and they soon found themselves beyond its borders. What a rush! Xiao Jiao exclaimed, shaking her little fist, her face aglow with excitement. Thank you. After their exhilarating escape, Li Yuyao felt a surge of emotions. When Zhao had bullied her, her companions had bravely stood by her side, and in that moment, she finally felt a sense of belonging to this family. Do not mention it, we are family. Indeed, you are our elder sister, and we shall always support you. Our husband is truly formidable. Escaping after the fight was exhilarating. The women radiated innocence and joy. Upon returning home, while preparing dinner and stewing meat, Yang Lin ventured out alone to seek Wang Mujiang. As he entered Wang's courtyard, he was met with the sound of weeping from within. Wang Shu, what has happened? He pushed the door open to find Wang Gui cradling his daughter, Wang Ding, both sobbing uncontrollably. Upon seeing Yang Lin, Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly knelt before him. Wang Shu, please rise. Yang Lin hurried to assist him. Yang Lin, I beg you help me. Lend me some money. They're demanding repayment and threaten to take Guiying away. Wang Gui's tears streamed down his face. Last year, during the famine, I borrowed 100 won from Lu Ditu, and I had nothing of value, so he insisted on using Guiying as collateral. I was at my wit's end and foolishly agreed. Today, when I went to repay him, I discovered that the interest was exorbitant. I owe 300 won in total. If I cannot raise enough by tonight, they will take Guiying away. She is my only daughter. I cannot bear to see her sold to Lu's family as a servant. Wang Gui pleaded, desperate to avoid bowing further. Beside him, little Wang Ding gazed up with wide, innocent eyes, also kneeling before Yang Lin. Wang Shu, both of you, please stand. I have come with a purpose. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Wang Gui's heart sank. They were outsiders in Kaoshan village, with no land and nowhere to turn, relying solely on Wang's carpentry skills for survival. However, as a craftsman, he held little status, and his family's living conditions were far from those of ordinary folk. With no options left and desperation driving him, he sought Yang Lin's assistance. Yet, Yang Lin had taken 10 wives and could barely provide for his own family. How could he possibly lend money? Perhaps he had come to ask Wang for help instead. Very well, I understand. I have put you in a difficult position. Wang Gui sighed, dejected. Wang Shu, how much do you need? Wang Gui was taken aback, staring at Yang Lin in disbelief. I have saved over 100 won, but I still need 131. He glanced at Yang Lin with suspicion, unable to believe that Yang Lin would have money to lend him. Yet, to his astonishment, Yang Lin opened his purse and pulled out a piece of silver. Wang Gui's eyes widened in shock. That piece of silver must weigh at least half a tael. That was over 500 won. Wang Shu, take this for now. Yang Lin casually handed the silver to Wang Gui. Ah, Yang Lin, are you truly lending me this? It is far too much. Wang Gui received the silver with disbelief, clutching it tightly. Wang Shu, when I was struggling to eat, you helped me. Now that you are in need, how could I possibly turn my back on you? Tears streamed down Wang Gui's face as he once again knelt before Yang Lin. Yang Lin, I cannot thank you enough. From now on, my life belongs to you. I promise to repay this money as soon as possible. Without heeding Yang Lin's objections, Wang Gui insisted on bowing 3 times. Little Wang Guiying followed suit, knocking her head on the ground repeatedly. Yang Lin felt a pang of sorrow. In a world where lives were undervalued, dignity was a luxury. Wang Shu's willingness to pledge his life in gratitude for a loan of silver was a testament to that reality. Wang Shu, please rise. If you wish to earn money, I have a proposition, though I wonder if you would be willing to accept it. Chapter 13. The source of production as he helped Wang Gui to his feet. Yang Lin continued, I happen to need someone to assist me in making something. If you're willing, I can offer you 10 won per day. What? 10 won per day? Wang Gui was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. Yang Lin, it is simply unacceptable. From this day forth, your affairs are my Wang Gui's affairs. How could I possibly demand payment for assisting you? Rest assured, should you require anything, just call upon Uncle Wang, and I shall be at your service without hesitation. Filled with fervor, Wang Gui would not hesitate to fulfill any request from Yang Lin. However, Yang Lin shook his head. stating, "Uncle Wang, my task cannot be completed in just a day or two. I must pay you. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to seek assistance elsewhere." Wang Gui grew anxious, exclaiming, I will accept, but your offer is simply too generous. 2 in a day is sufficient for both me and Gui Ying to get by. 10 won is far too much. On average, I earn only 70 to 80 won a month. If you offer me 10 won, that would quadruple my income. Such a sum makes me uneasy. Uncle Wang, please do not decline. If you wish to assist me, you must follow my instructions entirely. Time is of the essence. We shall commence our work tonight. Here are the blueprints. Please examine them and see if you can execute the task. Yang Lin retrieved a prepared blueprint from his sleeve and handed it to Wang Gui. He had anticipated using it sooner than expected. Upon inspecting the blueprint, Wang Gui was taken aback. What is this? The design depicted something resembling a spinning wheel. It was not quite that. After scrutinizing it from various angles, he remained bewildered. Yang Lin chuckled. This is rather complex to explain. You will understand once it is constructed. Can you manage to bring it to fruition? Absolutely. Wang Gui nodded without hesitation. Despite having never seen such a design, he discerned that its structure was not overly intricate, and its construction would not pose a challenge. Can be done within 2 days? Yang Lin inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Gui gritted his teeth and replied, No problem. Though time is tight, sacrificing a bit of sleep is manageable. With Wang Gui's assurance, Yang Lin felt a wave of relief. If Wang Gui could not accomplish the task, he would need to devise an alternative plan. Uncle Wang, would enlisting a few more hands expedite the process? Yang Lin pressed. Wang Gui sighed. Naturally it would. The task is not difficult, merely time-consuming. Assistance would certainly hasten our efforts. Very well, Uncle Wang. Consider this silver as payment for the commission, and do not feel obliged to return it. Gather a few more individuals to help. The sooner we complete it, the better. Wang Gui nodded eagerly. May I inquire what this is for? Having lived for half a lifetime, he had never encountered such an endeavor proposed by Yang Lin. Yang Lin smiled. This, my dear uncle, is an embodiment of advanced productivity. The women present exchanged complex glances at Yang Lin, their unspoken thoughts filled with reproach. Had they not accepted this order, they could have continued their tofu making, gradually accumulating wealth, and within a year or so, they would have become a modestly prosperous household. Yet now, failure to fulfill the order would result in a double penalty. Having just repaid 300 won of debt, facing a liability of 13,000 one was indeed daunting. Yang Lin chuckled. Are you already in despair? There is something you are unaware of. The women looked at him in surprise. Tofu is a perishable food. While the weather is not yet hot, it can only be preserved for about 2 days. In essence, we are not tasked with producing those 300 pieces of tofu over 3 days, but rather, we have only 1 day to accomplish this feat. The women gaped in astonishment. Originally, completing 300 pieces in 3 days seemed impossible. Now, Yang Lin claimed it must be done in 1 day. How could that be feasible? Fourth sister remarked. Surely my husband has a plan? Li Yuyao scoffed. A plan? It is absolutely unattainable. Let us not forget, on the first day, we produced 600 pieces of tofu with 6 people taking turns at the mill, working tirelessly from morning until afternoon. How long would it take to grind 300 pieces? Her words resonated with gravity. Those who had previously held a glimmer of hope for Yang Lin now felt despondent. Indeed, this was beyond human capability. Yet Yang Lin merely smiled. Human strength? It is but a minuscule force in the grand scheme of nature. If human effort falls short, there exist other means to achieve our goals. Solutions abound. Even if we rely solely on human labor, we can simply hire more workers. The women were momentarily taken aback, their expressions perplexed. Such a straightforward solution had eluded them until now. So, my husband intends to hire workers to push the mill? Fourth sister asked. Yang Lin smiled. Indeed. We shall hire help. However, employing workers for the mill is not a long-term solution. I have devised a more efficient method. If you're concerned about completing the task, let us commence immediately. Yang Lin promptly organized the operation. Eldest sister, second sister, and third sister, you shall procure as many beans as possible. Fourth sister, your eloquence is commendable. Go to our neighbors and borrow iron pots and water tanks. 3 iron pots and 4 water tanks to be delivered by tomorrow evening. Fifth sister and sixth sister, accompany fourth sister to present gifts. as fourth sister borrows the water tanks and iron pots. You shall bring 2 jean of rice and 1 jean of pork as gifts. Both fifth and sixth sisters were startled. 2 jean of rice and 1 jean of meat? That amounts to 50 or 61. What about us? Yang Lin had not assigned them any tasks, prompting little Nine to eagerly inquire. Yang Lin, Chuklet, you all shall follow me to a certain place. Dear, you stay behind to watch the home. Once the arrangements were made, everyone set about their tasks, while Yang Lin led the 3 young girls out the door. Li Yuyao felt a pang of disappointment. Yang Lin's meticulous planning left each person with a role, while she found herself with nothing to do. In the past, being idle was expected. Now, observing the flurry of activity around her made her feel isolated and disconnected from the household. As Yang Lin and the others exited the main gate, they spotted a group of villagers rushing towards them, faces alight with urgency and concern. The approaching crowd, comprised of men, women, young, and old, converged, their expressions a mix of excitement and trepidation. Among this throng, Yang Lin recognized Wang Gui, his face etched with worry and guilt, rushing towards him. Ah, they're not coming to rob us, are they? Little Nine exclaimed, quickly stepping in front of Yang Lin, arms outstretched. The youthful determination on her face showed her willingness to protect him at any cost. Yang Lin chuckled, patting the little girl's head. What are you thinking? Soon, the villagers reached the small courtyard, their eager gazes fixed upon Yang Lin, though none dared to speak. Wang Gui arrived, breathless and with downcast eyes, murmuring, I am truly sorry, Yang Lin. I inadvertently disclosed your willingness to lend money, and now everyone has come to seek your assistance. Wang Gui's eyes were red-rimmed with remorse. Uncle has caused you trouble. Those unable to pay their debts must sell their land. Those without land are left with no choice but to sell their children or wives. There were many suffering souls like Wang Gui in the village. Today, he had gone to pay off debts to landlord Liu, astonishing everyone by producing 301. Not only was landlord Liu taken aback, but so were the villagers who sought extensions on their debts. Everyone knew Wang Gui's family was impoverished and that borrowing money was a challenge. How could he possibly muster such a sum? Some villagers approached Wang Gui to inquire. Although Wang Gui understood that revealing the truth would bring trouble to Yang Lin, he could not bear their desperate pleas, for they were all in the same plight. And so, he shared the information about seeking a loan from Yang Lin. The news swiftly spread among the indebted villagers, who saw in Yang Lin their savior and eagerly sought his assistance for loans. Upon learning of this, Wang Gui rushed over to intervene. But how could he possibly stop the desperate villagers? At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Yang Lin. Yang Lin had provided him with immense help, yet he was now burdening Yang Lin with trouble, leaving him unable to meet Yang Lin's gaze. Uncle, could you lend me some money? One villager implored. Please help my aunt through this difficult time. Another added, Yang Lin, I owe Ludizizu 201. If I cannot repay him, I will have to sell my land. My family lacks the funds to pay the summer tax. Yang Lin, please assist my aunt, another villager pleaded. The villagers clamored, pushing forward, creating a chaotic scene. Wang Gui grew increasingly anxious, shouting, enough. Do not crowd. Yang Lin is not a bodhisattva. With so many of you, how can he possibly help everyone? After speaking, he hung his head, feeling lost as he gazed at Yang Lin. In truth, upon seeing Wang Gui, Yang Lin had already surmised the villagers' intentions. When they began to ask for loans, he did not hesitate and nodded affirmatively. Certainly. The villagers, taken aback, stared at him in astonishment. Yang Lin, you agreed to lend me money? No, he agreed to me. It was me first. Only after I spoke did Yang Lin agree. The villagers began to bicker once more. Wang Gui hurriedly interjected, maintaining order. Everyone, please quiet down. Let's hear what Yang Lin has to say. The crowd fell silent. Yes, let Yang Lin choose for himself. With so many of us asking for loans, some will surely not receive them. Borrowing is a favor. If someone cannot lend, no one can blame him. Wang Gui's words rang true. Yang Lin was not a bodhisattva and could not assist everyone. Whom to lend to and whom not to was a matter of fate that all must accept. As Yang Lin beheld the villagers' hopeful faces, he felt a pang of sorrow. There were 300 to 400 households in Qian village, most of whom, while not affluent, were not starving. However, some had faced misfortunes, selling their land and becoming tenants, barely scraping by, sinking deeper into poverty, accumulating debts, ultimately losing everything, either becoming enslaved or starving to death. "Annie, you held me as a child," Yang Lin addressed a woman before him. Upon hearing this, the others cast envious glances in her direction. The woman felt a surge of emotion. Did Yang Lin's words imply he would lend her money? However, after speaking, Yang Lin's gaze shifted to a nearby man. "Brother Zhang, half a year ago, when my family ran out of grain, you brought me half a bowl of sorghum." The burly man, moved by this, felt a swell of emotion. "And Uncle Lu, Uncle Li, Aunt Zhao, and Uncle San," Yang Lin continued, scanning the crowd. "We are all neighbors. Who could I refuse?" The villagers paused, momentarily taken aback. Was Yang Lin implying he would not lend to anyone? This seemed the only way to avoid offending anyone. With this thought, the villagers lowered their heads, a wave of disappointment washing over them, contemplating the prospect of selling their land to repay debts, or being forced into labor if they could not pay the summer tax. Tears streamed down many faces. "Therefore, I shall lend to everyone." Yang Lin declared. "Xiaojiu, go fetch the account book, prepare to record the loans." The villagers widened their eyes in shock, unable to believe their ears, thinking they must have misheard. "Yang Lin, what did you say?" Someone cannot help but ask. "I said, I shall lend to everyone." Yang Lin reiterated. The villagers stood speechless, struggling to comprehend the situation. "All of us." Has Yang Lin lost his mind? Does he possess such wealth? Wang Gui gazed et Yang Lin, astonished. "Yang Lin, what interest will you charge?" Someone inquired. Ordinarily, they had no right to negotiate with landlords. They had to accept whatever interest was demanded. Yet now, with Yang Lin offering to lend to everyone, many worried he might impose an interest rate beyond their means. Yang Lin smiled. "I shall not charge any interest." "What?" The villagers were once again taken aback. "Yang Lin, are you joking? Who lends money without charging interest?" "Indeed, we are already immensely grateful for your willingness to lend. If you charge no interest, we would owe you far too much." The villagers, being simple folk, believed in the customary notion that loans required interest. As long as the interest was not exorbitant, they would remain grateful to Yang Lin. "I not only waive interest, but you need not repay the loans at all." Upon uttering these words, the villagers looked at Yang Lin as though he were a fool. Some even assumed he was jesting. "No repayment? Yang Lin, please do not jest. If you have money to lend, we will be grateful. If you lack funds, we shall not blame you, but do not make a fool of us." The crowd began to murmur, puzzled by Yang Lin's intentions. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Yueying stepped out, and upon learning that Yang Lin intended to lend money without interest and without requiring repayment, she could not help but furrow her brow slightly. "Everyone, please do not be anxious. Let me explain. As you know, my family has recently started making tofu, and I wish to hire a few workers at 5 won a day. After borrowing money, you may work off your debt. Those in need of loans, please come over here." Under Yang Lin's direction, Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba brought over a table, while Xiao Jiu retrieved the account book and a large bag of coins to prepare for record-keeping. Witnessing this scene, the villagers were utterly astonished. Was Yang Lin serious? Could they truly work off their debt? Moreover, 5 won a day? To put it in perspective, a long-term laborer at Lu Dezuzu's only earned 80 won a month. Working for half a month with Yang Lin would be equivalent to a full month's wage at Lu Dezuzu's. In an instant, the villagers surged forward. "I will borrow. I will borrow 200 won. I will borrow 300 won. Is it really no interest? I will borrow 150 won. After repaying the debt, can I continue to work for you?" The villagers clamored excitedly, jostling one another. "Rest assured, I have plenty of work available. As long as you wish to work, you can stay on after repaying your debts. Additionally, you will only need to work 10 hours a day, which means 5 time periods. Furthermore, after 3 months of work, your wages will double." Upon hearing this, the villagers were even more ecstatic. At Lu Dezuzu's, they had to labor for 7 time periods, rising with the sun and toiling until sunset, with brief breaks met with scorn and even violence from the overseer. Yet Yang Lin's offer required only 5 time periods? This was not merely work, it was a life of comfort. Those who received loans hurried to express their gratitude to Yang Lin, overwhelmed with emotion. The villagers were in a fervor. After a while, everyone had received the money they desired, and Xiao Jiu had filled an entire page in the account book. A total of 23 individuals borrowed a sum of 5,800 won. Upon hearing this figure, Wang Gui, who had already been feeling immense guilt, could no longer lift his head. Yang Lin's decision to lend so much stemmed entirely from his own sense of responsibility. Yet, He was also curious as to where Yang Lin had acquired such a considerable sum. Excellent, Yang Lin remarked with a smile. Turning to Wang Gui, who still bore a look of guilt, he reassured him, Uncle Wang, you need not blame yourself. This matter is not your fault. We are all neighbors, and when faced with difficulties, how could I not offer assistance? He not only absolved Wang Gui of any blame, but also felt grateful to him. The labor force in this era was incredibly cheap. Yang Lin had long contemplated hiring help, but had hesitated to speak up, considering they were all neighbors. On this day, the villagers approached to borrow money, and he seized the opportunity to resolve the hiring issue. At that moment, within Liu Yotsai's household, both father and son were bewildered by the unexpected arrival of villagers seeking to repay debts. What was happening? Where did these peasants acquire the funds? They had prepared to seize the land deeds from the villagers, yet suddenly, the villagers possessed money to settle their debts. Moreover, it was evident that those who had come to repay their debts wore expressions of excitement, as if good fortune awaited them. Despite their seething resentment, they found themselves powerless. The world harbors no secrets, and it did not take long for the Liu father and son to learn that it was Yang Lin who had lent the villagers the money, inciting their fury further. Father, Yang Lin is deliberately trying to undermine us. Should I gather some people to deal with him? Liu Yang gritted his teeth. Liu Yukai frowned and replied, Humph. A mere impoverished scholar cannot stir any significant waves. I'm merely curious about the source of his wealth. Indeed, where did Yang Lin procure such funds? Liu Yang finally grasped the situation. Liu Yukai muttered to himself, could it be from the tofu he produces? Liu Yang immediately shook his head, impossible. I heard the cost of making tofu alone is 2-1. He barely makes a profit. Liu Yukai nodded thoughtfully. That fellow, with his incessant talk of Confucian wisdom, cannot be deceiving us. This situation is indeed peculiar. Son, investigate this matter thoroughly. Yang Lin, undeterred, promptly organized his plans. Uncle Wang, take 3 men with you to assist. The others will head to the mountains to chop wood. The villagers, upon hearing Yang Lin's assignments, were incredulous. This was merely a task that paid 5-1 a day. It seemed so effortless. After the villagers departed, Yang Lin, accompanied by Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiu, left the village. Kaoshan village was flanked by mountains. Behind it lay a barren rocky hill, while in front sprawled a lush primordial forest where several mountain springs cascaded down, converging into a stream that flowed past the village towards the horizon. The stream was a mere 100 meters from the village, where villagers washed clothes, fetched water, and irrigated crops, making it a familiar sight for all residents of Kaoshan. By the following afternoon, the items ordered from Wang Gui were completed. Yang Lin directed the group to carry the large contraption from Wang Gui's home to the riverbank. As the commotion drew attention, many villagers rushed to witness the spectacle, intrigued by the unfamiliar object being transported. Li Yuyao furrowed her brow, standing with the other women, observing Yang Lin instructing the village men as they struggled to set up the wooden creation by the riverbank. The wheel-like paddles began to rotate with the flow of the water, prompting a revelation in Li Yuyao. Heavens! He actually conceived this idea. She was astounded. True to her thoughts, Yang Lin soon had a millstone brought over, and as it was positioned and connected to the massive water wheel, a miracle unfolded. Oh my, it's turning. The millstone is rotating. The villagers gasped in disbelief as they witnessed the astonishing sight. Traditionally, milling required either human or animal power, yet here was a mere large wheel that made the millstone turn on its own. No manual effort was needed for the millstone to rotate. Before today, who could have imagined such a marvel? The speed surpassed that of a donkey-driven mill, not merely faster, but significantly so, and it appeared capable of working tirelessly day and night. The villagers expressed their astonishment, while Yang Lin's women were even more exhilarated. With this innovation, would the production of 4,300 pieces of tofu still pose a challenge? Having labored for several days, they were well aware of the grinding speed. The watermill operated 2 to 3 times faster than their laborious efforts, and most importantly, it would not tire, allowing it to work continuously. Let us begin. Pour the soaked beans into the watermill, Yang Lin commanded, and soon the freshly ground soy milk flowed into wooden barrels, then into a nearby pot for boiling. Within half a day, the riverside had transformed into a rudimentary tofu workshop. In the midst of this bustling scene, the first batch of tofu was produced. Witnessing the lively atmosphere, Li Yuyao forgot about her wager with Yang Lin, her heart brimming with excitement. In this moment, only two words could encapsulate her emotions. Perfection. Indeed, it was utterly flawless. More than 30 people worked harmoniously, with no chaos. Each individual had their own tasks, and the process was orderly. Remarkably, despite the addition of over 20 people, the speed of tofu production had increased 5 to 6 times. However, Li Yuyao harbored some concerns. By making the tofu-making technique public, was she not afraid of others learning it? She approached Yang Lin with her worries, noting that in the presence of so many onlookers, the method was not difficult to grasp. Clever individuals could easily learn by watching a few times. If more people became proficient in tofu making, they would lose their competitive edge. Yang Lin inquired, "My dear, what do you think is the most crucial aspect of making tofu?" Li Yao pondered for a moment before her eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting the stone water?" Yang Lin nodded precisely. The entire process is relatively straightforward, devoid of any technical intricacies. Even if we were to conceal ourselves in our courtyard, it wouldn't be long before others learn how to make tofu. Only the stone water remains the key ingredient. The stone water is the essence of tofu making. Without it, mastering the entire process would yield no tofu. Moreover, Yang Lin smiled slyly. Aside from the core technique, making the tofu process public is preferable to keeping it hidden. The so-called stone water is merely gypsum water, and the key to preparing it lies in the calcination of gypsum. Gypsum primarily consists of calcium sulfate, yet raw gypsum and cooked gypsum are entirely different. To calcine gypsum requires precise temperature control without exceeding certain limits, and the resulting suspension is what is needed. These factors alone, if Yang Lin were to keep them undisclosed, would remain elusive for decades or even centuries. Yang Lin had long been contemplating this. How much profit could be made from tofu alone? He envisioned grander ventures. Li Yuyao paused, contemplating the idea of making the process public. She mulled over the implications but remained perplexed. Yang Lin, clearly unwilling to elaborate, simply smiled mysteriously. Li Yuyao soon realized that at the current pace, it would indeed be feasible to produce 4,300 blocks of tofu in a single day. Thus, should she lose the wager with Yang Lin, she would have to willingly accept her role as his wife. While he indeed possessed remarkable skills, did she truly wish to become his woman? The court? The world? All of this would remain irrelevant to her. She would forever be bound to this small mountain village, which left her feeling discontented. Upon arriving in Kaoshan village, Du Jing was quickly informed of the happenings by the riverside and hurried over. There, he witnessed a scene that would forever etch itself into his memory. A self-rotating millstone continuously turning, requiring only a person nearby to effortlessly add beans, from which the freshly ground soy milk gently flowed. Staring at the water mill, Du Jing was utterly astonished, completely overwhelmed by the spectacle before him. "Jingge Lindi, did you create all this? Pray tell, how did you achieve it?" Du Jing grasped Yang Lin's shoulder, shaking him vigorously, his eyes ablaze with curiosity. Seeing Du Jing's eager demeanor, Yang Lin finally felt reassured. He was still the same youth he had always known, unchanged. "Jingge, these are merely toys, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. I invited you here for a matter of greater urgency," Yang Lin replied. "What? Insignificant? No, no, no." Du Jing quickly shook his head. "Lin, you fail to comprehend. Your design is truly ingenious. Replacing manual labor with hydraulic power is a stroke of genius. A remarkable concept. It is as if one harnesses the very forces of nature for one's own use." Observing Du Jing's fervent excitement, Yang Lin merely smiled and shook his head dismissively. "I assure you, this water wheel is trivial. In the future, constructing a genuine watermill will yield speeds several times greater than this. The current watermill was rather rudimentary, with a wooden structure that had a low power conversion rate, lacking sturdiness and ample room for improvement. Jingge, I summoned you for something truly significant. Since you have only just arrived and there is no rush, let me introduce you to my wives," Yang Lin said. Du Jing looked bewildered. Wives. Chapter 17. I desire this world. As Du Jing processed the revelation, he was taken aback by Yang Lin's marital status. After a brief introduction, Du Jing was left utterly astonished to discover that Yang Lin had taken one wife and 9 concubines, all of whom were strikingly beautiful. Particularly, the principal wife possessed not only beauty but an extraordinary grace, truly a vision of perfection. After the initial shock, Du Jing wasted no time and stayed to assist. By evening, Yang Lin had purchased an empty house that had been idle for years in the village, providing Du Jing with food and necessities before discussing his plans. When Du Jing learned of Yang Lin's intentions, he was taken aback, unable to contain his excitement. All right, Jinggu, the task at hand is quite significant, not something that can be accomplished in a moment. Do not rush. Tomorrow, I will procure some materials and invite some craftsmen to join us in this endeavor. Excellent. Du Jing affirmed, his enthusiasm palpable. If this project succeeded, it would, in a sense, change the world. However, was Yang Lin truly not indulging in fanciful dreams? In merely one afternoon, over 2,000 blocks of tofu had been produced. Wang Gui, accompanied by several others, had been tirelessly creating molds and trays, but could not keep up with the demand. Had it not been for the urgent night shift, all the tofu would have been completed by morning. The thought of fulfilling the order, which would yield triple profits and a continuous influx of future orders, filled everyone with exhilaration. Just days prior, they had been destitute refugees burdened with debt. Yet now, they glimpsed hope and a promising future. This was all thanks to him. As night fell and the oil lamp extinguished, everyone lay on the straw-covered floor, huddled together, yet too excited to sleep. Earning 100 taels of silver a day amounts to over 30,000 taels a year. Xiao Jiu murmured to herself, calculating. Hearing the figure of over 30,000 taels, everyone inhaled sharply. Even Li Yuyao's heart raced at the prospect. Having once been an emperor, she understood precisely what 30,000 taels could achieve. It was enough to support a private army of over 10,000 men. The thought alone made her heart flutter. However, just as Xiao Jiu finished speaking, Yang Lin poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Any novel endeavor will experience phases of fervor and tranquility. The fact that tofu has persisted through the annals of history attests to its value. Yet, Jianghe County is merely a small town of 100,000 people. Given the current purchasing power of the populace, having even 1% of the market would be remarkable. Disappointment swept over everyone. So, the dream of earning 30,000 taels a year is dashed. Li Yuyao felt even more disheartened. Her grand plans had barely ignited hope before Yang Lin extinguished them mercilessly. Nevertheless, Yang Lin shifted his tone. Though Jianghe County is modest, we can certainly sell tofu beyond its borders, reaching beyond Jianghe County into the entire Qian. Jia expressed her confusion. But didn't you mention that tofu is difficult to preserve? It takes a day to travel from here to Pingyuan County. And if we go further, the tofu may spoil. The other women looked to Yang Lin with concern. Yang Lin chuckled lightly. In the darkness, they could not discern his expression, but they could sense his calmness and confidence from his laughter. I have my methods. You will soon understand. Yang Lin sighed, unwilling to dwell on the subject further. For now, we have funds. Our immediate priority is to build a house. Tomorrow, after we finish this batch of tofu, we shall commence construction. If we are to build, let us construct something grand. 3 stories above ground, 2 below, covering 800 square feet, with a swimming pool in front and a garden in the back. Once the house is complete, we shall ceremoniously welcome you in a grand procession. The women listened intently, their hearts filled with longing. While they cherished their close-knit living situation, it was ultimately too inconvenient. Despite being married for some time, they remained untouched, a situation they found incredulous. If Yang Lin desired this, they would not resist. Yao Er, are you awake? Li Yuyao, Liing Beside Yang Lin, she fled sleekly. Yao Er was a name reserved only for her by her father, the emperor. No, she replied, her thoughts having drifted far away, neglecting the matter of building a house. Do you like me? Like? Those 2 words felt impossibly distant to her. Raised in the imperial court, she had learned only court etiquette and political machinations. Yet, life was unpredictable. She never imagined she would ascend to the throne only to find herself in such circumstances. Yang Lin's voice echoed again in her ear. I know that even if I win this bet and you resign yourself to being my wife, deep down, you remain unconvinced. One day, I will make you come to like me. Though lacking experience in courting women, Yang Lin understood the importance of winning a woman's affection. How about this? If there is anything you desire, I shall help you achieve it. Yang Lin turned to face Li Yuyao, having sensed her hidden emotions. Even questioning the authenticity of the name Li Yao on the marriage certificate, he sought to help her unravel the burdens weighing upon her heart. As their gazes locked, Li Yuyao felt an inexplicable tension, soon accompanied by feelings of grievance and sorrow. Help me achieve? How presumptuous! What can you possibly offer? I desire the world, she retorted, clenching her fists in derision. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. The world? How could a woman in a feudal society utter such words? Who exactly was she? In his astonishment, Yang Lin suddenly reflected upon himself. What was his own future? To create inventions and amass wealth to rival Shan, Wan, San of Qian? Or perhaps to dabble in poetry, becoming a renowned literary figure? Or perhaps to dominate a territory and become a tyrant? However, what Yang Lin and Liu Yao did not realize was that in the darkness, Sanjia suddenly opened her eyes, her tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. Chapter 18. Our family has taken over the tofu business. It was merely a jest, so do not take it to heart. Realizing that her audacious words might have startled Yang Lin, Liu Yao hurriedly explained. Little did she know that Yang Lin, possessing modern thinking, was indifferent to such rebellious notions. For a fleeting moment, Yang Lin truly contemplated making a bold move. Yet, he quickly understood that he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. In a feudal era, legitimacy is paramount. Even if he possessed the capability to govern the world, the current peace meant that although the populace's lives were not exceptionally good, they were still able to survive. He was not of royal blood, and without a renowned reputation, any grand ambitions would inevitably falter. Trust me, I will make you the happiest woman in this world. Yang Lin declared, even if you truly desire this realm, I can provide it for you. This final statement was, in fact, directed at himself. Both individuals endeavored to conceal their true feelings as they drifted into slumber. By noon the following day, 4,300 blocks of tofu were completely prepared. When the time to collect arrived, the families who had ordered the tofu sent personnel to retrieve it as promised. With everything successfully completed, the women finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, Yang Lin, I have finally found you. In the distance, the plump Zhao Ji rushed over, panting, followed closely by the village chief, Zhao Fuge. Upon seeing Zhao Ji, Yang Lin already understood his intentions, but feigned surprise, saying, Does Lord Zhao have matters to discuss with me? Dear nephew, your Yang family has ancestral ties to my Zhao family. Thus your affairs are my concerns. Zhao Ji proclaimed grandly, patting his chest. To accommodate your business, I shall purchase 200 blocks of tofu from you daily. Just make sure to offer me a discount. Following this, Zhao Ji winked conspiratorially. Having tasted success in the county town, Zhao Ji sought to extract a bit more from Yang Lin. That is not possible. Lord Zhao, 3-1 is the base price and cannot be lowered. Moreover, my orders are already full, and I may not even have the time to fulfill your request for 200 blocks of tofu. Yang Lin replied calmly. What? Zhao Ji exclaimed in astonishment. In reality, the prominent families in the county had not placed any further orders after collecting the first batch of tofu. Yet, he would never concede on price. The unattainable is always the most desirable. Zhao Ji found himself momentarily speechless. He had intended to haggle with Yang Lin to lower the price, but realized that Yang Lin was entirely unconcerned. Zhao Ji quickly exchanged glances with Zhao Fugue. With no choice, addressed Yang Lin. For the sake of uncle, please sell to him at the price of 3-1. Yang Lin pretended to be troubled, saying, Lord Zhao's request indeed puts me in a difficult position. How about this? Third uncle, you could assist me with a favor. Absolutely. As long as third uncle can manage it, I will certainly help. Yang Lin stated, I wish to purchase 2 plots of land, one being this area, extending to the foot of the mountain over there. The other would be the entire back mountain. I want to buy it all. You wish to buy land? What for? Zhao Fugue chuckled in disbelief. And the back mountain is entirely composed of stone. Not even a soul would want it if offered for free. Why would you desire such places? Zhao Fugue was utterly perplexed. The riverbank land was littered with gravel and sand, far from the village and utterly useless. As for the back mountain, it was even more desolate, filled with stones. Finding a single blade of grass was a challenge. Yang Lin's desire to acquire these locations was simply madness. Yang Lin smiled, I intend to build a house there. Zhao Fugue was even more baffled. Why would anyone journey so far just to construct a house? He genuinely could not comprehend Yang Lin's intentions. Yang Lin directly stated, Third uncle, just let me know if you can assist me. Well, if you insist on spending this unnecessary money, that is fine. However, to acquire the entire mountain is no small matter. I, as the village chief, lack the authority to make such decisions. This matter would require me to engage with the county office, which will undoubtedly consume time and money for connections. Zhao Fugui looked at Yang Lin with hesitation. Not a problem. I will cover all expenses for the connections. I appreciate your help. Third uncle, Yang Lin replied, producing a heavy silver ingot from his sleeve and handing it to Zhao Fugui. Upon receiving the ingot, Zhao Fugui was taken aback by its weight, estimating it to be at least 4 or 5 taels. What value did the barren mountain hold? The connections he referred to were not overly complicated. Ultimately, it was merely a stone mountain within the village, easily resolved with a document from the county office. This silver would certainly be more than sufficient. As for Lord Zhao's matters, considering third uncle's influence, I will manage the extra burden, Yang Lin said with a smile. However, Lord Zhao's order has disrupted my plans here. If Lord Zhao wishes to purchase tofu again, he may come at any time, which complicates matters for me. Thus, I present Lord Zhao with 2 options. Either purchase tofu from me this one last time, or sign a long-term supply contract for 200 blocks daily for a month, at which point we can decide whether to renew. Before Yang Lin could finish, Zhao Ji eagerly interjected, long-term. Let's sign right now. Anticipating a daily income of 601, Zhao Ji was already impatient. Wait, this tofu business is solely managed by my Zhou family. Anyone unrelated should leave. At that moment, a group of individuals strode over with great confidence. Chapter 19. Kneel outside my Zhou family's door. A hint from Gu Mingwei. Please consider saving this for easier access later. A procession of over 10 individuals appeared, led by a dashing young gentleman waving a fan, accompanied by a green-clad steward, followed by a dozen servants. Is it you? Zhao Ji's expression changed dramatically as he recognized the green-clad steward, Su Maokai, the very one he had encountered in the county town representing Yongxing Trading Company. However, Su Maokai ignored Zhao Ji and approached Yang Lin with a smile, saying, "This is young Master Zhou Zhenyang of the Zhou family. Young Master Zhou is very interested in your tofu. Starting today, all the tofu you produce will be exclusively supplied to young Master Zhou. Henceforth, you are not permitted to sell a single piece to anyone else." Su Maokai grinned widely at Yang Lin, raising a finger. "Oh, and regarding the price, although you claim the cost of tofu is 2 per block, we have also investigated, and at that price, you're still making a profit. Therefore, from now on, the tofu supplied to our Zhou family shall be at 2 per block." As he spoke, he produced a contract from his sleeve. "Here is the supply contract. Please sign." Su Maotsai's smiling demeanor belied the undeniable nature of his demands. Yang Lin glanced at the paper being offered and inwardly sighed. The anticipated troubles had indeed arrived. What if I refuse to sign? Yang Lin inquired. "Oh, refuse?" Su Maokai remained unperturbed, still smiling as he replied, "Perhaps you did not fully grasp my earlier introduction. This gentleman is young Master Zhou from the county's Zhou family. Lord Zhou oversees the county's criminal affairs." Su Maotsai's smile now bore a clear undertone of threat. Yet, within this world, there are no stringent laws. The gentry and bureaucrats in the county are akin to local tyrants. Zhou Zhenyang coldly interjected, "You young man should not overstep your bounds. Within Jianhe County, no one dares to disregard the Zhou family's authority." Zhao Fugui hastily tugged at Yang Lin's sleeve, whispering a warning, "Just concede. Signing offers at least a path forward." Yang Lin raised an eyebrow. Was the implication that without cooperating with the Zhou family, there would be no escape? What was there to wait for? S smile faded, and with a raised eyebrow, he handed the contract back to Yang Lin. "Our young master personally came here, which is already a great honor for you. In the territory of Jianghe County, to say you're working for the Zhou family is an unmatched privilege." Empress Yang, do not be unappreciative, narrowed his eyes and presented the document before Yang Lin, who took it. However, in the next moment, he tore it in half. The expressions of everyone present instantly shifted. "It is acceptable to buy tofu, but these conditions, I cannot accept." Yang Lin discarded the torn paper to the side. Zhao Fugui anxiously slapped his thigh. He hurriedly picked up the torn paper and rushed over, repeatedly apologizing. "Young Master Zhou, I sincerely apologize. This Yang Lin has always been a bit simple-minded since childhood, lacking in experience, and is unaware of the Zhou family's reputation. Please be magnanimous and do not hold it against him. Just wait, I will have a good talk with him." Zhao Fugui bent over, preparing to clarify the situation to Yang Lin, but Zhou Zhenyang kicked him down to the ground. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Zhou Zhengyang snapped his fan shut, glaring at Yang Lin with a cold laugh. Huh, refuse the Zhou family? Do you believe that from now on? I will ensure you cannot sell even a block of tofu. Yo Zhengyang stepped at closer, studying at Yang Lin. Yet Yang Lin did not look at Zhou Zhengyang. Instead, he helped Zhao Fugui up. Third uncle, are you all right? Zhao Fugui was still in a panic. I'm fine. You must quickly apologize to young Master Zhou. We cannot afford to offend the Zhou family. Zhao Fugui nervously grasped Yang Lin's arm. Yang Lin's expression was icy. Do not worry, I know what I am doing. Approaching Zhou Zhengyang, Yang Lin spoke with neither humility nor arrogance. Young Master Zhou, I believe you may not have understood, so I will reiterate. If you wish to cooperate, it must be under my rules. Otherwise, we will not discuss it. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Zhengyang burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. Fine, you've guts. Let us wait and see. I assure you from now on, you will not sell a single block of tofu. I will be watching. Who dares to stand against the Zhou family? When the day comes that you regret it, remember to kneel outside the Zhou family's door. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I will let you off the hook. We are leaving. Zhou Zhengyang waved his fan and turned to leave. Sneered, and his gaze towards Yang Lin resembled that of looking at a dead man. Once all the Zhou family members departed, the surroundings erupted in chaos. It's over. I have heard that the Zhou family is not to be trifled with, even in the county. What should we do now? Business will likely be impossible in the future. Yang Lin, if you can no longer sell tofu, how will we sustain ourselves? If we cannot work, we cannot repay the debts we owe you. The villagers of the tofu workshop were in a state of panic. Zhao Fugui was even more agitated, slapping his thigh. Yang Lin, you have caused a great disaster. The Zhou family is not to be trifled with. Since young Master Zhou has said this, your tofu business may well be doomed. Why couldn't you just endure a little? We cannot afford to offend the Zhou family. We should have just gone along with them and earn a little less. Now look, such a good industry has gone to waste. Zhao Fugui was genuinely concerned for Yang Lin. Yang Lin, however, smiled and said, Third uncle, I actually had a countermeasure in place before they arrived. Do you believe me? Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, everyone was taken aback. Even Li Yuyao, who had been frowning, looked at Yang Lin in surprise. Like Yang Lin, she would never accept such a humiliating cooperation. She had refrained from speaking earlier, contemplating if there was any solution to this predicament. Unfortunately, after much thought, she could not devise a good plan, which made her feel the hardships faced by the common people. Families like the Zhou family, though merely small officials in the county, could act so domineeringly. In the past, eliminating such a scoundrel would have been a matter of a single word. Yet now, having lost royal status and reduced to an ordinary person, she felt powerless, even hopeless. Therefore, upon hearing Yang Lin claim that he had already devised a plan before Zhou Zhengyang's arrival, she could not help but be astonished. Not only was she astonished by what kind of plan Yang Lin could conjure in this completely unequal game of power, but she was also taken aback by his foresight. Everyone stared intently at Yang Lin, eager to hear his plan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Lin reached into his pocket, instinctively searching for a cigarette, but found none. He touched his nose and smiled. Everyone, please do not look at me like that. I do have a plan, but I cannot disclose it just yet. However, rest assured, what I, Yang Lin, promise, I will definitely deliver. I assure everyone that the tofu workshop will continue, and you can still come to work. Wages will remain unchanged. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the atmosphere became electrified. The women stared at Yang Lin in astonishment, their expressions peculiar. Over 20 individuals, a day's wages already exceeding 101. In this situation, the tofu workshop will continue, and they will still recruit workers to build houses. The 100 taels of silver earned have already been spent, and Yang Lin has generously lent out a great deal. Now, that 100 taels is almost depleted. How many more days can this last? The villagers were in an uproar, while the women wore worried frowns. They truly did not understand where Yang Lin derived his confidence. Young nephew, I will not be purchasing tofu for now. I must take my leave. Zhao Ji could not afford to linger any longer, turning to escape. Compared to a naive person like Yang Lin, Zhao Ji understood the rules of the world better. He was merely a landlord in the village and did not wish to attract trouble with the Zhou family. Zhao Fugui, seeing this, slapped his thigh again. It's over. Now the 200 blocks of tofu order is also lost. Zhao Fugui lamented for Yang Lin. Yang Lin replied, one day, he will regret this decision. I told you, today was truly reckless. Zhao Fugui spoke earnestly. Third uncle, do you believe in me? Zhao Fugui hesitated, wanting to help Yang Lin, but not wanting to offend the Zhou family. Third uncle, let us speak over here. Ladies, please come here as well. Pulling Zhao Fugui to a secluded spot, Yang Lin directly stated, to be honest, I am not concerned about the Zhou family's threats. However, I need your assistance, third uncle. Rest assured, I will not have you confront the Zhou family. I simply wish to know which prominent families in the county possess power comparable to or greater than the Zhou family. Zhou Jingyang's father is merely the head of the county's penal office. In the county, there are truly only 3 ranked officials: the county magistrate, the county deputy, and the county constable. The county magistrate is the highest, typically of the 7th rank. The county deputy and county constable serve as the magistrate's aides. One oversees county affairs, while the other is responsible for law enforcement. The county constable is directly subordinate to Zhou Jingyang's father. A relative of Zhao Fugui's family is the county deputy of Jianghe County. In terms of position, the county deputy is slightly superior to the county constable. Thus, the Zhou family is not truly a prominent clan. Yet, their brazen behavior indicates that the small Jianghe County is rife with chaos and cannot allow the Zhou family to dominate entirely. Upon hearing Yang Lin's inquiry, Zhao Fugui let out a sigh of relief. This is easy to address. I know a bit about the prominent families in the county. In addition to the Zhou family, there are also the Zhao, Lu, Li, Zhang, Wu, and Zheng families, making a total of 8 prominent clans known as the Bada Jiazu. Among them, the Zhao and Wu families wield greater power than the Zhou family. The Wu family is connected to the county magistrate, while the 2 Zhao families include one related to my family's county assistant and the other tied to the county captain. Although they share the surname Zhao, we are not related to them. After discussing these families, Zhao Fugui inquired with curiosity, what are your plans? Yang Lin, deep in thought, nodded and smiled, stating, didn't T. Young Master Zhou declare that from now on, we wouldn't be able to sell a single piece of tofu? Very well, starting today, we shall cease selling tofu. The crowd was taken aback. Has Yang Lin conceded in the face of Zhou's formidable influence? But if he were to swallow his pride, why create such a commotion and endure this humiliation? It seemed like inviting punishment instead of enjoying a feast. Zhao Fugui wished to press further, yet Yang Lin continued. Uncle San, from today onward, I will impart the art of tofu making to anyone who wishes to learn, charging merely 1 Yang Lin extended a finger. What? Zhao Fugui's eyes widened. You intend to share this divine secret? Oh, that simply cannot be. Such a lucrative method should not be exposed to others. The women were equally astonished, nodding in agreement. Husband, shall we move to another place to make tofu? Yes, yes. We can make tofu anywhere and still profit. They cautioned Yang Lin against sharing the method. However, Li Yuyao appeared contemplative, recalling that Yang Lin had mentioned the previous day that he was not concerned about others learning his tofu-making technique. In fact, he seemed eager to see tofu become widespread. I have made up my mind, Yang Lin declared resolutely. We will start right here in our village. Anyone interested in learning to make tofu is welcome to come. For just 1 Zhao Fugui seemed to grasp something, sighed, and nodded. This is indeed a viable plan. Although 1 is rather meager, it still provides a means of livelihood. Furthermore, regardless of how powerful the Zhou family may be, they cannot prevent others from producing and selling tofu. He lamented that this would ultimately allow the Zhou family to acquire the secret to tofu making, which was indeed a pity. Yang Lin smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Yet Li Yuyao suddenly understood, gasping in realization. After Zhao Fugui's departure, Yang Lin immediately set things in motion. He reduced the workforce at the tofu workshop by half, reallocating hands to the mountains to cut wood and split firewood. He designated an area near the workshop for digging clay to prepare for building a brick kiln. In the current era, people mainly constructed houses with earthen structures, using mud bricks for walls and straw for roofs. Yang Lin aimed to build a brick and tile house. Moreover, in his plans, he foresaw numerous future uses for bricks, so establishing a kiln not only promised profit, but also offered convenience for his own needs. Once the door was closed, the women began chattering excitedly. Could it be that your plan truly relies on teaching the technique for that single one? The second sister's earlier suggestion echoed. Shall we move to a different location to make tofu? We could still earn a profit. The women nodded in agreement. Yang Lin chuckled. What do you think? is the fundamental reason for the Zhou family's interference. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question. Profit, the second sister exclaimed, her thoughts aligning. Exactly, Yang Lin nodded. The Zhou family approaches us because our tofu business is profitable. They, being a wealthy clan, have always thrived on such ventures. Therefore, no matter where we go, we will face similar challenges. If not the Zhou family, then the Zhang, Wang, Li, or Zhao families will emerge. The crux of the matter is that our business is too lucrative, provoking envy. The women looked puzzled, although they understood Yang Lin's message. They felt increasingly that the dilemma was unsolvable. What should we do? They asked. We must confront them head-on. We cannot show any weakness or compromise, for yielding will only invite further aggression. If their power surpasses ours, we must elevate ourselves beyond theirs. This is our only recourse. Yang Lin sighed deeply. For him, countless profitable ventures existed. Why choose tofu? It was precisely because this trade was labor-intensive and challenging. From its inception, he had laid the groundwork, suggesting that tofu production was not lucrative, aiming to make others believe it was a trivial enterprise. He sought to develop cautiously, wishing to avoid early attention from the powerful elite. However, this world proved harsher than he anticipated. Within 5 days of tofu's introduction, threats from prominent families had already materialized. Upon entering this world, Yang Lin's primary concern had been safety. History serves as a cautionary tale. Even the formidable Shun Wansan faced ruin. Thus, Yang Lin understood that his endeavors would not be without obstacles. This realm operates under the law of the jungle. Wherever there is profit, ravenous wolves will gather. The greater the profit, the more wolves will converge. He had long foreseen that the tofu business would attract attention. He had anticipated this day and devised a solution. Yet regrettably, time was too short and the groundwork insufficient. The second phase of the tofu plan must commence. To become stronger than the opposition, the women were left astounded by this declaration. In the face of powerful adversaries, ordinary people often resort to submission. Yet Yang Lin resolved to confront them boldly. Such spirit commanded their admiration. However, how could one easily contend with the elite? Li Yuyao felt a surge of emotion. Yang Lin's tenacity resonated deeply with her. Fight to the bitter end, never concede. If I am not mistaken, your plan to share the tofu-making method is intended to sell the stone water, isn't it? Li Yuyao asked. Astute. Yang Lin praised her with a thumbs up. With her insight confirmed, Li Yuyao felt increasingly astonished. When Yang Lin had previously discussed core techniques and how to sell tofu throughout the realm, she had considered this possibility. Delving deeper, she quickly recognized the magnitude of this business. Stone water? Is that the liquid used to prepare tofu? Indeed, without stone water, tofu cannot be made. And only my husband and sister know the recipe. Yet it was merely stone water. How much could it possibly sell for? The women remained somewhat perplexed. Yang Lin smiled. Let me ask you, what determines the value of an item? It is quite simple. Rarity creates value, while stone water costs virtually nothing to produce. It is the most crucial element for tofu making. Without it, tofu cannot be produced. So, do you think the technique for making tofu is vital? The process is merely arduous labor, devoid of significant technicality. Anyone can undertake it. However, if we possess the formula for stone water, all tofu makers across the land will seek us out to purchase our stone water. As for its value, Yang Lin grinned, it is determined by us. The women were once again astonished. They had never considered that business could be conducted in such a manner. Upon hearing Yang Lin elucidate the intricacies, they realized that selling stone water would undoubtedly be more profitable than producing tofu. After all, while tofu cannot be transported over long distances, stone water can be sold freely. Throughout the world, anyone can make tofu, yet everyone seems eager to purchase the precious stone water. Even a prestigious family like the Zhou clan can hinder the sale of tofu, but can they truly prevent everyone from making it? It is astonishing that merely selling stone water can yield profits, and indeed, profits from all over the world. My dear husband, you are truly remarkable. However, what would be an appropriate price? Everyone turned their gaze toward Yang Lin. After some contemplation, Yang Lin replied, a bucket of stone water can produce approximately 5,000 pieces of tofu. These 5,000 pieces of tofu hold a value of 15 taels of silver, with a pure profit of 10 taels. Hence, the price of stone water would be set at 5 taels per bucket. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. 5 taels? That seems exceedingly high. To earn half of the profit without any effort, the process of making stone water only takes about an hour. Can one truly earn 5 taels? Everyone was left in awe. But what if someone coerces us into revealing the stone water formula? Xiao Jiu inquired. The crowd fell silent once more. Indeed, if the aristocrats could force them into signing an unequal tofu agreement, they could just as easily compel them into signing an unequal stone water agreement. Yang Lin smiled. That is a simple matter. Chapter 22. Learning skills for a mere penny selling gypsum water remains a monopolistic business, yielding enormous profits that will inevitably attract attention. Firstly, we can raise the price of stone water even further. For instance, 10 taels per bucket. The women gasped again upon hearing this price. Moreover, stone water will no longer merely be stone water. It shall be a closely guarded secret formula bestowed by celestial beings, infused with various precious herbs, meticulously brewed for 49 days to achieve refinement. They are a noble family, after all, not mere bandits. We should leave room for negotiation and ultimately sell it for 5 taels. The corners of the women's mouths twitched. Yang Lin stated, "What we lack most at present is time. There will still be a few days before the aristocrats come to us. With these few days, we will possess the confidence to surpass the noble families." The women were momentarily taken aback. Confidence to surpass the aristocrats in just a few days? Where does he derive such assurance? Li Yuyao shook her head in disbelief. Do you doubt it? Yang Lin said with a smile. How about we make a bet? Bet on what? After 2 previous bets where I lost both. Li Yuyao remained skeptical of Yang Lin's claim that he could soon possess the means to contend with the aristocrats. And what about them? A group of vagrants and a country scholar, who just days ago were worried about their next meal, now aspired to rival the noble families in such a short time? How could that be possible? Let us wager that if I cannot achieve this, I will defer all decisions in this household to you from now on. Yang Lin said with a smile. He could sense Li Yuyao's strong desire for control. She wished to govern everything. Indeed, this condition piqued her interest. If I succeed, you shall take the initiative to kiss me. Yang Lin grinned widely. What say you, dare to wager? Li Yuyao's cheeks flushed. If he can achieve such a feat, it would indeed signify his remarkable capabilities. Perhaps in the future, he could help her accomplish great things. The next morning, the new molds were prepared and transported to the tofu workshop. Upon Yang Lin's arrival, a throng of villagers gathered around him. Yang Lin, I heard that for a mere penny one can learn how to make tofu. Is that true? Are you really going to pass on the art of tofu making to everyone? I have money. I wish to learn. I want to learn too. The villagers clamored, waving their copper coins. The miraculous nature of tofu prompted the villagers, despite their lack of commercial insight, to seek the craft. Of course, Yang Lin kept his word. Anyone wishing to learn should come here, pay the fee, and they could freely learn in the workshop until they mastered the skill. He had never expected to profit from this venture. The nominal fee of a penny was merely symbolic, as he believed that if it were free, no one would appreciate it. By collecting a small fee, they would take their learning more seriously. Xiao Jiu had already set up tables, and villagers eagerly queued to pay. Although many had gathered by the riverside to watch, they still lacked a proper understanding of the tofu-making process. With no guidance, they were ultimately at a loss. Now, with such an opportunity and such an affordable tuition, who would dare miss it? Within half a day, over half the village had arrived. The riverside was bustling with people. Yang Lin was astonished. Charging just a penny had netted him several hundred coins in just half a day. Moreover, these villagers had become free labor, eagerly participating in every step of the process. A few kind-hearted villagers approached Yang Lin with concern. Yang Lin, the tofu made yesterday hasn't sold yet. Perhaps we should refrain from making more today. Yes. If it doesn't sell, it will go to waste. The more we make, the more will be wasted. It will all be for naught. We appreciate your consideration for us. But now that you have your own troubles, you needn't worry about us. The simple villagers expressed their thoughts. Yang Lin smiled and reassured them. Fear not. There will still be work and wages in the future. I am here today to teach everyone how to make something new. With that, Yang Lin approached the new molds and began to guide them personally. This new creation is called qianzhong. Its preparation is quite simple. I will teach you. Qianzhong, also known as dried tofu or bean curd skin, was a new venture Yang Lin had long planned. As it is still a bean product, only the final step differs, making it easy for the villagers to grasp the essentials quickly. However, as they gazed at the layers of thin soy milk in the molds. They could not imagine what this Qianzhong would ultimately resemble. Seeing Yang Lin concoct something novel, the villagers learning to make tofu rushed over to see what was happening, expressing their astonishment. Soon, Qianzhong was ready. Upon opening the mold and unveiling the cloth, the villagers were astonished to behold a thin, paper-like sheet, golden in color and exuding a delightful fragrance. Could this truly be made from beans? So thin, it smelled even more appetizing than tofu. Yang Lin began to explain. This Qianzhong is a wonderful product, known for its cooling properties, lung nourishment, and detoxification benefits. It can be served cold, stir-fried, or boiled, possessing a meaty texture alongside the refreshing aroma of tofu. Its versatility and exquisite flavor are unparalleled. Yang Lin personally took the freshly made Qianzhong, slicing it into pieces or shredding it, and began cooking it on the stove prepared by the women. The first waft of stir-fried Qianzhong filled the air in the Great Qian Dynasty. Gazing at the stir-fried Qianzhong with leeks and another dish of cold shredded Qianzhong, Liu Yao was left speechless, overwhelmed by astonishment. Just a simple bean has been transformed into such a variety of dishes by Yang Lin. How did he accomplish this? Come, everyone come and taste. Compared to the subtlety of tofu, Qianzhong absorbed flavors more readily, boasting a firm and chewy texture, even reminiscent of meat. It was more delicious than tofu. Every villager who tasted it was astounded, extolling its unique flavor, while those who had yet to sample it watched with longing, nearly drooling. Yang Lin, will you sell this Qianzhong? Someone inquired. Yang Lin's eyes brightened. Here it comes. Chapter 23. Waiting for you to love me indeed. I wish to buy some. Many others began to inquire. With something so novel, everyone wanted to try it. Dear villagers, as per our usual practice, while I can profit from selling to outsiders, for my fellow villagers, I shall only charge the cost price. This Qianzhong is far more challenging to make than tofu, and, as you can see, it is dense and versatile. With so many beans yielding only this little, the price will be 6 won per gene. However, since we are all fellow villagers, I, Yang Lin, shall undoubtedly extend the greatest concessions to everyone. Just 4 won. All the elders and villagers of Qian village. It shall be 4 won for each. As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, the onlookers erupted in applause. Yang Lin truly has a generous spirit. I would like a pound, please. I too desire a pound. The sorghum rice still costs 4 or 5 won, yet this delectable Qianzhong is merely 4 won. What a bargain. Indeed, the flavor is far superior to that of sorghum rice. Please, give me some as well. The villagers eagerly jostled to pay. Xiao Jiao, collect the money. Xiao Ba. Today, anyone purchasing Qianzhong shall receive a piece of tofu for free. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted once more. Hey, I want some too. Don't push. I was here first. Look at you all, rushing to the front for a discount. What kind of behavior is this? Make way, let me through. Tofu had been sold for several days, and the villagers knew well that Yang Lin was not deceiving them. Outside of Qian village, tofu costs 3 won per piece. And in the county town, it has even reached 5 won. Yet, they receive a piece of tofu for every pound of Qianzhong purchased. Simply an incredible value. The villagers, who had previously hesitated, now flocked to buy. Yang Lin quietly slipped out of the throng and immediately spotted Liu Yao, who was looking at him with a look of astonishment. Speak, what is the actual profit from this Qianzhong? With no one around, Liu Yao directly inquired. Yang Lin felt a surge of emotion. Compared to most individuals of this era, Liu Yao was remarkably astute. What was particularly commendable was her strong learning ability. She had already seen through his little tricks. The profit is comparable to that of the tofu. 1 pound of beans can produce about 1 pound of Qianzhong. Excluding labor costs, the regular selling price still yields a profit of twice the amount. Liu Yao gasped in surprise. Such effortless endeavors yield a profit of twice the amount. How did you conceive of these peculiar ideas? Liu Yao scrutinized Yang Lin with curiosity. Want to know? Yang Lin replied with a mysterious smile. In truth, beyond tofu, I possess many other intriguing items. Once you wholeheartedly fall in love with me and truly become my woman, I shall unveil these secrets to you. Yang Lin winked. More content is loading. Please wait. Liu Yao scoffed, expressing her disdain. She indeed yearned to uncover the source of Yang Lin's ingenious thoughts. Yet she was uncertain if such a day would ever arrive. The concept of love felt distant to her, and she did not even comprehend what love truly entailed. At Lu's estate, in recent days, Lu and his son were preparing to send someone to Yang Lin's tofu workshop to secretly learn the craft of tofu making. However, they soon heard that Yang Lin intended to publicly teach the art of tofu making. Ha ha, Yang Lin truly is a fool, selling such a remarkable skill for just one win? How foolish, Lu Yang exclaimed, waving his fan with pride. Father, once we learn to make tofu, we shall sell it for 5 won per piece and ensure our Lu family's prosperity. Lu Yukai shot a fierce glare at his son. I think you are the foolish one. Huh? Lu Yang was taken aback. Have you not heard? Yang Lin's public teaching of tofu making is due to the Zhou family in the county town, declaring that he shall not sell a single piece of tofu from now on. I believe that Yang Lin is not foolish, but rather desperate and left with no options, resorting to this last measure. As for prosperity, Lu Yukai scoffed. If only we could make tofu ourselves, we would naturally become wealthy. But now that he has taught so many people, it won't be long before everyone learns to make tofu. How can we still expect to get rich? Alas, Lu Yukai sighed deeply. Lu Yang was bewildered. Father, what shall we do now? What else can we do? We will send someone to learn. Whether we can make a profit depends on fate. Let us first acquire the skills. All right, I shall take someone over right away. That Yang Lin is also asking for trouble, if he dares to disobey. I will teach him a lesson. Just a few days ago, the two of them had been plotting how to deceive Yang Lin into revealing the tofu making technique. Now, the Zhou family had intervened, and with Yang Lin openly teaching the craft, it was as if they had shattered their rice bowl, leaving them only to pick up scraps. Under Yang Lin's intentional guidance, news spread throughout Jianghe County that one could go to Qian village to learn tofu making for just 1 won. Once this news circulated, it created quite a stir in the county town. From the grandest families to the humble peddlers, upon hearing this announcement, everyone sprang into action. The popularity of tofu in Jianghe County over the past 2 days was evident. Every street and alley was abuzz with tales of this novel food. Those who had tasted it were proudly boasting, while those who had not felt inferior. You haven't even eaten tofu? How uncultured! Especially yesterday, when the 23 families purchased 4,300 pieces of tofu, it was sold out almost instantaneously, creating an extraordinary scene. These prominent families were preparing to contact Yang Lin for additional orders. However, the news soon arrived that the Zhou family had declared they would not allow Yang Lin to sell a single piece of tofu. While the wealthy families internally cursed the Zhou family for their greed and shamelessness, they could not afford to disregard the Zhou family's face. Consequently, they temporarily refrained from ordering tofu from Yang Lin, opting instead to wait and see. Then, the announcement of the tofu-making technique being made public came. How could they not be stirred? At the same time, countless families were issuing the same command. More and more people headed towards Qian village, and even the small roads leading there became bustling. The tofu workshop by the river remained vibrant and lively, as those who heard the news continued to flock in. Hey, everyone move aside, clear the way. Lu Yang, fanning himself, strutted in with 2 family servants flanking him. If the Lu family did not covet the tofu-making technique, it would truly be a miracle. As Lu Yang approached, he directly found Yang Lin. Yang Lin, I, the young master, am magnanimous. I shall not hold past grievances against you. Quickly send these simpletons away. I shall acquire your tofu-making technique. Lu Yang boasted, patting his chest. Name your price. I am ready to pay. Yang Lin smiled. The wealthy families in the county still knew to be courteous before being forceful. They merely sought to monopolize tofu first, and then the technique. Yet this fellow came directly seeking to monopolize everything. What confidence did he possess? You won't even name a price? Very well. 100,000 taels of silver, and I assure you that I shall not teach the tofu-making technique to anyone else. Yang Lin stared calmly. What? Lu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you jesting? 100,000 taels? Why don't you go rob a bank? Lu Yang spat. Their Lu family was merely the landlords of the village. They could not even produce 1,000 taels, let alone 100,000. Yang Lin shrugged. If you have no money, then do not hinder my business. You. Lu Yang was infuriated. For the first time in his life, as the young master of the landlord family, he had been told he was broke. Are you mocking me? Lu Yang clenched his fists. Yang Lin, both amused and exasperated, replied, Young master, did you not ask me to name a price? I was concerned that your family might be short on funds. Hence I set the price at 100,000 taels, which is already quite reasonable. If you cannot afford even that, please refrain from boasting. Lu Yang was left speechless, glaring fiercely. All right, You think you're something special just because you can make tofu? Today, you shall learn that the Liu family is not to be trifled with. With that, Liu Yang waved his hand. The two family servants beside him immediately stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves, and advanced toward Yang Lin. Liu Yang gleefully glanced at Yang Lin, coldly declaring, "Today, I shall beat you so badly that your mother won't recognize you. Give him a good thrashing." Yang Lin reached into his sleeve, just about to retrieve his self-defense weapon. At that moment, however, two villagers working nearby stepped in front of Yang Lin. "I dare anyone to touch Yang Lin." In the face of the impending threat to Yang Lin, the villagers rallied around him, determined to protect him at all costs. "What do you intend to do? Do not lay a hand on Yang Lin," they declared, setting aside their tasks and converging on the scene. "Young Masterly, do not bully us too much," they warned. The villagers, who had borrowed money from Yang Lin and come to work for him, felt a deep sense of loyalty towards him. As they stood resolutely behind Yang Lin, brandishing makeshift weapons like wooden beams, buckets, and shovels, they glared defiantly at Li Ying and his two servants. The servants, seeing the growing number of villagers, were visibly shaken. Li Ying himself was in disbelief, once a figure of mockery in the village. Yang Lin now commanded such solidarity from the community. "What do you want?" Li Ying demanded, pointing accusingly at the villagers, who responded with derisive laughter. "Yang Masterly, you yist. We have repaid last year's debts, and we have not sold our land. Do you truly believe that the land of Qian village belongs solely to the Li family? If it weren't for Yang Lin, we would have indeed become your tenants, but we have not sold our land. Who do you think you're scaring?" Li Ying was flabbergasted as he realized that the villagers, whom he had always looked down upon, were now standing against him. "You all wait. We are leaving," he exclaimed, feeling defeated, and retreated with his two subordinates. Once Li Ying had departed, the villagers breathed a collective sigh of relief, their spirits lifted. In the past, they had cowered before the Li family, but today they had found their courage, thanks to Yang Lin. Yang Lin, you must be cautious. The Li landlord is not to be trifled with, they cautioned, their expressions filled with concern. Grateful for their support, Yang Lin bowed deeply to the villagers. Their willingness to stand by him in his time of need moved him profoundly. "Rest assured, I, Yang Lin, shall lead us all to a better life. No one can take away what we have," he proclaimed, igniting a fervor among the villagers. "Indeed, no one can rob us of our hard-earned lives. Whoever dares to take from us shall face our wrath." Yang Lin's promise of wages had instilled hope in their hearts. "Tonight we will feast. All of you who have worked with me are invited to bring your families. We shall enjoy rice and pork to our heart's content," he declared, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. The villagers were astounded. Rice and pork? Such luxuries were rarely afforded, even during the New Year celebrations. As memories of the sumptuous flavors flooded their minds, many felt their mouths watering. To be able to eat their fill of rice and pork was a dream they had never dared to entertain. "Yang Lin, if you can ensure my family's well-being, I will dedicate my life to you," one villager vowed. "Indeed, I may not understand much about grand principles, but anyone who can secure a livelihood for my family shall have my loyalty," they echoed, excitement coursing through them. However, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, "Brother, they're bringing their entire families. There are over 100 people. If pork is to be served generously, we will need at least 100 jin of it. Our funds are running low," she whispered anxiously. "How much is left?" Gifted in mathematics, had been managing the accounts, while Yang Lin focused solely on expenditures. "Less than 10 taels. This feast will require at least 5 taels," she stated worriedly. With Yang Lin's current spending habits, they would soon find themselves hungry again. Yet, upon hearing the figure, Yang Lin felt a wave of relief. "That should suffice. Do not fret. Assistance will arrive shortly," he reassured her. Xiao was taken aback, puzzled by his confidence. The recent invention of Qian had indeed shown promise, but the villagers had limited purchasing power. The meager profits they had earned thus far would not sustain such extravagant plans. In the afternoon, more villagers came to learn how to make tofu, and representatives from wealthy families in the county arrived at Qian village. They had previously procured tofu from Yang Lin and now sought to learn the art of tofu making from him in detail, offering to pay handsomely for his expertise. Upon witnessing the freshly made Qian, they were once again astonished. Thin as paper and golden in hue, its texture was both resilient and appealing, drawing the attention of many family representatives. Yang Lin, would you consider sharing your Qian technique? If so, the Zhang family will take it. One of them proposed. Wait, what do you mean the Zhang family will take it? We could all profit together. Are you intending to monopolize it like the Zhu family? Another chimed in. Faced with the rising tension, the representative from the Zhang family fell silent. Although each family was eager to claim sole rights, they recognized the discontent stirred by the Zhu family's actions. In this context, any attempt to monopolize the Qian business would jeopardize their collective interests. For them, it was most beneficial to keep the control of both tofu and Qian in Yang Lin's hands, as he was a person of no power or influence, easily managed, and collaborating with him meant they could dictate terms. Just then, Zhou hurried over, pulling Yang Lin aside. A distinguished guest from the county has arrived. You must come meet him, he said mysteriously. Yang Lin furrowed his brow, reluctant to engage with the powerful figures circling his burgeoning enterprise. Oh, it's a good thing. This individual represents the Zhou family and is no ordinary steward. He is the chief steward of the Zhou household, specifically here for you. Zhou continued, his tone filled with envy. Though he was related to the Zhou family, his status as the village head paled in comparison to that of the steward. Reluctantly, Yang Lin accepted that he could not avoid the meeting and followed Zhou to meet the steward. Before leaving, he called Shioji over and whispered to her, feeling reassured when she nodded earnestly in response. Upon arriving at Zhou's home, Yang Lin met the chief steward, a man in his 30s, clad in luxurious garments, with a commanding presence. To Yang Lin's surprise, the steward did not put on airs. Upon seeing him, he greeted Yang Lin with a warm smile and a respectful gesture. You must be brother Yang Lin. I am Zhou, he introduced himself. Yang Lin replied. Returning the gesture, Zhao Fugue served tea to the two individuals and discreetly departed. Zhao Zhongming observed Yang Lin with keen interest and a smile graced his face. Yang Lin, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny, directly inquired, May I ask why Master Zhao has summoned me? I am merely a steward and cannot be addressed as master. If Brother Yang does not mind, please call me Zhao Go instead. Yang Lin was once again taken aback. Was this level of politeness truly characteristic of those from prominent families? He found it somewhat unusual. To be frank, I have been sent by my master for a singular purpose, tofu. As Zhao Zhongming mentioned the matter at hand, his demeanor transformed into one of seriousness. Yang Lin was momentarily stunned. The county magistrate? That position was second only to the county head in Jianghe County. Zhao Zhongming continued, I am aware that the Zhou family threatened you yesterday, forbidding you from producing tofu. They are indeed brazen. This Jianghe County is not theirs to dominate. The county magistrate has stated that your ability to produce tofu marks you as a talent. Our master does not wish to see such talent suppressed, so I come to offer my assistance. The Zhao family will be your backing. Zhao Zhongming's declaration resonated with conviction, as if he were genuinely advocating for Yang Lin. Yang Lin almost believed him. Had he been an inexperienced rustic scholar, such words would have prompted him to bow deeply in gratitude, overwhelmed by the kindness shown. However, with 2 lifetimes of experience, having engaged in scientific research, navigated bureaucratic systems, and conducted business, he had encountered a myriad of individuals and had become quite seasoned. I am grateful to the county magistrate and to you, Zhao Ge. Yang Lin quickly rose, clasping his hands in a gesture of profound appreciation. Zhao Zhongming stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. Brother Yang, rest assured, from this day forth, you may continue producing tofu, and our Zhao family will purchase all of it. The price will remain as you previously sold it, 3 won per block. With the Zhao family supporting you, the Zhou family will not dare to act recklessly. Zhao Zhongming patted his chest with a sense of bravado. Yang Lin was taken aback once more. He had not anticipated that while the Zhao family might be employing a strategy, they were indeed sincere, and their offer was quite reasonable. Of course, Yang Lin was not naive enough to believe that the Zhao family would truly stand up for him when the Zhou family came calling. In this world, all actions are driven by profit. be it the Zhou family or the Zhao family. Both were leveraging him. The only difference was their ethical boundaries. Faced with the Zhao family's proposition, Yang Lin found it difficult to refuse. Nevertheless, he still inquired, Zhao Go, I have already shared the technique for making tofu. Why do you not learn it and produce it yourselves? Zhao Zhongming chuckled, a cunning smile spreading across his face as he leaned closer to Yang Lin. Why? Surely Brother Yang understands this well enough. Before coming here, I had already inquired and confirmed that you have indeed shared the method for making tofu. However, there exists a crucial potion necessary for the process, which you have not disclosed. Zhao Zhongming spoke with a knowing tone. So, if I am not mistaken, although you have revealed the technique for making tofu, the essential potion remains solely in your possession, does it not? Unless you intend to sell that wondrous potion? At this point, Zhao Zhongming leaned in closer and whispered conspiratorially, could it be that you initially planned to sell the potion rather than the tofu? Ha ha ha. What a clever scheme. Yang Lin was unable to suppress his astonishment. However, Brother Yang need not worry. The Zhao family has always operated with integrity. Our master has stated that while profit is important, one should not drive others to desperation. Only through mutual benefit can profits be sustained. We have no intention of coveting the potion. The Zhao family is large and prosperous enough to avoid the tofu business. We merely seek to acquire product from you, earning an 80% profit. That is sufficient. Yang Lin was profoundly shocked. Since arriving in this world, he had maintained a sense of superiority as a modern individual. Yet today, in this exchange with the old fox, he realized that this world was far from simplistic. If he regarded others as naive, he might soon find himself devoured, leaving nothing but remnants. Yang Lin smiled and clasped his hands again. Brother Zhao is indeed astute. Nothing can escape your perception. I am but a humble commoner, struggling to provide for my family. I appreciate the regard shown by the county magistrate and yourself. I shall continue to produce tofu. Zhao Zhongming laughed heartily. Ha ha. I like your spirit, Brother Yang. Then as you say, let us scale back a bit. Unbeknownst to Yang Lin, Zhao Zhongming was not merely deceiving him. The county magistrate had indeed been surprised after sampling the tofu and genuinely wished for Zhao Zhongming to assist Yang Lin in overcoming his predicament. The two swiftly signed a contract for tofu, with Yang Lin's workshop committed to supplying 400 blocks of tofu daily to the Zhao family. Zhao Zhongming readily provided 10 taels of silver as a deposit. As they engaged in casual conversation, a cacophony erupted outside. Yang Lin inwardly cursed his luck. He had not anticipated that the Zhao family's attitude towards him would be relatively favorable. Yet he also realized that the arrival of individuals from those prominent families could spell trouble if they congregated. Soon, a large group burst in, and upon seeing Yang Lin and Zhao Zhongming together, their expressions shifted to one of sudden understanding. Zhao Zhongming, have you taken Yang Lin aside to monopolize the profits? Why not share the wealth? It is frustrating when you seek to hoard everything. Indeed, the tofu business has already been devastated by the Zhou family. We cannot allow you, Zhao family, to destroy the Qianzhong business. Yang Lin had his own struggles, so they should at least allow him a means of survival. I advise you, Brother Zhao, not to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. In this moment, the stewards of these prominent families transformed into champions of justice, their indignation palpable. They were not advocating for Yang Lin. Rather, they sought to prevent the Zhao family from monopolizing the Qianzhong market. Zhao Zhongming was utterly bewildered. Qianzhong? What is that? He looked at Yang Lin with confusion. Oh, Qianzhong is a small item I just created today for my livelihood. Zhao Zhongming was astounded. He was an astute individual, and from the expressions of the stewards from the prominent families, it was evident that this Qianzhong was a novelty that rivaled tofu. They feared the Zhao family would monopolize it, hence their protests. Yet, he was completely unaware of what Qianzhong actually was. With a peculiar expression, Zhao Zhongming addressed Yang Lin directly. Brother Yang, I shall not beat around the bush. Regardless of how you choose to sell the Qianzhong, the Zhao family wishes to procure a share. Zhao Zhongming had assumed their conversation had gone well, having restored Yang Lin's tofu business, and expected gratitude in return. Yet, he was taken aback by Yang Lin's sudden introduction of Qianzhong, which appeared to be even more in demand than tofu. Thus, no matter what, the Zhao family could not afford to miss out on the Qianzhong business. You all have misunderstood. The Zhao family is here solely to procure tofu. We will not monopolize the Qianzhong business. We certainly prefer to earn together. Zhao Zhongming cheerfully clasped his hands in front of the crowd, succinctly clarifying the situation. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was no intent to monopolize, they could all purchase together, and how well they sold would depend on their individual capabilities. Yang Lin, please tell us, how shall we price the Qianzhong? It must not be too costly, otherwise, we shall not buy. Indeed, with so many of us procuring, we expect a favorable price. The crowd engaged in lively discussion, each voice contributing to the conversation. Yang Lin once again clasped his hands and cheerfully remarked, "The preparation of Qianzhong is no easy feat. It demands considerable effort and requires robust materials. Should it reach the capital, selling it at 100 won per jean would undoubtedly ensure a prosperous market." Upon hearing the mention of 100 won, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. He truly dared to ask for such a price. However, everyone understood that it was reasonable for a novel item to command a higher price at the outset. Yet, our county is not comparable to the capital. I firmly believe that at 10 won per jean, it would sell effortlessly. The eyes of the crowd brightened instantly. 10 won is indeed a fair price. To be transparent, the cost of Qianzhong is approximately 6 won, a well-known secret. I had intended to sell it for 8 won, yielding a 50% profit. But since you all have shown such sincerity, I, Yang Lin, shall adopt a strategy of thin profit and high sales, charging only 7 won. You can sell it for 10 won and still earn a profit of 3 won. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, someone immediately nodded in agreement. All right, 7 won is reasonable. My Lin family will take it. No problem, my Zheng family concurs. We will take 80 jean. We wish to purchase 100 jean. Observing the eager responses from the crowd, Yang Lin felt somewhat bewildered. He had intentionally asked for an extra one, anticipating negotiations, yet they readily accepted without bargaining. Chapter 27. The business of medicine. The enthusiasm of the various families exceeded Yang Lin's expectations. Even Zhao Zhoming, who had yet to see Qianzhong, unhesitatingly ordered 100 jean. The wealthy families displayed their generosity. Even without Yang Lin's prompting, they hurriedly paid deposits and signed orders, fearing that Yang Lin might retract his offer. This behavior was not born of altruism. They had all recognized that the business of Qianzhong would undoubtedly surpass that of tofu. They merely needed to engage with it once to reap considerable profits. Such an opportunity was not one to be declined. After concluding the discussion about Qianzhong, one family eagerly broached the subject of tofu. There were already astute individuals, like Zhao Zhongming, who had discerned that the essence of tofu making lay not in the process or technique, but in that wondrous medicinal liquid. Yang Lin, do tell us, how much is that medicinal liquid? Being cunning as they were, now that the business of Qianzhong was settled, they saw no need for secrecy and decided to speak frankly. As the topic of the medicinal liquid arose, everyone once again turned their gaze towards Yang Lin. Alas, if it were not for necessity, I truly would prefer not to sell this medicinal liquid. Yang Lin sighed before explaining the intricate process of concocting the medicinal liquid. The preparation is arduous, requiring dozens of precious herbs, undergoing special processing, simmered over a gentle flame for 49 days, to yield even a small quantity. Yang Lin raised his fingers for emphasis. I have only 10 barrels left, and I shall offer you a cost price of 10 taels of silver per barrel. He held up a finger. What? Upon hearing this figure, the crowd erupted in indignation. 10 taels? Are you attempting to rob us? Indeed. I am curious to know what sort of medicinal liquid warrants such a price. The crowd glared incredulously. Zhao Zhongming, upon hearing this sum, also gasped in shock. 10 taels of silver is no trifling amount. He truly dares to quote such a price. Please, do not rush, Yang Lin calmly replied. Do you all know how much tofu can be made from 1 jean of beans using my medicinal liquid? The crowd paused, then suddenly realized that this was the crux of the matter. How much? Zhao Zhoming inquired. Yang Lin raised 3 fingers. 3 pieces. The crowd collectively gasped once more. 1 jean of beans costs merely 2 won, yet 3 pieces of tofu are valued at 15 won in the county. A remarkable profit of 5 times. None among the managers were foolish. They immediately recognized that the medicinal liquid at 10 taels per barrel was not as exorbitant as it first appeared. How much tofu can 1 barrel of medicinal liquid produce? Someone promptly asked, eager for the critical information. The rest of the crowd fixed their eyes on Yang Lin. Yang Lin smiled and extended his palm. 5,000 pieces. No sooner had he spoken than someone shouted, I will take a barrel. With that, A 10-tael silver ingot was slammed down before Yang Lin. The others were not far behind, each hastily thrusting silver ingots into Yang Lin's hands, not even allowing him the chance to refuse. Wait, everyone, please do not rush. I have only 10 barrels. Just 10. Enough, enough. Brother Li, Brother Wang. Stop shoving silver at me. Even if you give me silver, I cannot conjure more. Yang Lin protested while reiterating that he had merely 10 barrels. The managers grew increasingly frantic, and chaos ensued as they all scrambled to hand Yang Lin their silver. Upon hearing Yang Lin mention the figure of 5,000 pieces, they promptly calculated the cost of producing tofu. 3 Although this matched the price at which they procured it from Yang Lin, he was no longer making tofu. If they did not purchase the medicinal liquid, they would effectively abandon the tofu business. They had all experienced firsthand how lucrative tofu could be. Therefore, the cost of 3 was not high, and the profit remained significant. Moreover, controlling the tofu production meant they could produce as much as they desired, thus retaining the initiative. Hence, this medicinal liquid was a necessity. To forego, it would mean relinquishing the tofu business to others while missing out on this profitable opportunity. The managers, in their fervor, inadvertently put Yang Lin in a difficult position. He had not anticipated that these prominent families would be so eager for tofu, even accepting the exorbitant price of 10 taels without negotiation. However, to achieve the goal of scarcity marketing, he had to maintain that only 10 barrels of medicinal liquid were available. Otherwise, if too much gypsum water were sold at once, the tofu market would quickly decline amidst the frenzy. Moreover, in business, integrity must be upheld. Once a figure is stated, it cannot be casually altered. Otherwise, his credibility would be irrevocably damaged. Ultimately, regardless of the promises or increased offers from those families who paid slightly later, Yang Lin resolutely maintained that only 10 barrels were available. However, he did inform them that a new batch of medicinal liquid was in the process of being prepared and would be ready in 3 days, with priority given to them, along with an additional 20 jin of qianzhong, which finally satisfied those who had not managed to purchase the medicinal liquid. After a lengthy negotiation at Zhao Fugui's residence, the managers of the various families departed, thoroughly satisfied. With these 2 transactions concluded, Yang Lin found himself with a substantial amount of gleaming silver in hand. Zhao Fugui, observing the silver Yang Lin had collected, swallowed hard. Meanwhile, in the county town, the Zhou family was in turmoil. Zhou Zhengyang, upon learning that Yang Lin had ceased tofu production and had begun to share the technique for merely 1, was infuriated. Call someone. Go to Kaoshan village and see if I cannot deal with that impoverished scholar. Pressuring Yang Lin had been intended to heed the suggestions of Manager Su, by exerting pressure to ultimately acquire the tofu-making technique. Yet now, it seemed Yang Lin had flipped the table. With the technique publicized, their efforts had backfired, leaving them with nothing, igniting Zhou Xingyang's wrath. Young master, please calm down. Su Maokai rushed in, sighing deeply. Young master, the current situation is not favorable for us. What do you mean? Zhou Zhengyang, still fuming, asked without a second thought. Young master, our strategy was indeed somewhat reckless. Our intention in pressuring him was either to compel him to cooperate with us or to ensure he continued making tofu without heeding our words. Who would have thought that he would refuse to cooperate and cease tofu production altogether? Those tofu pieces were being sold to the various families. And now that he was no longer producing tofu, it effectively severed a significant revenue stream for those families. Everyone is aware that it was you who issued the directive, preventing him from continuing his tofu business. Consequently, this burden has fallen squarely upon the Zhou family. Zhou Zhengyang was left dumbfounded, suddenly feeling as though he had been ensnared in a trap. Chapter 28. The Flourishing Era Amidst the Pork Banquet. Young Master, my informants have just relayed news that various families have already dispatched individuals to Kaoshan village. It seems that Yang Lin has concocted something called qianzhong, which appears to be quite profitable, Su Maokai remarked, his small eyes gleaming with cunning. What? Zhou Xingyang's eyes widened in disbelief. If his assumptions were correct, the families had not only learned how to make tofu, but also established a lucrative partnership with Yang Lin in the qianzhong business. Su Maokai sighed deeply, speaking earnestly, thus, Young master, our actions have not only failed to coerce Yang Lin into submission, but have instead facilitated their collaboration. Alas, they had unwittingly crafted garments for others to wear. Zhou Zhengyang was momentarily at a loss. He understood this logic all too well. It was akin to a play where one actor took on the role of the villain while the other played the hero. Now, the Zhou family had become the scapegoats, while Yang Lin and the other families remained unscathed. The negative example they had provided had clarified the situation for everyone, leading them to abandon the notion of pursuing solitary gains. Humph! Zhou Xingyang slammed his fist on the table. Is this how it ends? I cannot swallow this indignation. He recognized that, even though he was now aware of Yang Lin's Xinjiang venture, he could no longer resort to threatening him as he had before. The tofu affair had already impacted the interests of numerous families. Should Yang Lin, in an act of goodwill, choose not to engage in the Xinjiang business due to intimidation, it would mean that the Zhou family had jeopardized the livelihoods of all the families involved. The Zhou family was far from wielding absolute power. Therefore, if he were to recklessly overturn the table and deprive everyone of their earnings, it would irrevocably alienate the other families, making the Zhou family's existence in the county exceedingly precarious. Young master, it is no longer a matter of whether we can endure this indignation, but rather whether we should continue in the Xinjiang and tofu business, Su Maokai pressed. Zhou Xingyang's heart sank. He quickly realized that other families were currently in Kaoshan village conducting business with Yang Lin. Meanwhile, they were reaping substantial profits. As for himself, such a golden opportunity slipped through his fingers, leaving him unable to hold his head high before his father and brothers. Furthermore, the Zhou family would suffer a financial loss due to the missed opportunity. If they refrained from engaging in business with Yang Lin, they would earn nothing. Yet, if the Zhou family were to travel to Kaoshan village to learn tofu making and procure Qianzhong, it would be tantamount to slapping their own faces. Either way, they would be met with disgrace or scolded by their patriarch. Su, you shall send someone to handle these two tasks for me. Zhou Xingyang ground his teeth. Understood. Su Maokai promptly replied. It was clear that the tasks that the master could not bear to undertake would fall to him. Zhou Xingyang clenched his fists tightly. Let him live a few more days. Next month, when the Black Tiger enters the city, we shall see. Zhou Xingyang's fists tightened in determination. Young master, do you wish for him to? Of course, I want him dead. Zhou Xingyang declared vehemently. Su Maokai swallowed hard, hastily cautioning, young master. The Black Tiger is ruthless and merciless. Even your father harbors reservations about him, daring only to cooperate without getting too close. We should. Silence. Zhou Xingyang interrupted sharply, not allowing Su Maokai to finish. If I had not heeded your advice back then, we would not have arrived at this juncture. Su Maokai fell silent, intimidated. Yet, the mere thought of the Black Tiger, a notorious bandit, sent shivers down his spine. Should he take action, countless lives would be at stake. That evening, at Yang Lin's doorstep, 10 iron pots simmered over a roaring fire, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. 5 pots contained steaming white rice, while the other 5 simmered with 100 pounds of pork and an equal amount of qianzhong. Villagers who assisted at the tofu workshop gathered with their families, bowls in hand, eagerly awaiting their turn. As they gazed at the bubbling pots, the mouth-watering scent of the pork wafted through the air, tantalizing every nerve in their bodies. The meat had yet to fully tenderize, yet the villagers' mouths watered in anticipation. Time to eat. Hey, no shoving. Rice is being served from this side, and vegetables from that side. Yang Lin has assured us that there will be plenty of rice and pork for everyone, so rest assured, there's enough for all. Wang Gui rolled up his sleeves, beaming as he helped maintain order, unable to suppress his own saliva at the thought of the pork he hadn't tasted in ages. A banquet for over 100 people was unprecedented in Kaoshan village, aside from the Lu landlord's household. Though the dining environment was humble, the villagers cared little for such trivialities. The mere prospect of having meat to eat and the ability to fill their bellies brought them immense satisfaction. A large bowl of rice, paired with a generous spoonful of golden brown braised pork, was a delight to the senses. Father, is this really pork? It smells so good, exclaimed a young boy of 7 or 8, his face smeared with grease and his bright eyes wide with excitement. Indeed, this is pork. Your father used to eat it often back in the day. Here, take this large piece, said the father, offering his son the biggest chunk of fat in his bowl. With tears welling in her eyes, the mother also handed her child the fattiest piece from her bowl. The children devoured their meals, while the adults savored each bite, relishing the flavor as if they wanted to etch it into their memories forever. As they ate, many could not help but shed tears. The fragrant white rice and the succulent pork were once dreams they had never dared to imagine. Now, not only were they eating it, but they were also satiated. Child, Remember that your first taste of meat was at Yang Lin's home. He lent us money, saving our land, and now he has provided us with meat. He is our great benefactor. You must repay this kindness when you grow up, understand? The child, still bewildered, nodded earnestly. At the same time, countless grateful gazes turned toward Yang Lin. They might not grasp profound philosophies, but they understood who had shown them kindness. They were once among the most impoverished in the village, unable to afford meat even during the new year, and had long forgotten the taste of it. In the past, such thoughts were beyond their wildest dreams. Though eating meat might still be a challenge ahead, it was no longer an unattainable fantasy. The port banquet brought tears to many eyes. This meal awakened their yearning for a better life. In the small courtyard, listening to the muffled sobs from outside, the second sister sighed deeply. Now, I finally understand why my husband wanted to treat everyone to meat. Their spirits were heavy. Previously, they had been perplexed by Yang Lin's decision to spend so much money on a feast, but now they comprehended his intentions. Li Yueying observed the scene with a surging tide of anger within her. Yang Lin's true intentions? She perceived far more than the others. Yet at this moment, what infuriated her was the stark reality that the common people of Qian lived in such dire poverty. From childhood, she had been taught that the Qian era was one of prosperity, where peace reigned and the populace thrived. Yet what was the reality? Unable to afford meat, burdened by debts, selling their homes and lands, even having their children taken from them. Was this what they called a prosperous era? She clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with anguish. Why? Why must it be this way? Li Yueying turned to Yang Lin, her heart heavy with unspoken words. Chapter 29. To wash or not to wash, Gu Mingwei reminded you. Please save this for easier access later. She knew Yang Lin understood her meaning. Faced with such an illogical question, Yang Lin surprisingly retorted, "Do you wish to change all of this?" Li Yueying initially intended to affirm, but as the words formed on her lips, she found herself powerless, clenching her fist without uttering a sound. These people, suffering through hardship, were all subjects of Qian. She longed to change things, yearning to make a difference. Yet she understood the limitations of her current situation. Yang Lin, with a smile illuminating his face, gazed at Li Yuyao and remarked, "I have always been quite curious about your true identity and origin." A tremor coursed through Li Yuyao's heart as she looked at Yang Lin in astonishment. Could he have discerned something? "Do not worry. I shall not pry into matters you wish to keep private. My curiosity is merely that," Yang Lin continued. "As for the question you posed," he managed a bitter smile. "I certainly know the answer, and it can be summarized in a mere 8 characters. Land annexation and exorbitant taxes." With that, he shook his head. "Do not ask me what we should do. It would be futile, for I, too, am at a loss." Yang Lin shrugged. Such dilemmas are not unique to the Great Qian Dynasty. Throughout the vast expanse of history, there have been countless instances where empires faced similar predicaments, often marking the transition from prosperity to decline. Wealthy families consolidate land, amassing great fortunes while contributing minimally to taxes. When the treasury faces deficits, tax burdens increase, inevitably falling upon the common people. Unable to afford these taxes, the populace is forced to sell their lands, perpetuating a vicious cycle that widens the gap between the rich and the poor, leading many to destitution. When oppression reaches a certain threshold, chaos ensues. As for solutions, Yang Lin was not ignorant. Rather, addressing these issues would necessitate confronting the powerful, a task even emperors dread. Who would dare take such a stand? To do so would mean opposing the elite. Thus, knowing the futility in this, what purpose does it serve to speak of it? Li Yuyao was left in a daze for a considerable time. Her intuition suggested that Yang Lin knew something, yet he was unwilling to share. This man had surprised her time and again. Had she still been on the throne, with his counsel, perhaps she could have truly altered the course of events. Yet now, Li Yuyao could only manage a wry smile. The more she contemplated, the more it felt like a futile dream. That evening, within the humble abode of the Yang family, the women gathered together, counting their silver, their faces aglow with delight. In total, there were 148 taels and 7 qian. Ultimately, Xiao Jiao inscribed this figure in the ledger and closed it. Yet the women remained entranced. The previous 100 taels of silver. It was unclear how Yang Lin had spent. It had nearly been depleted. Yet today, they had earned even more. Indeed, Yang Lin nodded, "We have wealth once more. Xiao Jiao, henceforth, let us divide the earnings into 3 parts. 1 portion to save, another to invest in our business, and the last for our expenditures. The women gasped in astonishment. A third of the silver to be spent? That amounted to nearly 50 taels. They all stared blankly at Yang Lin. Even Liu Yao felt that Yang Lin was extravagantly generous, displaying a disregard for wealth that seemed almost regal. Remember, SH2 Shu is our most lucrative venture. We must ensure that the truth remains concealed. From this day forth, we shall not speak of SH2 Shu, but rather a specially concocted elixir. Furthermore, we must maintain a strategy of scarcity to keep the demand for our elixirs perpetually high, ensuring stable prices and long-term profits. Henceforth, we shall offer only 10 barrels of elixirs every 3 days. Liu Yao nodded in agreement. Through her observations over the past few days, she discerned that the eldest sister approached tasks with prudence. Although she lacked exceptional talent, the business of elixirs demanded a careful and steady hand. It was better to avoid mistakes than to seek acclaim. The eldest sister was taken aback that Yang Lin would entrust such an important matter to her, her excitement bubbling forth. I will do my utmost. The other women regarded her with envy. I have already chosen the site for the new house. We can commence construction tomorrow. Everyone should rest early tonight, and we will discuss how to build it in the morning. As they prepared for bed, the fourth sister brought a basin of foot-washing water. Husband has worked hard all day. Let us wash your feet and help you relax. With that, the fourth sister attempted to remove Yang Lin's shoes. I can handle it myself. Yang Lin quickly dodged. The fourth sister was the most beautiful among the concubines, possessing an alluring charm. In another life, she could have easily been a star. Yang Lin, not bound by the archaic notions of feudal society, felt a sense of discomfort at the thought of a woman washing his feet, despite her being his concubine. Certainly, he could not let the fourth sister do it. Xiao Jiao, with a playful grin, chimed in, "It's the first time for us to wash our husband's feet. How could we, as concubines, steal that privilege? It should be left for the eldest sister." Xiao Jiao cast a teasing glance at Liu Yao. Liu Yao's face instantly paled. Wash a man's feet? The mere thought was unbearable. Once an emperor, a princess, accustomed to being served by countless attendants, she had never served another, let alone washing someone's feet. To Yang Lin's surprise, the other women nodded in agreement. We cannot usurp the eldest sister's place. We are already fortunate. Our husband has no strict rules. If the fourth sister were to wash his feet before the eldest, she would be punished. Yes, today the eldest sister washes, tomorrow the eldest sister, and the day after that the second sister, adhering to the order of seniority and respect. Once the house is built, the same sequence shall apply during the night when we serve our husband. He. The women chattered animatedly, finding wisdom in Xiao Jiao's words. Liu Yao's expression grew increasingly grim. She instinctively glanced at Yang Lin's feet. After a long day, his cloth shoes were tightly fitted, and even through them, a faint odor of sweat wafted. Yang Lin noticed and quickly waved his hand. No, I'm perfectly capable of washing them myself. He could tell that Liu Yao's background was not simple. She was likely the daughter of a wealthy family. How could she have ever washed anyone's feet? Furthermore, he was not accustomed to being served. Such trivialities were best handled personally, without putting her in an awkward position. Yang Lin did not mind. Yet many peculiar gazes turned toward Liu Yao. Meeting those curious eyes, Liu Yao's face flushed with embarrassment. She understood that in ordinary households, the patriarchal system reigned, and it was customary for women to serve their husbands by washing their feet. Because of this, her refusal seemed astonishing to others. Under the scrutiny of those gazes, feelings of shame, guilt, and helplessness surged within her. Liu Yao felt tears welling up. If I must, then so be it. She rolled up her sleeves and knelt before Yang Lin. Without further ado, she began to remove his shoes. Truly there's no need. Yang Lin tried to intervene, but Liu Yao had made up her mind, and he could not stop her. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself. I can do this. Then, with swift determination, she removed Yang Lin's shoes and gently placed his feet into the basin, beginning to wash them. Although her motions were unfamiliar, she was earnest, her small hands carefully cleaning his feet. As her head hung low, tears fell like pearls onto the surface of the water. Waves of humiliation washed over her. She had considered living as an ordinary person, forgetting her past identity. Yet when faced with the reality, she discovered she could not. Deep down, she would always remain the proud Pingyang princess, the rightful empress. Initially, Yang Lin found it difficult to accept being served. However, as he felt Li Yuyao's nimble hands tenderly washing his feet, he found it rather pleasant and ceased to resist, choosing instead to adapt to the customs of this world. Yet no one noticed that the third sister stood by, her mouth agape in astonishment. "You have worked hard, dear wife. Let me wash your feet as well." As one who had received modern education, Yang Lin did not subscribe to the notion of male superiority over females. He valued equality and mutual respect between spouses. Yang Lin rose from his seat and gently assisted Li Yuyao onto the bed. No, no." Li Yuyao hurriedly waved her hands in protest. Yet, Yang Lin disregarded her objections and proceeded to remove her shoes. The other women exchanged peculiar glances once more. Just moments ago, Li Yuyao had been unwilling to allow Yang Lin to wash her feet. Now, he was intent on doing so. Their confusion deepened. It was simply unheard of for a man to wash a woman's feet. As he removed her shoes and socks, her delicate, fair feet were revealed. Yang Lin reached out to grasp them, but Li Yuyao instinctively recoiled, refusing to let him touch her. No, her face flushed crimson as she struggled to escape. "Be obedient." Yang Lin's expression turned serious as he took hold of her feet and placed them in the basin. "Stop." Li Yuyao's complexion turned scarlet, still attempting to resist. However, as Yang Lin held her petite feet, an unusual sensation surged within her, a potent mix of embarrassment and strange feelings that rendered her almost powerless. Her words caught in her throat as if her very life force was being held captive. Perhaps it was the heat of the water, or perhaps Yang Lin's skillful touch. But Li Yuyao felt her body grow warm, a gentle tremor coursing through her. A tingling sensation radiated from her feet, spreading throughout her entire being, causing her to lower her head in shame, too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze. Women are like water. Even the strongest among them can only maintain their facade. At this moment, feeling the warmth and strength of his hands kneading and caressing her feet, though it felt like a violation of her precious dignity, it also enveloped her in a sense of care and protection, leaving her heart in disarray. Meanwhile, the other women gathered around to watch intently. "Sister, how does it feel to have your husband wash your feet?" "I truly envy you, sister. Your husband is so kind to you. Indeed, our Lord is the best in the world." Their admiration for Li Yuyao was palpable, yet they dared not ask Yang Lin to wash their feet. They would never presume upon their husband's indulgence. The idea of having their husbands wash their feet was a mere fantasy. As the women chattered excitedly, Li Yuyao felt even more embarrassed, unable to lift her head. Yang Lin understood that in Qian, a woman's feet were considered a private part, not to be shown or touched lightly. His intention in washing Li Yuyao's feet was to help her open her heart and draw them closer together. Otherwise, with her strong-willed nature, when their house was completed, she might very well kick him out of bed on their wedding night. Feelings accumulate gradually, and Yang Lin believed that even the coldest ice would eventually melt. One day, she would come to like him and willingly become his woman. Perhaps due to Yang Lin's massage, that night, Li Yuyao slept soundly. In her dreams, she felt a hand resting upon her, caressing her. Suddenly waking from her slumber, her heart raced at the thought of Yang Lin beside her. She hesitated to open her eyes, uncertain of how to confront the situation. He was her husband. Whatever he did to her was entirely justified. It was merely a midnight caress. Even if she protested, what could it lead to? Ultimately, she would merely become the subject of laughter. Just as Li Yuyao was grappling with her thoughts, she realized that the hand on her was not seeking to take advantage of her, but rather to awaken her. Slowly, she opened her eyes. In the darkness, a woman in thin clothing raised a finger to her lips, signaling silence. Li Yuyao was taken aback. It was Sanjia. Sanjia was kind-hearted, enthusiastic, and decisive in her actions. Yet her impulsive nature often got the better of her. When everyone had urged her to wash her feet earlier, Sanjia had remained silent, hiding quietly at the side. At that moment, Li Yuyao sensed something was amiss, but her own embarrassment had prevented her from pondering it further. Now, with Sanjia gesturing for her to follow, she furrowed her brow, contemplating before finally rising to accompany her outside. After they left, Yang Lin opened his eyes and sat up. The night was cloudless. The moonlight was bright, and the stars shimmered in the sky, casting a gentle glow upon the earth. Under the night sky, Sanjia walked ahead, leading Li Yuyao out of the small courtyard and stopping just beyond the courtyard wall. "What is it that you seek from me?" Li Yuyao asked directly. However, Sanjia appeared somewhat flustered and anxious, her demeanor betraying her unease. Dressed lightly, perhaps due to the coolness of the night or her own nervousness, her frail body trembled slightly. After a moment, she finally spoke. "May I ask, is your true name Liu Yao?" The revelation struck Liu Yao like a thunderbolt. Had she been recognized? She gazed incredulously at Sanjia. From the tension in her expression, it was evident that she truly knew who she was. But how could this be? They were mere strangers. Before joining the refugee caravan, Liu Yao was certain she had never met her. "Who are you?" Liu Yao fixed her gaze firmly on Sanjia, her mind racing with possibilities. Suddenly, Sanjia knelt before her. "I am Liao Hongying, your humble servant. I greet your majesty." In that moment, tears streamed down Liao Hongying's face. Liao Hongying? The name rang a bell in Liu Yao's memory, yet she could not place it. "My father is General Liao Zhan." Liao Hongying, still kneeling, spoke with reddened eyes. Liu Yao's body trembled violently. "General Liao? You are the daughter of General Liao?" She hurried forward to help Liao Hongying to her feet, astonished. "Yes. 2 years ago, I saw your majesty from afar at the Yongwang mansion. At that time, I was among the ladies and kept my distance. It is only natural that your majesty would not recognize me." After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yao suddenly gasped in realization. "Indeed, I remember that day. I recall you." At that time, she had not yet ascended the throne, but she was the only daughter of the emperor, the renowned Pingyang princess. How could someone of such stature remember a minor figure like herself? "I remember that day. You were clad in shining silver armor, with a high ponytail and wearing a red cloak. You looked so impressive, a true heroine." Liu Yao's words brought fresh tears to Liao Hongying's eyes. "Your majesty truly remembers me. I never expected it to be you." The stark contrast between her current appearance and that day was striking. Had she not spoken, Liu Yao would never have connected the two. Liu Yao could not help but marvel at the transformation. The Liao Hongying she remembered had been striking and valiant, while the Liao Hongying before her now wore simple garments, her hair unbound, resembling a neighborly elder sister rather than the fierce warrior draped in a fiery red cloak. "Your majesty, it is truly wonderful that you are alive." Liao Hongying wiped her tears. They had only met once, and while Liu Yao had not recognized Liao Hongying, the latter had sensed a resemblance, but had not dared to believe that the illustrious empress could share her fate as a refugee. Only last night, when Yang Lin had asked what Liu Yao desired, her formidable presence had made Liao Hongying gasp in astonishment at her declaration of wanting to reclaim the world. Today, during their meal, when the conversation turned to the hardships faced by the people of Qian, Liao Hongying's resolve had only strengthened. Yet, she had never imagined that this Pingyang princess, the current emperor who had fallen into such dire straits due to treachery, will be found washing Yang Lin's feet that very night. "Your majesty, have you truly resigned yourself to this fate?" She felt an overwhelming sense of injustice for Lyo. With a bitter smile, shook her head and said, "From now on, do not call me your majesty. Henceforth, I am merely Lyo, a wife, and no longer an empress." "No, your majesty, you are the sole bloodline of the late emperor, the only legitimate heir of Qian. If you relinquish your claim, what will become of those who once vowed to follow you to the death?" Liu Ying, with tear-filled eyes, gazed intently at Lyo. Lyo, self-deprecatingly shaking her head, replied, "Third sister, I know your heart aches, as does mine. Yet, despite our dissatisfaction, what can we truly change? The tide has turned, and we stand alone, unable to alter our fate. We are both married now. Although I do not yet favor him, he has shown us kindness, and I will repay that kindness by remaining with him for life. There will be no empress henceforth. Do not call me your majesty anymore. We are sisters, and I shall still call you third sister. Do you understand?" Liu Hong's heart trembled. To be able to call the former princess and empress her sister was an unparalleled honor. Yet, she could not accept it. "Your majesty, in my heart, you will always be the emperor. There is only one true emperor, and that is you. Rest assured, I shall not address you as such in front of others. But in my heart, you will forever be the one and only emperor." Liu Ying knelt once more, bowing her head to Lyo. Born into a military family, she had always understood the loyalty owed to her sovereign. To her, there was but one ruler, and that was the person before her. Even in her current plight, even as she claimed sisterhood, A ruler is a ruler, and a subject is a subject. This was an indelible truth ingrained in Li Ying's very being. Enough. Lyy's cold eyes glistened with tears as she spoke sorrowfully. Have you ever seen an emperor wash someone's feet? I have already given up. What do you cling to? She too felt the sting of injustice, but what good would it do? Even if Yang Lin had some skill and could provide a decent life for them through his tofu business, what did it matter? No. Li Ying exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Your Majesty, I seek vengeance. Do you know? My entire Li family has perished, and I am the sole survivor. On that fateful day, my father led troops to follow you, covering your escape from the city gates while he held the fort alone for 3 long hours. Do you know the horrific aftermath at the city gates? Corpses piled high, blocking the entrance. My father's head was severed and hung at the city gate. Liu Ying could no longer continue. She wiped her reddened eyes vigorously before resuming with fervor. I shall never forget that scene. Your Majesty, revenge is my sole motivation for survival. And I believe you also harbor dissatisfaction. Yang Lin is a genius and a benefactor. With him, there may yet be hope for the future. We cannot give up. Your Majesty, I implore you, do not abandon this cause. If you surrender, my quest for vengeance will truly be extinguished. Those who followed you, willing to brave fire and water, will also feel disheartened. Your Majesty, we can restore the nation here. We can plan great endeavors. As she spoke, Liu Ying knelt again before Lyo, her expression resolute. She then realized that if she were to give up, she would not only abandon her throne, but also the hopes of countless individuals who stood behind her, including Liu Ying and Liu Zhen. A flame ignited within her heart. Knowing the futility of her actions, she resolved to act nonetheless. Yes, she cannot give up. I promise you. Lyo helped Liu Ying to her feet. However, we must deliberate on this matter. We shall wait for the opportune moment and convey the truth to Yang Lin. He is the key to our restoration. But until then, we remain sisters. Outside the courtyard, the two whispered. Within the dimness of the room, Yang Lin peered through the window, observing everything transpiring outside. Chapter 32. The safest house in history. He had been eavesdropping at the window for quite some time. However, the distance was too great, and he could not discern their words. Under the bright moonlight, Yang Lin could only see third sister kneeling before Lyo 3 times, each time being helped up only to kneel again shortly thereafter. Witnessing such scenes left Yang Lin bewildered. In Qian, kneeling was common, yet it was not done casually. It was reserved for formal occasions, adhering to the hierarchy of age and status. Who was Lyo? Why was third sister kneeling before her? The two appeared emotionally charged. What could they possibly be discussing? Yang Lin sensed something was amiss, something significant. Yet, regrettably, he had not heard a single word of their conversation. Was Lyo the daughter of a prominent family? Was third sister her maidservant? No, that could not be. If that were the case, why had they not recognized each other earlier? Moreover, with third sister's demeanor, she could never be a mere maid. He hurriedly lay down, feigning sleep, allowing everything to unfold as if nothing had occurred. The following morning, as Yang Lin awoke, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices outside. What is happening? He inquired. A great many people have come, seemingly to offer their services. They are all waiting for you, Xiao Ji replied. Rushing outside, Yang Lin found dozens of men and women, young and old, gathered at the courtyard entrance. Yang Lin, I wish to work for you. Do you think I am capable? The crowd looked at him with eager anticipation. A young woman in her 20s spoke. Rest assured, Yang Lin, I can work just as well as any man, and I require no more than 2 coins. I do not need money. I only wish for a meal. A boy around 11 or 12 chimed in. Many of the younger children nodded in agreement, looking at him with nervous excitement. Yang Lin sighed inwardly. Fear not. I am not a landlord, nor will I exploit you. As for wages, considering the differing efforts, men will receive 4 coins, while children under 13 will earn 3 coins a day. If you are willing, please gather at the tofu workshop by the river shortly. We will register and assign tasks. Upon hearing his words, the villagers erupted in enthusiasm. I am willing. I am willing. Yang Lin, you are truly a benefactor. The villagers were ecstatic. Most of those who had come were family members of the 23 laborers, resulting in a significant number of women and children among them. The remainder were either elderly or disabled, all of whom were rejected by the landlord Liu. Strong men at Liu's household earned barely 4 coins. Now, under Yang Lin's arrangement, even women who could not previously earn money could make 4 coins a day, surpassing the wages of Liu's laborers. How could this not stir their excitement? After breakfast, Yang Lin led the women outside the village to a location he had previously surveyed. "I plan to build our house here," he announced, pointing to the expanse of land. The women looked around in astonishment, confused by the barren landscape far from the village. Why build a house here? They could not fathom it. "Let's brainstorm together. What kind of house should we construct?" Yang Lin looked at everyone, his gaze lingering on Lyo and third sister for a moment longer. "Isn't a house simply a house? What more can it be? Indeed, as long as it is habitable and does not leak, it suffices. What type does your husband wish to build?" Yang Lin sighed with resignation. "Since you have no suggestions, I shall share my plans. Here, our house will be 10 zhang long and 5 zhang wide, with 3 stories above ground and 2 below, comprising 12 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 kitchens, and 2 bathrooms, which are essentially toilets." As he spoke, the women's eyes widened in disbelief. The 3 stories above ground might be acceptable, but what on earth is the 2 stories below? Moreover, constructing a restroom within the house? Is it not foul? In addition, there are a study, a secret room, a storage room, a utility room, a gymnasium, and even a laboratory. The expressions of the onlookers became increasingly peculiar. A gym? A laboratory? What on earth are those? Surrounding the house, at a distance of 5 zhang, there is a constructed wall. The wall stands 3 zhang high and 2 qi thick, with a water channel dug outside, encircling the perimeter. The channel is 3 meters wide and 3 meters deep, diverting river water, and a drawbridge is erected at the entrance, flanked by 2 arrow towers. As Yang Lin elaborated, the others remained unaware of the implications. While Li Yuyao's expression grew ever more strange, she suddenly realized that what Yang Lin was building did not resemble a mere house. It bore a striking resemblance to a fortress. The water channel served as a moat. The courtyard wall represented the city wall, and arrow towers were only found atop such fortifications. By the time Yang Lin concluded his discourse, the most striking impression left on Li Yuyao regarding this residence was encapsulated in 2 words: security. A home so secure could rival that of a royal palace. Why would a mere scholar from a village be so concerned about safety? Li Yuyao found it utterly perplexing. Yet Yang Lin was not finished. "This is our Phase 1 plan. After the completion of Phase 1, we shall continue to develop Phases 2, 3, and 4, which will represent the future 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rings of our family." As Yang Lin spoke, the women envisioned an exceptionally grand city springing forth from this desolate land. But is this truly about building a house? It is an endeavor akin to constructing a new city, if his proposed scale were indeed realized. Upon the conclusion of Phase 4, the entirety of Kaoshan village would be encompassed, and their family home would surpass even the entire Qinghe county town in size. The women were left speechless, astonished at how Yang Lin could conceive such a monumental vision. No objections? Well then, it is settled. Let's proceed to the workshop. Upon arriving at the tofu workshop, the villagers were already gathered there, waiting. As Yang Lin approached, they eagerly surrounded him. Yang Lin instructed Xiao Jiu to record and register the villagers. Ahem, before assigning tasks, I would like to ask the villagers present, are there any masons, blacksmiths, or carpenters among you with skills? Please step forward and stand beside me. The villagers appeared somewhat dazed. Seeing no one move, Yang Lin continued. Those with skills will earn 10 won a day. Upon hearing the figure of 10 won, the villagers erupted in excitement. Day 33, Yang Lin's scheme. 10 won a day. Such a number was beyond their wildest dreams. If they could truly earn that much, they could occasionally afford a meal of rice or flour. Yang Lin, what skills do you need? I am a mason. Does that count? Someone inquired. It certainly does. Yang Lin replied without hesitation. The crowd was even more astonished. A mason could earn 10 won? What about me? I learned blacksmithing from my father since childhood and can forge on my own now. You can. Yang Lin nodded again. The villagers were in a frenzy, each asking if their skills were acceptable. However, from the dozens present, only 5 were ultimately selected. These 5 individuals were overjoyed, yet apprehensive. unsure of what Yang Lin intended to do with such a substantial sum of money. Even the women were baffled, unable to comprehend Yang Lin's intentions. Brother Zhang, you take 10 people to the mountains to fell timber. Uncle Li, you take 20 people to the back mountain to quarry stones. The women and children will stay at the tofu workshop to learn tofu making, while the rest will follow Uncle Zhao to dig the foundation. Once these arrangements were made, Yang Lin approached the 5 men. At that moment, the 5 of them grew tense. Yang Lin, I only know how to build walls. Perhaps you should pay me less. Such a large sum feels unsettling to me. The other 4 nodded in agreement, not believing they were worth so much. What you see and hear here must remain confidential. Rest assured, the work site is right here in Kaoshan village, and the tasks will not be arduous. In fact, they may be even lighter than your previous jobs. All necessities for food and clothing will be provided by me, and prior to starting, you may even receive an advance of a month's wages to take home. After 3 months of work, your wages will double to 21 a day. At the end of the year, bonuses will be awarded based on individual performance. If you are unwilling, you may simply continue with other jobs, earning only 5 a day. Upon hearing that they could receive an advance before even commencing work and that their wages would double after 3 months, the 5 men were ecstatic. Such a remarkable opportunity was impossible to refuse. After the 5 men departed, the women crowded around. Husband, what kind of work are you speaking of? Yes. How can it be worth so much money? We simply cannot fathom what sort of labor would justify such compensation. There are not many places to work. So where do you intend to assign them? Liu Yao suddenly recalled something and asked, remember that day when your cousin came to our village, and we never saw him again? Yang Lin smiled. You are perceptive, my dear. Would you all like to know what I have in mind for them? Come, follow me, and you shall see. It was then that everyone noticed the house Yang Lin had chosen had high courtyard walls and with the gate securely closed. Nothing could be seen inside. Yang Lin gently knocked on the door, and soon someone came to open it. The door was cracked open, and Wang Gui's head appeared. Upon seeing Yang Lin, he fully opened the door. The women were somewhat surprised. Why was Wang Gui here at the place designated for cousin Du Jing? Moreover, why was he acting so furtively? What on earth was happening here? Please come in. Yang Lin beckoned to the group. Once through this door, they would not be able to leave for a short while. Yang Lin Chao Tionet. The 5 craftsmen did not hesitate. They had come prepared for any eventuality. As soon as they entered, they spotted 2 familiar faces along with a stranger. Wang Gui, Zhao Shunzi, what are you doing here? They exclaimed in astonishment. However, they quickly realized that Wang Gui was a carpenter and Zhao Shunzi was a blacksmith. Like themselves, they were skilled craftsmen. Excellent. Finally, we have some company. Du Jing approached, brimming with excitement. This is my cousin Du Jing. You will follow his instructions for your work here, Yang Lin introduced. Du Jing was eager to get started, calling the 5 men over to inquire about their specialties before immediately assigning tasks. The women remained baffled, unsure of Yang Lin's intentions. However, the 3rd sister, Liao Hongying, gazed at a stone furnace in a daze. Is this a furnace for smelting iron? It looks different from a typical blacksmith's furnace, Liao Hongying inquired. Yang Lin was somewhat surprised. Have you seen this before? Liao Hongying hesitated. She had seen a similar furnace in her father's army's artisan camp. Unlike a regular blacksmith's furnace, this type could smelt iron or into molten iron for direct casting of weapons. However, now that Yang Lin asked, she felt it inappropriate to explain. Yang Lin did not dwell on it and nodded. Indeed, this is a furnace for smelting iron. I plan to make improvements to the smelting process here. Smelting iron is part of my initial plan, while it can be kept secret from outsiders. There is no need to conceal it from my own women. Improvements? The women were all astonished. Yang Lin nodded. In recent days, I have been collaborating with Brother Jing to study this matter. Artisan ironware has 2 major shortcomings. One is insufficient toughness, and the other is difficulty in casting, often requiring forging to take shape. Moreover, forged iron is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also cannot be mass-produced or crafted into precision components. What we must endeavor to improve are these 2 aspects, crafting robust iron implements that can be molded seamlessly through casting. However, the women remained perplexed. Improving iron tools? What purpose does that serve? Liao Hongying inquired, her face reflecting confusion, a sentiment echoed by the others. Iron tools? They function adequately, they asserted, having failed to perceive the shortcomings that Yang Lin described. The benefits are manifold. Yang Lin elaborated. For instance, the creation of gears, pulleys, and bearings. He continued. The current watermill is constructed of wood, which compromises precision and results in a low energy conversion ratio, thus hampering efficiency. By merely replacing two components with iron, we could enhance the watermill's efficiency by at least 50%, and its durability would improve significantly. The iron implements into Qian are primarily cast iron, lacking sufficient ductility. Thus, to forge precision components, our iron smelting techniques must undergo further innovation. The women were left in a state of shock. Gears? Pulleys? These were terms foreign to them. You must simply understand that iron smelting holds immense value. Yet, even if articulated, they could not grasp the significance of metal smelting. Consider cannons and firearms. After observing for a while in the courtyard, the women gradually departed, leaving only Li Yuyao behind. Are you intending to forge weaponry? She directly asked. Yang Lin, intriguet, contret. What leads you to that conclusion? Li Yuyao expounded. In your architectural plans, you place great emphasis on safety. It stands to reason that your improvements in iron smelting must also pertain to safety, and aside from weaponry, I cannot fathom what else iron smelting could achieve. Yang Lin smiled, neither confirming nor denying. I merely do not comprehend why you are so fixated on safety, he remarked. Li Yuyao gazed at him with astonishment. Sensing that Yang Lin's concern for safety bordered on obsession, he raised his head and looked outside, as if addressing her, or perhaps himself. The only one who can protect oneself is oneself. In this world, where laws are lax and power prevails, one can act as they please. As my business expands, so too will the number of those who covet what I possess. Without the means to safeguard myself, I shall be prey to those ravenous wolves. Safety cannot be entrusted to others. It must be self-reliant. The following day, the Zhou family yielded, sending individuals to learn tofu making and procure qianzhong. The eldest sister responsible for this matter hurried to inquire if Yang Lin would sell qianzhong to the Zhou family. Without hesitation, he replied, "Of course we shall sell. As long as it is a fair trade, why not profit?" However, the eldest sister expressed concern. Might they retaliate against us in the future? Yang Lin chuckled softly. Sister, whether we engage in trade with them or not, if they wish to retaliate, they will do so regardless. Therefore, we need not concern ourselves with others. We must focus on our own endeavors. He clenched his fists resolutely. Days passed swiftly, and it was already the last day of May. In recent days, they had sold 2 batches of gypsum water, and the demand for qianzhong was insatiable, accumulating over 400 taels of silver in less than half a month. However, progress in other areas remained sluggish. The iron smelting site had constructed a primitive blast furnace, yielding iron of improved strength and ductility, yet still falling short of ideal standards. At the construction site, the foundation pit had been excavated, but Yang Lin refrained from proceeding with the foundation work, opting instead to await developments at the clay kiln. The previous day, the kiln had been completed, yet Yang Lin had chosen not to fire bricks, but to first produce a batch of cement. The entire rear mountain housed a third of limestone, with clay and gypsum also being quite common. Yang Lin was aware of the material ratios required for cement production, making it theoretically feasible to produce cement without difficulty. That morning, Yang Lin personally supervised, eager for the first batch of cement to emerge. However, the first batch proved to be a failure. There were numerous reasons for this failure, but Yang Lin quickly identified the issues. Improvement was not difficult. It merely required time. Success. Success. At that moment, someone was seen sprinting from a distance. Yang Lin was taken aback. The second batch of cement had not yet entered the kiln. How could there be success? Upon closer inspection, he realized the newcomer was Wang Gue. Instantly, Yang Lin understood that there was good news from the iron smelting site. We did it. We produced it. Wang Gue rushed closer, excitement radiating from him. Boss, the type of iron you described, we have successfully smelted it. Yang Lin was overjoyed. This truly exemplifies the adage that when one side is dim, the other shines. Let us go and take a look, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Wang Gue led the way as Yang Lin accompanied the women to the iron smelting yard. Along the journey, Wang Gue could barely contain his excitement as he recounted their smelting results. The type of iron implements you wish to create has been successfully produced. Yang Lin was elated. Upon entering the yard, he observed the exhilaration on Du Jing and Zhao Shunzi's faces. Lindi, the type of iron you mentioned, we have truly smelted it. Upon seeing Yang Lin, Du Jing eagerly picked up a piece of already formed iron and excitedly handed it to him. Yang Lin accepted it and examined it closely, his excitement mounting. Indeed, this is it. He exhaled deeply. They had successfully created wrought iron. The distinction between cast iron and wrought iron lies in their carbon content. The lower the carbon content, the purer and more ductile the iron becomes, and if achieved to a sufficient degree, steel can be produced. Of course, with their current primitive blast furnace, the thought of producing steel was out of the question, as neither temperature nor technique were adequate. However, for Yang Lin, having wrought iron was already sufficient. Wang Gui also brought forth several iron components, which are the casting molds Yang Lin had previously instructed him to create. They had been produced during today's experiments. Do these meet your expectations? Wang Gui asked nervously. Though a carpenter, he sensed that these iron components were distinctly different from previous iron. Not only did they appear whiter, but they also seemed more refined. Yang Lin took them and scrutinized them further, his eyes gleaming brighter with each passing moment. They were precisely as he had envisioned. Excellent. Let's produce 11 more of each. Yang Lin declared. No problem, Wang Gui nodded. Even though they were casting iron implements, the creation of molds was still reliant on his skills. There was one crucial point Yang Lin needed to address. He instructed Du Jing to summon everyone present in the yard. From this day forth, every component we cast here requires the simultaneous presence of my cousin Du Jing, Uncle Wang Gui, and Uncle Shunzi before we can commence the furnace. This is of utmost importance. If anyone contravenes this rule, they shall not find a place here. Yang Lin's gaze swept across everyone present. Though they were all neighbors and friends, some matters necessitated strictness to avert future complications, prioritizing the lesser over the greater. The crowd nodded in agreement, though they felt that it was merely casting iron and wondered if Yang Lin was being overly meticulous. Their lack of understanding stemmed from their inability to comprehend the true purpose of the components they were casting. The women were equally curious about the purpose of the components Yang Lin had set aside. Jinggu, you're in charge here and the primary overseer. As the workshop continues to expand, you'll have the autonomy to manage all affairs. You may determine wage increases or decreases, award bonuses for commendable performance, and even dismiss those who falter. Du Jing was taken aback. Regarding Yang Lin's trust, he nodded with enthusiasm. Yes, I will ensure everything is well here. Yang Lin then turned his gaze towards Wang Gui. Uncle Wang, you have done an excellent job coordinating internally and externally these past few days. Merely working as a carpenter is a waste of your talents. I plan to have you oversee internal and external communications and procure all necessary materials for the workshop. What do you think? Wang Gui hurriedly nodded. All right. My family's well-being is all thanks to you. I will do whatever you ask. Yang Lin then looked at Zhao Shunzi. Uncle Shunzi, in the future, Jinggu might explore other research directions, so I will entrust you with all matters related to iron smelting. You will manage the iron workshop. Zhao Shunzi appeared bewildered. Can I really do it? He was the best blacksmith in the village and was confident in his forging skills, but he had never considered taking on a managerial role. Yang Lin smiled and shook the components in his hand. If I say you can do it, you certainly will. My decision is final. Xiaojiu, take note. Starting next month, Jinggu, Uncle Wang, and Uncle Shunzi will receive a salary increase. Jinggu will receive 800 won monthly, while Uncle Wang and Uncle Shunzi will each receive 400 won. Moreover, since the iron smelting has been successful, everyone will receive an additional 100 won as a bonus. Upon hearing this, everyone in the courtyard was taken aback. They immediately shook their heads in protest. No, you are already paying too much. We cannot accept any more. Du Jing was the first to refuse. Wang Gui quickly added, yes, Yang Lin. I can hardly fathom receiving 300 won a month, and now you want to raise it to 500 won? That would shorten my lifespan. The honest Zhao Shunzi, unsure of what to say, turned red and nodded vigorously. The 5 villagers who joined later also waved their hands in refusal. 10 won a day was already an unimaginable high salary for them. They had only been working for a few days and felt they had not accomplished anything extraordinary to warrant a bonus of 100 won. Although they were tempted, they believed it was inappropriate to accept such money. However, in response to their refusals, Yang Lin reiterated, enough of this. My decisions are not subject to change. Jinggu, I want those components made as soon as possible. Uncle Wang, I have 2 more blueprints. Please create the molds according to the dimensions and finish them today. Wang Gui glanced at the blueprints and was momentarily stunned. This is for the watermill? Indeed, by replacing these two components, the efficiency of the watermill can be improved by 50%. The crowd was astonished. They had all witnessed the wonders of the watermill, and the prospect of enhancing its efficiency by 50% simply amazed them. All right, I will get started right away, Wang Gui responded excitedly. Yang Lin smiled. Replacing these two components is merely a simple upgrade. In a few days, I will draft a few more blueprints for you to see if you can create them. If successful, the watermill's efficiency could triple. Yang Lin held up 3 fingers. The crowd was utterly astonished. After collecting the completed components, Yang Lin departed the small courtyard with the women. As soon as they left, Sime eagerly asked, "Husband, these components look peculiar. What are they for?" The other women also turned to Yang Lin, curious about the significance of these items, which they sensed were important. Upon returning home, Yang Lin opened a box. It was then that everyone realized he had already prepared a large assortment of materials inside. The moment she saw these materials, Sanjie Liao Hongying exclaimed, "Are you making bows and arrows?" But before Yang Lin could respond, she shook her head again. "No, this isn't a bow and arrow. It isn't that complicated. What is it?" Liao Hongying gazed at Yang Lin in astonishment. Hearing her words, the other women looked at Yang Lin with equal surprise. "What exactly are you planning to create? Is it really a bow and arrow?" Yang Lin, however, was also quite surprised. Through some components, Sanjie could guess it was a bow and arrow. "What I am making is a more compact, portable, and quicker to draw modified version of a bow and arrow, which I refer to as a crossbow or a new gong." The women stared at him in wide-eyed amazement. It was the first time they had heard the term crossbow. "It is somewhat complex, but once I assemble it, you will understand," Yang Lin said as he began to assemble the components. After nearly an hour, he finally completed the assembly of the crossbow. Looking at the finished product, Yang Lin felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life, he was an enthusiast of shooting sports and owned 2 small hand crossbows. He occasionally visited shooting ranges to try out more professional equipment. He was quite familiar with crossbows, and when he thought about self-defense in this world, the first thing that came to mind was gunpowder, and the second was the crossbow. Compared to gunpowder, the crossbow was more convenient and precise, minimizing the risk of collateral damage. The one he held now appeared rather rudimentary compared to the exquisite alloy crossbows from his past, yet possessed all the essential functions. "Is this a crossbow? It looks rather small. Can it really kill an enemy?" The women observed with curiosity, but were also skeptical. Although Liu Yao had never seen one, she sensed the unique beauty in the precise assembly process Yang Lin undertook. Moreover, she realized that regardless of the crossbow's power, the manufacturing process was far quicker than that of traditional bows and arrows. Traditional bow making involved tedious steps, taking anywhere from several days to several months to produce a good bow. In contrast, Yang Lin completed this assembly in less than an hour. With such rapid production, if mass-produced for soldiers, a large number of archers could be equipped in a short time. However, they were uncertain about the crossbow's effectiveness. "Let us go outside and test it." Eagerly grasping the crossbow, Yang Lin felt an itch of impatience. Stepping outside the courtyard, he aimed the crossbow at a wooden post 10 steps away, drew back the string, took aim, and then pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air as the bolt struck the wood with a thud, embedding itself deeply into the post. It penetrated 3 inches. Liao Hongying gasped in astonishment. "This power is incredible." She hurried over and used considerable effort to pull the bolt out of the wood. A shot like that could seriously injure or even kill a person. Liu Yao stared with wide-open eyes. She had initially thought the crossbow might have some lethality, but not much, considering its small size and Yang Lin's effortless loading process. However, this arrow completely astonished her. The speed of production was swift, and the power was substantial. Her heart raced with excitement. Yang Lin, equally exhilarated, reloaded and shot a second and third arrow in quick succession. Once again, Liu Yao and Liao Hongying were left in awe. Yang Lin's speed of reloading and firing the second and third arrows was incredibly rapid, almost instantaneous. This speed of reloading was more than twice as fast as that of traditional bows and arrows. Such a difference on the battlefield could mean the difference between life and death. They exchanged glances, both realizing that with this miraculous crossbow, their aspirations had drawn closer to reality. Li Yao finally understood why Yang Lin was so meticulous in controlling the quantity of components being forged for the iron smelting. Not bad, my dear, you give it a try. Yang Lin, quite pleased, handed the crossbow to Li Yao. Li Yao took the bow and shot several times, achieving greater accuracy than Yang Lin. Raised in the imperial court, she had been trained by her father as a boy since childhood, excelling in horseback riding and archery, making her adept at crossbow shooting as well. Witnessing her prowess, the other women were eager to try their hand at it. I arranged for the workshop to craft 11 sets of parts, and in a few days, each of us would have our own crossbow. During our leisure time, we would practice for precision and various shooting angles, even moving shots. It is crucial to remember that the crossbows must never be aimed at people to prevent accidental injury. Upon hearing that they would soon possess crossbows, excitement surged among the women. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. We cannot let outsiders know. Yang Lin cautioned earnestly. Despite the creation of crossbows, this world was still rife with dangers. Thus, it was best that as few people as possible were aware of our hidden cards. In a small courtyard, everyone practiced eagerly with the crossbows. Meanwhile, at the Liu family estate, father and son wore troubled expressions as they pored over account books, exchanging glances filled with concern. Current indicators suggested that no one would be selling land in the future. The impoverished villagers had all gone to work for Yang Lin, who lent them money and helped them settle debts, who would sell their land to survive. Father, this situation cannot continue. Not only is no one selling land, but our foreman reported that many of our long-term workers are clamoring for higher wages. It's all that fool Yang Lin's fault. He insists on paying them 5, when he could easily manage them with just 2. Father, we cannot just wait idly. We must teach him a lesson and show Yang Lin who truly holds power in Kaoshan village. Liu Yukai shot a glare at his son. Did you not confront him last time? What was the outcome? Yang Lin is no longer so easily intimidated. Tonight, we shall send someone to smash his watermill and destroy his tofu workshop. We shall teach a lesson to those disobedient villagers. And then let us see who dares to work for him again. Liu Yotsai's eyes brightened at the thought of destroying the tofu factory. Previously, he had underestimated Yang Lin. Now, although Yang Lin did not directly target their family, he had significantly impacted their interests. That night, a group of masked strongmen stormed into the riverside tofu workshop, smashing molds, water tanks, and wooden barrels. The water tanks were shattered, barrels splintered, and molds were thrown to the ground. The watermill, too, did not escape unscathed. Stop! Who are you? Please cease! Cried the night watchman, Old Wang. The strongmen rushed over, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks to Old Wang. Remember this, old man. If you value your life, do not work for Yang Lin. Old Wang, clutching his head, soon lost consciousness. That night, many villagers in Kaoshan were beaten by the masked men and threatened not to work for Yang Lin again. The following morning, Yang Lin's doorstep was crowded with villagers, their spirits high as they awaited his emergence. This is bad, head of the household. Five Mei exclaimed anxiously. Our tofu workshop was smashed last night. Many of our workers were beaten, and now everyone is outside waiting for your decision. The other women gasped in astonishment. The tofu workshop was a vital source of income for them and the villagers. How could they possibly cope now that it had been destroyed? However, Yang Lin remained unperturbed. Upon receiving the news, he displayed no surprise, merely asking Five Mei, "How is everyone's mood?" Afterward, Five Mei anxiously inquired, "What shall we do, head of the household?" The women looked at Yang Lin with tension in their eyes. If they could be attacked while managing the tofu workshop, what would prevent a recurrence? Yet Yang Lin smiled. He spoke as if to himself. What is destined to happen will inevitably come. The time has come for us to emerge. The women exchanged bewildered glances. How could he still smile at a time like this? As Yang Lin stepped outside, he instantly spotted the throng of villagers gathered at his door. Upon his appearance, the previously clamorous crowd fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into a fervor once again. Yang Lin, our tofu workshop is gone, and we have been beaten. What shall we do? They exclaimed. They are bullying us too much. We have not offended anyone. Why do they target us? You must seek justice for us, Yang Lin. Yes, we all trust your judgment. Old Wang limped from the crowd, his head stained with blood. With a quivering voice, he lamented, I am an old fool. I cannot stop them. Yang Lin, I am sorry. Tears streamed down Old Wang's face. Yang Lin's expression darkened. Dear villagers, uncles, aunts, I apologize for failing to protect you. Upon hearing these words, The villagers quickly waved their hands. This is not your fault. It is likely the work of Lu the landlord. Yes, you offer better wages, and his long-term workers are dissatisfied. He is venting his anger on you. Indeed, we do not blame you, Yang Lin. They chimed in. They could discern that Yang Lin had provided them with generous wages, and envy from others was to blame for their current plight. Yang Lin continued, I will cover all medical expenses for those who were beaten last night. Furthermore, those injured can stay home to recuperate, and I will ensure they still receive wages during their recovery. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted with excitement. Not only would he cover medical costs, but they would also receive wages while recovering. Such fortune was unheard of. This is not your fault, Yang Lin. How can we allow you to bear the costs? Indeed, we should confront Lu the landlord. Yes, we must demand an explanation for the violence, with so many of us. We need not fear him. Yang Lin raised his hand. What I have decided will not change. There is no need for further persuasion. Today's events have served as a wake-up call for me. We are earning money and our lives are improving. This incites envy and jealousy in others. Everyone knows who was behind last night's incident. Our high wages are intended to help everyone earn more and improve their lives. Yet, some cannot tolerate this. They do not wish for our lives to improve. They want us to continue living in poverty and hardship with no money to spare, relying on them for loans or selling our land. Now that we have money, we will not sell our land, and I have obstructed their path to wealth. What shall we do? Shall we allow others to ride on our backs and impose their will upon us? Or shall we fight back? I do not know how you all feel, but I, Yang Lin, will never compromise. If anyone is afraid or wishes to continue living in hardship, feel free to leave. I will not hold it against you. Now let us settle the wages. Yang Lin proclaimed, scanning the crowd. His words ignited a fervor among the villagers. We shall resist. We shall resist. We are not afraid. They shouted in unison. Excellent. Yang Lin declared. Since no one wishes to be a coward, we shall take up arms to protect ourselves. From this day forth, we shall establish a defense team for Kaoshan village. I, Yang Lin, will fund this endeavor, offering 10 won a day, with no labor required, simply training daily to safeguard our livelihoods, our families, and our hard-won happiness and future. The crowd erupted in excitement. A defense team? What a splendid idea. With a defense team, no one will dare to bully us again. Moreover, the promise of merely 10 won a day is truly enticing. I wish to join. So do I. In a fervor of enthusiasm, the villagers eagerly raised their hands to sign up. Those willing to join the defense team, please come forth to register. I, Yang Lin, find myself short on funds. Hence I can only afford to recruit 10 individuals, which necessitates stricter requirements. Preference will be given to robust young men who possess strength, martial arts background, and a willingness to fight valiantly. Furthermore, and most importantly, our defense team must adhere to discipline and follow orders. I assure you, I shall not treat everyone unfairly. In addition to the daily 10 won, there will be a year-end bonus of 1,000 won. Liu Yao suddenly came to a realization. She finally grasped Yang Lin's intentions. Chapter 38. Fulfilling the bet. Yang Lin only needed 10 people for the defense team, yet there were already 16 or 17 individuals eager to enlist. After all, the benefits of the defense team are exceptionally appealing. Not only does it provide protection, but it also brings prestige and a steady income of 10 won. Consequently, Yang Lin had to introduce a selection process, assessing strength, endurance, courage, martial skills, and specialties to choose the best among them, ultimately selecting 10 individuals. Yang Lin turned to Zhong Tao and said, Brother Zhong, you shall be the captain of the defense team, and your pay will be 5 won more than the others. Zhong Tao, an experienced veteran under 30, had excelled in every aspect of the assessment and was one of the few villagers with genuine martial arts training. Although he had a burly appearance, he was rather modest and quickly waved his hand, saying, No need for extra pay. 10 won is already quite generous. I have stated that my decision is final. The lumber team, stone quarry team, and kiln team continued their regular work, while the members of the defense team remained. With only the defense team left, Yang Lin addressed Zhong Tao. Brother Zhong, our defense team holds special significance and differs from other groups. We must maintain strict discipline. We must be courageous and willing to fight against evil, protect our property, and avoid unnecessary conflicts. We must not abuse our power or act tyrannically. The foremost value of our defense team lies not in martial prowess, but in character. Zhong Tao, somewhat bewildered, accepted the paper Yang Lin handed him and nodded vigorously. The other members of the defense team were equally determined to prove themselves. Upon witnessing Yang Lin present this document, Li Yuyao's suspicions were further solidified. This had undoubtedly been meticulously planned in advance. Yang Lin then explained to the defense team their responsibilities and the methods for daily training. Once the defense team departed, only their kin remained. Li Yuyao eagerly inquired, "So, was all of this prepared beforehand?" Yang Lin srugid naturally. "How did you know someone would target our tofu workshop?" Li Yuyao pressed on. "It's quite simple. By considering the situation from different perspectives, one can understand how others think. It was only a matter of time before someone targeted our tofu workshop." Li Yuyao continued to question. "Since you were aware, why not prepare earlier? Why wait until after an incident to establish the defense team?" Yang Lin chuckled. "My dear, do you think the damage to our tofu workshop would be significant?" Li Yuyao hesitated, initially inclined to assert that the loss would be substantial. However, upon reflection, she realized that the workshop primarily contained wooden barrels and water tanks, with the most valuable item being the watermill. The loss, when calculated, was indeed not worth much. Suddenly, she grasped the underlying intention and was taken aback. "So, your true objective from the beginning was to establish the defense team? If there had been no incident, forming the defense team would lack cohesion, and the process would have seemed too abrupt. Just moments ago, no one, including myself, recognized this. We all felt the defense team should be formed, and it was imperative." The more she spoke, the more astonished she became. Her gaze towards Yang Lin filled with awe. She understood better than anyone the significance of the defense team. The defense team represents a military force of fighting strength. Although its initial purpose was self-protection, as the defense team evolves, it could eventually transform into a private army, currently comprising only 10 members. Who knows what the future holds? 100? 1,000? Such possibilities are not beyond reach. Yang Lin also possessed the knowledge to manufacture crossbows, enabling the swift production of a substantial number of them. Once equipped with these weapons, this seemingly ordinary group of villagers could swiftly become a formidable archery unit. Contemplating these prospects, Li Yuyao's breath quickened. What exactly does he intend to achieve? Everything he does seems to align perfectly with his goals. Beyond what you have mentioned, there is indeed another crucial point. Yang Lin smiled broadly and raised a finger. Li Yuyao blinked. "Another? Do you remember the bet we made some time ago? I stated that we would soon possess strength comparable to that of a prominent family. Now we have achieved that." Li Yuyao was taken aback. She was about to refute him when she suddenly realized that Yang Lin might truly have accomplished this. In terms of financial resources, although they were not yet on par with the prominent families, they were not lacking in funds, and their potion business was remarkably stable. Given time, their financial power would surpass that of the families in the county. Regarding influence, various families in the county now conducted business with them, effectively binding their interests together. Anyone who dared to challenge them would not only face repercussions, but also risk jeopardizing the livelihoods of other families. With the defense team and crossbows, their capacity to protect themselves has significantly increased. Therefore, stating that they had achieved strength akin to that of a prominent family is not an exaggeration. "So, my dear, do you intend to fulfill the bet, or do you plan to renege?" Yang Lin looked at his beautiful wife with keen interest, intending to tease her. Li Yao bit her lip, her heart racing, her face flushing. The bet required her to kiss him, yet doing so in front of so many people felt utterly embarrassing. "Hee, sister cannot go back on her word, can she?" Xiao Jia winked. "What is there to fear, sister? Once our house is built, my body will belong to him anyway. A mere kiss is nothing. If you are hesitant, I can take your place," fourth sister teased. "I will take your place." Third sister Liao Hongying stepped forward, boldly closing the distance to Yang Lin and planting a kiss on his cheek. As a servant, how could she allow her lord to be taken lightly? Yang Lin was taken aback. He had no intention of actually having Li Yuyao kiss him. He merely wished to temper her proud demeanor. Yet, he did not anticipate Liao Hongying's impulsive action. This situation was indeed complicated. "Is that enough? If not, I can do it again," Liao Hongying said, leaning in for another passionate kiss, leaving Yang Lin blushing. The other women were left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Li Yuyao bit her lip, watching Liao Hongying take her place, feeling a pang of discomfort. Each person must bear the consequences of their own actions. "I will uphold my promise," Li Yuyao declared. Her cheeks flushed. Chapter 39. The first battle of the defense team. Before anyone could react, Liu Yao had already tiptoed and gently kissed Yang Lin's cheek, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Yang Lin felt a wave of warmth on his cheek, followed by a tingling sensation spreading throughout his body. Unlike Liao Hongying's fervent kiss, Liu Yao's was tender. He could distinctly feel the lingering warmth of her lips against his skin. The gentle touch left an indescribable sensation lingering on his cheek. Liao Hongying was astounded. Did His Majesty truly receive a kiss? Is it possible that your Majesty is truly determined to make him your husband? Cough, cough, what are you all staring at? Get ready to work. Upon entering the room, Yang Lin found Liu Yao sitting on the bed with her head bowed. My lady, are you all right? He inquired, moving closer. Initially, he thought she was crying, but upon closer inspection, he realized her complexion was merely very pale, with no other signs of distress. Liu Yao lifted her gaze, meeting Yang Lin's eyes. What is it? Under the scrutiny of her cold, clear eyes, Yang Lin inexplicably felt a twinge of nervousness. He discerned that her expression was profoundly intricate. Do you wish to know my identity? Liu Yao began, but hesitated, stifling her words. You must be a young lady of noble birth, am I right? Huh? Liu Yao was taken aback. I could tell from the start, you are different from them. Your demeanor is graceful, and your aura is unparalleled. Undoubtedly a result of being raised in a wealthy family. But why have you become a drifter? Did your family suffer a misfortune? Yang Lin asked. Do not worry, my lady. Regardless of your past, from now on, this will be your home. You are no longer alone. Whatever may happen, you can share it with me, and we shall face it together. Liu Yao opened her mouth to speak. In that brief moment, she truly yearned to reveal her identity and her intentions. Yet, just as quickly, she regained her composure. Would he believe her if she spoke now? Even if he did, what could he do? Furthermore, her identity was ultimately a taboo. If it were to be disclosed, her family would likely suffer untold misfortune. Will you promise me one thing? Liu Yao asked earnestly. What is it? I want you to earn a great deal of money, to create numerous crossbows, and to expand the defense team, she declared passionately. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, quietly astonished. Money, crossbows, and defense teams represented military salaries, supplies, and troops. This was precisely the direction he had been secretly planning to develop in order to protect himself and his family. To his surprise, his lady shared the same thoughts. Did they align in purpose, or did she harbor other motives? It was unusual for a woman to conceive such ideas. I promise you, Yang Lin replied. But this matter must remain confidential, and we cannot act hastily. Liu Yao nudda. What shall we do next? Lu Daju has already caused us trouble. This matter is likely not yet resolved. Yang Lin smiled. The defense team has been established. We can retaliate now. He is merely a landlord in a village. Does he truly believe he can dominate everything? In truth, dealing with him is as easy as pie. Liu Yao was left speechless. Just then, Xiao Jiu rushed in. Brother, the Liu family is causing a ruckus at the tofu shop again. Let us go, notify the defense team, and see what's happening. When Yang Lin arrived at the tofu shop, he saw Lu Liang confronting nearby laborers, brandishing sticks alongside several of his servants. 2 villagers lay on the ground, beaten and bruised. You insolent peasants, how dare you block my path? Get out of my way, Lu Liang shouted. Do you really think Yang Lin will back you up? Allow me to make it clear. He is nothing. Lu Liang, holding his stick, pointed at the crowd. The villagers were agitated, but some had already been beaten, so they dared not act rashly. At that moment, Yang Lin arrived with the defense team. Newly formed, the defense team lacked proper weapons, wielding only various farming tools. Yet they immediately surrounded Lu Liang and his companions. Lu Liang was taken aback, staring at the audacious villagers. What do you want? I've given you face. Get out of my way, he yelled, pointing at the defense team. However, no one moved. Yang Lin approached, ignoring Lu Liang, and examined the injuries of the 2 villagers. Thankfully, they were not severely harmed. Who did this? Yang Lin coldly inquired. The villagers pointed at Lu Liang. Yang Lin rose and advanced toward Lu Liang. What do you think you're doing? Lu Liang, for reasons unknown, suddenly felt a surge of trepidation upon seeing Yang Lin. You dare ask me what I'm doing after you assaulted my people? Yang Lin narrowed his eyes and shouted, From today onward, anyone who works for me, Yang Lin, shall not be bullied. Yang Lin called out loudly. Where's the defense team? Here. They responded in unison. In that moment, their blood surged with fervor. From now on, they would no longer be oppressed. With that, Yang Lin pointed decisively at Lu Liang. Charge! The defense team, fueled by indignation, surged forward. The events of the previous night had not been settled, and now the Liu family was causing trouble again. They erupted in unison, facing the once feared Liu family without fear. In an era of cold weapons, the most crucial element in battle is morale. The defense team's momentum intimidated Liu Yang and his servants. As they charged, several of the servants were swiftly knocked down. "Do not come any closer. If you touch me, you will not end well." Liu Yang's face turned pale with fear. The fully ignited defense team cared not for his threats, advancing toward Liu Yang with relentless blows. The air was filled with sounds akin to that of slaughtered pigs. "Ah, please stop. I was wrong. Spare me, spare me." Liu Yang cried out in desperation, having never faced violence before. The villagers stood in shock, unable to believe the defense team would dare to take action. They were astonished that the once mighty young master of the Liu family was merely a paper tiger. In that moment, the villagers felt a release of pent-up frustration. They found immense satisfaction. Chapter 40. Resolving the source of conflict. Liang retreated in disgrace, and the villagers erupted in cheers. Yang Lin stood atop a rise, proclaiming, "From today onward, any long-term laborers or tenants working for the Liu family may come to work for me. The wages will remain the same, 5-1. Craftsmen will earn 10-1. I will assist in repaying any debts owed to the Liu family. If you wish to come, your entire family is welcome to work here. We will have at least one pork feast each month." Upon hearing Yang Lin's announcement, the villagers erupted in excitement once more. They could no longer contain their eagerness to share this good news with relatives and friends still working for the Liu family. The long-term laborers at the Liu family had long desired to leave. Today's events had completely eliminated their reservations. On one side, they toiled from dawn till dusk for a mere 2-1 a day. On the other, they could earn 5-1 for less work. The comparison was incomparable. "Yang Lin, can you truly accommodate so many people?" "Indeed, there are over 100 laborers working for the Liu family. If they all come with their families, it could easily be 200 or 300. The villagers gazed at Yang Lin with concern. Yang Lin patted his chest. "I, Yang Lin, always keep my word. As for whether I can accommodate so many, there is no need for worry. Aside from tofu and Xinjiang, we will soon have new industries. At that time, I will welcome as many people as wish to come." With Yang Lin's assurance, the villagers cheered once more, many already eager to summon their friends. At the Liu family, Liu Yang, bruised and battered, stumbled in crying, "Father, they bullied me." Liu Yukai was taken aback. "Who did this to you? Who is responsible?" Liu Yukai bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Father, it was Yang Lin. He attacked me. You must avenge me." Liu Yang cried out, recounting the events. Yesterday, Yang Lin had wreaked havoc at the tofu shop, basking in his triumph. And this morning, he swaggered to the riverside with his entourage, having never suffered such indignities before. Liu Yang wailed, filled with grievance. "This is utterly outrageous." Liu Yukai slammed his palm on the table. "How dare you, Yang Lin? Do you think our family can be bullied? What should we do now, father? They are too fierce, and our people cannot match them." Liu Yang was in a state of utter disarray. Just then, the steward rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, a calamity has befallen us. Those laborers have come to demand their wages, saying they will no longer work for us." The steward, panting, took in the sight of both master and son, their faces ashen. "What did you say?" He continued, "I heard that Yang Lin has declared that anyone who leaves us to work for him will have their debts forgiven. And he is offering those laborers 5-1 a day." As the steward spoke, he felt a twinge of temptation himself. However, he was a servant bound to Liu's family, with no other options available. "What? He dares to poach our workers? This is simply intolerable." Liu Yotsai's beard trembled with rage. "Master, please decide quickly. Those laborers are blocking the account's office, demanding their wages. Let them wait." Liu Yukai replied coldly. "They think they can just leave to work for Yang Lin and settle their wages? How naive. Take a few men with you. If anyone disobeys, give them a good thrashing." But steward interjected hesitantly. "Word is spreading that Yang Lin's guards beat our young master. Those laborers seem undeterred by us." At that moment, the steward glanced at Liu Yang and realized the rumor was indeed true. "What should we do now, father, if no one is willing to work for us? What will happen to our fields?" Liu Yang lamented. Silence. Liu Yukai glared at Liu Yang fiercely, his temper flaring even more at his son's words. "You may leave now. I have a plan. But what about the laborers?" The steward inquired. "Inform them that we shall settle their accounts in a few days." Understood. The steward departed. Lu Liang, eager for guidance, pressed, Father, what shall we do? With so many fields, if no one works, they will fall into ruin. Perhaps we should raise their wages? If we match Yang Lin's offer, they won't leave. Lu Yukai jabbed Lu Liang on the forehead. Have you lost your mind? Raising wages? What did your father teach you? We cannot indulge those laborers. To keep them compliant, we must squeeze them hard, ensuring they're neither starving nor fully satisfied. If we raise their wages, they will revolt. Moreover, Yang Lin is a madman. If we raise wages, he may do so as well. If he does, what then? Lu Liang was bewildered. If this won't work, and that won't work, then is there truly no hope? Alas! Lu Yukai sighed heavily. You lack both brains and ruthlessness. You must learn from your father. This world is cruel. If you are not tough, you will be devoured. Just like now, Yang Lin has pushed us to this brink. And you still ponder solutions? Lu Liang was increasingly confused. If we do not seek solutions, what else can we do? My child, remember this. When faced with insurmountable problems, do not seek to resolve them. Instead, find a way to eliminate those who create the problems. A cold glint appeared in Lu Yotsai's eyes. Chapter 41. Yang Lin, I want him dead. A brilliant move to cut off the enemy's supplies. Liu Yao exclaimed in admiration. Upon hearing Yang Lin's declaration, she realized the Lu family was utterly doomed. In the village, landowners relied primarily on their fields, both exploiting and depending on the laborers. Previously, the laborers had no choice but to work for the landowners, paying rent and taxes just to scrape by. Thus, despite the exploitation, they remained tethered to the landowners. However, now, working for Yang Lin yielded greater earnings than laboring for the Lu family, alleviating the burden of survival. Who would willingly remain under the thumb of Lu, the landlord? Noticing Li Yuyao's spirited demeanor, Yang Lin shook his head. It's still too early to rejoice. Li Yuyao was taken aback. Why? She simply could not fathom what strategy Lu's family might still possess. Yang Lin replied, even a rabid dog bites. When cornered, they may become dangerous. Li Yuyao gasped. You mean they might retaliate against us? Yang Lin shrugged. Who knows? It's wise to be prepared. He had also crafted 30 crossbow bolts, sufficient for immediate use. That afternoon, Yang Lin took the women to an uninhabited forest to practice shooting, honing their accuracy, reloading speed, and even practicing shooting while moving. Yang Lin was pleased with the results. Li Yuyao and San Jie, Liao Hongying, could almost achieve a perfect score within 10 meters. Simei's accuracy was commendable, trailing only Yang Lin, while De Jie and Air Jie were slightly less skilled, and Wu Mei and Lu Mei required improvement. The remaining 3 young girls, although not yet accurate, were improving rapidly, promising great potential. As night fell, before retiring, Yang Lin announced that from this night onward, they would take turns keeping watch, each person on duty for 2 hours, with shifts for rest. The abrupt need for night watch raised eyebrows. However, recalling Yang Lin's earlier words, Li Yuyao asked, Are you worried that the Lu family will retaliate against us? Yang Lin nodded. The possibility is quite high. It is prudent to remain cautious. Yang Lin did not dare to be complacent. He had encountered too many instances in his past life where unresolved issues led to dire consequences. Although he had no intention of competing with Lu, the proximity of their village meant that his development would inevitably encroach upon Lu's interests. It was not surprising that they viewed him as a thorn in their side, seeking to eliminate him. Yang Lin preferred to prepare thoroughly rather than regret in the aftermath. He had already drilled holes in the doors and windows for observation and shooting purposes. Should anything unusual arise during the night watch, they would awaken the others, and if the situation warranted, they could shoot immediately. Yang Lin surveyed the women. Do you all understand? The women nodded, albeit with confusion. Tonight I will start, keeping watch during the Wu and Hai hours. My wife will take the Zi and Chou hours. De Jie will guard the Yin and Mao hours. Now rest well. The crossbows are nearby, and the bolts are ready for immediate use. After arranging everything, Yang Lin settled on a stool at the door. As they observed Yang Lin's resolute demeanor, the others felt he might be overreacting. Nevertheless, no one opposed his decision, and after extinguishing the lights, they each fell asleep. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, Lu Yukai summoned 4 servants. Today, you shall carry out a task for me. If you succeed, each of you will be rewarded with a guan. Upon hearing the promise of a guan, the 4 men felt a sudden apprehension. They understood that such a generous reward likely entailed a dangerous mission. Master, your orders. The scar-faced man at the front bowed quickly. Yang Lin, Lu Yukai gritted his teeth and uttered the name. I want him dead. Upon hearing the name Yang Lin, one of the four felt a surge of excitement. The scar-faced man displayed no surprise, sneering as he clasped his hands together, saying, Rest assured, my lord. If you wish for his demise tonight, he shall not see the dawn. The four men nodded in agreement, took their blades, and prepared to depart. Under the dark moonlit night, it was the perfect time for murder and arson. The scar-faced man had performed many dirty deeds for the Lu family and was experienced in such matters. As the hour of the pig arrived, having rested well, he opened his eyes. Brothers, it's time to work. Grasping his dagger, the scar-faced man led the three others out of the Lu residence, moving stealthily towards Yang Lin's home. With an hour left until dawn, it was the time when people were most deeply asleep. The scar-faced man was well aware of Yang Lin's situation, but held him in utter contempt. To him, a scholar accompanied by a few women would pose no challenge. This task would be effortless. However, upon reaching the small courtyard of Yang Lin's home, they prudently slowed their pace, treading lightly as they cautiously opened the courtyard door and stepped inside. Inside the Yang residence, the eldest sister had taken over the night watch. In the latter half of the night, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. After staring out the window for a while, her eyelids grew heavy. The quiet courtyard bore no signs of disturbance, and gradually, her eyes began to droop. In her drowsiness, she thought that dawn was approaching. A brief nap would pose no danger. Thus, she did not lift her weary eyelids again, closing her eyes and dozing off. In her half-asleep state, she envisioned a woman clad in white, drenched in blood, standing before her, tears of blood streaming down her face, a pale hand reaching out towards her. The eldest sister was startled awake, gasping for breath. It had merely been a dream. She exhaled deeply, feeling a lingering chill even after awakening. Instinctively shivering, she felt more alert. However, just as she opened her eyes and peered through a crack in the window, terror gripped her heart. In the darkness, for shadowy figures clad in black were entering the courtyard. A buzzing filled her head. She pinched herself hard to confirm this was not a dream. Forgetting about the crossbow beside her, she hurried to shake Yang Lin awake. For the past 2 days, Yang Lin had remained vigilant. So upon being jolted awake by his sister, he immediately sat up, reaching for the crossbow on the floor. There are intruders. 4 of them, the eldest sister said, her voice trembling with anxiety. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. 4? They truly underestimated him. He quickly roused Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying, gesturing for them to remain silent while he loaded the crossbow and approached the window. Through the crack, he saw the 4 masked intruders, armed with daggers, creeping closer. Yang Lin took steady breaths, calming his mind as he aimed the crossbow through the opening, targeting the foremost masked figure. With less than 10 meters between them, he was confident he could hit his mark. However, he was alone. Even if he managed to eliminate one, the others would likely flee. What he desired was to leave no one behind, ensuring that those who dared to provoke him would face the consequences. This battle must not only be won, but won resoundingly, displaying strength to let the hungry wolves know the price of crossing him. At this moment, the other 2 had also risen, preparing their crossbows. Li Yuyao moved closer to Yang Lin, and before he could give orders, she had already extended her bolt through the crack, aiming outward. The entire process was calm and composed, indicating she had practiced during her watch. On the other hand, Liao Hongying astonished Yang Lin even more. She signaled to him, like a seasoned warrior, then independently approached the door, aiming her bolt through a hole in the door panel, nodding at Yang Lin, indicating he could act at any moment. The 4 outside were now very close to the door. Including the eldest sister, they all held their breath, waiting for Yang Lin's command. 3 people, 3 crossbows. After a volley, they could at least take down 3. Such a result would be satisfactory, and whether they could capture the last one would depend on luck. Just as Yang Lin inhaled deeply, preparing to give the order to fire, a loud shout suddenly rang out from outside. Run, run, Yang Lin. Lu Dezuzu wants to kill you. You must escape. Yang Lin's heart raced to his throat, but then he froze, for the voice belonged to one of the masked intruders. What was happening? Damn, I knew you wouldn't have the guts to act, ruining my plans. Seeking death, the scar-faced man, gripping his dagger, without hesitation, lunged at the nearest masked figure. With a sickening thud, the man staggered and collapsed to the ground, still shouting, Run, even as his voice faded to a whisper. Brothers, Wang Laosan has ruined our plans, alerting the enemy. We must act swiftly, charge in, and kill them all. Now that their cover was blown, the scar-faced man was decisive, shaking the blood from his dagger and striding towards the door. At that moment, fire! Yang Lin shouted. The sounds of arrows slicing through the air followed. 3 deadly bolts shot from the openings of the door and windows, disappearing into the darkness. In an instant, before the scar-faced man could react, his body suddenly froze. 3 anguished cries rang out almost simultaneously. The scar-faced man looked down in pain, disbelief evident as he saw the bolt piercing his chest, his face marked by shock and fear, before he collapsed to the ground. All 3 arrows found their mark. The 3 men fell almost simultaneously. Wait, don't go out yet. Load the crossbows. Yang Lin quickly called out, though he understood that the assailants, unaware of his crossbow, had sent 4 men to kill him. They were likely unprepared for any backup. But whether they were prepared was their concern. Being cautious was his own responsibility. After a moment of silence, when there was still no movement from outside, Yang Lin said, I will go out. You 2 cover me. Yang Lin, crossbow in hand, slowly opened the door and stepped outside. Approaching the masked figures, his heart raced wildly. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary person, never having seen battle nor taken a life. Just moments ago, when his life hung in the balance, he had managed to maintain his composure. But now, with the crisis averted and 4 corpses left in the courtyard, a chill washed over him, and he felt a sense of dread creeping in. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He knew that even as a man unaccustomed to bloodshed, he was now the head of the family, the sole male in the household, the only pillar of support for the women relying on him. Therefore, he must never show fear. As he steadied his breathing, Yang Lin's mind raced with plans. First, he fought against his discomfort and checked the status of the 4 men. To his shock, the masked man who had shouted for him to run was still alive. Among the 3 remaining masked figures, 1 had been shot in the thigh and still breathed. The other 2 had bolts lodged in their chests and were dead. Quick, find some rope. There's still 1 alive. Yang Lin shouted, aiming his crossbow at the man with the arrow in his thigh. At that moment, the sleeping women began to stir, still unaware of the events that had transpired. After waking Yang Lin, the eldest sister had been in a daze, but upon hearing Yang Lin's urgent call, she scrambled to find some rope. Trembling as she hurried back with a bundle, Li Yueying and Liao Hongying emerged with crossbows in hand, vigilantly surveying their surroundings while assisting Yang Lin in binding the captive. Moments ago, Yang Lin had entertained a notion. The demise of these 4 individuals might yield a satisfactory outcome. However, now that there was a live prisoner, it became imperative to exploit this opportunity to its fullest. At that moment, flickering flames illuminated the distance, accompanied by murmurs of conversation. Villagers, alerted by the commotion, were hastening toward the scene. Hurry, extract all the crossbow bolts. We must keep the existence of the crossbows concealed for now. Yang Lin commanded, disregarding the potential for the captive to bleed out, and promptly yanked the bolt from the man's thigh. The masked man shrieked in agony, regaining consciousness, only to discover himself securely bound. Spare me, spare me. It was Lu Dezuz who coerced me. I know nothing. Please have mercy. Before Yang Lin could interrogate him, the man divulged everything. In truth, Yang Lin could surmise the identity of those he had offended. Lu Dezuz, the Zhou family from the county town, and the son of Zhao County Wei, whom they had recently assaulted. The son of the Zhao family might not yet be aware that his assailants were none other than themselves, while the Zhou family, despite their disdain, had no substantial conflict of interest with him. Only Lu Dezuz harbored a deep-seated vendetta against him. The adage to sever a man's means of livelihood is akin to murdering his kin rang true here. Although he had not intentionally targeted the Lu family, his lending to the impoverished had hindered their ability to sell their land, thereby infringing upon Lu Dezuz's interests. Particularly, his recent maneuver had been tantamount to a declaration of war. Thus, it was no surprise that Lu Dezuz would act out of desperation. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted. Chapter 43, Toppling the Lu family. The women, having just awakened, were horrified to learn of the events unfolding outside, and upon seeing the corpses strewn across the yard, they could not help but cry out in terror. Outside, villagers bearing torches rushed to the scene. What has happened? Are there fatalities? Zhao Fugue dashed into the small courtyard and quickly cast a glance at Yang Lin. Upon seeing Yang Lin standing unscathed, He let out a long sigh of relief. Zhao Fuge eagerly inquired, and Yang Lin gestured toward the captive, stating, "He has confessed. They were sent by Lu Dezus to kill me." "What?" Zhao Fugue gasped, slapping his thigh in disbelief. That Lu Yukai must be out of his mind to hire assassins. Zhao Fugue, perplexed, observed the gathering villagers, who were craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the scene. Yang Lin maintained his composure, explaining, "This evening, my family took turns keeping watch. When they attempted to break in with knives, my wives and I fought valiantly. Thankfully, we managed to eliminate 2 of them, leaving 2 alive." "Ah, I see." Zhao Fugue nodded, yet a lingering sense of unease persisted. Without allowing him time to ponder, Yang Lin continued, "Third uncle, Lu Yukai has sent men to kill me. Now that we have both witnesses and evidence, according to our Qian laws, we should be able to hold him accountable, correct?" Zhao Fugue's eyes sparkled with realization. He nearly burst into laughter. For years, Lu Yukai had threatened his position as village chief. With this incident, the Lu family was surely doomed. "I beseech you, third uncle, to strategize on my behalf." Yang Lin handed Zhao Fugue a small piece of silver. As a newcomer, Yang Lin had previously been nothing more than a naive scholar, utterly ignorant of the intricacies of litigation and bureaucracy. De Qian did not possess the stringent legal framework of later times, and Yang Lin was not so naive as to believe that having the moral high ground would guarantee victory in court. Although Zhao Fugue was merely a village chief, he had connections to the Zhao family in the county and was a seasoned tactician, eager to see the Lu family toppled. Indeed, Zhao Fugue accepted the silver with a grin. "Rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost care." After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "We still have a living witness, so let us prepare pen and ink to have him confess and sign." Turning to the onlookers, Zhao Fugue called out, "Everyone here has witnessed today's events. Lu Dezus sent assassins to kill Yang Lin. Thankfully, Yang Lin was vigilant and thwarted their plans. You all saw this, so please lend your support as witnesses and come forward to leave your handprints." Subsequently, both Zhao Fugue and Yang Lin verified the identities of the assailants, confirming them to be servants of the Lu family. 3 were indeed hired from elsewhere, but 1 was a local from the village. "Isn't that Wang Laosan?" Zhao Fugue paused in shock upon recognizing the face. "What a fool he is. It's one thing for outsiders to attempt to kill you, but to betray his own village and sell himself to Lu Yukai is unconscionable. How could he act so treacherously, disregarding his own brother?" "His brother?" Yang Lin inquired, puzzled. "Wang Gue. Are you unaware that he is Wang Gui's sibling? More details are forthcoming. Please wait." Yang Lin shook his head in confusion. "Alas," Zhao Fugue sighed, continuing, "the Wang brothers fled from famine. In previous years, their family was destitute, and Wang Laosan, out of loyalty, sold himself into servitude to support his brother and niece. But to think that after aligning with that scoundrel Lu Yukai, he has now gone astray. You helped his brother repay debts and find work, and yet he has turned against you. It is truly a betrayal from heaven." "Now I understand," Yang Lin replied, enlightened. However, Zhao Fugue, incensed, raised his foot to kick Wang Laosan. Hey, Yang Lin quickly intervened. "Third uncle, you are mistaken. They're indeed in league, but upon entering, Wang Laosan shouted to warn me and was ultimately stabbed by his own comrades. I believe he acted out of desperation. Oh, if he still has breath. Being Wang Gui's brother, we should attempt to save him," Zhao Fugue remarked, though his brow furrowed slightly. "But his injuries are severe. How can he possibly survive?" "Let's try," Yang Lin replied. "Wife, fetch a sewing needle and some thread. Eldest sister, please boil some water." Wang Laosan bore a deep wound to his side, and it was uncertain whether his internal organs had been harmed. If they were intact, prompt suturing might prevent excessive blood loss and save his life. As the others heard Yang Lin's request for a needle and boiling water, they were baffled. Only when the water was ready, and the needle and thread had been sterilized, did Yang Lin lift Wang Laosan's shirt, wiping the blood from around the wound before preparing to stitch. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. He intended to sew flesh together? Even if he succeeded, would the man live? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, and at that moment, even Yang Lin felt a surge of anxiety. He was no doctor, nor had he ever performed surgery, but his extensive knowledge from a previous life gave him a basic understanding of wound suturing. Wang Laosan's injury could be treated using a simple figure-8 stitch, effective for rapid blood loss control. As the blood continued to seep from the wound, Yang Lin's hand trembled involuntarily as he approached the skin with the needle. The flesh was so near, yet he found himself unable to puncture it. Taking a deep breath, he repeatedly reminded himself not to overthink it. He was merely sewing fabric. Finally, the needle pierced through the skin. The crowd collectively gasped, many staring at Yang Lin in astonishment. It was at that moment that they began to realize that Yang Lin had changed from the person he once was. After breaking through the psychological shackle for the first time, Yang Lin's hands ceased to tremble, and his speed became remarkably swift. The wound was approximately 4 centimeters long. After several stitches using the 8-character stitching method, the flesh tightened and the bleeding stopped at a visibly rapid pace. By the time he finished stitching completely, Yang Lin appeared utterly exhausted, drenched in cold sweat, and collapsed onto the ground. Everything that could be done had been done. Now it was merely a matter of fate. Chapter 44. Who has more money and stronger connections? Gu Mingwei reminded you. Please remember to collect this after reading for easier access later. I will immediately set off for Jianghe County to find the county magistrate. We have reason and evidence, and with the county magistrate backing us, the Liu family is destined to fail this time. At this moment, Zhao Fuqian was even more agitated than Yang Lin. Yang Lin nodded and pulled out a 10-tael silver ingot, handing it to Zhao Fuqian. I will entrust this to you, uncle, and to the county magistrate. Although there were business dealings with the Zhao family, Yang Lin had heard in his past life that the doors of the court only opened to those who brought money. Without it, nothing could be accomplished. This opportunity was hard-won, and it was imperative to seize it to completely overturn the Liu family. Zhao Fuqian's eyes sparkled as he held the large silver ingot. Rest assured, uncle will certainly convey your gratitude to the county magistrate to bring down the Liu family. Zhao Fuqian was more proactive than anyone else. They recorded the evidence, collected testimonies, and had the witnesses press their fingerprints. Before dawn, Zhao Fuqian, accompanied by all the evidence, hurried to the county town. The corpse was sent to the ancestral hall in the village, while the living captives were guarded by the security team. Wang Gui, your brother went to kill Yang Lin. He is now gravely injured and near death. You should hurry to check on him. Before dawn, Wang Gui was startled awake by the commotion outside and quickly dressed in a hurry before running toward Yang Lin's home. His house was at the eastern end of the village, far from Yang Lin's, so by the time he reached, there had already been considerable commotion at Yang Lin's home. Upon entering the small courtyard of the Yang family and seeing Wang Laosan lying on the ground, either dead or alive, Wang Gui was instantly dumbfounded. Yang Lin, are you all right? Wang Gui, in a state of panic, hurriedly looked at Yang Lin. Yang Lin shook his head. I am fine. Your brother is gravely injured. I have tended to him, and the bleeding has stopped, but whether he survives now depends on fate. Yang Lin recounted the events that transpired. After hearing this, Wang Gui fell to his knees, weeping profusely and banging his head on the ground. His heart was filled with indescribable sorrow, feeling that he had let Yang Lin down. Yang Lin hurriedly helped Wang Gui to his feet and handed him several pieces of silver. Wang Gui, still crying, attempted to bow again. In this era, being injured almost equates to a death sentence. Firstly, medical conditions were inadequate. Often, non-fatal injuries could lead to death due to bacterial infections. Secondly, ordinary families simply could not afford to care for the injured or cover medical expenses. Wang Gui's family had just begun to manage, but they could not bear the cost of hiring a doctor or caring for the injured. They found a door plank and carried away Wang Laosan, finally bringing silence back to the courtyard, leaving only pools of blood on the ground. The others were terrified. What surprised Yang Lin was that Li Yuyao, who had shot the masked man alongside him, and Sanjia did not appear as frantic as the others. Li Yuyao remained calm and composed, her expression unchanged, showing no signs of nervousness or anxiety. She seemed unfazed by the act of killing. Sanjia, on the other hand, appeared unusually exhilarated, with no fear or dread on her face. Only excitement and enthusiasm. Who are they, and how do they possess such psychological resilience? Yang Lin pondered as he began to clean the courtyard. This was not his past life. There was no need to preserve the crime scene, nor would there be any coroner's examination. Matters in the village, even those involving homicides, often went unreported, as the village head, clan leader, and several respected elders could handle them. Even cases that reached the court had little to do with hard evidence. It ultimately depended on who had connections and who had money. Thus, rather than leaving this blood to agitate everyone's nerves, it was better to clean the area thoroughly. As he cleaned the courtyard, Yang Lin replayed the events of the night in his mind, considering the next moves of the Liu family and whether this case could successfully bring them down, pondering if any discrepancies might arise. This line of thought, indeed, led him to some critical issues. Yang Lin gasped en realización. Fortunately, he had not let success go to his head. He mentally reviewed the revised plan several times until he confirmed that there were no oversights, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at the Liu family residence, Liu Yukai was in a state of panic. He immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Although the laws of the Qian were not stringent, and wealth and power could allow one to act with impunity, this was predicated on the oppression of the common people by the powerful and the aristocracy's bullying of the commoners. As a mere landlord in the village, he knew that in the eyes of the officials, he was not significantly different from Yang Lin. Hiring an assassin was still a grave crime. Liu Yukai was acutely aware that if Yang Lin reported him to the authorities, he would not escape unscathed. At that moment, the steward rushed in, flustered. Master, something terrible has happened. Zhao Fuqian has gone to the county town and reportedly brought our people with him, along with confessions. Liu Yukai staggered, collapsing into a chair, swallowing hard, his eyes wide with shock. He understood how much Zhao Fuqian wanted to eliminate him from the picture. Moreover, he was aware that Zhao Fuqian had connections in the county town. Yang Lin had entrusted this matter to Zhao Fuqian, who would seize this opportunity to take his life. Master, what should we do? The steward asked anxiously. He was a servant. If the Liu family fell, they would either be sold to human traffickers or conscripted to the border battles. Regardless, his good days would be over. Liu Yukai gritted his teeth, narrowing his eyes and saying fiercely, "Does Yang Lin think he can bring me down with this? Dream on. You should hurry to the county town to find County Lieutenant Zhao." As he spoke, Liu Yukai took out a large silver ingot. Just as he was about to hand it to the steward, he reconsidered and switched it for a slightly smaller one. This amount would suffice for such a trivial matter. After all, this is merely a village affair. How could the county magistrate personally intervene? Ultimately, it would be up to the county lieutenant to handle it. Our family has always been respectful to the county lieutenant. Now that trouble has arisen, he will not ignore it. Coupled with this ingot of silver, does Yang Lin think he could take me down? Dream on. Receiving the silver, the steward felt it was a bit inadequate. However, since the master had already spoken, he did not question it. Chapter 45. The two Zhaos in conflict at Zhao's residence in Jianghe County. County Magistrate Zhao Kong rose early, completed his morning routine, and had breakfast. Only then did the chief steward, Zhao Zhongming, report. Master, Zhao Fuqian from Kuaishan village has arrived. Oh, so early? Zhao Kong paused slightly. My cousin knows the gravity of matters. He wouldn't come without reason. Where is he? He is waiting outside. Zhao Zhongming bowed. Please invite him in. Moments later, Zhao Fuqian timidly entered Zhao's residence, following Zhao Zhongming. Upon seeing Zhao Kong, he quickly bowed. Greetings, Lord Zhao. Cousin, you come to see me so early. Is there something urgent? Zhao Kong inquired. Zhao Fuqian nodded vigorously. Yes, there is a significant matter. Last night, the village landlord Liu Yukai sent several of his servants to murder Yang Lin. What? Before Zhao Fuqian could finish, both Zhao Zhongming and Zhao Kong were taken aback. What was the outcome? Is Yang Lin still alive? They asked anxiously. He's alive. Yang Lin is fine, just a bit shaken. Zhao Kong exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit with a hint of astonishment. How could he still be alive after several individuals attempted to take his life during the night? It seemed that Yang Lin indeed possessed some remarkable skills. Zhao Kong had a fondness for tofu, and by extension, he held Yang Lin, the maker of tofu, in high regard. Zhao Fuguwei quickly shook his head, saying, My lord, 2 of the hired thugs sent by Liu Yukai have perished, while another has been captured alive and has confessed. We also have physical evidence for short knives and testimonies from 38 villagers, complete with fingerprints. Zhao Fuguwei promptly presented all the evidence. Zhao Kong was taken aback once more. Not only had Yang Lin survived, but he had also managed to eliminate 2 assailants and capture one. Quickly, bring it forth, Zhao Kong urged, hastily verifying the evidence. A swift glance confirmed its completeness. Zhao Kong slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, What audacity Liu Yukai has to dare employ assassins. My lord, Zhao Fugui interjected, stepping forward and discreetly handing a silver coin to the steward Zhao Zhongming. This is a token of Yang Lin's appreciation. I implore you, amidst your busy schedule, to uphold justice and punish the wrongdoers. Zhao Zhongming accepted the silver without a change in expression and nodded slightly at Zhao Kang. Zhao Kang's countenance grew solemn. Cousin, rest assured, in this Great Qian Dynasty, we shall not allow these petty thieves to wreak havoc. Please accompany me to the county office to convene the 3 divisions of officials. I will personally lead a team to hunt down the perpetrators. While this matter technically fell outside the jurisdiction of the county magistrate, Zhao Kang, having received the silver and harboring a favorable impression of Yang Lin, intended to seize the opportunity to meet this tofu-making scholar. Zhao Fugui's heart swelled with joy, and he promptly agreed. However, upon arriving at the county office, before Zhao Kang could summon the clerks, the burly county lieutenant, Zhao Dei, rushed in. Ah, Lord Zhao, you've summoned my swift division so early in the day. What is the purpose? Zhao Dei inquired in a deep voice. The 3 divisions of officials comprised the Standing Division, the Swift Division, and the Strong Division. The Standing Division consisted of the clerks typically employed by the county magistrate, wielding authority with their batons. The Swift Division, colloquially known as the catchers, was responsible for pursuing criminals and was under the jurisdiction of the county lieutenant. Thus, although the county magistrate held a higher rank than the county lieutenant, he was a civil official and would not normally directly command the Swift Division. The 2 of them, one civil and one military, assisted the county magistrate, and their discord was a source of amusement for the magistrate. However, Zhao Kang sensed trouble with Zhao Dei's unexpected appearance. Zhao Kang responded, "We received a report from Kaoshan village that someone hired assassins last night, resulting in a death. I intend to personally lead a team to apprehend the criminals." Zhao Dei coldly chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Why trouble the county magistrate for such a trivial matter? As the county lieutenant, it is my duty to rid the people of harm. I shall handle this myself, so there is no need for you to concern yourself. Although Zhao Dei's words were couched in politeness, the underlying message was clear. This matter was under his purview. Zhao Kang was not one to back down easily, coolly stating, "This case is already in my hands, and I shall see it through to the end, so there is no need for you to worry, County Lieutenant." Zhao Dei leaned in closer to Zhao Kang, lowering his voice. "I have heard that the one surnamed Yang not only survived, but also killed 2 of Lu's servants. What if perhaps Yang Lin was the one who committed the murder and subsequently accused Lu Yukai?" He raised an eyebrow, reveling in the implication. Zhao Kang's anger surged. While he had accepted money, he had his principles and would never distort the truth. Since Zhao Dei was aware of the situation and was intent on intervening, it was likely he had received bribes from the Lu family as well. If this matter were entrusted to Zhao Dei, not only would Lu's crimes go unpunished, but they might even turn the tables against him. "County Lieutenant," Zhao Kang replied coldly, "can it be that I am unable to manage this case?" Zhao Dei sneered. "Of course you can manage it, but this is within my domain. If I handle it poorly, I would welcome your guidance. Otherwise, you need not trouble yourself." "What if I insist on managing it?" Zhao Kang retorted icily. "In that case, let us allow the county magistrate to make the decision," Zhao Dei replied with a sneer. The county magistrate, known as the county Zhuan, was Wu Yong. Zhao Kang's heart sank. Given Zhao Dei's insistence today, it was possible that the county magistrate had also been bribed. If that were the case, even if he wished to assist Yang Lin, he would be powerless to do so. A moment later, the 2 arrived at the back hall and encountered county magistrate Wu Yong. Wu Yong, in his 40s, had passed the imperial examination and obtained the position of county magistrate in Jianghe. 3 years had passed, and he had grown quite portly. After listening to the 2 recount the circumstances, Wu Yong furrowed his brow and turned to his secretary, who subtly shook his head, indicating that no one had sent silver to him. Wu Yong's expression immediately soured. Observing Zhao Kang and Zhao Dei in dispute, he deduced that both had accepted bribes. Yet no one had shown him any respect. Since this is a case involving a loss of life, it must be thoroughly investigated. You 2 need not quarrel. We will proceed according to the proper procedures. Zhao Dei will pursue the criminals, and Zhao Kang, as the county magistrate, should refrain from meddling. I am weary. You may all leave. With no offerings made to him, Wu Yong had little interest in the matter. The 2 had no choice but to withdraw. After exiting the back hall, Zhao Dei declared triumphantly, "Rest assured, county magistrate, I will certainly handle this case with utmost care, and you need not concern yourself any further." Meanwhile, Zhao Fugue, who had been anxiously awaiting outside, rushed up to Zhao Kong. "My lord, what news? If we are being extorted, let us acquiesce. Better to part with wealth than to invite disaster." Chapter 46. After capturing Yang Lin, Zhao Dai selected 10 officials, mounted a fine horse, and exited the county office. Outside, Zhou Zhengyang, who had been waiting, hurriedly approached Zhao Dai. "As expected, the county magistrate has ordered me to handle this case," Zhao Dai boasted, his demeanor arrogant. Zhou Zhengquan bowed deeply and respectfully said, "Uncle Zhao, I shall accompany you." "Excellent." They exchanged knowing glances, each sharing a smirk of complicity. Over an hour later, Zhao Dai arrived at Kaoshan village, heading straight for Lu Yotsai's residence. Sir, the county lieutenant has arrived." The sudden announcement startled Lu Yukai, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He had already paid for protection. Why was the county lieutenant here? Was it to arrest him? The steward excitedly interjected, "Sir, the Zhou family from the county has also taken action. The county lieutenant is here not for you, but to deal with Yang Lin." Lu Yukai was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into laughter. "Good, excellent." His delight was palpable. Yang Lin never anticipated that he would be digging his own grave. "Yang Lin, this time you are doomed." Lu Yukai clenched his fists tightly before hurriedly stepping outside to welcome County Lieutenant Zhao Dai. Upon entering the grand courtyard of the Lu residence, Lu Yukai ordered a sumptuous feast prepared to entertain the officials, while respectfully inviting Zhao Dai and Zhou Zhengyang inside. Once the doors were closed, Lu Yukai prepared to engage in pleasantries, but Zhao Dai suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "You, Lu Yukai, dare to conspire for wealth and commit murder?" Zhao Dai glared fiercely at Lu Yukai, who trembled at the accusation. However, he quickly regained his composure and understood the situation, promptly retrieving a large ingot of silver from his sleeve. "I am wronged. I implore you to see my innocence." Zhao Dai accepted the silver with an impassive expression, nodding slightly. "Indeed, Yang Lin has accused you of conspiring for wealth and murder, but I believe you are innocent. It must be Yang Lin's deceit." Yes. Lu Yukai eagerly agreed. "That Yang Lin has falsely accused me. I am grateful for your discerning insight, and I ask you to stand up for me." Zhao Dai chuckled lightly, tapping his fingers on the table nonchalantly. "I have always acted in the interest of the people, but how we punish Yang Lin will depend on your sincerity." As he spoke, his gaze turned towards Lu Yukai, accompanied by a meaningful smile. Lu Yukai inwardly cursed Zhao Dai for his insatiable greed, yet found himself helpless, reluctantly producing another ingot of silver. "Your Excellency, please see clearly. Yang Lin is a ruthless villain, committing atrocities in the village. I implore you to punish him. I am earnestly sincere." 2 ingots of silver amounted to 20 taels. A common family would struggle to accumulate such wealth in a lifetime, and Lu Yukai could not help but feel a pang of pain. "Indeed," Zhao Dai replied, collecting the silver with a stoic demeanor and nodding. "I sense your sincerity. Lu Yukai, please take a seat. As for how to deal with Yang Lin, we must deliberate further." A sudden apprehension struck Lu Yotsai's heart. Just as he wondered if Zhao County Lieutenant was still unsatisfied, Zhou Zhengyang coldly interjected, "This young master and Zhao Dai are not here solely for a mere Yang Lin." "Oh." Lu Yukai was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Zhou Zhengyang narrowed his eyes. "Yang Lin has a business involving medicinal concoctions. I presume you are aware of this?" Lu Yotsai's heart sank again, and he felt a rush of excitement. Zhou Gongzi's implication made him swallow hard. "Ah." Zhou Zhengyang waved his hand dismissively. "It is not merely my intention or Zhao Dai's, but rather your own." He pointed at Lu Yotsai's chest, indicating his meaning. Before Lu Yukai could react, Zhou Zhengyang continued, "Once we capture Yang Lin and subject him to severe interrogation, I doubt he will withhold the formula for his concoctions. After obtaining the formula, you will be responsible for its production." Lu Yotsai's heart leapt again, stirred by exhilaration. He knew the immense value of this concoction. With Yang Lin's sales tactics, it could yield 10,000 taels of silver in a year. Although he was uncertain of the profit margins, even a modest estimate would amount to 2,000 to 3,000 taels. As he swallowed in anticipation, Zhou Zhengyang cast him a disdainful glance. "You shall manage the business of the concoction. It is none of our concern. We shall merely partake in the profits. Zhao Dai will receive 60%, while the Zhou family takes 30. Zhou Xingyang extended 3 fingers, smiling broadly. Throughout this exchange, Zhao Dai merely sipped his tea, offering no comment. To expect to handle this venture while receiving only 10%, they would do nothing yet claim 90% of the profits? Liu Youcai's expression darkened, and he felt a strong urge to curse. Ha ha, Zhao Dai chuckled lightly, setting down his teacup, preparing to rise. Seeing this, Liu Youcai panicked and quickly acquiesced, no problem. He had come to recognize Zhao County Lieutenant's shamelessness and was certain that if he did not comply, this Zhao Dai would surely pursue justice. In such a scenario, both he and Yang Lin would be doomed. To serve Zhao Dai and Zhou Gongzi was an honor for him. Liu Youcai bowed deeply, though inwardly he cursed them relentlessly. Excellent. Zhao County Lieutenant stood up. I have come to investigate a case, and having determined your innocence, I shall no longer linger here. We must hasten to capture the criminal. With that, he strode outside. Zhao Dai mounted his horse, commanding everyone rise. Yang Lin is a murderer and a slanderer. Bring him to me. Yes. The constables downed their drinks, grabbed their swords, and hurriedly followed suit. A large group set off towards Yang Lin's residence. At this moment, within Yang Lin's home, Xiao Ba burst in, shouting as he ran, "Master, someone is really here. The leader is on horseback, accompanied by over a dozen constables." The women were thrown into a panic. Despite Yang Lin's prior warnings that morning, the realization of his words coming true left them unable to suppress their anxiety. What is there to fear? Liu Yao's cold gaze swept over them. Since my husband has anticipated this, what is there to be afraid of? A mere Jianghe County. I shall see what storm it can stir. Liu Yao spuka isidi. At this moment, her admiration for Yang Lin only grew. He had foreseen that the Liu family would not remain passive, and they would retaliate. Thus, they had prepared for this eventuality early that morning. Dear wife, third sister. Yang Lin nodded toward Liu Yao and Liao Hongying. This was the worst outcome they had discussed. Although engaging in violence against the county officials would mean a future devoid of peace, Yang Lin felt he had no choice. He could not trust the laws of this world. Therefore, he resolved that he and his family must not fall into their hands. If it truly came to a desperate situation, he would have to resort to this last measure. Everyone was tense, yet no one noticed that Xiao Jio appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly lost in thought. The sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly close. Led by the servants sent by landlord Liu, Zhao Dai soon arrived at Yang Lin's doorstep. Who is Yang Lin? Zhao Dai called out, momentarily taken aback. Within the courtyard stood 8 women, each more striking than the last. The only man, Yang Lin, stood out conspicuously among them. You are Yang Lin? Zhao Dai frowned, increasingly displeased. I am Zhao Dai, county lieutenant of Jianghe. Bolt Yang Lin. You committed murder and falsely accused Liu Youcai. I have already uncovered the truth. The evidence is irrefutable. Surrender obediently and come with me. Yang Lin sighed inwardly. Zhao Dai's identity was as expected. As for the counter-accusation, it mattered little. Yang Lin gazed into the distance. There was no movement in sight. He furrowed his brow. He did not wish to take that step until the final moment. With a command from Zhao Dai, the constables moved forward to apprehend him. Wait, Yang Lin shouted. Zhao Dai, it is not as it seems. Last night, Liu Youcai sent someone to kill me. I have witnesses and evidence. You may verify it. Although he knew further explanation was futile, he needed to buy some time. Do not attempt to argue. Whether you are guilty or not is for me to decide. What are you waiting for? Seize him. As the constables surged forward, the women panicked, completely forgetting the earlier agreement not to obstruct the line of fire, instinctively positioning themselves in front of Yang Lin. The constables paid no heed to their concerns and advanced aggressively. Yang Lin, realizing the imminent danger, urgently shouted, "Step aside." He understood that his wives and third sister inside would act at any moment. Their deviation from the plan only created chaos. Upon Yang Lin's urging, some began to move aside, yet others stubbornly remained, unwilling to yield. At that moment, Xiao Jio stepped forward. She raised her small hand, pointing at the seated Zhao Dai, and coldly declared, "A mere county lieutenant dares to wield power and distort the truth. What audacity!" The scene fell silent. Everyone turned in astonishment towards Xiao Jio. Even Yang Lin was taken aback. He never anticipated that Xiao Jio would dare to stand up. Seeing a young girl confronting their county lieutenant, the constables rolled up their sleeves, ready to strike her. My father is Han Feng, the prefect of Nanyang. I am his third daughter, Han Mengzhu. I dare anyone to lay a finger on me. At this declaration, the constables halted in their tracks. The prefect was a fifth-rank official, overseeing the entire Nanyang district and its 6 counties. Their county magistrate was merely a 7th-rank official, let alone a county lieutenant of 8th rank. The constables exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain how to proceed. Zhao Dei, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. You are the daughter of Prefect Han? Quite remarkable. Zhao Dei coldly remarked. If your father were the governor, then mine would be the emperor himself. Little girl with such trifling skills. Do you think you could deceive this official? You must be unaware that I had the fortune to meet Lord Han once, and learn that he has 3 sons and 2 daughters. Oomph. To impersonate Lord Han's 3rd daughter? One absurd idea. With that, Zhao Dei bellowed at the constables. What are you all waiting for? This girl is clearly an impostor. Have you considered how the governor's daughter would venture into such a desolate place? The constables paused, reflecting on his words, and realized the truth in them. They may not know what the governor's daughter looked like, but they imagined her to be a sheltered young lady who would never stray from her home to marry a poor scholar. As this realization dawned on them, their anger flared. How dare she play tricks on us? If she is an accomplice, then we should arrest them all. The constables reached out to seize Xiao Jiao, causing her to panic. I am truly Han Feng's daughter. You must believe me. Zhao, county official, if you dare to harm me, do you not fear that I will inform my father and have you punished? Xiao Jiao shouted desperately. However, the constables remained unconvinced. Yang Lin quickly pulled Xiao Jiao behind him, marveling at her quick wit in spinning such a tale, though he lamented that the impersonation was riddled with holes, making it impossible to succeed. Not only did Zhao Dei doubt her claim, but even Yang Lin found it hard to believe. Brother, I am truly Han Feng's daughter. He is a scoundrel, and I did not wish to acknowledge him, but today I had no choice. Yet they refused to believe me. Tears streamed down Xiao Jiao's face. Yang Lin felt a stir of compassion. Could it be that she spoke the truth? Yet he understood that even if she were the governor's daughter, it held no significance. The county official was not as powerful as the current magistrate. Regardless of her lineage, without soldiers and strength, it was of no use. For in the face of intimidating titles, it is the power one wields that truly matters. Fear not, he declared, shielding Xiao Jiao. Each must bear the consequences of their actions. Zhao County official, I will go with you. As he raised his hands, they had previously agreed that this would signal for arrows to be released. Just then, a commotion erupted as a group of individuals rushed towards them. It was the security team. Zhong Tao led the charge, bursting into the courtyard to confront the constables. Simultaneously, villagers carrying various farming tools began to arrive. Do not arrest Yang Lin. It was Lu Dezhu who committed murder. Why do you not go after him instead? Exactly, why not apprehend Liu Kai? The crowd grew in numbers. Yang Lin, witnessing this, thought to himself that the situation was dire. The villagers' support moved him, yet it disrupted his plans. In such chaos, it would be challenging for his wife and 3rd sister, hiding within, to release their arrows. How dare you obstruct this official's arrest? Are you rebelling? Zhao Dei angrily pointed at the villagers. Do you believe I won't arrest every last one of you? The villagers stood their ground, unwavering, their eyes fixed defiantly on Zhao Dei. He felt a chill run down his spine as the constables were also taken aback. There were simply too many villagers to apprehend them all. You. Zhao Dei ground his teeth in frustration. In Jianghe County, he had never been so disregarded. Fine. If you seek death, so be it. Zhao Dei roared, draw your swords. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be cut down. The constables promptly unsheathed their swords, aiming them at the villagers, who flinched and instinctively stepped back. Yet one individual remained steadfast. Wang Gui declared, if you wish to take Yang Lin, you must first step over my corpse. Without Yang Lin, my family gang would have long been taken by the Liu family. Yang Lin is my savior. I would rather die than let you take him. He boldly advanced towards the constables, chest out. Me too. A voice emerged from the crowd. If it weren't for Yang Lin lending me money, I would have been forced to sell my land to the Liu family and would never have had a chance to rise again. Now that Yang Lin helps us live better lives, we cannot allow him to be bullied. That's right. Yang Lin has aided us. We cannot turn a blind eye to his plight today. If you wish to arrest him, then take me too. My life is worthless. Take it if you dare. More villagers stepped forward, all defiantly lifting their chins against the swords, their eyes unyielding. Zhao Dei was utterly dumbfounded. It was easy to deal with the common folk. A beating or an arrest was simple enough. But now, faced with these villagers who stood resolutely against the blades, unafraid of death, he found himself powerless. He could not simply resort to murder. It was not that he lacked the courage. Rather, he knew that killing in public would leave him vulnerable to repercussions that could jeopardize his career. Just as Zhao Dei found himself in a quandary, a familiar voice rang out from the crowd. "Make way! Make way! The county deputy is here." Zhao Fugui's booming voice echoed around them. Upon hearing it, Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was now in hand. Zhao Fugui pushed through the crowd, flanked by 2 individuals and a dozen burly constables. Upon hearing Zhao Fugui's call, Zhao Dei frowned and turned to see County Deputy Zhao Kong approaching. But it was the elder beside Zhao Kong, over 50 years of age. That truly shocked Zhao Dei. "Mr. Zheng, what brings you here?" This Mr. Zheng was none other than Zheng Dongxiao, the chief aide to County Magistrate Wu Yong. He was the magistrate's trusted confidant, often devising strategies, collecting funds, and managing affairs. Although the aide held no official title, he wielded considerable influence, second only to the county deputy and county official. In that instant, Zhao Dei realized that Yang Lin had likely reached out to the county magistrate. "Ha!" Zheng Dongxiao stroked his beard, smiling amiably. The esteemed magistrate cares for his people, showing compassion for the common folk. Upon learning that Yang Lin from Kaoshan village was nearly murdered last night, he was greatly shocked and has taken it upon himself to investigate the matter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dei understood everything. Zheng Dongxiao produced a piece of paper from his sleeve and began to read it aloud with authority. Following a thorough investigation by the esteemed magistrate, it has been determined that the ruffian Lu Yukai from Kaoshan village commissioned his servants to hire assassins, committing heinous crimes. With ample evidence at hand, Zhao Dei, the magistrate commands you to apprehend Lu Yukai immediately. The subsequent handling of this case is entrusted entirely to the county deputy. Zheng Dongxiao, still smiling, handed the document to Zhao Dei. His face turned ashen as he hastily scanned the paper. He inclined his head towards Zheng Dongxiao, his expression devoid of emotion, and replied, "The magistrate's foresight is indeed remarkable. I shall obey. Let's go and capture Lu Yukai." Zhao Dei barked, his face a mask of displeasure. He felt a profound sense of resentment. Just as his plan was about to succeed, it crumbled before him. Now that the magistrate had issued an order, he dared not defy it, and thus had no choice but to retreat. Zhao Dei and his men hastily withdrew. The villagers erupted in exhilaration. Yang Lin is safe. Not just safe, did you not hear? The magistrate is after Lu Yukai. Ah, this is wonderful. That scoundrel Lu Yukai has finally met his match. The villagers expressed their gratitude towards the distant magistrate, their voices filled with relief. Yet only Zhao Fugui understood that this outcome was not merely due to the magistrate's decisive handling of the case. Yang Lin, realizing he had neglected to present a gift to the esteemed official, hastily dispatched someone to catch up with him, requesting that he bring a generous offering to the county magistrate, a sum of 200 taels of silver. While this amount may not seem excessive for the magistrate, Yang Lin's intention was not to solicit favoritism or corruption, but rather to ensure the impartial execution of justice. For Wu Yong, this was merely a trivial matter. At that moment, after completing the task, Mr. Zheng departed without even casting a glance at Yang Lin. Meanwhile, the county vice official, Zhao Kong, found Yang Lin intriguing. Witnessing the villagers rallying around him left him quite astonished. "Yang Lin, would you care to engage in a conversation with me?" Zhao Kong approached with a warm smile. Zhao Fugui quickly introduced Yang Lin, saying, "This is the county vice official." Yang Lin clasped his hands in greeting. "I am honored to meet you, sir. I am grateful for your long journey to clear my name. Since the surroundings here are rather chaotic, might we discuss matters at the village chief's home? I would like to properly express my gratitude." "Oh, that sounds agreeable," Zhao Kong replied, sensing the underlying implication in Yang Lin's words and nodding with a smile. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Lin chose Zhao Fugui's residence for another reason entirely, as his own home was far too inconvenient. Just as Yang Lin prepared to express his gratitude with 50 taels of silver at Zhao Fugui's home, Lu Yukai was being led out, bound hand and foot. A throng of villagers awaited outside the Lu residence. Upon witnessing Lu Youtsai's disheveled state, accompanied by his weeping wife and daughter, the villagers erupted in jubilant cheers. Master, master, why are they arresting you? Lu Yotsai's wife cried out. Stop your wailing. Lu Yukai retorted, turning to his wife with a sharp tone. You only know how to cry. Go find Yang Lin immediately. Tell him I wish to present him with a grand gift. What? Lu Yukai wishes to see me? Zhao Kong had just departed when Lu Yotsai's wife sought him out. Yang Lin was taken aback upon learning that Lu Yukai wished to meet him. Zhao Fuguei interjected. That old dog Lu Yukai may have ill intentions. Yang Lin, heed my advice. Let us ignore him. However, Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively, not necessarily. Indeed, one may speak kindly. He is at the end of his rope, and his desire to meet me may not be ill-meaning. I'm curious to see what grand gift he wishes to bestow. As the escorting party led Lu Yukai out of the village, Yang Lin emerged from Zhao Fuguei's home just in time. Yang Lin, come here. Lu Yukai called out from distance. This was the first time Yang Lin had a proper encounter with the sole landlord of Kaoshan village. In his 40s, he appeared somewhat portly, with a prosperous countenance. Yet at that moment, his hands were shackled, rendering him quite pathetic. Yang Lin felt a surge of emotion. The animosity between them had reached this point, and today marked their first true meeting. Lu Yukai had arranged for his wife to negotiate with the officials, permitting him a private audience with Yang Lin. What do you want from me? Yang Lin inquired directly, curious as to why he would seek him out at such a time when he could have spoken to his wife and children instead. I said I want to present you with a grand gift. Lu Yukai replied, lifting his gaze to Yang Lin with cold detachment. Tell me, what will happen to the Lu family after I am gone? Yang Lin paused momentarily, then grasped the implication. Are you concerned that your son cannot maintain the family business? But why seek me? As the saying goes, starting a business is challenging, but maintaining it is even more arduous. Lu Yukai had one son and one daughter. His daughter was merely 14 years old. His son, Lu Liang, was notorious throughout the village. With Lu Yukai's support, Lu Liang had previously flaunted his power in the village. Now, with Lu Yotsai's impending absence and Yang Lin's rise to prominence, the future of the Lu family was all too predictable. Lu Yukai's previous hostility towards Yang Lin stemmed from the realization that the Lu family was at an impasse. Now, he was leaving a significant mess for his inept son to manage, and the outcome was all but certain. Yet Yang Lin remained puzzled as to why Lu Yukai sought him out. I wish to bequeath my entire fortune to you. Lu Yotsai's declaration astounded Yang Lin. Alas, all of this is yours. Yang Lin swallowed hard, knowing it would be disingenuous to claim he was unaffected. However, he was also acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Speak, what do you desire in return? He could not naively believe that Lu Yukai would simply relinquish his wealth without expectation. Lu Yotsai's expression grew serious. There are only two conditions. First, marry my daughter, Lu Qiaoyun. Second, ensure the safety of my wife and children for the rest of their lives. After stating this, Lu Yukai fixed his intense gaze upon Yang Lin. Yang Lin understood. Lu Yukai was entrusting him with his family's future. Yet he could not help but smile wryly. Why come to me? Did you not harbor deep-seated hatred towards me? Lu Yukai sighed heavily. Hatred aside, I must acknowledge the truth. How did I amass this considerable fortune? He raised his shackled hands, gesturing to his own eyes. I trust my judgment. I do not misjudge people. Yang Lin, I previously underestimated you. Yet recent events have opened my eyes. I firmly believe you are a hidden talent. He pointed at Yang Lin, lamenting, it is truly tragic. Despite the Lu family's vast wealth and numerous relatives, when I was captured, I found no one to whom I could entrust my legacy. Lu Yukai shook his head in self-deprecation, a bitter expression on his face. And you thought of me? Yang Lin asked incredulously. You wish to entrust your family to your enemy? I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. Are you not afraid I will seize your fortune and abandon your family? Not at all. Lu Yukai replied without hesitation. As I said, I trust my judgment. I have always been adept at discerning character. You, Yang Lin, are a man of integrity. I have heard you lend money to the impoverished and even hosted a banquet for over 100 people simply to provide them with meat. Such actions are beyond my comprehension. You are unlike me. I am selfish, while you possess principles, and I believe your promises will be kept. Yang Lin squinted and asked, what if I refuse? Refuse? Over 3,000 taels of silver and more than 1,000 acres of land. You would decline? Lu Yotsai's face blanched in disbelief as he gazed at Yang Lin. Yang Lin shrugged. Indeed, the silver is enticing, But you're aware that my business is also quite lucrative. This amount is not significant to me. Lu Yukai stumbled, collapsing to his knees. Yang Lin, I implore you. I have lost. It is a complete defeat. From this day forth, Kaoshan village will be yours, not mine. Please, grant them a chance at survival. As he spoke, he began to bow deeply before Yang Lin. Onlookers, both officials and villagers, were left speechless by this scene. Yang Lin sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy. It was poignant to witness Lu Yukai, now pleading for his family, bowing to his once enemy. Very well, I agree. However, I cannot marry your daughter. I understand you wish for me to do so, because you believe that would ensure my genuine care for your family. Yet, as you have stated, you trust me. So let us do it my way. I will accept your wealth, and I will do my utmost to protect your family from harm. But beyond that, I cannot guarantee much. The world is harsh, and life is difficult for everyone. I hope you understand. Lu Yukai nodded eagerly. Yes, absolutely. As long as you agree. I, Lu Yukai, will trust you. I have only left over 300 taels of silver at home. The rest has been buried in my backyard beneath that large huai tree. The land deeds are with my wife. I'll have her bring them all to you shortly. As for Qiaoyun, she is a good child. It would be best if you could marry her, but if you are unwilling, I will not press the matter. With difficulty, Lu Yukai inclined his hands towards Yang Lin. Everything is entrusted to you. I do not seek for them to become exceedingly wealthy. I only wish for them to live their lives in peace. That very night, Yang Lin received the silver Lu Yukai had left for him, along with nearly 2,000 mu of land deeds. Chapter 50. The bandits have arrived that evening at Yang Lin's residence. Everything is accounted for, Xiao Jiao announced excitedly. There are 2,380 taels of silver, 85 taels of gold, 3 house deeds, and 128 land deeds, totaling 1,780 mu of farmland. Closing the ledger, Xiao Jiao joyously exclaimed, Brother, we have struck it rich. The expressions of the women were quite peculiar. Lu Yotsai's current fortune was all thanks to Yang Lin, yet he had chosen to bequeath his entire estate to Yang Lin. Liu Yao, puzzled, inquired, why would he do such a thing? The other women nodded in agreement, casting curious glances at Yang Lin. With a sigh, Yang Lin replied, why? Because he is a discerning man, with clarity of vision. The women remained perplexed. Even in death, possessing over 3,000 taels of silver would suffice for his family to live comfortably for a lifetime. Even if he did not entrust it to Yang Lin, they could still thrive. Do you still not understand? Yang Lin said with a bitter smile. If a baby on the street is clutching a piece of gold, what do you suppose will happen to that gold? Xiao Jiao quickly responded, it would be snatched away. Yang Lin nodded, exactly. The situation of the Lu family is far from optimistic. Although Lu Yukai acted without moral restraint, he was indeed capable. While he was alive, he could safeguard the family wealth. Now that he is gone, if the Lu family retains such extensive wealth, it will always be coveted, potentially leading to their ruin. Hence, I assert that Lu Yukai is a wise man. He understands the principle that one must decisively sever ties to avoid chaos. The family fortune has become a burden for the Lu family. By entrusting it to me, he has secured a promise, which is his best option. Liu Yao listened intently, her clenched fists trembling. In the past, when her father was on his deathbed, he had spoken words akin to those of Yang Lin today. Her father had recognized that he might not be able to retain the throne, thus presenting her with 2 choices. One option was to pass the throne to the Prince of Yin in exchange for a promise of her lifelong security. However, the proud and ambitious Liu Yao chose the second option, to inherit the throne herself, to pave a new path for eternity. The outcome was her defeat. Now, Lu's family entrusts their fortune to Yang Lin. How similar is this situation? Even a mere landowner can make a wise choice. Yet what of my past self? Liu Yao thought, biting her lip in deep frustration. The following morning, just as Yang Lin was preparing to strategize the next steps for development, Zhao Fugui rushed in a flurry. Something has happened. Something has happened. Zhao Fugui shouted from afar. What has occurred? Yang Lin poured Zhao Fugui a cup of water. Bandits. Bandits have come. Just now, someone from Shaolu village came to warn. The bandits are headed to Shaolu village and will arrive here in an hour or 2. Zhao Fugui gripped Yang Lin's arm, anxious. Yang Lin frowned. Why would bandits come at this time? Zhao Fugui nodded in agreement. Indeed, during the transitional season, bandits typically do not appear. Let us not concern ourselves with their reasons for coming. You must hurry to the riverbank, tell the tofu workshop to cease operations, and take your women and money to flee to the back mountain. I still need to notify others. so remember to hurry. Zhao Fuguwei said as he prepared to leave. Wait, uncle, how many bandits are there? Yang Lin inquired. Huh? Zhao Fuguwei was taken aback. Why do you ask that? Just casually curious. I have never encountered bandits before. Yang Lin replied, maintaining his composure. The location of Kaoshan village is quite advantageous, being distanced from the bandit stronghold. Thus, whenever bandits descend to plunder, other villages usually arrive to warn before they reach Kaoshan village. Those with ample grain may not be able to transfer it all in time, risking it being seized. However, in the past, Yang Lin was so impoverished and solitary that whenever bandits appeared, he would follow the villagers into the mountains to take refuge, never worrying that anything valuable might be taken from his home. Hence, he had yet to see a bandit. Zhao Fuguwei grimaced. What is there to see about bandits? They are ruthless murderers. I heard this group has 7 or 8 members. Only 7 or 8. Yang Lin was taken back again. Zhao Fuguwei chuckled, my little ancestor. 7 or 8 is no small number. You aren't actually considering taking them on, are you? Don't even think about it. Out of respect for your father, I won't let you do anything reckless. Yang Lin quickly nodded. Uncle, rest assured, I will not act rashly. Please go inform the others. As Zhao Fuguwei exited, the women all turned their gazes towards Yang Lin. Husband, are you planning to confront the bandits? The 4th sister asked. I am not afraid. The 3rd sister, Liao Hongying, declared immediately. Li Yao also shook her head. The others hesitated for a moment before also displaying expressions of excitement. The previous day, they had nearly clashed with the county's constables. Now, merely facing 7 or 8 bandits seemed far less daunting. Very well, since we are unafraid, let us take action. Yang Lin proclaimed. Time is of the essence. Let's all mobilize right away. Xiaojiao, go to the tofu workshop, inform them about the bandits, and instruct them to halt operations and secure any valuable tools. Xiaoqi and Xiaoba, you two go notify the lumber team and the stone quarry. Eldest sister. 2nd sister, you both go to the ironworks to retrieve crossbow components. The rest of you, stay with me and prepare the house. We shall wait for them here. Once Yang Lin finished speaking, everyone immediately sprang into action. With only an hour or 2 to prepare, there was not much to arrange. It was merely about setting up some cover for ambush, allowing them to shoot arrows from behind. In total, they crafted 5 sets of components, adding to the previous 3 sets, resulting in a total of 8 crossbows and 100 crossbow bolts, except for Xiaoqi, Xiaoba, and Xiaojiao. Each person had one. Eldest sister, 2nd sister, you two hide in the vegetable garden, using the haystack for cover, and conduct crossfire from the left and right. 4th sister, 5th sister, and 6th sister, you 3 guard the courtyard, focusing on shooting at the bandit from the front. Do not concern yourselves with other directions. 3rd sister, how about you take position on the rooftop of Aunt Lin's house? Liao Hongying glanced at that rooftop and nodded. Good position. No problem. Aunt Lin's house was adjacent, a bit farther from their own courtyard, but the location was excellent. However, since it was slightly farther, Yang Lin worried others might miss their shots, hence assigning Liao Hongying to that spot. My dear, we should also ascend to the roof. Li Yuyao agreed. After assigning everyone their positions, Yang Lin took a deep breath. In this battle, they could only emerge victorious. Defeat was not an option. Chapter 51. The bearing of a general after arranging Xiaoqi, Xiaoba, and Xiaojiao. Yang Lin led the women to conceal themselves throughout the courtyard. At this moment, Zhong Tao arrived with the security team. Upon seeing Yang Lin and the women still in the courtyard, Zhong Tao hurriedly exclaimed, Why are you still here? You must flee. Yang Lin shook his head. We will not run. What? Zhong Tao seemed to have misheard. The members of the security team behind him stared blankly at Yang Lin. Yang Lin smiled, without further explanation, simply stating, Rest assured, we are fine. You all should leave. No, we should leave together. ZHT suddenly realized something. Are you really thinking about staying behind to fight the bandits? He looked at Yang Lin in disbelief. Yang Lin retorted, Is there a problem with that? This is far too dangerous. Bandits kill without blinking. If you stay, it's tantamount to signing your own death warrant. ZHT was anxious. Yang Lin smiled. Brother Zheng, you need not persuade me further. You know that once I have made a decision, it is unchangeable. You all should leave. As for this place, I will remain with the women. I want to see whether those bandits possess 3 heads and 6 arms or are merely mortal. In that moment, Zhang was taken aback by Yang Lin's calm demeanor. He glanced at the frail Yang Lin, then at the pitchfork he was holding, and his breath quickened. Yang Lin, do you truly intend to confront the bandits? Zhang stared intently at Yang Lin. Of course. Very well. I shall stay and accompany you. Zhang tightened his grip on the pitchfork. A flame ignited within his heart. In the past, when bandits came, they would flee, helplessly watching as the bandits made off with their hard-earned possessions. It was utterly frustrating. Yet, despite the frustration, there was nothing they could do because no one had ever thought to resist. Many had never even seen a bandit. Upon hearing of their approach, they would hastily escape. But this time, the slender Yang Lin stood up, determined to stay and resist the bandits alongside his women. This ignited a fiery passion within the tall and strong Zhang. He turned to the members of the security team behind him and declared, "Brothers, you should leave. I have decided to stay and fight the bandits with Yang Lin." Everyone was taken aback. At that moment, someone stepped forward. "I say we all stay and confront the bandits together. Indeed, we are the security team. If the bandits come and we flee, what are we guarding?" "Exactly. If Yang Lin can stay, so can we. Our wages are paid by Yang Lin. If he is gone, so is our security team." "Yes. The bandits are no more than we are. With so many of us, what is there to fear? Let's take them on." The 10 members of the security team were all young and vigorous men chosen from the hundreds in the village. At this moment, more and more stepped forward, each voicing their agreement, and their fighting spirit was ignited. Yang Lin, witnessing this, felt a great sense of relief. Their willingness to stay was a positive development, and he would not refuse it. Originally, he had planned to bring only the women, all archers, whose lethality was sufficient, but if the bandits were to get too close, the consequences would be dire. However, now that the security team was willing to remain, the balance of ranged and close combat would significantly reduce the danger. "Very well. Since everyone is willing to stay, you shall all follow my command. Brother Zhang, gather some pot lids to use as shields. The rest should discard their wooden sticks and replace them with pitchforks and sickles, and all of you should hide behind my house. When the bandits arrive, do not rush out. Wait for my command. Only when you hear the words quick, quick, quick may you come out. Other than that, regardless of what you hear, you must remain still. Do you understand?" The members of the security team nodded in a daze. Yang Lin had explained it clearly, and they understood. However, Zhang questioned, "Ambush first, then charge out? What use is that? In my opinion, it is better to wait here. When the bandits arrive, we can engage them in a real fight." The others nodded in agreement. They were unaware that Yang Lin had crossbows, thus did not comprehend the purpose of the ambush at all. Yang Lin smiled. "Brother Zhang, you need only trust me." "Very well then." Zhang nodded. "You must shout. Rest assured, if we cannot handle it, we will certainly shout." Zhang immediately led his men to gather a few pot lids and replace the original wooden sticks with more lethal pitchforks and sickles, then took them to hide behind Yang Lin's house. With the security team arranged, over an hour had passed since HOFGU's warning, and the bandits could arrive at any moment. Yang Lin hastily organized the women into their positions. Each was equipped with a crossbow and 12 bolts. The eldest and second sisters hid behind the haystacks on either side of the courtyard, while the fourth, fifth, and sixth sisters concealed themselves behind makeshift barriers in the yard. Liu Hing climbed over the wall to Aunt Lin's house, effortlessly leaping onto the roof without a ladder, crouching behind the ridge with her crossbow ready. Yang Lin and Lyo also ascended to the roof of their own house. At this moment, the members of the security team were astonished to discover that Yang Lin and his women were holding peculiar-looking weapons. However, they still could not comprehend how they would fight the bandits from the rooftops. Chaos in village was flat, and from their vantage point on the roof, they could see the entire village below. Lyo, lying next to Yang Lin, gazed curiously at the village from this angle, her thoughts wandering. It's just a matter of dealing with a few bandits. She was not nervous. Moreover, the power of the crossbows had already been validated. Initially, their 3 crossbows had easily dispatched the people sent by Li Yucei. Now, with 8 crossbows and ample bolts, and having prepared in advance, dealing with 7 or 8 bandits should pose no significant problem. What surprised Lyo was Yang Lin's arrangements. Yang Lin was merely a scholar from the village, had never been on the battlefield and could not possibly have commanded troops. Yet at this moment, his strategy was clear and orderly, exuding the aura of a seasoned general. She could not fathom whether such abilities were innate. Little did she know that in the previous life, during the information explosion era, who had not watched a few war-themed films, had one never commanded troops or seen television. Concepts like luring the enemy into the open and striking when they are unprepared were common knowledge. Not to mention the famous quotes from classics like The Art of War and the 36 Stratagems. Even elementary school students could recite a few lines. In the information age, various useful and useless knowledge was passively absorbed daily. This was something this era could not compare to. Just as Lyo was lost in thought, Yang Lin suddenly lowered his voice and said, "They're coming." Chapter 52, Spare the Brave. The grain in the jar, the ironware in the house, and the dried vegetables in the courtyard were of no concern to the bandits. With the villagers having all hidden away, chaos in village was now deserted, and the bandits moved about as if in an uninhabited realm, rummaging through one house and taking from another, their cart filling up as they drew closer to Yang's home. There were exactly 8 of them, yet both Yang Lin and Lyo wore peculiar expressions. This is what bandits look like. Had no one told them these fellows were bandits, they would have thought they were refugees. From a distance, it was hard to see clearly, but now that they were closer, Yang Lin could see that the bandits' attire bore no difference from that of ordinary folk. The 2 leading bandits wielded knives, while the rest were armed with an assortment of weapons, wooden sticks, iron forks, and spears. Among them were even 2 who pushed carts and bore no weapons, meaning only 6 were capable of fighting. To call them a disorganized rabble would insult the term itself. Soon, they were only a few dozen meters away. The bandits had long since entered their range, but Yang Lin remained patient. The distance was not sufficient. If they fired all at once, some might miss. And if the bandits fled, they would not be able to eliminate them entirely. The bandits were weaker than anticipated, which only strengthened Yang Lin's resolve to win this battle decisively, making it clear to outsiders what would befall those who dared to invade them. Suddenly, one of the bandits, gleefully holding a chicken, dashed out from Uncle Wang's yard. "Look, boss, a chicken." The bandit's eyes gleamed with excitement. The bandit leader nodded in satisfaction. Just then, a 7 or 8-year-old boy chased after them from Uncle Wang's yard. "That's my chicken, give it back." The young boy, perhaps too eager in his pursuit, stumbled and fell before the bandits, eliciting a chorus of laughter from them. "Please, return my chicken. It is the only one I have. My younger brother is frail and needs the eggs for nourishment. I beg you, do not take it away," the boy cried as he reached out. The bandit leader approached and kicked him to the ground, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea who I am? I am a bandit. You little brat. I am in a good mood today, so I won't lower myself to your level. But if you continue to be insolent, I swear I will cleave you in two." Brandishing a rusty knife, the bandit leader intimidated the boy, who, terrified, crawled back a couple of paces, prompting another round of laughter from the gang. However, gathering his courage after retreating, the boy stood up, aimed at the bandit holding the chicken, and charged at him, biting down hard on the bandit's hand. "Ah!" The bandit yelped in pain and instinctively released his grip. The boy seized the chicken and turned to flee, but he found himself surrounded on all sides by the bandits. "You dare to bite? If I don't kill you today, then I am not a bandit." The leader raised his knife menacingly. Yang Lin was taken aback. This boy was Wang Shushu's Taizhu, who had not sought refuge in the mountains with his family. Now captured by the bandits, his fate seemed grim. Yang Lin worried that ordering arrows to be fired might inadvertently harm Taizhu. He leapt from the roof, shouting, "Stop!" The onlookers, including Zhong Tao, were astonished. This was not part of their plan. Yang Lin signaled them to be silent with a finger raised and emerged from behind the house, walking toward the bandits. The women hidden around the small courtyard were startled, but since Yang Lin did not command an arrow release, they remained still. The bandits, startled by Yang Lin's sudden shout, looked around for the source and finally spotted him. "Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? I'm a bandit. Dare to meddle in my affairs, and I will have you killed." The bandit leader pointed his knife at Yang Lin. With unwavering resolve, Yang Lin raised his crossbow, aimed at the leader, and calmly declared, "Release that child, and I shall ensure your corpse remains whole." The bandit leader paused, then erupted into laughter as if he had heard a hilarious joke. "You're seeking death, boy. Do not blame me for your demise. It has been a while since I have taken a life." The leader advanced toward Yang Lin. knife in hand, bearing down with menacing intent. Just as the onlookers held their breath in anticipation, Yang Lin unexpectedly pulled the trigger. The bolt flew swiftly, striking the bandit leader in the chest. He appeared momentarily bewildered, his expression twisting into one of agony before he collapsed, lifeless. Without even glancing at his fallen foe, Yang Lin hastily readied another bolt, shouting, "Come on! You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Come at me!" He sought to draw the bandits' fire, planning to turn and flee, leading them into the courtyard where the concealed women could unleash their arrows and eliminate the threat. This was the only strategy he could conceive to protect Taiju. Surely, the bandits wouldn't ignore him in their pursuit and continue to trouble Taiju. Yet, as the bandit leader fell and Yang Lin prepared his second arrow, he was astonished to see that the remaining bandits seemed paralyzed with fear. Upon witnessing Yang Lin raise his crossbow again, several bandits dropped their weapons and fell to their knees, pleading, "Spare us! Spare us!" This cry for mercy acted as a signal for the others, who likewise relinquished their arms and prostrated themselves in submission. "I did nothing. I have never killed anyone. I am from Zhuang. Please, I am not a bandit," they wailed, desperately seeking forgiveness. Staring at the quivering bandits, Yang Lin found himself momentarily at a loss. They were surrendering without even a hint of resistance. Strangely, he felt more like a bandit than they did at that moment. Chapter 53. Cole Wang Taiju clutched the chicken tightly, scurrying behind Yang Lin, his pale face betraying his fear. Yang Lin, still aiming his crossbow at the bandits, remained vigilant. Despite their surrender, he dared not let his guard down. If any bandit dared to move, he would not hesitate to shoot. However, it soon became clear that Yang Lin had overestimated the situation. With their leader dead, the remaining 7 bandits were utterly terrified, cowering on the ground, trembling and devoid of any inclination to resist. Their unexpected submissiveness left Yang Lin perplexed. He had not intended to let them live. Yet now that they had surrendered and posed no threat, could he truly go about executing them one by one? "Come out, Yang Lin commanded." The bandits hesitated, glancing cautiously at him. "Come out? What do you mean?" The surroundings fell silent, and no one stirred. Yang Lin realized that he had previously instructed the women to only release arrows when he shouted the command, and likewise, the guards were to remain hidden until they heard him call out. "Quickly, everyone come out. Yang Lin urget." With a sudden rush, Zhong Tao led the guards out, shouting, "Charge! Kill them!" They halted in confusion, staring at the 7 bandits trembling on the ground. "What's going on? Why are the bandits like this? Take their weapons and bind them." Yang Lin instructed. As the guards stood bewildered, the bandits cried out, "Spare us! We are not real bandits. We have been deceived. It was our leader's doing. He is the only true bandit among us. We merely sought food." One of the bandits began to weep, confessing their plight without prompting, revealing their secrets and the truth behind their actions. According to their accounts, the only true bandit was the one Yang Lin had slain. The rest were ordinary men from neighboring villages who had been tempted into banditry. They had never killed anyone nor had the courage to do so, merely robbing a few villages, relying on the fear their title instilled in the villagers who did not dare resist. They had not anticipated encountering someone who would fight back, much less to face their leader's demise at the hands of a single individual. Zhong Tao inquired, "What should we do with these fellows?" "Deliver them to the authorities." Yang Lin responded decisively. Zhong Tao hesitated. "According to their claims, they are not heinous criminals. If we turn them in, they might face execution." Observing the quaking bandits, who once were ordinary folk, Zhong Tao felt a pang of compassion. "Perhaps we should let them go? They promised never to return to this life again." Zhong Tao looked at Yang Lin with hope. Yang Lin, however, replied coldly, "Brother Zhong, in times like these, mercy is not an option. They claim they are not bandits. So are they not? They profess to have reformed. Thus they deserve a chance?" Yang Lin shook his head and declared, regardless of their past identities, "The moment they stormed into our village and began pillaging our wealth and provisions, they became bandits. The world is harsh, and survival is a struggle for all. However, that does not justify their transgressions against others. While I too believe they have not taken lives, what are the villages they have plundered, whose grains are not hard-earned? What wrong did those they robbed commit? Each individual must bear responsibility for their actions. Having chosen the path of banditry, they must be prepared for its consequences. I do not differentiate between successful and unsuccessful bandits. They are all still bandits. Now, do we pity them? Do we wish to spare them? Did they ever consider our plight? If we were incapable of self-defense, would they have shown us mercy? Mercy towards enemies is the utmost cruelty towards oneself. Each of Yang Lin's words struck deeply into Zhong Tao's heart. By the time Yang Lin finished speaking, Zhong Tao's head hung in shame. Many within the defense team initially shared Zhong Tao's sentiments, feeling a pang of compassion for these unrepentant bandits. Yet, after hearing Yang Lin's words, they recognized their grave misunderstanding. A monumental error. At that moment, the women emerged, with Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying being the first to appear. Upon witnessing Yang Lin effortlessly dispatch the bandits with arrows, they were left in disbelief. They felt a twinge of regret, having meticulously prepared for a confrontation that was resolved solely by Yang Lin's prowess. What should we do next? Liu Yao inquired. We will hand these miscreants over to the authorities for proper punishment. As for the deceased, let the officials handle that as well. Yang Lin had no desire to engage with the government. They were a pack of ravenous wolves. The endeavor to bring down Liu Yukai had been justifiable, yet it cost him 400 taels of silver, a considerable fortune that nearly led to disaster. 400 taels was a sum beyond the imagination of ordinary folk, nearly all of Yang Lin's hard-earned savings, merely to satiate the appetites of those officials. Now, with the bandits' intrusion into the village, while dealing with the dead was manageable, the 7 captured bandits posed a dilemma. Execution was not an option, nor was release. Thus, reporting to the authorities and allowing them to handle the situation was the most prudent course of action. Yang Lin harbored concerns that those hungry wolves in the county might turn the tables and fabricate accusations against him. Just then, Zhong Tao, who had been searching the bandits, rushed over, holding something out for Yang Lin to see. Yang Lin, take a look at this stone. The bandits claimed this type of stone could be used for fuel. Do you recognize it? I find it hard to believe. How could a stone burn? However, the bandits spoke confidently, asserting they had many such stones. Zhong Tao extended a piece of dark stone to Yang Lin. Upon seeing it, Yang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Coal? Chapter 54. Yang Lin will never become a landlord coal? Li Yuyao gazed curiously at the black stone. Can this type of black stone really be used for fuel? She turned to Yang Lin, having never heard of such a peculiar substance. The others looked on with equal curiosity. Yes, it can burn. Yang Lin exclaimed excitedly. He was certain this was indeed coal, of a high luster and remarkable quality. In Yang Lin's previous memories, such a substance did not exist in this world. It wasn't that it was absent, but rather that coal mines were typically found deep underground. And at this time, the Qian lacked the technology to extract coal, leaving no one familiar with it, let alone its applications. Yet, the bandits possessing coal indicated the likely existence of an open-pit coal mine in the vicinity. With an engineering background, Yang Lin understood the significance of coal. It is the lifeblood of the steel industry, the very source of industrial progress. Not to mention, his ironworks had toiled for so long, producing only wrought iron. The primary reason for not achieving steel was the lack of coal. Where did you find it? Yang Lin inquired hastily. Oh, it was discovered on a bandit. I found it strange that someone would carry stones. He claimed this black stone could leave black marks on other stones. They used it as a marking tool, and it could also burn, Zhong Tao explained. Quickly, let us go check it out, Yang Lin urged, leading his group to the bandit in question to inquire about the coal. Seeing Yang Lin's keen interest in the black stone, the bandit instinctively divulged all he knew about it. After hearing the bandit's account, Yang Lin was filled with joy. These bandits hailed from Lao He Mountain, located 20 miles away. Lao He Mountain, as its name implies, is a mountain of dark stones. Yet not the entire mountain is composed of coal. According to the bandit, most of the mountain consists of non-combustible black stones. While this burnable black stone could be found in a hollow on the backside of the slope, abundant and widespread, you need not fear for your lives. Yang Lin excelled deeply. Based on the bandit's description, it was indeed an open-pit coal mine. An open-pit coal mine is a godsend. The bandit felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. However, Zhong Tao and the others were puzzled. Isn't it merely a type of burnable stone? The mountain is full of trees. Even if the stone can be used for fuel, is it not still just a stone, inferior to wood for burning? Gather everyone here. I have something to discuss. Yang Lin stated solemnly. Zhong Tao hurried off. As more people congregated at Yang Lin's doorstep, their astonishment grew upon seeing the bandits tied to the nearby tree. Initially, when they heard that Yang Lin had captured bandits, They were skeptical, but witnessing it firsthand left them all astounded. These were bandits, whom they would have fled from in the past, now captured alive. In that instant, admiration mixed with gratitude filled the villagers' gazes towards Yang Lin. Oh my! Zhao Fugui ran over from a distance, his eyes wide in disbelief. You truly defeated the bandits? Zhao Fugui swallowed hard. Unable to fathom how Yang Lin accomplished such a feat, Wang Taizhu found his father and recounted the events. Upon hearing, old Wang immediately scolded Taizhu. Tears in his eyes. You foolish child, what were you thinking? Is a chicken more important than your life? After scolding, old Wang hurriedly led Taizhu to bow before Yang Lin. Taizhu, your life was saved by Yang Lin. Quickly express your gratitude. We tao tesitatian, diazu aproachet Yang Lin. Bowing repeatedly until his forehead turned red. Yang Lin, I owe you my life. From now on, I, old Wang, am in your debt. Old Wang choked out. As farmers, they were not articulate, but every word they spoke was heartfelt. Uncle Wang, please do not mention it. We are neighbors. How could I ignore such matters? Yang Lin helped Taizhu up and, seeing the villagers had gathered, stood on a large stone, addressing the curious crowd with a cleared throat. I believe everyone is aware that these past few days have been tumultuous. The day before yesterday, my tofu factory was vandalized. Yesterday, Lu's family sent someone to kill me. And today, the bandits arrived, one calamity after another. However, now I must announce some good news. I assure you, it will bring joy to all. Yang Lin smiled warmly at the villagers, who stared back in astonishment, unable to fathom what good news could possibly arise from such turmoil. The first piece of good news is that the land deeds of Lu the landlord are now all in my possession. Upon the utterance of these words, the once tranquil villagers erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, their gazes fixated upon Yang Lin. Though they were perplexed as to how the land belonging to the Lu landlord had come into Yang Lin's possession, if this were indeed true, it signified a momentous development. A new landlord had emerged in Qian village. A flicker of trepidation crept into their eyes as they regarded Yang Lin. With a serene smile, Yang Lin addressed the crowd. Are you all speculating that I, Yang Lin, intend to become a landlord? No. Before all of you today, I can unequivocally declare that I shall not assume the role of a landlord. My means of earning is honorable. I will only profit from what is rightfully mine and shall never extract a single drop of your blood. Thus, what Yang Lin was about to proclaim would leave every individual present utterly astounded. I have decided to distribute these lands among you. Upon this declaration, the crowd gasped in disbelief. To topple the landlord and yet propose to share the land? Those unable to redeem their plots could work off their debts. Henceforth, there would be no more rent, no more grain taxes. All harvest would belong solely to you. Following this pronouncement, the villagers were once again engulfed in fervor, tears shimmering in the eyes of the tenants. They had once thought they would never see the light of day again. I shall now convey the second piece of news. Yang Lin raised 2 fingers and articulated with clarity. The second matter is an increase in wages. The daily wage, previously 5 won, would rise to 6 when starting next month. The 10 won wage would ascend to 11 won daily. The atmosphere ignited once more. The villagers could scarcely fathom such a generous increase in their earnings. For Yang Lin, whether 5 or 6 won was inconsequential. In terms of purchasing power, such sums were akin to 10 coins in a previous life. Do not fret, my friends. Opportunities for work will abound. This leads me to announce the third piece of news. I will hire 10 additional workers. Their tasks will be more demanding, yet the compensation will be greater. 10 won a day. Upon hearing this, the villagers eagerly raised their hands, exclaiming me, I am strong. I can work. I fear neither toil nor exhaustion. Everyone clamored to secure a position, for 10 won a day was a golden opportunity. No need to jostle. Those wishing to work should line up here. Now, I am ready to reveal the fourth piece of news. The villagers swallowed hard, their anticipation palpable. What could this fourth announcement be? Following 3 splendid tidings. For the fourth matter, I require your assistance in bringing some carpenters, masons, and blacksmiths from neighboring villages. For each craftsman you successfully introduce, you shall receive 10 won. Bring 2, and it shall be 21 with no cap on the rewards. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the crowd erupted into excitement once more. The villagers began to ponder which reclusive artisan relatives they could entice to join them. As for whether those relatives would be willing, of course, who would refuse 10 won a day? And now, for the final announcement. Today, Our defense team valiantly repelled the bandits, defeating them soundly and capturing 7 alive. To celebrate this victory, each member of the defense team shall receive a bonus of 21. Tomorrow, the entire village will partake in a pork banquet, and I wish to invite all the esteemed elders of our village. After a brief moment of silence, cheers erupted. Many villagers' eyes glistened with tears of joy, overwhelmed by the prospect of owning land, receiving wage increases, bonuses, and the chance to earn even more by bringing in workers. Ultimately, they would feast on a luxurious pork banquet. Upon hearing about the banquet, Li Yuyao behind him furrowed her brow slightly. No matter how wealthy they were, could they sustain such extravagance? Yang Lin replied calmly, "Rest assured, my dear, I have my reasons. You shall come to understand in due time." In his heart, he harbored ambitions that transcended this era. Once successful, he would become the wealthiest in the land. While the villagers reveled in their excitement, Zhong Tao approached. He remained bewildered by the bandits' surrender and was astonished that Yang Lin credited the defense team with the victory and awarded them bonuses. Zhong Tao felt undeserving of such praise. "Master, regarding the bandits." Yet before he could finish, Yang Lin waved him off, dismissing his explanation and simply instructed, "Remember, the bandits were defeated by the defense team." With that, Yang Lin turned away from Zhong Tao and sought out Iron Pillar's father, stating, "Uncle Wang, I plan to establish a coal mine, and I need you to lead the team. You will take 10 men, plus the 7 capture bandits." Iron Pillar's father stood in astonishment. Although they were unfamiliar with coal, the thought of employing bandits for labor was beyond their wildest dreams. "We shall go and make the necessary arrangements, aiming to commence coal extraction by tomorrow. Coal is the cornerstone of industry. Heaven has bestowed upon us an open coal mine, and we shall make the most of it." Meanwhile, in the Liu household, Liu Liang was left in shock after hearing his mother's instructions. He could not fathom that this entire scheme was orchestrated by his father. Initially, upon learning that his mother had transferred the family's silver and all land deeds to Yang Lin, he thought her deranged. However, when she revealed that this was all part of his father's plan to deal with Yang Lin, he was stunned. Liu Zhangshi earnestly advised, "Liang, you must trust your father's strategy. Throughout the years, his plans have never faltered." At first, I too was perplexed, but with reflection, enlightenment dawned. The land deeds are worthless in our hands. With Yang Lin offering higher wages, everyone will flock to him for work, leaving our extensive lands untended. As for the silver, your father once said that while silver is a valuable asset, its preservation relies on skill. Without skill, no amount of silver will remain ours. Thus, we shall present the silver to Yang Lin and spread the word that he has taken our silver and land, effectively transferring this burning hot potato to him. Your father stated that our family is now in decline and cannot safeguard the land. Yang Lin, newly risen, will face pressure from the villagers seeking their land back. Naturally, he will be reluctant to return it, leading to conflict with the villagers, thus ensuring our family remains unscathed. This is a strategy of division. Liu Yang's understanding blossomed, and he nodded excitedly. He finally grasped his father's intentions after several explanations from his mother. Your father believes that Yang Lin is merely safeguarding our silver and land while absorbing the pressure and ire directed at us. Though he currently holds over 3,000 taels of our silver, he cannot possibly spend it all. Once we resolve matters with Yang Lin, the silver shall rightfully return to us. As long as your fourth uncle is willing to intervene and leverage his connections, your father will emerge unscathed. Tous, Liangya. Our family's hope rests entirely upon you. Your mother has sewn 500 taels into your clothing. Upon reaching Pingyuan County, do not wander aimlessly. Go directly to your fourth uncle and present him with the silver. Liu Yang could not help but inquire, but our families have not been in contact for years. What if fourth uncle refuses to assist us? Liu Zhongxi sighed, ah? That is precisely the brilliance of your father's scheme. If you cannot rely on your fourth master, then we must truly depend on Yang Lin in the future. He will surely fulfill the promise he made to your father. Therefore, if our endeavors in Pingyuan Jun do not succeed, we will indeed have to rely on Yang Lin. This could be a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, as it ensures the safety of our family. Liu Yang nodded heavily. As for the prospect of having no other options and relying on Yang Lin, he found that unacceptable. Mother, do not worry. I will bring you good news. Just then, the steward, Lu Shi, rushed in with great urgency. Madam, young master, something has happened. Lu Zhang glanced at the steward with displeasure, saying, What is all this fuss about? Speak up, what has happened? Lu Zhang's expression was calm. Yang Lin, he has sold all our land at a low price. What? Lu Zhang sprang up, her eyes wide with fury. She felt dizzy, nearly collapsing to the ground. What happened to the promise of preserving our land? Yang Lin, you scoundrel. How dare you? That land belongs to the Lu family. How dare you sell it to those peasants? Lu Zhang angrily slammed the table and cursed. Had her father's plans all gone to waste? Now, that rascal had divided all the land. It was all gone. Yes, yes. Lu Zhang nodded eagerly. Recalling that Yang Lin still had over 3,000 taels of silver brought her some solace. Meanwhile, at Yang Lin's doorstep, having arranged for a security team to escort the coal mining crew, Yang Lin was preparing to set off for Laohaishan. Wait, I'm going with you. Liu Yao called out, followed closely by Liao Hongying. It's a long journey. Can you manage? Liu Yao nodded with a calm demeanor. Liao Hongying raised her chin, exclaiming, It's just 20 miles, no problem. Both women were equipped with crossbows, exuding a spirited air. After more than an hour, a party of 30 finally arrived at Laohaishan. Upon reaching the mountain, before even spotting the open coal mine, Yang Lin encountered the black stones that the bandits had mentioned, which were unburnable. They were everywhere. Witnessing these black stones firsthand left Yang Lin utterly astounded. Is this the coal you were searching for? Liu Yao inquired. Yang Lin shook his head, refraining from explaining as he continued to examine the black stones closely. Although the others did not understand what was so remarkable about the abundant black stones, they patiently awaited Yang Lin's findings. He examined them with great seriousness, taking a chisel to carve out a small piece, scrutinizing the fracture surface, and even tasting it. After sensing a sour taste, Yang Lin promptly spat out the small piece of black stone, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. What did you find? Liu Yao tilted her head, curious. Yang Lin nodded. I recognize it. This is titanium iron ore. Due to the characteristics of biological mineralization, it was not uncommon for coal and iron ores to coexist. But finding titanium iron ore adjacent to coal was relatively rare. Titanium iron ore? Liu Yao repeated the words, utterly perplexed. Yang Lin smiled ruefully. It is a precious mineral, but holds no value for us. Why? Precious yet useless? Liu Yao struggled to comprehend. Well, Yang Lin pondered before speaking. To put simply, this titanium iron ore is rich in two elements, titanium and iron. Iron is not valuable. It is abundant, and we even have some in our rear mountain. However, titanium is quite precious. This ore can be used to refine a metal called titanium. But the problem is, we cannot refine it. This was the most exasperating reason for Yang Lin. He was well aware of titanium's worth. It could be used to manufacture aircraft and rockets. When alloyed, titanium alloys exhibit exceptional hardness and unparalleled corrosion resistance. When added to stainless steel, its corrosion resistance can increase several-fold. Yet, the crux of the matter remained. We cannot refine it. At present, our metallurgical processes are not even capable of producing steel, let alone isolating metallic titanium from titanium iron ore. Moreover, even if we could indeed produce it, what would be the use? In Qian, ordinary steel is already sufficient. Even if we could somehow create titanium alloys, it would merely result in some strikingly beautiful weapons. Let's proceed to inspect the coal mine, Yang Lin sighed. This feeling was akin to a traveler in the desert discovering a piece of gold. Gold, though splendid, is of no practical use. Liu Yao and Liao Hongying exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. Titanium? Unable to refine it? How'd he know? Soon, they traversed over the mountain ridge and arrived at the hollow on the other side. Upon a glance, Yang Lin was once again filled with delight. Although the open coal mine was termed open, it was not entirely exposed on the surface. Many open coal mines required further excavation to reveal the coal seams. However, the open coal mine before them was largely visible above ground. With an area nearly 100 meters wide brimming with glossy black coal, Yang Lin swiftly examined it, discovering that the quality of the coal was quite good. As for the scale of the mine, without advanced detection equipment, it was currently impossible to gauge. Yet, even a few meters of thin coal seams were an inexhaustible resource for Yang Lin. This is coal. Let us dig and see how quickly we can extract it. The 10 coal miners felt it was utterly absurd. They had traveled so far to dig up these dark stones. What use could it possibly serve? However, since Yang Lin had commanded it, they hesitated not and immediately began to excavate. They had brought their tools, hammers, chisels, axes, and shovels. The group set to work vigorously, and soon, various sizes of coal chunks were extracted. The coal's low hardness meant that although their tools were primitive, their extraction speed was not slow. Yang Lin calculated that in about 10 minutes, the 10 of them had mined approximately 200 gene of coal. Hence, their hourly output could reach 1 ton. Over the course of a day, they could potentially yield 4 to 5 tons. Of course, this was solely the extraction rate and did not account for transportation. In this era, transportation was the greatest challenge. 4 to 5 tons was but a drop in the bucket compared to the thousands upon thousands of tons produced by coal mines in Yang Lin's previous life. Yet for him, it was more than sufficient. Are we going to do this from now on? Old Wang looked at Yang Lin in astonishment. Yang Lin nodded. Indeed. How does everyone feel? If anyone finds this work unsuitable, they need not continue. The group hurriedly shook their heads. Unsuitable? This was just perfect. Breaking these stones might be slightly tiring, but one could earn 10 won a day. Who would refuse? They were merely worried that Yang Lin was extracting these seemingly useless stones and incurring too much loss. Following this, guided by the bandits, they found the cave where the bandits had originally resided. Yang Lin had initially thought that the bandits might possess some wealth, but upon inspection, he found them to be utterly impoverished. The cave was spacious, yet it was completely empty, with the remaining provisions barely sufficient for 20 people for a mere 10 days. Fortunately, there were pots, bowls, and utensils available, making cooking feasible. After a brief cleaning, it would be livable. After providing Old Wang with instructions regarding safety measures during coal extraction, as well as the storage and transportation of coal chunks, and emphasizing the need to keep a close watch on the bandits, Yang Lin prepared to leave with the security team. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, he suddenly recalled something and asked, "Brother Zhong, do you know what lies beyond this mountain?" Zhong Tao shook his head. "I do not know. I have never been there." The others also shook their heads. Yang Lin decisively stated, "Let us go and take a look." Li Yuyao inquired curiously, "What are we going to see?" "I want to verify something," Yang Lin replied. "What?" Li Yuyao asked, intrigued. "My dear, do you still remember the river in our village?" Li Yuyao nodded. Yet she remained perplexed by Yang Lin's intention. "The path from our village to Lao Heishan leads upstream along that river. Although we did not see the river along the way, it is undeniable that the upstream flows in this direction." "So what?" Li Yuyao winked. "Water flows downhill. And while this mountain is neither too large nor too small, there is no river in front of it, suggesting that the river is likely behind the mountain." Yang Lin replied, "The river is behind the mountain?" Li Yuyao echoed his words, suddenly exclaiming, "Are you suggesting we transport coal via that river?" Yang Lin smiled and nodded. Li Yuyao was left utterly astonished. Previously, she had contemplated the burden of transporting these heavy stones over 20 miles. The costs incurred would certainly surpass the expenses of extraction. Yet she had not considered the possibility of utilizing waterways for transport. In this era, and even in Yang Lin's previous life, the cost of water transport was the lowest, unmatched by any other mode of transportation. Chapter 58, What Young Lady? Before long, their group traversed the hill before them. However, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they still did not see the river. Jianghe County is abundant in mountains and waters, with waterways often nestled between two mountains. Yang Lin was confident that the upstream of that river could not be too far away. The cost of water transport is incredibly low. If a river truly exists, the issue of coal transportation would be resolved. After walking a few hundred meters further, they finally heard the sound of rushing water. "Ah, there really is a river." Liao Hongying pointed towards the distance, astonished. The river was only 30 to 40 meters wide, but the current was swift, indicating a deep channel suitable for small boat transport. However, Zhong Tao remarked, "From the mountain to here is about 2 to 3 miles. To transport coal down the mountain, we would need to build roads, purchase boats, and hire boatmen. Is it worth such an expense for those black stones?" The others were expressions of confusion. Was it truly necessary to incur such costs for mining those dark stones? "Trust me, it is all worthwhile," Yang Lin asserted solemnly. The group was left speechless. Nowadays, the only profitable business seems to be tofu. The village needs to cut timber, extract stones, build houses, and now they also need to construct roads by boats and build warehouses. No amount of money would suffice for such endeavors. Li Yuyao furrowed her brow even more. "This is utter madness." On the return journey, Li Yuyao expressed her concerns. Building roads and warehouses will require a significant amount of money, and now we have so many people to support. With your spending habits, I fear that over 3,000 taels of silver will not be enough. Yang Lin chuckled. Silver is meant to be spent, as the saying goes. Money is like a turtle. Once spent, we earn it back. Without spending money, how can we make money? Liu Yao shot Yang Lin a disapproving glance. She had never heard such a saying before. There's one thing I cannot comprehend. Why did you sell off all those fields at rock-bottom prices? Is there anything wrong with being a landlord? Liu Yao inquired. Nearly 2,000 acres of land are worth at least 4,000 to 5,000 taels of silver. Yet Yang Lin sold it for less than 2,000 taels, much of which was settled through labor. Such actions, even from someone who has been an emperor, seem incredibly wasteful. My dear, have you ever considered why Lu Daitu sold us these fields? Liu Yao responded. You mentioned that he did so out of desperation for self-preservation. Precisely, but that is only part of it. The most crucial aspect is that it will be difficult for anyone to work for his family in the future. Liu Yao paused, suddenly understanding. Thus, these fields have become a hot potato for the Lu family, and he has passed this hot potato onto us. However, my dear, this hot potato remains hot in our hands. Liu Yao inquired, puzzled. Why is that? Because our foundation is too shallow. Moreover, the profits from farming are not substantial. My dear, have you ever considered that if we kept those fields and adjusted the wages of our workers to 5 a day, what would happen? The outcome would be that after a year of toil, we would earn very little silver from all those fields. There is another point I have not mentioned. He genuinely does not want to be a landlord. In this era, land is synonymous with the livelihood of the common folk. Earning money through land equates to exploiting the poor and oppressing the populace. Although Yang Lin has an affinity for wealth, he would never profit from such unscrupulous means. Instead, he aims for technological innovation and creative inventions to earn the money of the affluent in the entire world. Does that not sound appealing? Liu Yao seemed to ponder this. She suddenly realized that Yang Lin's thinking was distinct from that of ordinary people. What is it? Yang Lin looked at everyone, puzzled. Fourth sister linked her arm with Yang Lin's, playfully saying, Come inside quickly. The young lady has been waiting for you anxiously. Young lady? Yang Lin was taken aback. Which young lady? Chapter 59. I'm not interested in money. Lao Mingwei reminded you. Please save this for later convenience. The honest elder sister quickly explained. It is Lu Daitu's daughter, Lu Qiaoyan. She came this afternoon, stating that she had important matters to discuss with you and insisted on waiting for you. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Last year, Lu Qiaoyan, pressured by her father into marriage, attempted to end her life by jumping into the river, only to be saved by Yang Lin, leading to mutual affection. However, the innocent feelings between the young man and woman had not yet ignited into anything more before they were extinguished by Lu Yukai. Lu Yukai forbade Lu Qiaoyan from associating with Yang Lin and even suppressed Yang Lin, preventing others from lending him food, leading the once timid Yang Lin to become who he is today. Inside, a girl of about 16 or 17, donned in a green silk dress, stood nervously, her eyes reflecting both anticipation and anxiety. Upon seeing Yang Lin enter, the girl hurriedly rose, lowering her head, and stammered, I am sorry. I didn't know my father intended to harm you. Yang Lin shook his head. My matters with your father are concluded, and this issue does not involve your martial arts school. I will not hold you accountable. No, truly. Lu Qiaoyan gazed anxiously at Yang Lin. Yang Lin smiled wryly. I've already sold those fields at rock-bottom prices. Lu Qiaoyan was taken aback. As for the silver, you probably do not understand. I spend money quite rapidly. Yang Lin revealed a mischievous smile. Over 3,000 taels of silver is merely a trivial sum for the endeavors I am about to undertake. Yang Lin was left speechless. He was not astonished by Lu Youcai's scheme, but rather by Lu Qiaoyan before him. This wide-eyed, innocent girl had divulged her father's entire plot for his sake. Is this the power of love? Yet, regrettably, he no longer possessed that initial, tender affection. All that remained was a sense of compassion for the girl before him. Thank you for sharing this information with me. Lu Qiaoyan's cheeks flushed as she shook her head. A silence enveloped the room. Yang Lin, Lu Qiaoyan opened her mouth as if to say something. At that moment, Xiao Jiu barged in, standing before Lu Qiaoyan with hands on her hips, exclaiming proudly, Miss Lu, are you planning to become our husband's little wife? You don't say such nonsense. Lu Qiaoyan's face turned crimson as she nervously glanced at Xiao Jiu, her heart in turmoil. As a woman, even if she had feelings, how could she voice them? Ha ha ha. You're blushing. Shout Zhu laughed triumphantly. However, if you wish to be our husband as little wife, you must call me sister. Come, call me sister first. Faced with this younger girl, who was significantly younger than herself, demanding her to call her sister, Lu Qiaoyun felt a mix of shame and anger. Remembering the affection she once shared with Yang Lin, only to find herself competing with so many other women now, a wave of inexplicable grievance surged within her, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Clenching her teeth, she stomped her foot and rushed out. The following evening, a pork banquet. Over 200 households from the village, at least 500 to 600 people, gathered at the village entrance. Beneath 20 iron cauldrons, the fire crackled and sizzled, filling the air of the small mountain village with the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Happiness radiated from every villager's face, while children eagerly clutched their bowls and chopsticks, standing before the large pot, drooling in anticipation. With a resounding clang, Zhao Fugui struck the bronze gong and called out, "Silence, everyone. The pork feast is about to commence. Before we begin, Yang Lin has a few matters to discuss with you all." Instantly, the villagers quieted down, their eyes expectantly fixed on Yang Lin, who stood atop a large stone. With a warm smile, Yang Lin addressed his fellow villagers, dear brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts. I welcome you all to this grand feast. Today, I have several wonderful announcements to make. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as the villagers widened their eyes in anticipation. Here is the situation. Before being apprehended, Lu Yukai expressed profound regret and compensated me not only with his land, but also with 3,000 taels of silver. This declaration sent waves of astonishment through the crowd. 3,000 taels. Such a sum was astronomical. As for me, Yang Lin, I harbor no particular interest in money, so I intend to spend it all. The villagers gasped in disbelief. Can one truly spend that much? As the saying goes, what is taken from the people should be returned to the people. I plan to divide this sum into 3 parts. Yang Lin declared with righteous fervor. The first part involves setting aside 500 taels to establish a mutual aid fund to assist everyone facing difficulties in life. This fund will be managed by our village chief. Zhao Fugui, beaming with joy, struck the gong again and inquired, "What exactly is a mutual aid fund?" Initially perplexed, he continued, "Yang Lin has explained it to me. Essentially, if anyone in need faces illness or disaster and requires financial assistance, they can apply to borrow money from me. Each household will have a borrowing limit of 1,000 won. Of course, special circumstances may warrant special consideration. But if someone utilizes this money, does it mean they need not repay it? Certainly not." Yang Lin clarified. The existence of this mutual aid fund is to help the less fortunate navigate their hardships. If everyone borrows money and does not repay it, the fund will eventually diminish. Therefore, the borrowed money must be repaid, along with a nominal interest, to ensure the fund's growth. Zhao Fugui grinned at the villagers. Earlier, Yang Lin had consulted him, agreeing to pay him 10 taels of silver annually for managing the fund. Although the term mutual aid fund was new, the villagers understood it clearly. It simply meant borrowing money would become easier. This was undoubtedly a significant boon. With the mutual aid fund in place, who would still resort to selling their children or their homes? The villagers erupted in cheers. Ahem, the second part involves road construction. Yang Lin continued. The road outside our village is riddled with potholes and difficult to traverse, especially in rainy weather, where every few steps one sinks into mud. Therefore, I have decided to construct a 10-meter wide, 1 li long gravel road at both the eastern and western ends of the village. Additionally, we will build a road leading south to the riverside. Road construction is a substantial undertaking, and I plan to initially invest 1,000 taels. Upon hearing this, the villagers were again thrown into a frenzy of discussion. Is that truly necessary? 1,000 taels for road work? Isn't that excessive? Well, it is his money. He can spend it as he pleases, even if it seems wasteful. Indeed, improving our roads is beneficial for everyone, making travel easier for all. Plus, labor will be required for construction, providing us with job opportunities. Exactly. This aligns with what Yang Lin just said. What is taken from the people should be returned to the people. What a splendid sentiment. Before long, Yang Lin announced the hiring of 100 workers for road construction, with daily wages set at 5 won. The villagers cheered once more. The final part involved the remaining 1,500 taels, which I intend to use for building houses. The villagers froze in surprise. Houses? What kind of houses could possibly cost that much? After consulting with my third uncle, I found that there are a total of 238 households in our village. I plan to use this sum to build each household a brick house. The crowd erupted into excitement once again. New houses for every family. What a grand undertaking. Such ambition, such determination. Currently, there are fewer than 10 brick houses in the entire Kaoshan village, and the majority of us never dared to dream of living in a brick house. At this moment, many couldn't hold back their tears of joy. Zhao Fugui cleared his throat and said, I have discussed this with Yang Lin. Since we are building new houses for the whole village, there is no need to demolish old ones. Instead, we should find a vacant plot of land where we can all build our new houses together. This way, we can design them uniformly, ensuring they are more aesthetically pleasing and cost-effective. Do not look at me in such a manner. I, old Zhao, am not that clever. These ideas all belong to Yang Lin. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards him. The crowd gazed at Yang Lin with admiration. Though no words were spoken, the expressions in their eyes conveyed everything. Ahem, but do not rejoice too soon. Zhao Fugui continued, I must clarify something with everyone. Yang Lin and I have roughly calculated that 1,500 taels is indeed insufficient to build 238 houses. What shall we do? Someone immediately grasped the implication and exclaimed, You mean we need to contribute our own money? Exactly, Zhao Fugui replied. Yang Lin and I have determined that while there is a shortfall, it is not substantial. Each person only needs to contribute 1,000 won. If it still falls short, Yang Lin will cover the difference. 1,000 won? Upon hearing this figure, many frowns appeared. For families with 5 or 6 members, that would amount to 5 or 6,000 won. Nowadays, few families could spare even a few hundred won, let alone several thousand. A bold villager protested, Village chief, you aren't conspiring with Yang Lin to swindle us, are you? Yes, how could we possibly afford that? Another echoed, for families with many members, that would mean paying 8,000 won. It's simply unfair. Many nodded in agreement. Just as Zhao Fugui was about to respond, Yang Lin interjected coldly, Was it you? Ergo, who suggested I was trying to swindle money? If I wish to deceive anyone, why would I present this sum? Ergo, about to retort, suddenly recalled something and fell silent. Everyone understands how much it costs to build a brick house. At least a dozen taels of silver. And now, each person only needs to contribute 1,000 won, which equates to 1 tael of silver. For families of 5 or 6, that means only 5 or 6 taels for a brick house, which is an incredibly low price. Keep in mind, even a thatched house costs at least 2 to 3 taels to build. Thus, it is evident that Yang Lin is genuinely acting in the interests of the community. Ergo, you should apologize to Yang Lin. He is doing this for everyone's benefit. How could you harbor such a suspicion? Zhao Fugui reprimanded sternly. Oh, I was wrong. Ergo mumbled, lowering his head. Zhao Fugui turned to Yang Lin. Ergo acknowledges his mistake. However, while building houses is indeed affordable, many families still struggle to come up with the necessary funds. What shall we do? This is quite straightforward. I can personally invest to establish a housing fund, where anyone in need of funds can come to borrow from me, with only monthly mortgage repayments required. Observing Yang Lin and Zhao Fugui engaging in lively discourse, Liu Yao appeared somewhat perplexed. Although she was not yet privy to Yang Lin's underlying intentions, there was an unsettling familiarity to his approach, reminiscent of tactics he had previously mentioned. Chapter 61. Mutual Aid Fund. Once Yang Lin concluded his explanation, the villagers were left in a state of bewilderment. Mortgage? This was a term unfamiliar to them. Allow me to elucidate. For instance, if Aunt Lin's family, consisting of 4 members, wishes to build a 3-room brick house, they would need to contribute 4,000 won. If Aunt Lin can only muster 400 won, she may seek to borrow 3,600 won from the housing fund. We would charge a modest interest rate, and Aunt Lin could opt for a loan term of 10, 20, or even 30 years. If she chooses a 20-year term, we would aggregate the principal and interest over that duration and distribute it evenly across 24 monthly payments, resulting in an approximate monthly mortgage repayment of 41. It is as simple as that. Yang Lin shrugged his shoulders. Although the villagers remained somewhat confused, the prospect of paying only 41 a month to reside in a brick house sparked their enthusiasm. 41 was not much at all. Indeed, working with Yang Lin, one could earn 150 a month, so 40 seemed negligible. However, with a family of 8, would that not mean a repayment of 80 per month? That could be quite burdensome. Many villagers with larger families nodded in agreement. Yang Lin smiled and addressed Zhao Sanwang. 81 may seem considerable, but have you considered that among your 8 family members, apart from my 2 little nephews and your elder, 5 individuals are capable of working and earning? If they all work for me, you could collectively earn 751 in a month. Now, tell me, is 81 still excessive? Zhao Sanwang appeared momentarily stunned. Could my family really earn 751 in a month? Is that truly possible? Upon hearing the figure of 751, the villagers expressed astonishment and envy. Oh, Zhao Sanwang, what are you complaining about? Yang Lin is right. Your family is quite fortunate, and 81 is hardly a burden. Unlike my family, where 5 of us cannot work, alas. The villagers grasped the significant disparity between 751 and 81, despite their general unfamiliarity with numbers. Zhao Sanwang scratched his head, bemused, realizing he had not previously considered his family's financial capacity. Yang Lin continued, there are 2 additional points that may not have crossed your minds. First, the amount each household contributes will determine the size of the house they receive. For instance, despite contributing more than Aunt Lin, Zhao Sanwang's family of 8 will receive a house twice the size of hers. The villagers suddenly understood. Yes, contributing more indeed results in a larger house. Zhao Sanwang, you have struck a bargain, they exclaimed. Indeed, the more family members, the greater the advantage. Yang Lin persisted. Moreover, if Zhao Sanwang does not wish to build a house for 8 people, he may choose to contribute as if for 4. But he would then receive a house suitable for 4. He added, currently, 41 and 81 may seem substantial. Yet have you considered that I frequently raise wages for those working with me? For instance, what is currently 5 won a day may rise to 10 won, or even more in the future. Upon hearing this, the villagers nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with hope. Liu Yao, however, was increasingly convinced that the situation was more complex than it appeared. She contemplated for a moment, intending to seek clarity from Yang Lin later. We must adopt a developmental perspective, not limited to our immediate circumstances. Many may think that purchasing a house is unwise, that building a new home is an insurmountable task, and that it is beyond their reach. But that is simply not true. Should we not consider the future of our descendants? Our generation has grown accustomed to poverty, enduring hardship, eating poorly, and living in leaky thatched houses. Must we condemn our children to the same fate? No. As long as we dare to dream, dare to act, and strive with determination, we shall attain everything we desire. Fellow villagers, what I, Yang Lin, am doing is not for fame or profit. It is solely for the betterment of our Kaoshan village, to ensure that everyone can have enough to eat, wear warm clothing, and reside in sturdy homes. If I can achieve this during my lifetime, I shall have no regrets. With that, Yang Lin bowed deeply to the villagers before leaping down from the large stone. Excellent. Zhao Fu Gui led the applause, and a thunderous ovation erupted. Many villagers were moved by Yang Lin's words, tears streaming down their cheeks as they clapped fervently, envisioning a promising future filled with hope. I want to build a house. I want a new home. We have endured suffering in this lifetime, but our children shall not suffer any longer. They exclaimed, indeed, it won't cost us much. Yang Lin is providing us with so much. We must build this house. At that moment, the villagers even forgot about the impending feast of pork, their thoughts consumed entirely by the prospect of new homes. Even Yang Lin's women were stirred by his words, joining in the applause, oblivious to the fact that Yang Lin had quietly slipped away, not far away, seated upon a large stone beside a grove of trees. Yang Lin gazed at the verdant foliage, lost in contemplation, as the noise of the villagers faded, leaving only the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Why have you come here? A calm female voice broke the silence from behind. Dear, Yang Lin patted the stone beside him, inviting Liu Yao to sit. After a moment's hesitation, she complied. What troubles you? Liu Yao observed Yang Lin's unusual demeanor. However, before Yang Lin could speak, she inquired, is it because you feel guilty for having deceived them again? Yang Lin looked up, astonished by her insight. You have progressed. Not only do you understand the essence of these tactics, but you also perceive that I am employing them. I learned from you, Liu Yao replied nonchalantly. Though I grasp the concept of tactics now, as you said, my understanding is still shallow. Hence, while I recognize that you are manipulating them, there are still key aspects I do not fully comprehend. Please share your thoughts, Yang Lin encouraged, gesturing for her to continue. Li Yuyao began, firstly, your mutual aid fund of 500 taels, while ostensibly designed to assist everyone, generates profit through interest. It can indeed help people, but it also serves to enrich you. Am I correct? Chapter 62. Road construction and house building. Yang Lin smiled and nodded, though a hint of bitterness tinged his expression. Moreover, villagers unable to repay their loans must work for you to settle their debts. While this is certainly preferable to borrowing from Lu the landlord, it effectively binds them to you, rendering them dependent. She continued, previously, when individuals sought loans from you, you felt constrained by social obligations and hesitated to charge interest. With a mutual aid fund in place, anyone needing money can borrow from it, allowing you to collect interest openly. Once Li Yuyao finished, Yang Lin added, there is another point to consider. What is it? Li Yuzlavia yo inquirat intriga. Yang Lin responded, since you have recognized that the mutual aid fund can generate profit, should we not consider expanding its reach beyond the confines of our village? In the future, it is entirely feasible for it to extend beyond Jianghe County, encompassing Pingyuan County, the entire Jiangnan province, and even the whole of Deqian. It could even evolve into an insurance company model. Realizing he had perhaps spoken too much, Yang Lin promptly sealed his lips. Insurance company? Li Yuyao inquired with astonishment. What is that? Yang Lin chuklet li. That is still far off. We shall discuss it later. Aside from the mutual aid fund, what else have you discerned? Li Yuyao quickly resumed her serious demeanor. There is also road construction. You once told me that the longest road in the world is the road of tricks. And today you mentioned using 1,000 taels of silver for road construction, which I suspect is also a trick. Firstly, we are engaged in the tofu and potion business, and now the merchants in the village have been increasing day by day. Thus, although you claim it is from the people and for the people, who truly benefits the most from road construction? It is still us. Secondly, if I am not mistaken, fixing the roads in our village is secondary. You intend to gather manpower to repair the roads in Lao Heishan, right? Li Yuyao fixed her keen gaze on Yang Lin, eager to validate her conjecture. Indeed, Yang Lin nodded. You are correct once again. However, she gradually realized that Yang Lin's thoughts ran deeper than her own. Li Yuyao was not one to yield easily. She was currently endeavoring to comprehend Yang Lin's intentions. Almost none, Yang Lin replied with a smile. Almost. Li Yuyao caught on to that word. Have you ever heard the saying, to become wealthy, one must first build roads? Li Yuyao shook her head in confusion. She was increasingly astonished at how Yang Lin had acquired so many unique phrases. To become wealthy, one must first build roads signifies that only with smooth transportation can trade flourish. Take our mountain's monkey head mushrooms, which are renowned delicacies. Yet here, they hold little value. As for the villagers, there is little distinction between consuming monkey head mushrooms and other fungi. However, if the monkey head mushrooms were taken to Jianghe County, they could fetch dozens of one. In Pingyuan County, perhaps several hundred one. Were they to reach the capital, I believe, given the status of this wild mountain delicacy, several taels of silver would not be an issue. Liuyo nuda afirmativedi. As long as transportation is smooth and stable trade routes are established, goods can complement one another from across the nation. In this way, individuals in low-cost regions can earn more money, while those in high-cost regions can more easily acquire better products. Why is it that wealth disparity is so difficult to change now? Primarily because the poor have too few avenues to earn money, and the rich have too few ways to spend it. Money, you see, only generates greater benefits when it circulates. When the poor desperately save money while the rich have money but cannot spend it, then this idle money becomes dead capital. It holds no significance for the economy or social development. As Yang Lin delved deeper into this discourse, he realized he had perhaps spoken too much. Li Yuyao might not fully grasp it. He noticed her keen interest in this matter and thought he would have the opportunity to enlighten her about capital later. As expected, after hearing his words, Li Yuyao appeared contemplative, seemingly grasping some understanding, yet there remained many areas of confusion. You are mistaken about one point. My intention in constructing roads in our village is not merely to placate. I am serious. Roads are akin to the blood vessels of our body, or rather, the meridians. They connect every limb and organ and are of utmost importance. The roads in our village are merely the first step. In the future, wherever our business expands, the roads must follow. Li Yuyao was momentarily taken aback. She recalled Yang Lin stating that one day he would extend his business to encompass all of Deqian. Did he also intend to extend the roads throughout the entirety of Deqian? During her reign as Empress, she had little understanding of the state of rural roads. However, her journey to Jianghe County had revealed to her the deplorable conditions of Deqian's roads, other than the official roads that were somewhat smooth and well-maintained. The rest were riddled with potholes and treacherous mud, making seamless trade impossible. Could Yang Lin truly manage to extend the roads throughout Deqian? She found it hard to believe. Constructing a brick house requires at least 10 or more taels of silver, yet you are currently only charging 4 or 5 taels. It appears you are truly at a loss. But my intuition tells me you would never engage in a losing venture. Hence, I cannot fathom how you intend to profit from building houses. Yang Lin's smile turned bittersweet as he gently shook his head and sighed. In truth, building houses is the most profitable venture. Oh, Li Yuyao inquired, intrigued. Please elaborate. First, you must understand that the cost of constructing one house is entirely different from that of 10 or 100 houses. Li Yuyao nodded in agreement. She understood this, as Yang Lin had previously explained how scaling up could significantly reduce costs. Therefore, if we build several hundred houses at once, the cost can be reduced by at least 30%. Li Yuyao nodded again. Based on the standard cost of 15 taels per house, reducing by 30% still amounts to 10 taels. Hence, you were still at a loss. Yang Lin continued. The primary materials for building houses consist of bricks, tiles, sand, timber, and labor. We have an abundance of wood and stone here. The only cost is labor. We can produce bricks and tiles in our clay kilns, using only clay as raw material, which incurs merely labor costs. Li Yuyao was somewhat astonished. So, the clay kiln you constructed is not solely for building our own houses? You had already envisioned building houses for profit. However, she thought further, and even so, it would only mean breaking even, not generating profit. Li Yuyao fixed her gaze on Yang Lin, recognizing the guilt in his eyes and realizing that the matter was far from simple. Indeed, Yang Lin affirmed, you are correct. I have meticulously calculated the figures. If it were merely as you say, we would only be toiling without gain. But have you forgotten my mention of the housing fund? Are you referring to the interest? Li Yuyao, being astute, immediately grasped the concept. Precisely. Interest is a crucial source of income for the housing project. Employing such tactics on these simple folk weighs heavily on my conscience. Yet, there is no alternative. To establish roots here, I must firmly plant my feet. The housing project in Qian village is vital, marking the inception of this vast industry and serving as an experiment. Given the unique environment, even though I feel guilty, I must use my fellow villagers to pave the way into the real estate market. Whenever he called out to his fellow villagers, he recalled the e-commerce streamers from his previous life, fervently shouting for their family in the live broadcast. Faced with these impoverished citizens, Yang Lin felt uneasy resorting to such tactics. But in the pursuit of development and progress, while upholding his principles, he had no choice but to act as a shrewd businessman in Deqian. Yet, you're only charging 1% interest. That seems rather low. Li Yuyao still struggled to comprehend. In today's Deqian, there were no restrictions on lending rates. It was common in private lending to charge 2 or 3%, with 5 or 6% being far from rare. If it were otherwise, how could those villagers in debt possibly repay their loans without selling their land? Thus, Li Yuyao questioned how the housing fund, with only 1% interest, could yield any profit. Yang Lin shook his head. My dear, while 1% may seem minimal, have you considered extending the time frame to 10, 20, or even 30 years? Li Yuyao silently calculated and was instantly taken aback. Previously, when Yang Lin had discussed this with the villagers, he had not provided detailed calculations. She had only heard that the final result was approximately 41 per month for the mortgage, a figure she felt was reasonable. However, upon closer examination, the outcome was astonishing. Originally borrowing 3,601, the interest over 20 years amounted to double the principal, totaling 7,201. This did not even account for compound interest, as the original 3 taels and 6 qian of silver could transform into 10 taels. Li Yuyao gasped in astonishment. To construct a house and earn a profit of 7 taels of silver. If the entire village were to build over 200 houses, they could garner 2,000 taels of silver. How unscrupulous! After a long pause, Li Yuyao finally uttered these 2 words. Yang Lin nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed. It's utterly outrageous. So, is it because of this guilt that you have come to hide here?" Li Yuyao inquired. Yang Lin shook his head, a bitter smile on his lips, and replied, "This is merely the beginning." Merely the beginning? Li Yuyao was taken aback. If it were only a matter of making some money off them, it would be inconsequential. After all, my quoted prices were indeed quite low, and they earned a considerable amount from me. The monthly burden of 40 or 81 for their mortgage is not significant. So why is that? Li Yuyao was perplexed. The greatest significance of building houses lies in binding them to my ship. Yang Lin inhalet deeply. Li Yuyao remained confused. Yang Lin then shifted his tone and remarked, "The landlords monopolize the land, exploiting the common folk, which is indeed detestable. But do you know who is even more contemptible than the landlords?" Li Yuyao instinctively shook her head. "It is the capitalists." Capitalists? She had never encountered this term before. The people of this era could hardly fathom the horrors of being controlled by capital. To put it simply, capital is money, which is used to govern everything. How is this control exerted? For instance, everyone works for me. They earn money, save money, and their lives improve. One day, when their lives truly do get better, whether or not they choose to continue working for me becomes irrelevant. What then shall we do? Li Yuyao pondered. Raise wages? Yang Lin smiled. The more wages rise, the better their lives become. When their material needs are satisfied, they lose the motivation to earn money. Hence, they no longer have a necessity to work hard. In such a scenario, what should be done? Li Yuyao shook her head in bewilderment. She understood Yang Lin's words, yet felt that there was some hidden profundity within them. In such circumstances, the only solution is to create demand. For example, we build houses. Is it truly significant whether people live in mud huts or brick houses? Yet now, I have created a demand for them, something they could not have afforded before. But now, they can overdraw their future. Overdraw their future? Li Yuyao repeated the phrase, feeling a chill run down her spine. When 10 taels of silver are placed before you, it seems substantial. Yet, when paid in installments over 20 years, at merely 41 a month, it feels less daunting. But herein lies the crux. Currently, everyone earns 5 a day. But what happens when there comes a day they cannot earn? Li Yuyao was already at a loss, instinctively shaking her head, echoing Yang Lin's words. Indeed. What shall we do? She vaguely began to grasp what Yang Lin was conveying, feeling as though she had opened a door to a new world. They had already overdrawn their future, compelling them to strive, to work, and to labor for me. And throughout this process, as we continue to create demand, they will forever remain ensnared within it. This, my dear, is the nature of the capitalist. Li Yuyao sat there, stunned. She had never anticipated the truth could be so brutal. It was as if she glimpsed a bloodless dagger. Despicable. After a long moment, Li Yuyao managed to utter these 2 words. Reflecting on Yang Lin's statements, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Yang Lin smiled, but rest assured, I shall not become a landlord, nor a capitalist. At most, I will merely be a shrewd merchant. The pricing for our village's experiment is indeed exceedingly low. As long as everyone works for me, the cost of building houses will not burden them. My guilt lies solely in having opened this door. Since the door is now ajar, it is my responsibility to control it, preventing any malevolent forces from intruding. This step must be taken, for only in this manner can we propel our entire industrial chain to develop in tandem. Industrial chain? Li Yuyao heard yet another novel term. Are you referring to bricks and tiles? Not just that. There is also steel, cement, even glass and furniture. Anything related to life can eventually be integrated into this industrial chain. Li Yuyao sat there, completely taken aback. She was profoundly shaken by Yang Lin's words. Although she was still unsure what steel and glass entailed, it was evident that he was strategizing on a grand scale. Why are you doing all this? Li Yuyao asked, puzzled. Yang Lin smiled bitterly. Then his expression softened. Of course, it is for safety. Safety? Yes. Only by becoming powerful can one possess the strength to protect oneself and to safeguard you. Yang Lin tenderly patted Li Yuyao's head. She attempted to shy away, but found herself unable to escape. Feeling his large hand gently caress her head, her heart raced. And she was astonished that not only was she not angry, but she also felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Yang Lin gazed into the distance. Ever since he arrived into Qian, anxiety and unease had constantly enveloped him. This disquiet stemmed from the savagery and disorder of this era. Transitioning from a well-ordered civilized age to this place felt akin to stepping into a dark, foreboding forest. The uncertainty of where danger might arise was palpable. He did not wish for the day when a careless misstep could provoke some powerful figure, leading to his arrest, imprisonment, or even worse, execution. Even more so, he dreaded being powerless when someone dared to insult the woman he cared for. Thus, he endeavored in every possible way to strengthen himself. Suddenly, an idea struck Liu Yao, and she exclaimed, "You didn't initially plan to use this pork feast to promote your housing project, did you? And yesterday, when you raised everyone's wages, it was also to lay the groundwork for today's housing project, to make everyone feel that there would be future opportunities for wage increases, thus rendering the construction of houses less daunting." Yang Lin neither confirmed nor denied, but simply stated, "The pork is ready. We can go eat now." At this feast, the villagers indulged heartily. After the meal, nearly everyone rushed to inquire about the housing project, to which Yang Lin patiently provided answers. He named the housing project Great Qian New Village, which was set to commence immediately. Great Qian New Village offers 6 types of housing, ranging from 3 rooms to 8 rooms, with payments ranging from 3,000 won to 8,000 won. The initial down payment is set at 10%, and those who cannot afford the payment may work to offset their debt. Soon, 2 long queues formed at the village entrance. One line was for those paying for their houses. The other was for those applying to join the road construction team. The registration continued until darkness fell, and the villagers left, satisfied. At the Liu family home, when the steward Liu Shi rushed in, breathless, to relay the recent events to Liu Zhangshi, she was utterly bewildered, collapsing into a chair in tears. "That scoundrel Yang Lin, how could he squander like this? That was my Liu family silver. How dare he spend it?" She simply could not comprehend how someone could exist in this world who, upon acquiring a substantial sum of silver, would not save it, but instead hastily spend it all. What a lunatic! Yang Lin had influential connections, and for the time being, they could not act against him. Meanwhile, since Liu Yukai had become their target, they were certainly unrelenting. Liu Youcai's crime warranted exile of 800 miles. We could negotiate with his family, offering to reduce the exile to 3,000 miles for a payment of 1,000 taels of silver. "Master Zhao, what do you think?" Zhou Kun chuckled. Zhao Dai nodded slightly. "Go ahead and take care of it. Yes, after the matter is settled, I will take 4, and you will take 6. The two burst into laughter. A knock sounded at the door. "Master, news has arrived from Kaoshan village. That landlord surnamed Liu has left all his wealth to Yang Lin." "What?" Zhao Dai and Zhou Kun were taken aback by the news. A servant entered the room and hurriedly reported the information he had just received. "Master, it was Yang Lin who publicly announced in Kaoshan village that Liu Yukai had granted him 2,000 mu of land and 3,000 taels of silver." Zhou Kun clenched his fists, exclaiming, "That damned Liu Yukai is still a cunning old fox." Zhao Dai coldly remarked, "Does he think that this renders us powerless? Since the silver and land are in Yang Lin's possession, we should simply eliminate Yang Lin altogether." The servant opened his mouth to speak. "Speak!" Zhao Dai shouted icily. "Master, yesterday Yang Lin sold all that land at a base price." "What?" The two men were astonished once more. "He has already spent the 3,000 taels of silver today," the servant said, bowing his head as he recounted the news from Kaoshan village in detail. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dai and Zhou Kun were left dumbfounded. Was Yang Lin a fool? How could he so recklessly sell and spend the land and silver he had just acquired? Such a wasteful person could hardly exist. After dismissing the servant, Zhou Kun sighed, "Alas, Master Zhao, it seems we may not profit from this matter." Just then, the door to the study was unexpectedly pushed open. Zhao Dai was about to reprimand the intruder when he saw it was his son, Zhao Guang. He frowned. "How old are you now? Why are you still so rash and flustered in your actions? Your uncle Zhou is here. Hurry and greet him." However, Zhao Guang ignored Zhou Kun and excitedly declared, "Father, I have discovered something." "What have you found?" "The one who attacked me." Zhao Guang said angrily. "Father, do you remember the one who assaulted me? He came from Pingyuan County and had 10 wives. Father, do you know why we have not found that fellow until now? It is because we were deceived. That scoundrel is not from Pingyuan County at all. He is merely a bumpkin from a village under Jianghe County." Zhao Guang clenched his fists tightly. That day, he had merely teased a woman, yet he was beaten by a group of women. Each time he recalled it, he ground his teeth in hatred. Zhao Dai and Zhou Kuan were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances before turning back to Zhao Guang. Guanger, is the person you mentioned Yang Lin from Kaoshan village? Zhao Guang was taken aback, surprised. Father, already know? I heard from the constable Zhang Wu that last month. A man named Yang Lin from Kaoshan village married 10 wives in one go, and I must also capture those women. Zhao Guang clenched his fists tightly. Thinking of that stunningly beautiful face, Zhao Guang instinctively swallowed, already imagining how he would drag that enchanting woman to his bed and undress her for his pleasure. Father? Why are you not speaking? He is just a bumpkin. Crushing him should be as easy as squashing an ant. Zhao Guang continued to fantasize, but soon noticed the silence from his father, feeling puzzled. Zhao Dai's expression was grave as he waved his hand dismissively. This Yang Lin is no simpleton. Oh, Zhao Guang and Zhou Kuan were both bewildered. Zhao Dai replied coldly, we previously underestimated him. He has managed to produce tofu, sell medicinal concoctions, and profit immensely. Furthermore, he has the audacity to seek the county magistrate as his backing. Do you think such a person is simple? Zhou Kuan nodded in agreement, but questioned. However, Master, this Yang Lin has the audacity to strike Zhao Guang. We cannot let this matter pass. Of course, it cannot be overlooked. Zhao Dai said fiercely, he must pay for daring to harm my son. However, this matter requires careful consideration. Zhao Dai's expression darkened. Although he was a military official, he possessed a certain cunning. He realized that even if the county magistrate supported Yang Lin, it was merely for some silver and face. If he were determined to eliminate Yang Lin, the magistrate wouldn't dare to retaliate against him. Yet, such a course of action would label him as disobedient in the eyes of the magistrate, detrimental to his career. Therefore, he needed a more astute plan. Master, I have a strategy, Zhou Kuan said, his eyes glinting. Let us hear it. Zhou Kuan continued, Master, in a few days, the Black Tiger will enter the city to deliver the year-end silver. We can delegate this matter to the Black Tiger, and it will be handled without issue. Rest assured, we will seize both the man and the wealth. Zhao Guang added through gritted teeth, I will make him understand the cost of attacking me. After I teach him a lesson, he will learn his place in the next life. As for his women, he thought, he would make sure to let them watch as he punished their master. In Kaoshan village, Yang Lin sat on the edge of his bed while his second sister washed his feet, and Xiao Jiao stood beside him, reporting on the Kaoshan New Village project. Today, the Kaoshan New Village project has generated a cash income of 34,861. The labor offset portion totals 49,621. The remaining mortgage portion amounts to 760,321, with interest totaling 152,641, bringing the grand total to 228,384. After closing the ledger, Xiao Jiao and the other women wore expressions of astonishment. They were all stunned by these figures. For tales can move mountains? However, for Yang Lin, these numbers were all within his expectations, and thus he was not surprised. What about the personnel situation? Xiao Jiao opened the ledger again and read, the tofu workshop has a total of 32 individuals. The logging team is 28. The stone quarry team has 30. The earthen kiln workshop has 13. The blacksmith workshop has 5. The coal mining team has 12. The security team has 10. And the house construction team has 20, along with Uncle Wang Gui, who is responsible for procurement, and my cousin Du Jing, totaling 152 individuals. Today, 13 new craftsmen arrived, including 2 blacksmiths, 6 carpenters, and 5 masons. The newly recruited road construction team has retained only 100 workers as per your request, and many others are still eager to secure employment. After finishing, Xiao Jiao raised her head. Are there still 200 to 300 people registered? Yang Lin inquired. Xiao Jiao nodded, yes, if not more. That's good. Yang Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, we will continue to recruit tomorrow. The tofu workshop will remain unchanged, while we shall add 10 more to the logging team, stone quarry team, and security team, and increase the house construction team and blacksmith workshop by 20 each. Additionally, we should recruit 2 boatmen and 10 to form a transport team. The women were immediately taken aback. They understood the need for additional personnel in the other teams. But why did the blacksmith workshop, which only required forging, need an increase of 20? Li Yuan, however, subtly guessed that the increase in the iron workshop might be related to the coal discovered yesterday. Regardless, Yang Lin's word was final in their household. Even Li Yuan, though puzzled, did not voice any objections, but silently speculated on Yang Lin's intentions. Husband, When will our house be finished? The fourth sister asked with a hint of yearning. Are you anxious? The fourth sister clung to Yang Lin's arm, playfully scolding, of course. Our entire family is still crammed on the ground, and after marrying for some time, the sisters remain untouched. If this gets out, we will surely be mocked. Yang Lin's face flushed, and the women pretended not to hear. Such bold words could only be uttered by the fourth sister. Unfazed, she nestled against Yang Lin, akin to a languid kitten, giggling. Husband, are you also unable to wait? How about I warm your bed tonight? Ah, how foolish of me. Husband has not yet shared a room with the eldest sister. How can I overstep? How about tonight? My lord, sharing a room with my sister? The sisters will close their eyes and promise not to look. Hee hee. Chapter 66. Steelmaking and papermaking. Liu Yao's face turned slightly red, and before she could speak, Liao Hongying beside her immediately exclaimed, "No." Her voice was loud, drawing everyone's attention. Realizing her eagerness, Liao Hongying quickly added, "What I mean is, that would be inappropriate. Just thinking about the scenario my fourth sister described is quite embarrassing. To have His Majesty and Yang Lin engage in such activities while we close our eyes? That's unacceptable. Moreover, His Majesty would certainly not agree to that." Fourth sister giggled. Third sister, look at how anxious you are. Are you perhaps envious of our lord's physique? Feeling jealous? You don't say such nonsense. Liao Hongying's anxious face flushed, and she hastily changed the subject. Xiaojiu, you mentioned that you're the daughter of Han Feng, the governor of Nanyang. Is that true? All eyes indeed turned to Xiaojiu. She bit her lip and gently nodded. My goodness. Xiaojiu, you are actually the daughter of a governor. How did you end up here? Everyone was curious about her identity as the governor's daughter. Liao Hongying and Li Yuyao were intrigued, not out of gossip, but because Nanyang City is quite close to Pingyuan County. In terms of distance, Jianghe County is even nearer to Nanyang City than to Pingyuan County. With such proximity and the connection of Xiaojiu, if they were to rise in rebellion in the future, perhaps the governor of Nanyang could be of assistance. Xiaojiu lowered her head and shook it, saying, "He is my father, but he is also a scoundrel. He has never treated me well. Although I am his daughter, my mother was originally just a maid in the manor. After I was born, my mother had no status, and both my mother and I have always been ostracized by the other wives. The older brothers and sisters often bully us. As for how I ended up here, Han Mengzhu wore a bitter expression. I was framed by my older sisters. They falsely accused me of stealing things from our home. My father believed them, and I was nearly beaten to death. That day, I mentioned Han Feng's name only to protect you. In truth, even if he were here, he would not care about me. So, sisters, you need not look at me like that. I am not the daughter of a governor. I am just a poor soul taken in by my brother, like all of you. From now on, there will be no more Han Mengzhu, only Xiaojiu, our Xiaojiu." After speaking, Han Mengzhu deeply bowed to everyone. The women were touched by her experiences, and the atmosphere in the room became somber. Yang Lin then said, "The name Han Mengzhu is lovely. There is no need to discard it. Everyone can call you Mengzhu or Xiaojiu." Han Mengzhu nodded and earnestly said, "Brother, may I ask you for a favor? What is it? Could you bring my mother out?" Han Mengzhu gazed at Yang Lin with hope. What? Yang Lin was taken aback. Han Mengzhu quickly explained, "My mother is not happy there at all. I have already been liberated. I do not want my mother to continue suffering there." Yang Lin chuckled helplessly. That is not an easy task. You wanted to go to Nanyang and snatch the governor's woman? Brother, I miss my mother. Han Mengzhu clung to Yang Lin's arm, leaning into his embrace, looking up at him with yearning eyes. I will try my best, but it is certainly not feasible at the moment. Perhaps there will be opportunities in the future. Han Mengzhu nu did eogili. As long as you promise, I believe you will find a way. Saying this, Han Mengzhu unexpectedly tilted her head and kissed Yang Lin on the cheek. Brother, you are so kind. I want to be your Xiaojiu forever. She smiled, affectionately nestled in Yang Lin's embrace, causing his face to flush again, with Xiaojiu opening her heart. The atmosphere grew even more harmonious. Yang Lin intended to take this opportunity to encourage his wives and third sister to share their stories. But the two seemed to receive no signal, and Yang Lin understood they were still reluctant to share their pasts, so he had to give up. The following day, after breakfast, Yang Lin became busy. There were many tasks to attend to, continuing to recruit workers, establishing a road repair team, selecting a site for the Shangshan New Village project, and planning. However, the most crucial matter remained steelmaking. Around noon, after handling other affairs, Yang Lin arrived at the small courtyard where the ironworks were located. Brother Lin is here. Du Jing excitedly greeted Yang Lin as soon as he saw him. You arrived just in time. I was about to look for you. The new type of water wheel you mentioned last time, we have completed it. That's wonderful. Remarkable. Yang Lin gave Du Jing a thumbs up. Brother Jing, an additional 201 bonus for you this month. The others will receive 101. This task was most suitable for Du Jing. If it were anyone else, it might not have been accomplished. Yang Lin had not expected them to finish it so quickly. Du Jing was taken aback and hurriedly declined. The others also waved their hands, their expression strange. Their boss was too generous, giving bonuses at the slightest provocation. They felt they were already compensated sufficiently. All right, stop saying that. You all know that once I make a decision, I do not change it. Moreover, issuing bonuses serves as a form of motivation. In the future, anyone who makes significant inventions or innovations will receive corresponding rewards. Brother Jing, I am here to assign you a new project. Oh, Du Jing asked excitedly. What are we going to improve this time? Paper. Chapter 67. Du Jing and paper-making Yang Lin said with a smile. Du Jing was momentarily stunned. Paper? He had never anticipated that Yang Lin would choose paper. Though paper is somewhat expensive now, it is still quite useful. Is there really a need for innovation? Brother Jing, do not rush. We will discuss the innovation in paper-making shortly. I have another important matter to address this time. Steelmaking. Unkle Shunzi. I plan to add 20 more people to the ironworks. What? Zhao Shunzi hurriedly shook his head. Yang Lin, we have enough manpower for ironmaking. We don't need that many. Yang Lin slowly shook his head. It is not ironmaking, it is steelmaking. From now on, the ironworks will be renamed the Smelting Workshop. As for the manpower, adding 20 may not even be sufficient. I have drawn up the blueprints. You all will first build a new furnace according to the designs. Yang Lin handed Zhao Shunzi a thick stack of blueprints. Such a large quantity? Zhao Shunzi quickly flipped through the blueprints, becoming increasingly confused. What is this? What is this? He did not struggle to understand the blueprints, but the furnace depicted was entirely unlike an iron-making furnace. The furnace was excessively large, and the requirements were extremely high. Constructing such a furnace even required a foundation? I said it is for steelmaking. But what exactly is steel? Zhao Shunzi scratched his head. To put it simply, pig iron contains the most impurities, wrought iron less so, and steel has the least. Therefore, steel is stronger and harder than both pig iron and wrought iron. It is a more advanced metal material. Zhao Shunzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Uncle Shunzi, you will personally select the workers. If 20 are not enough, we can add more. It is imperative to construct this furnace as soon as possible. I will bring a new type of fuel called coke. And with coke in this furnace, steelmaking will not be an issue. He patted Zhao Shunzi's shoulder. Understood. Zhao Shunzi was filled with anticipation. Also, please forge 10 more sets of those components in the next few days. Yang Lin instructed. Absolutely. Zhao Shunzi readily agreed. After giving the instructions, Yang Lin and Du Jing enter the house. Lin, did you really say papermaking? Are you serious? As soon as they entered, Du Jing hurriedly inquired. Of course, I am serious. But the current paper is already quite good. Can you really reduce costs? Du Jing looked at Yang Lin in astonishment. Yang Lin smiled and said, firstly, the costs can certainly be further reduced. Secondly, Jingge, do you truly believe that the paper we are using is already of good quality? Du Jing, bewildered, nodded. Is there even better paper? He found it hard to believe. In his view, the current paper was already excellent, thin, light, and resistant to decay even after decades. Thus, he could not comprehend why Yang Lin would want to improve the paper. Was there really room for enhancement? For centuries, people have been using this type of paper since the advent of paper from bamboo slips, and no one had found it unsatisfactory. If anything, there is only one word to describe its flaw: expensive. Of course, there is room for improvement, and it is substantial. Yang Lin sighed. Upon arriving in this world, he found the paper to be quite unaccustomed to him. Not only was it thicker and rougher than the paper from his previous life, but it also had a yellowish, even blackened hue, and lacked sufficient resilience. Compared to the paper from his last life, even Kai Luan's Kai Ho paper was vastly inferior. Really? Indeed, Yang Lin replied. The paper we aim to create will be lighter, thinner, softer in texture, comfortable to the touch, pristine white, free from impurities, and possess high transparency, making it suitable for painting and techniques, and it can even be used for printing. Du Jing was left astounded, although he did not comprehend what printing was. He could hardly envision the existence of the kind of paper Yang Lin described. I have outlined the specific processes, Yang Lin said, producing a stack of draft paper and handing it to Du Jing. Despite Yang Lin's assurances, as Du Jing opened the draft paper, his eyes lit up with awe and astonishment, becoming more and more impressed as he read. After a moment, he excitedly set down the draft paper and stood up in enthusiasm. I will begin making paper right now. Yang Lin nodded. You are free to choose your workforce. Take as many as you need. Should you have any specific requirements, do not hesitate to approach me. But please ensure confidentiality. From now on, your design workshop will be completely separate from the smelting workshop. I have acquired a new residence. You can lead your people to move in shortly. Jingu, the endeavor of papermaking not only promises immense profits, but also serve a legacy for generations to come. Although I already possess the theory, do not rush. Diligent research will surely lead to success in due course. Just as Yang Lin departed from Du Jing, a piece of good news arrived from the riverside. Chapter 68. The Black Tiger descends the mountain. Cement and coke have been successfully produced. Remarkably, after a morning's effort, everything succeeded. De Zhuangshu at this rate. How much cement can we produce in a day? Yang Lin inquired. The tall and robust De Zhuang shook his head and sighed. The burning process is not difficult. It only takes 2 hours. However, the grinding of these stones is quite troublesome. You see, the cement we burned today was accumulated over several days. If we can keep pace with grinding the stones, we could at least double our output each day. Yang Lin estimated that this batch of cement weighed only 500 or 600 pounds, consuming a considerable amount of manpower and resources, yet yielding a meager output. The primary issue lay in the stone grinding. In that case, I will have the workshop construct a new type of water wheel, specifically for grinding stones. Its speed will be at least 5 times faster than the original. This way, the supply of raw materials can be adequately ensured. From now on, this kiln will be dedicated to making cement, while another will be for bricks. Cement is sensitive to moisture. Once it is produced, it will be transported directly to the construction site. With cement in hand, we can commence laying the foundation today. What? Such precious cement is to be used for the foundation? De Zhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. After all the effort to produce it, to pour it all into the foundation pit seemed excessively wasteful. Yang Lin smiled. A solid foundation is essential for a stable house. He understood the value of cement. But for the sake of safety, it was all worth it. Days passed swiftly. One evening, before the sun had fully set, outside Jianghe County, a group of burly men with bushy beards, armed with sharp weapons and fierce gazes, galloped into the city under the slanting rays of the setting sun. Make way! Make way! Those who do not want to die, stay far away. The men had venomous stares, cracking their whips as they thundered through, paying no heed to the panicked citizens on the road. Some citizens, unable to dodge in time, were knocked aside by the galloping horses, crying out in pain. Yet no one paid them any mind. Shut your mouths. The black-faced man at the forefront shouted coldly. Do you want everyone to know you are bandits? Keep a low profile now that we are in the city. The leader, a towering figure with a grim visage and narrow, piercing eyes, wore a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. What are you afraid of, Tiger Ge? With Lord Zhou and Lord Zhao backing us, who dares to touch us? Exactly. Jianghe County is no different from our territory. If it weren't for you, Tiger Ge, we could have taken this county. The men burst into boisterous laughter. The bandits were intimidated by that fearsome gaze, quickly falling silent, leaving only the sound of galloping hooves. Old air and old sand. Come with me to deliver money to the Zhou family. The rest of you go to the inn. This is not like the mountains. Do not cause any trouble. That evening, the Black Tiger, along with the deputy and the third in command of the gang, brought a box of silver to the Zhou family, where they celebrated with Zhou Kuan and his son Zhou Zhengyang. After several rounds of drinks, Zhou Zhengyang broached a serious matter. Tiger Ye, my brothers have a small matter to ask for your assistance. The Black Tiger's eyes narrowed slightly, smiling broadly. Young Master Zhou, why be so polite? If there is anything I can do, just command. Oh, the Black Tiger's eyes narrowed as he coldly replied, Rest assured, young Master Zhou, I will deal with him in due time. How many pieces do you want him in? Faced with the Black Tiger's vicious gaze, Zhou Zhengyang dared not meet his eyes. That is very kind of you, Tiger Ge. This is a token of appreciation. After the task is completed, there will be further rewards. As more content loaded, a gold ingot was pushed before the Black Tiger. His eyes immediately sparkled. This ingot weighed at least 5 taels, equivalent to 50 taels of silver. When had the Zhou family ever been so generous? The black tiger patted his chest. No problem. Haha, let us drink. Only then did Zhou Qian seem to have just realized, raising his cup with a grin. That night, as the black tiger and his entourage departed the Zhou family, the deputy and third-in-command could no longer contain themselves. Tiger Ge, something feels off about this. Why will we need to intervene for just a poor scholar? Yes, Tiger Ge. It seems too simple. The black tiger was a clever man. In previous years, he had ingratiated himself with the authorities, paying a sum to the Zhou and Zhao families annually, who then turned a blind eye to his plundering throughout Jianghe County. Although he maintained a low profile before the Zhou and Zhao families, he did not truly regard them highly. Thus, he still needed to investigate whether to proceed with this task. The following noon, the information from his men arrived. Tiger Ge, that Yang Lin is indeed remarkable. The tofu being sold everywhere recently is concocted by him. He also sells a special solution for making tofu, and rumor has it that one barrel costs 10 taels of silver. The small leader excitedly gestured. Upon hearing the price for a barrel, the bandits were astonished. My goodness. And they claim he is a poor scholar. Turns out he is a local magnate. Tiger Ge, I understand now. The Zhou and Zhao families want us to capture him for the recipe of that solution, right? Why not just eliminate Yang Lin and sell the solution ourselves? The bandits gazed at the black tiger with eager anticipation. The black tiger shot them a glare, signaling the small leader to continue. Also, a few days ago, a wealthy man named Lu from their village sent someone to kill Yang Lin, but guess what happened? 4 men were sent, and 2 died, while 2 were severely injured. The bandits were taken aback. The black tiger frowned slightly. So, Yang Lin is a skilled fighter? The events of that fateful night remained shrouded in mystery, with no one truly understanding what transpired. In any case, Yang Lin emerged unscathed. Subsequently, Lord Zhao personally ventured to Kaoshan village, intent on causing trouble for Yang Lin. However, for reasons unknown, the county magistrate unexpectedly defended Yang Lin, leaving even Lord Zhao at a loss. Upon hearing this, the bandits were left bewildered. Heihu, the leader, sneered. Realizing why the Zhou family was so generous, they must have a formidable ally. What shall we do, brother Hu? Inquired the second-in-command. Heihu coldly replied. Do you understand why the Zhou family sought our assistance in this matter? The others shook their heads in confusion. Because we are bandits. We are not bound by rules. Heihu picked up a knife from the table, sliced a piece of meat, and savored it with a sinister grin. They cannot accomplish what we can. Send the word. At dawn tomorrow, we shall head to Kaoshan village. Heihu's eyes gleamed with malice as he anticipated confronting Yang Lin. The following morning, Yang Lin awoke with an inexplicable sense of foreboding, his eyelids twitching as though an impending event loomed. After breakfast, he gathered the women and assembled the newly crafted parts in a crossbows. With this latest batch, he now possessed 17 crossbows and 300 bolts. Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiu finally received their own crossbows, while the remaining ones were stored away in a cabinet. Xiao Ji reported on the previous day's progress. The tofu workshop produced 500 blocks of tofu and 300 pounds of dried tofu sheets, while 10 barrels of potions were sold, and the tofu skins were successfully made. The brick kiln yielded 3,000 red bricks and 500 tiles, of which 180 were deemed unusable, and the color of the blue bricks was insufficient. The cement kiln produced 120 barrels of cement, and Gao Dazhuang indicated that the output could increase today. The construction of the new furnace at the smelting workshop was over half complete, with Uncle Shun promising it would be finished in 3 days. As for the road crew, they had already repaired over 100 zhang at the east end of the village, and within 2 days, the road there would be completed. Meanwhile, on the main road at the east end of the village, Heihu and his bandits galloped forth, raising a cloud of dust. Brother Hu, ahead lies Kaoshan village. The second-in-command shouted. Heihu coldly remarked, this Yang Lin possesses some skills. Do not underestimate him. Once we enter the village, capture anyone at random and inquire about Yang Lin's whereabouts. Then we shall head straight to his home and catch him off guard. The bandits shouted in agreement. However, as they approached Kaoshan village, they were met at the entrance by numerous villagers armed with shovels and spades, gathered in the road. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 40 to 50 villagers holding tools. Stop. What is going on? Heihu furrowed his brow. They had traveled from the county town without encountering any villages along the way, wary of alerting their enemies. Yet, it appeared the villagers were already prepared. as if waiting for them. Though they were ruthless killers, the sheer number of villagers posed a significant challenge. The third in command said, "Brother Hu, I feel they are not waiting for us, but seem to be repairing the road." Repairing the road? He Hu reined in his horse, staring intently. Upon closer inspection, it indeed appeared that the villagers were enhancing the road, which was noticeably wider and smoother, with yellow earth laid down and sand spread atop it, better than the roads in the county town. What is going on in Kaoshan village? Why are they repairing the road? The bandits were perplexed. He Hu coldly declared, "Since they are present, we shall question them about Yang Lin's whereabouts." The bandits spurred their horses onward. Meanwhile, the villagers observed the bandits with trepidation, whispering amongst themselves. Could they be bandits? No way. Yang Lin captured so many recently. Would any bandits dare come to our Kaoshan village? They had seen bandits before, but none rode horses. Quick, step aside. Don't let them charge through. The villagers were uncertain of the newcomer's identity, exchanging fearful glances. It was only when He Hu and his men approached that the fierce aura of the bandits became apparent, causing fear to wash over the villagers' faces. The second in command, atop his horse, cracked his whip and stammered, We are the good men of Heifeng Mountain. Today we come not to rob, but only to capture Yang Lin." Despite his stuttering, no one dared to laugh. "Listen carefully. Speak of Yang Lin's whereabouts, and we shall ensure your safety." His chilling gaze swept over the crowd. The villagers were left speechless, realizing they were indeed facing the notorious bandits of Heifeng Mountain. As the villagers exchanged glances, no one dared to speak. He Hu sneered, "Not talking, are we? Do you wish to die?" With that, he raised his whip, striking an elderly man beside him. The old man stumbled backward from the blow. In a swift motion, He Hu drew his knife and struck the old man down. A scream escaped the elder's lips as he collapsed, blood seeping through his thin clothing, his body convulsing before falling still. Silence enveloped the scene. The villagers stared in shock, their eyes filled with rage and fear. Lu Laohan was one of the few elders in the village to have reached 60. Yet he was slain by bandits without a second thought. Terrified, the villagers instinctively began to retreat, pleased by their fear. He Hu wiped the blood from his knife and coldly stated, "Now can you speak?" Yet the villagers only continued to back away, remaining silent. "Ah, so you have some loyalty? Interesting. I like that. If that's the case, once we reach the village, I will question each of you individually. I shall see if Yang Lin dares to show himself before I finish you all off." The villagers, realizing the gravity of their situation, attempted to flee in all directions. "Flee? Hee. Let's see how far you can run." He Hu remained calm, retrieving a bow from his saddle, drawing the bowstring and aiming at a young man desperately sprinting towards the village. He Hu's lips curled into a cruel smile. With a swift release, the arrow flew forth, striking the young man, who stumbled and fell to the ground. The bandits erupted into laughter as the young man lay lifeless before the villagers, who were now paralyzed by fear. "Run? I shall see whose legs are faster, yours or my arrows." He Hu's laughter echoed. "Brother Hu's arrows are invincible. Brother Hu is mighty." The bandits raised their weapons, chanting in triumph. With 2 deaths in quick succession, the villagers were paralyzed with terror, no longer daring to flee. The bandits circled around, herding the villagers together like sheep, pushing them toward the village. Tears filled the villagers' eyes, but they were too afraid to voice their anger. Outside the village, Zhong Tao was patrolling with the defense team when he suddenly spotted the villagers repairing the road and the mounted bandits, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Oh no! Bandits!" Zhong Tao initially intended to shout a warning for the villagers to flee, but knowing Yang Lin's character, he realized it was unlikely he would run. Instead, he opted for caution. "Tao Go, what shall we do?" Kong Liang looked at Zhong Tao with concern. Zhong Tao's expression grew grave. "You must go. I will think of a plan here." "Understood." Kong Liang wasted no time, hurrying toward the village. The bandits are less than 100 zhang away, yet the faces of the defenders exhibit no fear. "Tao Go, what shall we do?" The crowd awaits Zhong Tao's decision. With a serious demeanor, Zhong Tao declares, "As members of the defense team, we are compensated handsomely to protect our neighbors. Now that the bandits have arrived, if we flee, what purpose do we serve? We have faced bandits before. We cannot show cowardice in this battle. Are you afraid?" The group shakes their heads, though their faces reveal a hint of tension. On the day the defense team was formed, Yang Lin declared that if anyone were to perish while protecting others, he would provide 30 taels of silver as compensation. I, Zhong Tao, fear death as well, but behind us stand not only our elders and neighbors, but also our families. If we abandon our posts, we leave our loved ones to the mercy of the bandits. I trust Yang Lin will honor his word. I am prepared to sacrifice my life today so that my wife and children can survive. As he spoke, Zhong Tao grasped his long spear, holding it across his back. He understood that these bandits were markedly different from those they had encountered previously. In Qian, horses are a precious commodity. Even within the military, cavalry is vastly outnumbered by infantry. Yet, these bandits all rode horses. This alone indicated their formidable nature. Having been on the battlefield, he knew that under equal numbers, infantry would crumble before cavalry charge like paper. Currently, the bandits numbered 16, while they had only 9. 9 farmers with little combat experience against 16 ruthless, mounted bandits. Zhong Tao realized they had little chance of victory. Even if we cannot repel the bandits, we must buy time for our families to escape. The expressions of the defenders turned grave. Each drew their weapons and formed a line to block the path into the village. Their weapons were no longer mere farming tools. They had been replaced with long spears and sabers forged from quality iron. From a distance, Hu spotted the defenders standing at the village entrance and frowned. Who knows? This Kaoshan Cun is indeed full of strange happenings. The second-in-command muttered. The villagers also saw the defense team, and, upon learning that they had not fled, but rather stood resolute at the village entrance, a flicker of hope ignited within them, stirring their excitement. Hu's expression fluctuated. Upon seeing the weapons in the defenders' hands, his frown deepened. In the past, wherever they went to plunder, no one dared to resist. They willingly surrendered their wealth and begged for mercy. Yet, this small Kaoshan Cun instilled in him a sense of unease. At that moment, he regretted taking on this task. However, with Kaoshan Cun so close, he steeled himself against any misgivings. San. Take a few men and eliminate these obstacles. Yes. The second and third commanders immediately took 6 men and charged toward Zhong Tao and his group. Charge! Meanwhile, Zhong Tao shouted, avoid their horses. For Kaoshan Cun, follow me. With spear in hand, he surged forward, taking the lead. Though he was merely a junior soldier in the army, he understood the principle that a strong leader inspires courage in his men. Whenever a general shouted, follow me, and led the charge, the soldiers would be filled with fervor and fight valiantly. But if a general commanded from the rear and did not share the risks with his soldiers, the morale would plummet. In that moment, Zhong Tao, spear in hand, led the charge. Though only 8 followed him, he felt as though he was leading 1,000 troops into battle. Charge! The defenders echoed. Hu narrowed his eyes, recognizing that Zhong Tao's spirit was unlike that of the others. However, the clash of both sides occurred in an instant. In mere moments, 2 members of the defense team were struck by the charging horses and sent flying. 2 others fell to the blades of the bandits, crying out in agony as they collapsed. The remaining defenders, though momentarily unharmed, found the bandits had already broken through their ranks, inflicting no damage upon them. Only Zhong Tao managed to pierce a bandit with his spear, knocking him off his horse. Yet, despite this small victory, the tide had turned against them. In an instant, only 5 remained standing, encircled by the bandits. Their faces turned pale, hands trembling uncontrollably around their weapons. At that moment, one coward dropped his weapon and knelt in surrender, pleading for mercy. Upon witnessing this, the remaining defenders lost their resolve, discarding their weapons and kneeling in capitulation. Seeing the inevitable defeat, Zhong Tao felt a surge of despair. Seizing the moment while the bandits reveled in their triumph, he pretended to drop his weapon and suddenly launched a fierce counterattack with his spear, sweeping in a broad arc. The bandits quickly evaded, and Zhong Tao seized the opportunity to dash towards the village. The bandits did not pursue, for who had drawn his bow, aiming an arrow at Zhong Tao's back. With a swift whoosh, the arrow was released. Yet, at the critical moment, Zhong Tao seemed to possess a sixth sense. Evading the shot, Hu frowned slightly, drawing his bow once more. The second arrow struck Zhong Tao in the shoulder, causing him to stagger. Yet he gritted his teeth and continued to flee. By the time Hu released his third arrow, Zhong Tao had already escaped far away. Damn it, Hu muttered, begrudgingly putting away his bow. Go check if Ersha is dead. Ersha was the bandit Zhong Tao had unseated. Tiger Go Ersha still breathes. but he likely won't survive. Grant him a swift end. He who commanded coldly. Yes. The young leader wasted no time, plunging a knife into Ershaw's heart. The bandit, who had been struggling moments ago, fell silent. The villagers were left dumbfounded. The bandits could even turn on their own? How ruthless. Tigre. Should we pursue that fellow from earlier? The third commander inquired. Meanwhile, Yang Lin at home received word and instantly sensed the gravity of the situation. 16 bandits, all mounted, essentially a cavalry unit. With no prior warning, they had arrived at Kaoshan Cun, suggesting they were likely after him. Kong Liang anxiously asked Lin Ge, "What shall we do? Tao Ge may not hold out much longer." The women looked nervously at Yang Lin. "Should we set an ambush like last time and lure the bandits here?" The second sister suggested. "No, absolutely not." Both Liao Hongying and Yang Lin replied simultaneously. The women were baffled. The previous strategy had worked well, though they hadn't had a chance to implement it. Yang Lin explained, "These bandits are mounted, and they have captured the road construction team. I fear they will use them as leverage to force me out. In that case, an ambush would be futile." Liao Hongying nodded. "Moreover, they outnumber us, and their speed on horseback is unmatched. Our archery skills are not yet proficient enough. It would be a disaster if we accidentally harmed the villagers." After hearing the two explain, the group grew even more anxious. The fourth sister exclaimed, "So, does that mean we have no options left?" "I do have a plan." Liu Yao suddenly spoke up. The others turned in surprise to look at her. "We could set up an ambush like before, but we must lure the bandits here before they make any move," Liu Yao suggested, glancing at Yang Lin. After contemplating, Yang Lin concluded, "It seems we have no choice but to proceed with that plan. You shall lie in ambush, as you did last time, while I go to lure the bandits." Xiao Jiao exclaimed in haste, "Brother, this is far too perilous. Indeed, how can you venture alone to confront the bandits? What if they are there to take your life, and upon seeing you, they strike? What shall we do then? Perhaps we should simply confront them head-on." The women gazed anxiously at Yang Lin. Yang Lin shook his head, stating, "The enemy is numerous, and their strength surpasses ours. A direct confrontation is surely futile. As for the danger, I must admit that seeking out the bandits is indeed hazardous, yet we possess no alternative. To take the initiative is far preferable to passively enduring blows. Brother, take care. If the situation turns dire, flee swiftly." The women urged in unison. Liu Yao opened her mouth but could only utter two words. "Wait for you." Yang Lin smiled knowingly, waved his hand, and stepped out of the door. Meanwhile, He who had already led his men into Kaoshan village. The bandits' arrival was so sudden that no advance warning had been received. As they marched into the village, escorting the villagers, the residents hurriedly shut their doors and hid within their homes, too fearful to emerge. Observing the size of Kaoshan village, He who couldn't help but frown slightly. With over 200 households, if they searched each one, it could take an eternity. By then, Yang Lin would have escaped. Thus, he resolved to extract Yang Lin's whereabouts from these people. Listen well, all of you. Whoever reveals Yang Lin's location shall be rewarded with a piece of silver. He who shouted. Yet, not a single captured villager uttered a word. They all remained tight-lipped, their eyes brimming with indignation. Ah, you refuse to speak? He who sneered. You wish to act tough in front of me? Fine, since you choose to defy me. I shall see just how tough you truly are. With that, he raised his blade and struck down upon a middle-aged man beside him. The man fell to the ground, groaning in pain, yet he remained resolute in his silence. He who furrowed his brow slightly and pointed his bloody knife at an old man nearby. Do you desire a piece of silver or a slice from my knife? The old man trembled all over but shut his eyes defiantly. Kill me. Yang Lin has saved my grandson's life. Without him, my grandson would surely perish. I will never betray Yang Lin. The old man tilted his head back, awaiting the arrival of death. Your grandson? He whose lips curled into a sly, cold smile as his gaze fell upon a small boy beside the old man. The elder suddenly realized, his eyes widening as he quickly shielded the boy in his arms. Yet it was too late. He who waved his hand, and two bandits dismounted, swiftly seizing the boy. What do you intend to do? If you have grievances, direct them at me. He is but a child. The old man trembled as he lunged toward the bandits, only to be kicked to the ground. Tongya, Tongya, the grandfather cried, but the pair were completely separated by the bandits. One bandit grasped the boy's chin, coldly stating, Listen here, little brat. If you tell us where Yang Lin's family is, not only will I let you and your grandfather go, but I will also reward you with some coins. The bandit brandished 2 copper coins before the boy. Yet the small boy gritted his teeth and replied, "Grandfather says we cannot betray our benefactor. Damn it. How dare you refuse?" The bandit, furious and embarrassed, slapped the boy across the face. The boy fell to the ground, but remained silent. "Step aside. Let me handle this." Hey-Hu, his face darkened, leapt from his horse, drawing a dagger from his waist as he approached the boy. He loomed over the frightened child. "Do you know why I'm called Hey-Hu? It is because I, like a man-eating tiger, relish using human hearts as my wine accompaniment, especially the hearts of children." With that, he tore open the boy's clothing. With a soft rip, the boy's garment was torn away, exposing his tender flesh. The boy's face paled in terror. "No, you beasts! If you have the guts, kill me. What bravery is there in bullying a child? You monsters!" The old man, tears streaming down his face, desperately lunged forward. One bandit easily kicked him down. The surrounding villagers clenched their fists, filled with both rage and fear, as they watched the dagger inch closer to the boy's chest. Many closing their eyes and shedding tears. "Tell me where Yang Lin's family is." The dagger pressed against the boy's chest. Hey-Hu's face twisted into a snarl, his anger palpable. He had never encountered such tenacity among the common folk, and could not fathom why they would risk their lives to protect another. Yet this realization unsettled him. Facing that tender yet unyielding face, he felt a twinge of fear. Unbeknownst to him, his breaths grew heavier, a restless urge to annihilate the entire village swelling within him. "Speak! Speak!" Hey-Hu roared, his fury reaching a fever pitch, startling even the bandits around him. Just as Hey-Hu raised his weapon, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. "I am Yang Lin." Hey-Hu froze. The bandits halted. The villagers gasped in surprise. For the voice belonged not to Yang Lin, but to Zhou Lao Lu, who emerged from the throng, thumping his chest. "I am Yang Lin. Release them." The villagers watched in astonishment as Zhou Lao Lu stepped forward, when suddenly someone else shouted, "I am Yang Lin." Soon, a chorus of voices erupted from all around. "I am Yang Lin. I am Yang Lin. I am Yang Lin." More and more people stepped forward, their anger propelling them from the crowd. Hey-Hu sheathed his dagger, astonished by these humble villagers. The bandits stood bewildered. They had never faced such a situation. "I am Yang Lin." The villagers who had shut themselves in their homes felt a fire ignite within them at the sound of those words, yearning to rush out and confront the bandits. As Yang Lin approached the scene, he too was taken aback. Hearing those passionate declarations, his eyes grew misty. He believed he had done nothing remarkable. His assistance had merely been a small effort on his part. He had even taken advantage of their innocence and kindness. Yet, in return, they were willing to protect him with their very lives. Yang Lin clenched his fists and stepped forward. "I am Yang Lin. I have arrived." Though his voice was not particularly loud, its emergence from beyond the crowd caught the attention of the bandits. "Brother Hu, look," one bandit alerted. Hey-Hu then noticed the youth advancing from the crowd. In his early 20s, slender and clad in coarse fabric, he appeared unremarkable, save for his pair of obsidian eyes that seemed brighter and deeper than those of others. At this moment, the villagers recognized Yang Lin's form, and the atmosphere fell into a hush. All gazed at him in astonishment, shaking their heads in silent counsel, their eyes urging him to flee. "You are Yang Lin?" Hey-Hu approached, his murderous gaze scrutinizing the young man before him. "If you have come for me, then release them. If it is wealth you desire, I shall lead you to it." He stood there alone, exuding an air of authority as if an army of thousands stood behind him. Upon finishing his statement, he looked at the surrounding villagers, only to be astonished to find Lu Qiaoyun among them. Hey-Hu coldly retorted, "You dare to negotiate with me? Do you not fear that I might kill you right now? I doubt you possess the courage." Yin instinctively tightened your grip on the hilt of your knife. Lin smirked coldly. "What is it? Did I say something incorrect? If I am not mistaken, the individuals you sent are here to acquire the potion formula from me. They require a living Lin, not a lifeless corpse. A living Lin holds value for them, while a dead one is worthless." Lin spoke with a hint of self-mockery. Just as was about to respond, Lin continued, "As for that formula, it is exceedingly complex, requiring dozens of medicinal herbs and a series of intricate processes to concoct. The formula is inscribed within a wooden box, which is located at my home. If you desire it, accompany me to retrieve it." Lin approached with a calm demeanor and departed with even greater composure. leaving the bandits bewildered by his nonchalant demeanor, as if he were merely strolling leisurely. Little did they know, Yang Lin was also terrified, and if he heard the slightest disturbance behind him, he would undoubtedly flee. After all, his purpose was to lead the bandits away. The method of doing so was of little consequence. Brother Tiger, this kid might be up to something, don't you think? What is there to fear? We are many. Why should we be afraid of just one? Should we follow him? The bandits looked towards HIH. You there? HIH shouted, pointing his knife at the young boy. Yang Lin. He had not anticipated that these bandits would be even more cautious than he had imagined. Thus, the plan had to be altered. Wait for me. Upon returning home, he summoned the women in hiding and disclosed the current situation. The plan has changed. The bandits are gathered near the home of Great Qian on the east side of the village, totaling 16 individuals. They have captured members of the road construction team and the security team. We will strike there shortly. My dear, you take DG, RG, Xiao B, and Xiao, and circle around the front entrance to conceal yourselves on the left. SNG, you take SMI, WMI, and LMI, and approach from the back to hide on the right. At my signal, we will all launch our attack, starting with the horses, and then rush forward swiftly to execute our assault. Be sure to avoid harming the innocent. Time is of the essence. We must act immediately. LYYO hastily inquired. And you? Me? Yang Lin replied bitterly. They are coming for me. I must draw their fire. Chapter 73. The Ocean of the People. As the clock approached 15 minutes, HIH finally spotted Yang Lin approaching with a black wooden box in hand. The formula is inscribed on the box. HIH was somewhat skeptical, but was intrigued to see what Yang Lin could produce. At that moment, he noticed Yang Lin's posture while holding the box was somewhat peculiar. Yang Lin held the front of the box with one hand, while supporting the back with the other, as if carrying something delicate. Halt! HIH felt a surge of caution. However, Yang Lin seemed oblivious, continuing to advance towards him. Stop! Do not move. For some reason, HIH felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from that box. Yang Lin did not cease his approach, with merely 10 meters separating them. Under normal circumstances, HIH would have been confident in his ability to eliminate his target. Yet at that moment, villagers surrounded him, and the modified crossbow he wielded had been crafted only 2 days prior, designed for concealment but sacrificing power. Thus, to be cautious, Yang Lin intended to draw closer. However, HIH's unease intensified, and he bellowed, I command you to stop. If you take one more step forward, I will kill him right now. HIH pressed the blade against the young boy's throat. Yang Lin frowned and was compelled to halt. In that instant, he discreetly glanced to either side, uncertain if the women were properly concealed. This is the formula. Release the child, and I will give it to you, Yang Lin said, steadying the wooden box before him, aiming at HIH, and pulling the trigger. Whoosh! A 3-inch arrow shot forth from the box. Attack! Yang Lin shooted. This sudden arrow took the bandits by surprise. Yet, in the blink of an eye, HIH reacted. Perhaps it was his persistent vigilance towards the oddly shaped box that allowed him to dodge just in time, avoiding a fatal strike. The arrow struck his arm instead. Ah! HIH screamed in agony. Damn it! I knew something was amiss. Kill him! HIH roared, disregarding the boy beside him, charging toward Yang Lin with his knife drawn. However, as soon as he uttered those words, anguished screams echoed around them. Ah! 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 One by one, his men fell from their horses, crashing to the ground. Some had already perished, while others writhed in agony. In an instant, only 2 of the 8 bandits remaining on horseback were left, their faces pale and bewildered, unaware of what had transpired. I will kill you. In a mere moment, he had lost 6 or 7 brothers. Having dominated G-H County for many years, he had never suffered such a significant setback. In that moment, HIH's eyes blazed with fury as he raised his large blade and lunged at Yang Lin. The distance between them was too close. Realizing his first arrow had failed to eliminate HIH, Yang Lin quickly prepared the crossbow once more. However, the reloading process for the modified box was rather cumbersome, and in his anxious state, he fumbled. Just as HIH lunged closer, the crossbow remained unready. At this juncture, escape was no longer an option. He could only grit his teeth and continue reloading. raising the shooting aperture of the box to aim at HIH. In that moment, time felt excruciatingly prolonged, as if everything unfolded in slow motion before him like a film. He calculated the speed at which he could reload against the speed of HIH's descending blade. The conclusion was sobering. He was too slow. Yang Lin realized that before he could unleash another arrow, HIH's dark blade would surely strike him first. Although he had strapped a piece of iron beneath his clothing to shield himself, he still sensed the chilling breath of death approaching. Roared. The blade descended. Yang Lin tightly shut his eyes, pulling the trigger simultaneously. Scream echoed, and Yang Lin braced himself for the inevitable pain. However, the anticipated agony did not arrive, prompting him to open his eyes in confusion. To his astonishment, Lu Qian, adorned in a green silk dress, had somehow leapt in front of him, using her back to shield him from HIH's lethal strike. I truly like you. Lu Qian extended her hand towards Yang Lin, as if trying to grasp something. Yet, before her hand could reach him, it fell limply to the ground. Following that, her entire body weakened, collapsing into Yang Lin's embrace, revealing a long, gaping wound on her back, blood gushing forth. A surge of intense sorrow and rage struck Yang Lin's heart, awakening dormant emotions within him. His heart ached unbearably, and the rationality he usually possessed shattered in that fleeting moment. Yang Lin roared in anguish, gently laying Lu Qian's body on the ground. The surrounding danger had not yet subsided. Thus, he did not indulge in the melodrama typical of romantic dramas. Nor did he cry out in despair, uttering heartfelt words. In that moment, all he felt was rage. Kill! 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 Yang Lin's eyes turned crimson as he seized the wooden box, reloading the crossbow once more. Perhaps grief had awakened a hidden potential within him, for this time. The reloading was astonishingly swift. However, at the moment the arrow was released, the bandit rushing towards him had already been struck by 2 arrows shot from distance. All 3 arrows found their mark, and in an instant, the bandit was rendered lifeless. Not far away, Liu Yao and her companions surged in from the left, while Yao Hongying and her team advanced from the right. As they approached, they unleashed a volley of arrows, swiftly eliminating 6 foes. In the second wave of fire, 4 more bandits fell to the ground. Yet, with so many civilians surrounding them, it became perilous to continue firing. Just when they thought they had lost the upper hand and would have to resort to a direct confrontation, no one anticipated that Yang Lin's resounding battle cry would awaken the fury of the people, igniting the deepest reservoirs of their passion and resilience. In that moment, they charged forward, determined to fight. Villagers rallied, urging one another to vanquish the bandits. The 5 bewildered bandits were soon overwhelmed by a tide of citizens. As evening descended, the Yang family home was illuminated by numerous oil lamps, bright as day. Outside, the courtyard teemed with people. Yang Lin sat at the bedside, his hands stained with blood, slowly closing his eyes. He had just stitched the wounds of 4 severely injured individuals, including Lu Qian. Their injuries were grave, yet none were fatal. However, without his surgical skills, they would have succumbed to excessive bleeding. Even with the wounds now sutured, their survival rested in the hands of fate. "Dear husband, wash your hands," called Wu Mei, bringing a basin of warm water, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Yang Lin. He nodded and began to cleanse his bloodied hands. The water quickly turned crimson, yet it could not wash away the anger seething within him. In this battle, 9 bandits, including He Hu, had perished, 3 were severely injured, and the remaining were thoroughly beaten before being captured and tied to trees. On the side of Kaoshan village, Yang Lin and his women remained unscathed, and by the time they reached the remaining bandits, the villagers had already subdued them. However, among the road construction team, there were 2 with minor injuries, 1 severely wounded, and 1 fatality. The defense team had 2 seriously injured and 1 killed. Yang Lin had removed the arrow from Zhong Tao's shoulder and bandaged the wound. The towering man now stood outside, red-eyed. Receiving a towel from Lu Mei, Yang Lin dried his hands and asked in a somber tone, "Is Lu Qiaoyun's mother still outside?" 4th sister nodded. "Everyone is here." Yang Lin understood that when she referred to everyone, she meant the families of the other injured. "All right, I will speak with them." As he stood, he swayed slightly, nearly toppling over prompting Wu Mei and Lu Mei to support him. Are you all right? Let me speak to them instead. Li Yuyao stepped forward, her face etched with worry. Anyone could see that Yang Lin was in a poor state. Whether it was Lu Qiaoyan taking a blade for him and now lying unconscious, or his first experience of loss since arriving in this world, all of it weighed heavily on him. Yang Lin waved his hand. I'm fine, I will do it. These 4 simple words conveyed his resolve to all present. Li Yuyao ceased her insistence and signaled to Wu Mei and Lu Mei to support Yang Lin. As he pushed open the door, hundreds of eyes from both inside and outside the courtyard turned towards him. Almost the entire village had gathered, yet an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Zhao Fugui and Zhong Tao, standing at either side of the door, opened their mouths but said nothing. The villagers gazed at Yang Lin with concern, their hearts heavy as they took in his pallid and haggard visage. Xiaoyan, how is she? Lu Zhongshi cried, supported by 2 maidservants. Although the families of the other severely injured remained silent, their weary and youthful faces looked towards Yang Lin with a mix of confusion and worry. The bleeding has stopped. However, I cannot yet guarantee their survival. Yang Lin spoke honestly to the villagers, bowing deeply. For the sake of their care, they will temporarily stay with me. I will cover all medical expenses and any subsequent costs. Lu Zhongshi wished to protest, but Wang Gui arrived, assisting his brother Wang Laosan, who weakly knelt before Yang Lin. Yang Lin, it is you who has saved my life. From now on, whether it be climbing a mountain of knives or descending into a sea of fire, I, Wang Laosan, will not hesitate to follow your command. With that, he began to bow repeatedly in gratitude. He had recently regained consciousness and was brought here by his brother. Wang Gui intended to showcase his brother's recovery to reassure the others. This gesture proved effective, as Lu Zhongshi and the families of the other injured visibly relaxed upon seeing Wang Laosan. Recover well, and once you are healed, I will help you redeem your life. You can come to assist me, Yang Lin said, helping Wang Laosan to his feet and signaling for Wang Gui to take him away. Observing Yang Lin's intent to address the crowd, Wang Gui did not linger and promptly retreated with his brother. Villagers, I know that today, in order to protect me, you faced the bandits' blades without betraying my whereabouts. Yang Lin, I am deeply grateful. He bowed once more. I do not consider myself remarkable for what I have done, yet your loyalty overwhelms me. I, Yang Lin, am fortunate indeed. I shall refrain from further embellishments. I am a man who repays kindness and harbors grudges. The kindness you have shown today shall not be forgotten. The hatred the bandits bear us cannot go unpunished. With that, Yang Lin declared, Elder Zhang of the road construction team and Zhou Li of the defense team were slain by the bandits. They died for me, for the protection of Kaoshan village. They are heroes. I will arrange a grand funeral for them, and from this day forth, I will care for their families. When the defense team was established, I promised that if any brother fell, I would provide 30 taels as compensation. But today, I will make an exception. Elder Zhang and Zhou Li died defending Kaoshan village. They are heroes. Therefore, I have decided to grant each of their families 100 taels as compensation. Tonight, we shall give them a dignified burial. As he spoke, Yang Lin bowed deeply to the crowd for the 3rd time. The mention of 100 taels left the villagers astonished. In this era, lives were worth little. 100 taels was unimaginable. Even 30 taels was a sum they dared not dream of. In fact, 10 taels could secure a life, and even in the military, compensation was a mere 8 guan, often withheld, making it difficult to receive such an amount. Thus, although the villagers felt sorrow, the promise of 100 taels made many feel that their sacrifices were not in vain. However, for Yang Lin, no amount of money could equate to a life. Raising the compensation was merely something within his means to do. It would not ease his heart to have given more silver. 3rd uncle, are you certain that the bandits are backed by the Zhou and Zhao families? Zhao Fugui nodded vigorously. Absolutely. In the county, this is practically an open secret. Very well. Yang Lin replied, tomorrow, I intend to strike a decisive blow. 3rd uncle, would you dare to join me? Chapter 75. Those who offend Kaoshan village shall be punished. No matter the distance, Zhao Fugui was taken aback. What do you intend to do? Yang Lin, you mustn't act impulsively. Historically, the common folk do not confront the authorities. We cannot match their power. Understanding the identity of the Black Tiger and realizing these bandits were heading straight for Kaoshan village, it was not difficult to deduce who was orchestrating this attack. especially with the motive of acquiring the potion formula. Yang Lin nodded reassuringly. Do not worry. I have everything under control. Just as Zhao Fugui sighed in relief, Yang Lin continued. Uncle, do you wish to become the county magistrate? Zhao Fugui stumbled, nearly losing his balance, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Yang Lin. We cannot act recklessly. Yang Lin nodded again, reiterating, trust me. I have everything under control. Perhaps even the heavens wished to assist Kaoshan village in cleansing the bloodshed for that very night. As they prepared to bury Zhang Laotu and Zhou Li, a torrential rain poured down, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The thunder roared and the lightning flickered. The torrential rain fell like a deluge, as if heaven and earth were mourning. Almost all the villagers of Kaoshan stood solemnly before the two fresh graves. At dawn tomorrow, we shall set forth to the county, Yang Lin proclaimed loudly. With this declaration, a thunderous clap echoed, as if heralding the blood-soaked rebirth of Kaoshan village. The following morning, nearly all the villagers of Kaoshan mobilized. The villagers beat drums and gongs, escorting 4 captured bandits, while dragging the remains of 12 dead bandits on 16 horses towards Jianghe County. After more than 2 hours, when the procession from Kaoshan village appeared in Jianghe County, it immediately drew the attention of the townsfolk, who gathered to witness the spectacle. However, when the citizens beheld the gruesome sight of the corpses being dragged behind, they were horrified. After the long journey, the bodies of the bandits were mangled and unrecognizable, covered in blood. On the main street, a trail of crimson stains marked their path. The townspeople were dumbfounded, uncertain of what had transpired. Soon, someone recognized the corpses. Ah, I remember. Those ruffians came here a few days ago, strutting about on horseback, causing chaos. Yes, I recall that day. The child from old Zhang's family was knocked down by one of their horses. Hey, look, that black-faced man being dragged seems to be the Black Tiger. What? The Black Tiger? The notorious one from Heifeng Mountain? Impossible. I heard he was the most fearsome bandit in Jianghe. How could he be dead? Surely, the officials must have come to eradicate the bandits. What nonsense! Who has ever seen the officials take action against bandits in all these years? Exactly, look at these people. They do not seem like officials, but rather like common folk. Could it be that these bandits were ambushed by a village? How is that possible? What village could possibly stand against bandits? Even if they had the courage, who could match the bandits in strength? The Kaoshan village contingent halted in the central square of the county, unloading the bloodied remains of the bandits and laying them side by side. Immediately, Yang Lin, along with the others, retrieved wooden boxes from the carts and placed them on the ground. The crowd of onlookers grew increasingly dense, soon filling the area to capacity. In a small county where significant events have been rare for many years, the current commotion was not to be missed. What are they planning to do? I have no idea. Did you see? There's still a few alive. As the townsfolk buzzed with speculation, Yang Lin ascended a height. I am Yang Lin from Kaoshan village. Perhaps some of you have heard of me. Indeed, I am the one who sells the potion. The name Yang Lin was not widely recognized, yet when it came to the potion, nearly everyone was aware. The potion that could produce tofu was exceedingly sought after. As more people began to produce tofu, it became common knowledge that only this miraculous potion could yield such results. Many knew how to obtain this potion. Go to Kaoshan village and seek out Yang Lin. However, the price of 10 taels of silver per bucket deterred many small workshops. More importantly, the potion business had become monopolized by the prominent families in the county. Every 3 days, when Yang Lin released 10 buckets of potion, they were immediately snatched up frantically by these families. These families, no longer content with merely using the potion for their own tofu production, began to resell it at a markup, acting as middlemen to sell to small workshops and even neighboring counties for profit. Thus, when the townsfolk heard that the individual before them was Yang Lin, the potion seller, their curiosity was piqued. They all saw the many corpses of bandits and wondered what had transpired. The situation was quite simple. Someone coveted my potion business and orchestrated these bandits to attack my village, intending to capture me and force me to reveal the formula. As Yang Lin made this proclamation, the crowd erupted in discussion. Many knew that the Black Tiger had long been supported by the Zhou and Zhao families. Consequently, many immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. In our battle against the bandits, Kaoshan village suffered tremendous losses. 2 villagers were killed while protecting me, Yang Lin, and 4 others remained severely injured and unconscious. Yet the onlookers wore perplexed expressions. 12 bandits were slain, for captured, their forces decimated, while Kaoshan village had only lost 2. How could this be deemed a tremendous loss? It should rather be regarded as a significant victory. Nevertheless, Yang Lin's expression turned fierce as he continued. This blood debt must be repaid. This grudge cannot simply be dismissed. The blood spilled must be avenged. The bandits' wanton slaughter of the innocent must be punished. Today, I have come here to declare to all, to those with ill intentions, anyone who provokes me, Yang Lin, and infringes upon Kaoshan village, shall be punished, no matter how far they may be. As Yang Lin's voice fell, the members of the security team had already forced the 4 surviving bandits to their knees. Zhong Tao, wielding the Black Tiger's massive blade, approached with bloodshot eyes. In that moment, the crowd of onlookers erupted in chaos. Chapter 76. Presenting a grand gift to the Zhou family, anyone could discern the intentions of the Kaoshan villagers. The townsfolk stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Some were filled with fear, others with exhilaration, but many more felt their blood boil with excitement. Jianghe was merely a small locale, where executions were rare in the county. Yet now they were about to behead individuals, bandits notorious for murder and plunder. The crowd naturally erupted in cheers. Zhong Tao, with his eyes aflame, advanced towards the 4 bound bandits, who trembled as if caught in a storm, with 2 of them already having lost control of their bladders. Please, please, spare me. I have money, lots of money. I will give you everything. Oh, mercy, mercy. Do not kill me, please. Some begged for their lives, while others resorted to threats. We still have over a dozen brothers in Haifeng Mountain. If you dare harm me, my brothers will not spare you. One bandit roared at Zhong Tao, his eyes filled with malice. However, no sooner had he spoken than Zhong Tao approached him with the blade in hand. Please no. The once defiant bandit immediately cowered. Without hesitation, Zhong Tao's blade fell. Blood gushed from the bandit's neck, and a large head rolled away, landing to the side. The once defiant bandit swiftly transformed into a headless corpse, collapsing to the ground beside him. The onlookers erupted in a chorus of cheers. The inherent goodness of human nature prevailed. While not all citizens harbored a vehement hatred for evil, their disdain for bandits was universally shared. Witnessing someone slay a bandit in the street elicited a sense of exhilaration among them, as a head rolled onto the ground. The 2 bandits who had been paralyzed by fear immediately fainted. The only one who remained conscious soon fell to the ground, trembling in terror. Observing this scene, many were struck by a profound realization. Even the ruthless bandits could experience fear. They had long since lost their reverence for life, and, in their reckless disregard for the lives of others, had never considered that their own lives might one day be so easily extinguished. After dispatching the first bandit, Zhong Tao did not proceed to slay a second, but instead picked up the severed head and placed it into a nearby wooden box. The head fit perfectly. It was then that the assembled crowd noticed there were precisely 16 wooden boxes. Before they could ponder this further, Zhong Tao seemed to transform into a cold machine. Having collected the head, he raised his blade and struck down the second bandit. Amidst the anguished cries and pleas, the 3rd and 4th bandits met the same fate, collapsing one after another. The citizens cheered, their spirits soaring. Yet, some began to wonder why he was collecting the bandits' heads. Zhong Tao, seemingly consumed by bloodlust, after dispatching 4 living bandits, approached the 12 mangled corpses and systematically severed their heads, placing them into boxes as well. Completing this grim task, he discarded his large blade and knelt before Yang Lin, clasping his fists in salute. Yang Lin nodded and stepped forward to assist Zhong Tao to his feet, expressing gratitude for his efforts. Zhong Tao shook his head, stating that avenging them brought him some solace, having slain many enemies during his military service. Killing a few bandits posed no psychological burden for him. Instead, he felt guilty for having faltered against the bandits the day before. Now, we must present our gifts, Yang Lin proclaimed from an elevated position, his voice ringing out. According to the laws of the Qian, slaying bandits warrants a reward of 1 guan. Since these bandits were sent by the Zhou family, the reward shall rightfully belong to them. I shall now deliver this 16 guan reward to the Zhou family. With that, Yang Lin leaped down and shouted, "Let us go." The headless corpses were tossed onto the horse-drawn carts, while the villagers rang gongs and drums, carrying the wooden boxes as they made their way toward the Zhou residence. The onlookers were once again left in shock. Delivering the corpses to the Zhou family? What could this mean? Did he dare to confront the Zhou family? Zhou Qian was the head of the punishment office, a man of considerable authority in Jianghe County. If Yang Lin dared to act against the Zhou family, it would surely escalate matters. Those who enjoyed the spectacle were never averse to trouble, and the county citizens began to follow the procession from Kaoshan village toward the Zhou residence. Within the Zhou manor, He, who had been absent for quite some time, causing Zhou Zhenyang to feel increasingly uneasy. Father, do not worry. With He Hu on the job, where could Yang Lin possibly escape to? Zhou Zhenyang remarked, taking a sip of tea, his tone dismissive. Zhou Qian nodded in agreement, saying, I trust He Hu, but Yang Lin is quite cunning. If he manages to elude capture, it will complicate future attempts to apprehend him. Zhou Zhenyang coldly replied, were it not for his possession of that formula, I would have already killed him. Those who dare to dismiss the Zhou family must learn that we are not to be trifled with. Recalling the day he was disregarded in Kaoshan village, only to later seek cooperation with Yang Lin, Zhou Zhenyang was filled with anger. Just then, the butler's voice interrupted. Sir, you must come out and see. Zhou Qian furrowed his brow, asking, what is it? Yang Lin has arrived, the butler announced. What? Both Zhou Qian and Zhou Zhenyang exclaimed in shock. Zhou Zhenyang pressed for clarification. You mean He Hu has captured Yang Lin? No. The butler quickly shook his head. It is Yang Lin himself, accompanied by several hundred villagers standing outside, claiming to bring us a grand gift. The butler hesitated, his expression troubled. What is it? Demanded. The butler continued. I merely observed that some among them were bloodied and carried peculiar wooden boxes, with a strong smell of blood. They likely come with ill intentions. Zhou Qian's eyes widened. Boxes? The scent of blood? He was momentarily bewildered, failing to grasp the connection between the two. Father, regardless of Yang Lin's schemes, since he has come to our door, we can seize this opportunity to dispatch a few officers, fabricate a reason, and have him apprehended. Jianghe County is our territory. Dealing with him should be a mere formality. Yet Zhou Qian frowned, saying, not so fast. Let us first investigate the situation. I wish to see what he has brought us. Even if Yang Lin were to concoct the most elaborate plans, he could never anticipate that the boxes contained the severed heads of He Hu and the bandits. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhou Qian was taken aback. The scene outside indeed matched the butler's description. A throng of over 100 people, along with a multitude of spectators, had completely surrounded the Zhou residence. Yang Lin stood at the forefront with a group of villagers, holding the wooden boxes, and Zhou Qian could already detect a foul, nauseating odor. Yang Lin, how audacious of you! You dare to disrupt my Zhou family? Do you truly believe we are so easily intimidated? Zhou Zhenyang shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Lin. And you rabble, what are you doing blocking the entrance? Do you wish to perish? Clear out at once, or I shall have you all arrested. Zhou Zhenyang directed his ire at the onlookers. In the past, the citizens would have never dared to provoke the Zhou family, but this time, they remained unfazed by his threats, and Yang Lin completely ignored him, which only fueled Zhou Zhenyang's fury. Just as he was about to confront Yang Lin, Zhou Qian subtly signaled him to hold back. Having served as the head of the punishment office for many years, Zhou Qian was adept at reading the room. He could sense the anger etched on Yang Lin and the villagers' faces, as well as the excitement of the gathered citizens. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the situation, he could feel that the atmosphere was decidedly abnormal. You should step back, my son. Zhou Qian approached Yang Lin, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. You must be Yang Lin. I am Zhou Qian, the head of the punishment office. May I inquire if you have come to see me for a particular matter? Could we speak privately for a moment? Though he could sense that the contents of those boxes were ominous, he did not wish to create a scene with so many citizens present. Little did he realize that the commotion had already escalated before their arrival. No need, Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively. I have come to see you, Lord Zhou, for two matters. One is to identify a person, and the other is to present you with a grand gift. Zhou Qian furrowed his brow slightly. Identify a person? Indeed. To identify a person, do you recognize He Hu from Heifeng Mountain? Yang Lin's eyes narrowed as he spoke coldly. Upon hearing He Hu's name, Zhou Qian's heart sank, and he could not help but connect the dots. Yang Lin stood before him, yet He Hu was nowhere to be found. A wave of anxiety washed over him, and he worried that He Hu might have betrayed him. Maintaining his composure, Zhou Kun firmly shook his head. I do not recognize any hey who or by who. No matter what, he would not admit to such knowledge in front of the crowd. Oh, Yang Lin narrowed his eyes and stepped closer. Zhong Tao opened the lid of the wooden box he was holding and revealed a large severed head. As the head emerged from the box, both Zhou Kun and Zhou Zhengyang staggered back in shock, their faces pale with fright. Although the head, still dripping with blood and grotesquely disfigured, was terrifying in its ghastliness. The distinctive visage of He, who was unmistakable to the father and son. How could they possibly not recognize him? Particularly striking were He Hu's round, bulging eyes, wide open in fear, as though death had not yet claimed him, gazing at them. Zhou Xingyang, overcome with dread, took 2 steps back and collapsed onto the ground. Zhou Kun fared slightly better, yet his pallor betrayed his shock as he trembled and pointed at the severed head, struggling to articulate words, but stammering in vain. Zhou Darren observed closely. Just days prior, they had shared drinks together. Yang Lin remarked coldly. Zhou Kun swallowed hard and tremulously denied, "You lie. I do not know He Hu. Do not slander me." He attempted to deflect blame. Whose head is this? Is it not a result of your own actions? Though panic-stricken, he sought to turn the tables. Yes, yes. You are the murderer. You should be arrested. Zhou Xingyang, still on the ground, echoed his threats. Yang Lin smirked. Indeed, I am the one who killed him. But according to the laws of Qian, slaying bandits is not only justifiable, but also rewarded with a bounty. This is the notorious bandit leader, He Hu. I presume the bounty for him is even greater? Zhou Darren, as the head of the... You do not recognize the infamous He Hu? Have you not dealt with bandits in all these years? Yang Lin continued. It matters not if you do not know He Hu. I have more. With a flourish of his hand, Yang Lin signaled to 2 men, who opened 2 wooden boxes, revealing 2 more severed heads. Does Zhou Darren recognize them? Zhou Kun was jolted into a state of terror. He recognized them all too well. They were the 2nd and 3rd leaders of the Heifeng mountain bandits, whom He Hu had brought along. Zhou Kun's complexion drained as he beheld the 3 severed heads, blood dripping from the jagged necks. His body trembled uncontrollably. The boxes contained the heads of the 3 leaders of Heifeng Mountain. What then could be contained in the remaining 10 boxes was all too evident. Zhou Kun's heart raced, nearly choking him, while Zhou Zhengyang crawled behind the old steward, shaking like a leaf. Zhou Kun stood there, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. He had instructed He Hu to capture Yang Lin. Yet Yang Lin remained unscathed while the bandits of Heifeng Mountain had met their doom, decapitated no less. Zhou Darren, take a good look. Can you deny it? Yang Lin pressed coldly. I cannot deny it. I cannot. Zhou Kun averted his gaze, hurriedly waving his hands. Anyone could see the guilt gnawing at him. However, upon realizing the contents of the boxes, Zhou Kun quickly regained his composure. In a hushed voice, he trembled. Did you bring these heads here today merely to intimidate me? Humph. Yang Lin, do not be too pleased with yourself. You may have killed these bandits, but I am an official of the court. Should you dare to harm me, it will be treason. His words served as a warning to Yang Lin, but were, in truth, a means of bolstering his own courage. Yang Lin scoffed, fear not. Zhou Darren, I know my limits. As I said, I have come today to present a gift to you. With that, Yang Lin shouted, bring forth the gift for Zhou Darren. As his words echoed, the individuals behind him opened their boxes, raising a series of bandit heads, while the crowd shouted, a gift for Zhou Darren. They hurled the severed heads into the courtyard of the Zhou residence. Simultaneously, the crowd parted as a cart laden with corpses was drawn forward, and villagers began to unload the bodies, casting them at the doorstep of the Zhou family. In an instant, a gruesome spectacle unfolded before the Zhou residence, with a multitude of headless corpses strewn about, creating a profoundly shocking scene. Good, good. The onlookers cheered in unison. Those who offend our village must die. The cries of the masses erupted once more. On the journey home, Li Yuyao walked beside Yang Lin, inquiring, will what we have done today truly instill fear in them? Yang Lin shook his head. I do not know. Do not know? Li Yuyao was taken aback. I cannot ascertain whether it will intimidate them. For human greed knows no bounds. It can drive individuals to madness, and when one descends into madness, irrationality ensues. Yet, what we have done today will undoubtedly bear significance. Why? Li Yuyao pressed. My dear, do you know what type of person is the most terrifying in this world? Liu Yao shook her head in confusion. Madman. Madman? Liu Yao Apoplexa. Suddenly enlightened, she exclaimed, I understand. You wish to demonstrate that you too can descend into madness. Yang Lin nodded. And how will the Zhou and Zhao families respond? Your actions today have severely humiliated the Zhou family. They surely will not let it slide so easily. Liu Yao Ukaria. Yang Lin replied, If they possess any wisdom, they will refrain from provoking me for the time being. Liu Yao nodded in agreement. Considering the situation, if she were part of the Zhou family, she too would be in a state of bewilderment. Just as Yang Lin had articulated, no one would dare to casually provoke a madman. And afterward, Liu Yao pressed, The strength of our village and our archery skills cannot remain concealed. If they wish to investigate, it is only a matter of time before they uncover the truth. Yang Lin chuckled coldly. By the time they ascertain the truth, our strength will have already transcended their expectations. Liu Yao felt a flicker of realization, recalling Yang Lin's previous words. One must view problems from a perspective of advancement. In just 1 month, Kaishan village had undergone a tremendous transformation. Indeed, Liu Yao voiced her concern during the beheading. One bandit claimed that there are still bandits remaining on Heifeng Mountain. If we do not eradicate them completely, they may seek revenge. Yang Lin smiled. I have already dispatched individuals. If all goes well, they should have captured Heifeng Mountain by now. What? Liu Yao gasped in shock. Yang Lin had already made arrangements without her knowledge. Observing her astonishment, Yang Lin explained, After devising our plan last night, I had the captured bandits interrogated, and they all provided similar information. There are only 6 bandits remaining on Heifeng Mountain, and the path up the mountain is singular, guarded by 2 bandits who alternate every 4 hours. The ascent is treacherous, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. When Liu Yao had initially expressed concern, Yang Lin continued, Fortunately, during the interrogation, we gleaned some valuable intelligence. What intelligence? Yang Lin's eyes glimmered with cunning. One of the captured bandits was the second in command of Heifeng Mountain. He revealed the existence of a secret passage that bypasses the mountain's guard posts, allowing direct access to the summit. This passage had been reserved by the bandit leaders for their own escape, so only the 3 leaders were privy to its existence. My dear, have you not noticed that Kong Liang is absent? This morning, after we left, I sent him with 12 men and 9 crossbows to seize Heifeng Mountain. After departing the city, Yang Lin split from the main group, taking only Liu Yao and Liao Honging with him to Heifeng Mountain. Though they were merely 3, they were armed with bows and arrows sufficient to handle any minor bandit skirmishes. Heifeng Mountain lay over 30 miles from the county seat, and after 2 hours, when Yang Lin and the 2 women reached its base, they found a guard, Qin Shuang, waiting for them. Lin Ye. Upon seeing Yang Lin, Qin Shuang hurried over, his face alight with excitement. Lin Gu, we have won. All 6 bandits have been eliminated. Qin Shuang's exuberance was palpable. Were there any injuries? Is everyone all right? Yang Lin inquired anxiously. Everyone is fine. No one was injured. Upon hearing that everyone was safe, Yang Lin finally felt a sense of relief. Lingo, let us ascend the mountain quickly. Liang Gu has asked me to wait for you here. We have searched the mountain for quite some time, but found very little treasure. Liang Gu believes that the bandits' riches cannot be so meager, yet no matter how we searched, we could not uncover anything. He said we must await your arrival to see if you have any solutions. Qin Shuang, just turned 18, was brimming with youthful vigor, and his spirit remained high as he joined the expedition to confront the bandits and seek treasure. Oh, let's go and take a look. Although aware that the bandits had already been cleared from the mountain, Yang Lin still readied his crossbow, maintaining a vigilant stance. Upon reaching the mountaintop and encountering Kong Liang and the others at the bandits' lair, they eagerly approached him. Lin Ye, they exclaimed. In the past, they held Yang Lin in high regard for providing them with wages that improved their livelihoods. However, following the events of the previous day, their admiration for Yang Lin had deepened significantly. Lingu, you have finally arrived. We have scoured the mountain thoroughly, but only uncovered a little over 100 taels of silver. It is said that the bandits of Heifeng Mountain are quite wealthy. Surely there must be more. Do you think the bandits might have hidden the silver? Indeed, 100 taels is hardly substantial. Yang Lin nodded. During his interrogation of the bandits the previous night, he learned that this particular group from Heifeng Mountain differed from other bandit factions within Jianghe. Due to the protection granted by the Zhou and Zhao families, they had pillaged freely in Jianghe County for many years without encountering any trouble. According to the second in command's account, their methods of plunder primarily fell into two categories. One involved highway robbery. Sometimes they would take the money and release their captives, yet often they would resort to murder to eliminate witnesses. Each raid would yield at least a few taels of silver, and, on occasion, it could amount to dozens or even hundreds of taels. The second method involved robbing the surrounding villages and towns. Unlike highway robbery, due to the negligence of the Zhou and Zhao families, Heifeng Mountain had practically become a second governing authority in the area. Every spring and autumn, they would openly collect protection fees from nearby villages and towns, compelling both the impoverished and wealthy to pay these fees as if they were taxes to the state. Across 6 towns and dozens of villages, they could collect thousands of taels of silver each season. Therefore, it could be estimated that Heifeng Mountain would plunder at least several thousand taels of silver annually. Although a portion of this was paid as tribute to the Zhou and Zhao families, over the years they could not possibly have retained only a small sum. Are there any survivors among the bandits? Yang Lin inquired. Kong Liang suddenly slapped his forehead and shook his head. I forgot. Lingo, what should we do now? He only then realized that having a survivor would have been advantageous. Sigh, Yang Lin sighed, what can we do? We shall search slowly, but do not hold out much hope. This mountain is vast, and anything could be hidden anywhere. Moreover, the bandits would have concealed their silver very well. What one person hides may elude even 100 seekers, and given the mountain size, we cannot even ascertain whether the bandits hid their silver here. Lingo, I was wrong. I did not consider this thoroughly. Kong Liang lowered his head. Yang Lin patted his shoulder. It is not your fault. Who could have foreseen this? Let us continue to search. After a thorough exploration, Yang Lin was astonished by what he found. The mountain was adorned with several houses, including warehouses and stables. Among them, the residence of the bandit leader, He Hu, was extraordinarily lavish. In the main hall, there was a redwood chair draped with a pristine tiger skin, and weapons such as bows and swords hung upon the walls, alongside numerous antiques. Although Yang Lin was not well versed in antiques, he could sense their potential value. In the stables, there were even 4 magnificent chestnut horses with flowing manes. The warehouse was stocked with over 10,000 pounds of grain. The grain alone was worth hundreds of taels of silver, while the 4 horses could also command a significant price. As for the antiques and paintings, Yang Lin lacked expertise, and the young members of the security team were even less knowledgeable. Regrettably, after searching for some time, Yang Lin still could not locate the silver. He did not harbor much hope and began to wander aimlessly atop the mountain. As he opened the door to one of the rooms, he was taken aback to find a small girl cowering beneath the table, fearfully gazing at him. Yang Lin was astonished. Had Kong Liang not stated that they had searched everywhere? How could there still be someone? The girl, about 7 or 8 years old, wore a tattered coarse cloth dress, and a faded red string was tied around her wrist. Upon seeing Yang Lin enter, she shrank back further. Do not be afraid. I'm not a bad person. The bad people have all been driven away. Yang Lin reassured her, beckoning her to come out. Really? The girl looked at him with wide, bewildered eyes. Thank you, uncle, she said as she emerged from beneath the table and followed Yang Lin outside. She seemed unaccustomed to the sunlight, quickly retreating behind Yang Lin. Just as he was about to inquire about her home, the girl spoke up first. Uncle, I have an older sister. She was also captured by the bandits. Can you help rescue her? Your sister? Yang Lin was taken aback. They had already searched the mountain thoroughly and found no one else. It seemed her sister was likely in grave danger. As Yang Lin contemplated how to break the news to her, the girl interjected, I know where my sister is. Without waiting for Yang Lin's response, she turned and dashed toward the nearby woods. Hey, wait, Yang Lin called after her, but the little girl had already vanished into the trees. Reluctantly, Yang Lin followed her into the forest. Little girl, Linga, who are you calling? Kong Liang and several others emerged from the woods, looking at Yang Lin with puzzled expressions. Yang Lin explained, there's a little girl. She and her sister were captured by the bandits. She said her sister is this way, but as soon as we entered, she disappeared. A little girl? Kong Liang was perplexed. They had searched the mountain several times and had not encountered any girl. You all arrived just in time. Let us search together. She's about 7 or 8 years old and had a red string tied around her wrist. She is still just a child. If she gets lost in the mountain, it could be dangerous. Understood. Kong Liang did not ponder further and immediately led the group to disperse and search. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Yang Lin began to feel that something was amiss. Just then, Kong Liang's voice called out from short distance. Linga, Linga, come quickly. Come and see. There was a note of fear in his voice. What is it? Yang Lin hurried over. He found Kong Liang standing before a cave, staring blankly at the entrance. Following Kong Liang's gaze, Yang Lin was immediately taken aback. At the cave's mouth lay 2 desiccated skeletons. The flesh on the bones had long since decayed, leaving only tattered remnants of clothing clinging to the bones. One skeleton was larger, while the smaller one was unmistakably that of a child. Yang Lin's gaze fell upon the smaller skeleton's wrist, where a grimy red string was tied, vividly conspicuous against the pale bones. Yang Lin stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, he heard the voices of the security team nearby. Linga, Linga, we found something. You must come see. This call was filled with excitement. Yang Lin's heart raced as he glanced back at the skeletons and swallowed hard. What could they have discovered this time? He quickly led Kong Liang to where the others were gathered. Chapter 80. Justice ultimately prevails. Just arrived sooner or later, this location also features a cave. Its entrance shallow yet obscured by a large stone and surrounded by waist-high weeds, rendering it remarkably concealed. Upon approaching swiftly, Yang Lin was taken aback. At that moment, members of the security team were laboriously carrying a large wooden chest from a cave. The effort required by the 2 men indicated the chest's considerable weight. Outside the cave, a previously retrieved chest lay open, revealing it to be filled to the brim with gleaming silver coins. Upon seeing Yang Lin, the security team members excitedly exclaimed, Brother Lin, we've struck gold. This must be the silver hidden by the bandits, and there are many more chests inside. Yang Lin hurriedly led the team into the cave. The cave was not deep. After traversing a dozen meters and turning a corner, they reached the end. Against the stone wall at the terminus stood a series of large wooden chests. Yang Lin counted them, including those already brought outside, totaling 12. He casually opened one chest, discovering it was also filled with silver. Splendid. Yang Lin exhaled a long sigh of relief. Had he failed to uncover this silver, it would have left a lingering regret. But now, finding it made the battle at Hafeng Mountain truly triumphant. Subsequently, Yang Lin instructed the team to bring all the chests outside and open them one by one to verify their contents. Among the 12 chests, most contained silver, while a few held gold, jewels, precious stones, antiques, jade, and pearls. It was evident that these treasures were plundered from the people by the bandits. In the sunlight, the glimmering gold and silver were dazzling, causing the members of the security team to gaze in awe. As impoverished commoners, none had ever dreamed of such opulence. At that moment, each person's eyes sparkled with longing as they gazed at the bounty. However, despite being mesmerized by the wealth, their attention ultimately converged upon Yang Lin. Brother Lin, what about this silver? One young man from the security team began, but before he could finish, Kong Liang smacked him on the back of the head. What are you thinking? This silver belongs to Brother Lin. Kong Liang glared at the youth and scanned the others, saying, we are all part of the security team. And the security team belongs to Brother Lin. He pays us our wages, but beyond that, we must not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. No matter how great the harvest, we must not forget our roots. The members of the security team shook their heads in unison. No, Brother Lin has treated us exceptionally well. How can we be greedy? I swear, I have no designs on this silver. Rest assured, Liang Ge, we all understand. The young man who had just been slapped expressed his grievance. Liang Ge, you wronged me. I had no intention of coveting the silver. With so much silver, how could I dare to think that way? I merely wanted to joke with Brother Lin and ask if, having earned so much silver, we might receive a bonus. Is that so? Then that's good. Kong Liang's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head, continuing, as for bonuses, when has Brother Lin ever treated us poorly? We joined the security team not long ago and have already received a bonus, so you can rest easy. Right, Brother Lin? Kong Liang looked towards Yang Lin. The others also gazed at Yang Lin, chuckling. Yang Lin smiled in response. As the ancient saying goes, wealth stirs the heart. The ancients also said, it is easy to share hardships, but difficult to share prosperity. So I was genuinely concerned that upon seeing this silver, you might squabble. With such a substantial amount of silver, if mishandled, we could easily turn against each other. That would be counterproductive. However, now that I am reassured and you all have no objections, I shall take charge of the silver. Everyone nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Yang Lin continued. I am not a greedy person. For me, wealth is not measured by abundance, but rather sufficiency. This silver is the spoils of banditry, and to indulge in it would weigh heavily on my conscience. A portion of it was squandered by the bandits, though what remains appears substantial. It would hardly suffice to distribute among the local populace. As the saying goes, what is taken from the people should be used for the people. I intend to utilize this wealth to develop industries and employ more individuals. It is better to teach someone to fish than to simply give them a fish. Only when everyone has stable and profitable jobs can their lives truly improve. After hearing Yang Lin's heartfelt words, the security team felt invigorated. Listen to Brother Lin. This is what we call vision. Kung Yang Prezd. While we only aspire to live well, Brother Lin aims for everyone to thrive. The admiration in their eyes for Yang Lin deepened. Yang Lin couldn't help but reflect on the greater good. Who cares about benefiting the people? The crowd cheered once more. Under normal circumstances, this silver would have been confiscated by the authorities. Yet everyone understood that such confiscations did not benefit the treasury of the Great Qian Empire, but rather filled the pockets of local officials, particularly the Zhou and Zhao families in Jianghe County. Thus, unless Yang Lin had lost his senses, he would never consider surrendering the silver. By the way, Liang Gu, when you shouted that we found something, was it the little girl who discovered it? Someone inquired. Upon hearing the words little girl, Yang Lin and Kong Liang's expressions changed dramatically. What happened? The others looked on in confusion. We found 2 corpses. Over there, Kong Liang pointed in that direction, noting that one of the children's wrists bore the red string Brother Lin mentioned. As Kong Liang explained, the others became uneasy, feeling a chill in the sweltering summer heat. Qin Shuang stared blankly before saying, "Perhaps this is heaven's will." "What do you mean?" Yang Lin asked. "Brother Lin, think about it. If it weren't for that little girl, we wouldn't have found the silver hidden by the bandits. And if it weren't for us, the vengeance for those harmed by the bandits would remain unfulfilled. Indeed, the mountain is vast, and the cave is deep within the forest, so hidden that had they not been searching for the little girl, we could not have stumbled upon this place." Thinking along these lines, the group instinctively shivered again. Qin Shuang continued, "Perhaps we avenged them, and in gratitude, they guided us to find this silver." Yang Lin sighed. He did not believe in spirits, thinking it might merely be his imagination. Nonetheless, he held firm to the belief that justice ultimately prevails, though it may arrive sooner or later. Chapter 81. A mixture of nitrate, sulfur, charcoal, and a touch of sugar. Upon learning that the silver hidden by the bandits had been found in such great quantities, Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying, who had been waiting at the bandit camp, were filled with excitement. However, on the descent from the mountain, Qin Shuang noticed a peculiar sight among the trees and instinctively remarked, "Brother Lin, look at that strange white line on the mountainside." Following Qin Shuang's direction, Yang Lin quickly spotted the white line she mentioned and paused to scrutinize it for a while. The so-called white line was not a true line, but rather a white mark on the mountainside, resembling a taut white string tied in the midst of the mountain. Remarkably conspicuous, Yang Lin realized that from a distance, it appeared as a mere line, but in reality, it was a layer of rock emerging conspicuously from within the mountain. The sudden appearance of a layer of white rock in the mountainside led Yang Lin to consider a possibility. "Let's go and take a look," he declared. The group was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that following Qin Shuang's offhand comment would prompt him to investigate. Qin Shuang was equally perplexed. "Brother Lin, I was just casually mentioning it. It's probably just a rock. What is so interesting about it?" Yang Lin shook his head, pondering the possibility that this was no ordinary stone. The crowd, perplexed yet intrigued, followed him as he approached. Upon closer inspection, they finally discerned the white line before them, a thick layer of crystalline rock, measuring 2 to 3 meters in depth. Yang Lin knelt down, wielding an arrow forged from fine iron, and chipped off a small fragment. He examined it closely, inhaled its scent, and ultimately tasted it. After spitting it out, his face radiated delight. Could this be yet another valuable stone? Li Yuyao inquired with curiosity. Simultaneously, she picked up a small piece, scrutinizing it from every angle, yet found no distinguishing features. Yang Lin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this is saltpeter." Li Yuyao paused, puzzled. Is it a medicinal herb? Although she was unfamiliar with saltpeter, she had heard of a medicinal substance by that name. However, Yang Lin shook his head, clarifying, "What you refer to is called mangxiao, which can be used in medicine. But this saltpeter is known as huashao." "Huashao," Liao Hongying asked, intrigued, what can be used for? Naturally, huixiao is utilized in the creation of gunpowder. Yet, as the words hovered on his lips, Yang Lin refrained from elaborating further. As the saying goes, 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal, and a dash of sugar. Crafting black powder is not overly complicated, yet requires more than a mere blend of those ingredients. Yang Lin distinctly recalled that the optimal ratio of potassium nitrate, sulfur, and carbon is 75:10:15. If adhered to this proportion and after several experiments, producing black powder would be a mere formality. Upon his arrival into Qian, he had discovered both stone sulfur and even pyrite in the mountains behind Kaoshan village, indicating vast reserves of sulfur. Now, with the discovery of saltpeter, the essential materials for crafting black powder were finally complete. However, given the gravity of gunpowder, which has the potential to alter the world, he understood that meticulous planning was imperative for its production and application. It was not a matter of distrust towards the guards. The significance of this endeavor was simply too great. Just as a bucket of plaster water priced at 10 taels becomes worthless once its method is known, the value of gunpowder, far more critical and perilous, must be safeguarded at all costs. Yang Lin vowed to keep the formula for black powder confidential, even the identity of a single ingredient. Of course, it can also be used as fertilizer. This saltpeter is rich in potassium nitrate, a substance that greatly benefits plant growth. Through processing, these stones can be refined into powder and spread across fields, transforming even barren land into fertile soil. After hearing Yang Lin's explanation, the crowd was left in awe. The notion that stones could serve as fertilizer was entirely novel to them. Nonetheless, Li Yuyao believed Yang Lin's words implicitly, though she was curious as to how he possessed such knowledge, particularly regarding potassium nitrate, of which she had never heard. Yet, she sensed that there was more to the story than met the eye. Just as she pondered this, Yang Lin leaned in and whispered to her, igniting her curiosity. Surely, there is a deeper mystery. What could it be? She began to anticipate the revelation. However, they soon shared the good news with Yang Lin. Everyone has awakened. Fourth sister announced. Awakened? Splendid. Yang Lin rejoiced. Yet, when he turned to look, the house was empty. With a sigh, he nodded, regardless. It was good that they were awake. Have you informed them about the stitches? Yang Lin inquired. Yes. I told them to come over in a few days to have the stitches removed once their wounds begin to heal, fourth sister replied. Yang Lin sighed in relief. The thread he had used for suturing was merely ordinary cotton. Medical-grade sutures are not entirely immune to rejection, and cotton would be even less so. Thus, it was imperative to remove the stitches promptly to avoid potential rejection, infection, or inflammation. Husband, is all of this really silver? Fifth sister gazed at the piles of boxes, filled with a sense of disbelief. With all the boxes opened, they revealed stacks of gleaming silver. Despite their prior encounters with wealth, they were still astonished at this moment. After dinner, they began to tally the silver. It took them over an hour to meticulously account for all the treasures. Over 6,300 taels of silver, 220 taels of gold. In total, the value amounted to over 8,000 taels. However, Yang Lin was taken aback to discover that this was not even the most valuable portion. After examining the jewelry, agate, pearls, jade, and antiques, Li Yuyao confidently declared, the combined worth of these antiques and jade exceeds 10,000 taels of silver, and this was still just a fraction of their findings. Most astonishingly, among the chests filled with treasures, Yang Lin also uncovered a dozen letters. These letters were correspondence from the past few years between He, Hu, Zhou Kun, Zhao Dei, and even a magistrate, Wu Yong. By reviewing these letters, it became evident that they inadvertently revealed the dates, locations, and benefits exchanged during meetings between He, Hu, and the others over the years. It was clear that these letters were strategically left by He, Hu to maintain leverage over those in power. The Zhou and Zhao families likely turned a blind eye to the rampant lawlessness of the Heifeng mountain bandits, not only due to the benefits received from He, Hu, but also under threat from him, leading them to collude in treachery. Upon encountering these letters, Yang Lin envisioned their potential use. With these letters in hand, the execution of his audacious plan would be significantly easier. Such an abundance of gold and silver, we simply cannot accommodate it. Cie, Han Ming Su, Frovnid. The women exchanged glances, caught between laughter and tears. Their home, already cramped for 11 occupants, was overflowing with the silver they had already earned. Now, with the addition of so many treasures, they had no place to store them. Perhaps this was the paradox of happiness, having too much wealth to contain. All the women turned their gaze towards Yang Lin. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Lin suggested, "Let's store it in the granary." The granary? The women gasped, looking at him incredulously. The granary was typically used for storing grain, tools, bran, seeds, and other miscellaneous items. Yang Lin proposed to use it for storing silver. He shrugged. While it may seem like a lot of silver, once it is poured out of the boxes and piled in a corner, it doesn't amount to as much. But our homes simply cannot accommodate anymore. We certainly cannot leave it in the yard, can we? Thus, the granary it must be. The women exchanged perplexed glances at the thought of silver piled in the granary. Yet, with Yang Lin's determination, the decision was made. They promptly transported the boxes to the granary, carelessly dumping the silver from the boxes into the farthest corner before discarding the empty boxes outside. As the silver began to accumulate on the ground, the women couldn't help but reflect on their journey. When they first arrived at this home, they had worried over a mere 1,001. Yet in just a month's time, they were now able to use a granary to store silver. Sixth sister remarked, "With so much silver, I doubt we could ever spend it all." However, as soon as she spoke, a thought struck her. Instantly, all the women turned to Yang Lin. Clearing his throat, Yang Lin shyly admitted, "In truth, it can be spent, especially considering that once we initiate the second phase of construction for our new house, these funds may not suffice." The women were left utterly astonished. To ascertain the magnitude of wealth amassed, one must consider that, in conjunction with the silver acquired from Luduzujia and the funds raised for construction, the treasury currently holds an astonishing sum exceeding 10,000 taels. With such a substantial fortune, is it not sufficient for erecting a mere house? What grand structure does he intend to build? Only Li Yuyue comprehends that the term building a house is an understatement. According to Yang Lin's previous descriptions, the so-called Phase 2 project is akin to the embryonic form of a city. The following day, Kaoshan village resumed its bustling activities. The road construction team, tofu workshop, smelting workshop, construction crew, logging team, quarrying team, and kiln team all returned to work. Simultaneously, Yang Lin announced that, effective immediately, the wages for all villagers working for him would see another increase. Just days prior, he had raised wages from 5-1 to 6-1. Now, just a few days later, with yet another increment, spirits soared among the villagers, dispelling the previous gloom. Furthermore, Yang Lin declared an ongoing recruitment. The defense team, logging team, and kiln team would each increase by 10 members, while the construction crew would expand by 20. The coal and quarry teams would merge to form a mining team, adding 10 more individuals to collect saltpeter from Heifeng Mountain. Ultimately, Yang Lin also announced the bonuses to be distributed for the recent defense of Kaoshan village. 100 taels of silver would be granted as compensation for the deceased. Medical expenses for the seriously injured would be reimbursed, along with a bonus of 10 taels. Each member of the road construction team, coerced by bandits, would receive 101. Members of the defense team would each receive 201. Additionally, those who participated in the assault on Heifeng Mountain would be awarded 1,000 won each. Villagers who traveled to the county town the previous day would also receive 20 won each. Following this series of bonus announcements, the villagers erupted in jubilation. Each individual in Kaoshan village could envision a promising future. As for Yang Lin, while it appeared he had distributed a considerable sum, the actual expenditure was merely 300 taels of silver, a fraction of the gains from the expedition to Heifeng Mountain. However, this event would undoubtedly fortify the unity and cohesiveness of Kaoshan village. After a day of bustling activity, Yang Lin prepared to expand Du Jing's design workshop for the development of black powder when Qin Shuang from the defense team approached him. At just over 19 years of age, Qin Shuang was astute, and thus Yang Lin appointed him as a small team leader for patrol duties during this expansion. "Brother Lin, a young woman has arrived in our village." Qin Shuang leaned closer, speaking in a hushed tone. "A woman? Is there an issue?" Yang Lin inquired. Given the influx of itinerant merchants to Kaoshan village from the town and county, Qin Shuang would not have reported on an ordinary girl. "Indeed, there is indeed an issue." Qin Shuang whispered conspiratorially. "The girl is around 20 years old, dressed in tattered clothes like a refugee, yet she possesses a remarkable aura. Most importantly, She has come to our village in search of a woman. A woman? Yang Lin was puzzled once more. Yes, indeed. She is searching for a woman. Qin Shuang nodded eagerly. From her description of the person she seeks, I believe she is looking for your sister-in-law. With that, Qin Shuang glanced at Yang Lin. Yang Lin was taken aback. Which sister-in-law? Of course, it is the eldest sister-in-law. Qin Shuang winked knowingly. Liao? Yang Lin's heart stirred. He could surmise that Li Yue had a mysterious background, possibly intertwined with untold stories. Even her name might not be genuine. The individual searching for her could be a relative or perhaps an adversary. Where is she? Yang Lin inquired. I do not know who she is, Qin Shuang replied hastily. I dared not inform her of your sister-in-law's whereabouts, so I arranged for her to stay at the village head's house before rushing to find you. Yang Lin nodded in approval. Well done. Let us go see her now. Following Qin Shuang, they arrived at Zhao Fugui's residence, where they immediately spotted the young woman he had described. In her early 20s, she was quite striking, albeit clad in ragged attire. However, when she lifted her gaze, Yang Lin was met with a pair of piercing, hawkish eyes, as if she were a predator in search of prey. Yang Lin entered with a smile. The woman promptly stood, eyeing him warily, and furrowed her brow as she addressed Qin Shuang behind him. Did you not say you were going to inquire? Yang Lin stepped forward. I am Yang Lin. May I ask for your name? Young lady? Z-E, she replied, her tone frosty. Have you seen the person I am seeking? I may have seen the person you seek, but the description provided was not very clear, and I cannot ascertain whether the woman I encountered is indeed the one you are looking for. Therefore, Miss Z, could you please describe the individual you are searching for, her appearance, or any distinguishing features? Yang Lin inquired courteously, yet his vigilance heightened. Z was undoubtedly an assumed name. What person would bear the surname Z? Z slightly furrowed her brow and responded. She is roughly my age, even more slender in build, exceptionally beautiful, with peach blossom eyes, elongated brows, a high nose, full red lips, and fair skin. Although she lacks any specific features, she possesses a unique aura, gentle and dignified, commanding respect without anger, and a strong character. Her words hold weight. As she spoke, Z raised her eyes, locking her gaze onto Yang Lin's, her dark pupils seemingly capable of piercing through the soul. Young sir, the person I seek is a rare and extraordinary woman, one who is hard to encounter even in the world today, let alone in these mountains and fields. If you have seen her, you would surely remember. I implore you to speak truthfully. If you can assist me in finding her, I shall express my profound gratitude, Z said, bowing respectfully to Yang Lin. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. After hearing her description, he was fully convinced that the person she sought was indeed Li Yue. Yet, he remained uncertain of Ziyi's true identity and her intentions regarding Li Yue. Previously, he had speculated that Li Yue might be a woman of noble descent, while Ziyi's demeanor resembled that of a martial hero. What could be the connection between them? Without clarifying the other's identity, Yang Lin was reluctant to divulge Li Yue's whereabouts. Without a moment's hesitation, as soon as Ziyi finished speaking, Yang Lin feigned sudden realization and nodded. Having heard your description, I indeed have seen the woman you seek. Where is she? Ziyi pirese de yeri. At the tofu shop? Ziyi's expression turned peculiar as she inquired. When will she next arrive? Yang Lin shook his head. I cannot say. However, she was here 3 days ago, and typically visits every 3 to 4 days, so it should be soon. By the way, Miss Z, what is your relationship with the woman you seek? What business do you have with her? Z shook her head. Thank you for the information, but it is perhaps best for you not to know certain matters. Since you will be arriving soon, I shall wait here. Your kindness is greatly appreciated, young sir. I will express my gratitude another day. Z then turned to Zhao Fugui's wife, bowing in thanks. Thank you for your hospitality. I take my leave. With that, she strode out of Zhao Fugui's home. As Yang Lin pondered her hasty exit, he observed her find a large tree outside, where she sat cross-legged beneath it, shutting her eyes in meditation. Yang Lin was momentarily speechless. Did this woman intend to wait beneath the tree? Ahem, miss, I have a vacant courtyard, if you do not mind. You may rest there until the woman you seek arrives, and I shall come to fetch you. Thank you for your kindness, young sir, but it is not necessary. I shall wait here. With that, she fell silent, resembling a monk in deep meditation, her breath becoming nearly imperceptible. Yang Lin scrutinized the attire of the individual before him. Although the garments were tattered, A tightly secured bundle on her back suggested that it contained something of great significance. Notably, since their first encounter, she had not once removed this bundle. Additionally, Yang Lin observed that although the figure clad in purple possessed an admirable physique, her waist appeared disproportionately swollen, indicating that she too was concealing something. Summon a few individuals to keep a close watch on her, monitor her every movement without alarming her, and ensure she does not approach my home. Yang Lin quietly instructed Qin Shuang. Understood, Qin Shuang nodded. You arrived just in time. To Yang Lin's surprise, Li Yuyao had recalled this matter. My dear, have you ever heard of gunpowder? Li Yuyao shook her head in confusion. Gunpowder? Is it some sort of medicinal herb? She asked, perplexed. She truly had no inkling of the myriad unfamiliar terms Yang Lin was using. Yang Lin chuckled and shook his head. Gunpowder is not medicine. It is an explosive. Explosive? What is that? Li Yuyao looked at Yang Lin with renewed bewilderment. Yang Lin realized that prior to the advent of gunpowder, the concept of an explosion was entirely novel. He contemplated how to convey this to Li Yuyao in a manner she would comprehend. My dear, are you familiar with heavenly thunder? An explosion is akin to heavenly thunder. It can unleash tremendous power instantaneously, obliterating everything in its vicinity, generating intense heat and shock waves of formidable might. Li Yuyao's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Are you suggesting that with saltpeter, one can create a weapon that rivals heavenly thunder? No, that cannot be. She continued, Heavenly thunder is the power of the divine. How could mere mortals possess such strength? Even if you have created tofu, improved water wheels, and advanced iron smelting, I still refuse to believe that anything exists in this world that can compare to the might of heavenly thunder, particularly something crafted from stone. Such notions are utterly preposterous. Yang Lin undergoes astonishment. It is indeed a formidable challenge to persuade someone to accept the existence of something entirely unprecedented. Let's not dwell on this matter for now. My dear, we have been married for quite some time, yet you have never shared your own story. My story? Li Yuyao furrowed her brow, a hint of anxiety creeping into her heart. If he were to discover her true identity as a princess of Qian and a former empress. My dear, I can see you are unlike others. I have always been curious about your origins, Yang Lin expressed. Li Yuyao's retort was immediate. And what about you? A mere scholar who failed the provincial examination has somehow invented tofu, water wheels, mastered iron smelting, and is familiar with gypsum, coal, and saltpeter? Do not tell me you learned all this from books. I truly cannot fathom which tome contains such knowledge. She fixed her gaze intently on Yang Lin. At that moment, Yang Lin realized the irony. While Li Yuyao had yet to be open with him, he too had withheld the truth from her. My story is rather enigmatic, and I fear you may not believe it. Yang Lin resolved to divulge a fragment of the truth. Do share. I shall judge the veracity of your words. Li Yuyao challenged, her eyes fixed on Yang Lin. Very well. In fact, the day before I met you, I had a dream. A dream? Li Yuyao's eyes reflected skepticism. Indeed, a dream, Yang Lin asserted. I dreamt of another world, one filled with extraordinary and miraculous advanced technologies that we have never encountered here. As he spoke, an involuntary smile graced his lips, reminiscing about the surreal experiences of his past life. Li Yuyao, initially dismissive, found herself increasingly captivated by his tale. When he concluded, she suddenly recalled something. In that dream world, I lived a brief yet industrious life, and it was there that I learned many novel things, Yang Lin continued. He recognized the need for a plausible explanation. Otherwise, as he continued to create more inventions, it would become increasingly difficult to justify their existence. Learning from a dream? Divine guidance. Unbelievable. If such a world exists, it must surely be one of the celestial beings. Li Yuyao's expression softened. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. After all that he had said, Li Yuyao had drawn the conclusion of divine guidance. Well, this simplifies matters, he thought. Indeed, in my dream, a celestial being proclaimed that I possess extraordinary potential and am destined to be a savior of the nation. The Qian needs me. The world requires my protection. Yang Lin casually quipped, but Li Yuyao was thoroughly astonished by his words. To protect the world? To maintain peace? Such audacity. Furthermore, if you dreamed of this before meeting me, then perhaps it is no mere coincidence. The celestial being must have sent you to aid me in revitalizing the Qian. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. Truly, the heavens are on my side. Yang Lin could not have anticipated that his whimsical remarks would not only convince Li Yuyao, but also inspire her to confess her own truth. How wonderful! You are indeed sent by the celestial beings to assist me. Have you not always wanted to know who I am? I shall reveal it now. I am the reigning emperor. In the absence of anyone else in the room, Li Yuyao excitedly revealed her long-held secret. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, then sighed in resignation. He mused that ultimately, she had not believed his fanciful tale. Otherwise, she would not have concocted a story even more outrageous than his own. Yang Lin shrugged. Well, if you choose not to share, so be it. Hey, wait, Li Yuyao exclaimed, eyes wide. Did you not hear my words? I truly am the emperor. I have only recently ascended the throne, but due to a rebellion led by Prince Yan, I was forced to flee the palace. Is that so? Yang Lin rolled his eyes and approached Li Yuyao, reaching out to grasp her chest. Soft and quite ample, with a delightful texture. This sudden action left Li Yuyao in shock. Despite having shared a bed for some time, they had maintained a respectful distance, never having engaged in any form of intimacy. Yet today, this rascal, you shameless. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing. No one had ever come so close to her body, let alone touched her in such a manner. However, Yang Lin's boldness, rather than merely evoking shame, also ignited a flicker of anticipation within her. Li Yao was momentarily stunned by her own thoughts, her face growing even warmer as she glared at Yang Lin. Yang Lin breathed a sigh of relief and shrugged. My dear, do not blame me. You must only blame the absurd tale you spun earlier, which almost led me to believe it. That moment truly startled me. Thankfully, I was merely overthinking it. Ha ha ha. The sensation of her softness was unmistakably feminine. No matter how muscular a man's physique may be, it could not compare to such softness. You. Having heard Yang Lin's reasoning, Li Yuyao was left speechless and exasperated. It was no wonder he found it hard to believe. Who could accept a woman claiming to be an emperor? I am indeed the emperor, Li Yuyao insisted, glaring at him. Yes, yes, your majesty's bosom is indeed quite impressive. Yang Lin grinned broadly. Li Yuyao's lips trembled in indignation, her embarrassment reaching new heights. Fine. Li Yueying turned to leave. She intended to be forthright, but her own experiences were too bizarre to comprehend. It was hard to believe that Yang Lin would trust her. She herself would find it incredulous if a woman claimed to be an emperor. Sighing, she thought, since you are reluctant to share your family background, let me ask you something. Do you have any enemies or relatives? For instance, if someone were to seek you out, would you consider them an adversary or a friend? Yang Lin inquired. A wave of bitterness washed over her. Her uncle's treachery, the betrayal of court officials, those who once followed her either perished or fled. Now, she had no friends left. If someone indeed came looking for her, it would undoubtedly be a spy sent by the Prince of Yan, seeking to capture her. That suspicious uncle of hers would never rest until he found her. He demanded to see her alive or dead. Understood. Yang Lin gestured and turned to depart. He was off to meet the one in purple attire. Chapter 85. The woman behind Miss Z.E. I just inquired again. The woman you seek used to reside in Wangjia village, but she left 2 days ago for reasons unknown. It is said she went to Pingyuan County. Yang Lin spoke with sincerity, trying to deceive her. Z.E. furrowed her brow slightly. She left? Indeed, she must have. Many people from our village witnessed her departure. Yang Lin asserted confidently, his gaze earnest. He frowned, realizing that since Li Yueying had claimed she had no friends, this Z.E. was likely an enemy. Miss Z, if you insist on waiting, I can arrange accommodation for you. It would not reflect well on our village if a young woman were left unattended at the entrance. Cool me. I will prepare a clean bed and a pot of steaming meat soup for you to rest. Yang Lin took her by the arm. Z.E. swallowed hard. After days of hardship, her stomach was empty, and the thought of that unknown meat soup was tempting. Looking into Yang Lin's sincere eyes, she sensed he was not deceitful. She clasped her hands again in gratitude. Then I must trouble you, young master. Accompanying Yang Lin to a different residence he had received from the Liu family, he enthusiastically began to make arrangements. The bedding was new, and the soup will be ready shortly. You can rest in your room while I hasten them, Yang Lin said, closing the door behind him. As he stepped outside, Qin Shuang immediately handed him a copper lock and secured the door. Young Master Yang, what is the meaning of this? Z.E. questioned from within. Yang Lin reassured her. Do not worry, Miss Z. Just settle in comfortably. Someone will bring you food shortly. First, he would secure her, then bring Li Yueying to identify her. Determining friend, or foe before proceeding. However, in the next moment, with a loud crash, the heavy doors fell as if struck by a tempest. The seemingly delicate Zi had stepped on the fallen door and was now before Yang Lin. Are you plotting against me? Zi glared at Yang Lin in fury, raising her hand to strike. Yang Lin was taken aback. Protect Linge, Qin Shuang shouted, rushing forward. The guards followed suit. Yet in an instant, Qin Shuang was sent flying. The swift Zi dispatched the guards with a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving them sprawled on the ground, groaning in defeat. Yang Lin stared wide-eyed, astonished by the girl before him. Was this truly a legendary martial arts master? He quickly forced a smile. There has been a misunderstanding. I harbor no ill will. As he spoke, he hastily picked up the fallen crossbow from Qin Shuang. With the weapon in hand, he readied an arrow in one swift motion. Zi remained unfazed, her gaze fixed on the crossbow, seemingly intrigued. Do you doubt that I would shoot? Yang Lin frowned. Zi ignored his words, instead addressing someone behind him. This man is cunning, speaking not a single truth, yet he must know something. Yang Lin's heart raced. Who was she speaking to? Was there someone behind him? A cold, low voice echoed from behind. Chapter 86. Yang Lin's captivity. Yang Lin's heart sung. There truly was someone? Without time to ponder, he instinctively pulled the trigger. However, he watched in disbelief as Zi sidestepped, effortlessly catching the bolt with her bare hands. Was she even human? Hurry, take him away, the woman behind commanded. The arrow was wrenched from his grasp and discarded, as two women approached, seizing him and leading him out of the courtyard. Yang Lin felt a delicate hand press against his lower back, sapping his strength, rendering him powerless as they escorted him from the village. It was only then that he caught a glimpse of the woman behind him. In her 20s, clad in green, her hair flowing freely, she bore a stature similar to Zi, proud and aloof, her countenance icy. Inside the courtyard, Qin Shuang and the others struggled to their feet. By the time they pursued, Yang Lin and the two women had vanished without a trace. This is disastrous. Qin Shuang felt as though the sky had fallen, urgently shouting. Quick, notify Brother Zhong. Young master has been captured by two women. Lu Chong, go to the road repair team and summon help. Zhang Pei, call for assistance by the river. Xiao Daho, seek out the village chief. After issuing these commands, Qin Shuang hurried toward Yang Lin's residence. What? Yang Lin has been taken? Zhao Fugui, hearing the news, rushed out without even putting on his shoes. Village chief, it was two women, exceptionally formidable. We were no match for them. Zhao Dahu quickly explained. Zhao Fugui frowned. No matter who they are, Yang Lin must not come harm. Quickly inform everyone. I'm heading to the Yang residence. As Zhao Fugui rushed toward the Yang household, the road repair, stone quarry, lumber, tofu workshop, and construction teams all received the same alarming news. What now? What should we do? Whoever dares to harm Yang Lin, I shall fight them. Li Yueying and the women at home learned of the incident through Qin Shuang's account. What are we to do? Little 8, already timid, began to cry. The moment someone is captured, we must hurry to find them. The fourth sister urged anxiously. Liao Hongying quickly interjected, Sisters, do not panic. I am certain the eldest sister will have a plan. All the women turned their eyes toward Li Yueying. Zhao Fugui, Zhong Tao, Qin Shuang, and others waited nervously for her to speak. They will not harm Yang Lin. Li Yueying's words stunned everyone. They are here for me, so as long as they find me, Yang Lin will be safe. I hail from the capital, my family having fallen into ruin, leaving me in debt, which forced my escape. Those seeking me are creditors. Li Yueying had deduced the truth, but to conceal her identity, she concocted a story. At that moment, everyone was consumed with concern for Yang Lin's safety, hardly considering the true intentions of the visitors. Qin Shuang mentioned they fled from the eastern part of the village. Since they are looking for me, they will not have gone far. Village chief, you lead a team to search the eastern side of the village, dispersing to both sides. Zhao Fugui nodded, understood. Zhong Tao, you take a team to exit from the southern side of the village, encircling from the outskirts toward the east. Qin Shuang, you lead a team to exit from the northern side, also encircling from the outskirts toward the east. The rest will split up to search. Arm yourself with crossbows and weapons. Let us move. With Li Yueying's command, the women, their expressions grave, armed with crossbows, surged forth from the gate. Still recuperating, Wang Laosan, upon hearing the commotion, joined the throng and exited the village. Even the youngest children, merely 6 or 7 years of age, clamored excitedly as they rushed toward the village's periphery. The entire Kaoshan village had been thoroughly stirred into activity. Meanwhile, Yang Lin, accompanied by the women clad in purple and blue, was thrust into a small grove and unceremoniously dropped to the ground. After confirming that Yang Lin could not overhear their conversation, the two women ventured deeper into the woods. "It appears we have indeed found the right place," the woman in blue remarked. The woman in purple nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I suspect he has truly encountered the Emperor. This man is exceedingly cunning. He nearly deceived me." The thought of his sincere eyes made her wish to strangle him. "What do you intend to do?" the woman in blue inquired. The woman in purple replied coldly, "What else can we do? We must compel him to reveal the Emperor's whereabouts. Do you think he already knows the Emperor's identity? Otherwise, why would he resort to deception rather than speak the truth?" "Impossible," the woman in purple frowned. "The Emperor is always meticulous and would never divulge such information. As for why he lied," she shook her head. "Perhaps he harbors ulterior motives. Upon entering the village, I sensed something was amiss." The woman in blue pondered. "If we remain here, might they discover us?" The woman in purple shook her head. "Rest assured, this forest is vast. Unless they have 100 men, they will not find us." Yang Lin had previously attempted to flee, but had lacked the strength to do so. The woman in blue spoke again. "Where is the person we seek?" Yang Lin closed his eyes in silence. "I advise you not to refuse a toast, only to incur the penalty of drinking," the woman in purple said icily. The woman in blue added, "We are merely seeking someone. Once we locate them, we will release you. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a great deal of pain." The woman in purple coldly declared, "I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you do not speak, I shall sever one of your fingers." With each breath, she would chop off a finger, and once all 10 were gone, she would proceed to cut off your toes. "And then I shall gouge out your eyes and sever your ears. Every part of you that can be severed will be taken." As she spoke, the woman unsheathed a soft sword from her waist. Yang Lin could no longer maintain his composure. "If you seek someone, you must tell me who they are and what relation they have to you," he urged. The woman in purple's expression remained icy. "That is none of your concern. You need only inform me of the whereabouts of the person I seek. There are 3 breaths remaining." 3, 2. The woman in purple approached Yang Lin, her soft sword hovering near his fingers. Yang Lin felt the frigid blade graze his skin. In alarm, he shouted, "Wait! I do know where the person you seek is. But if you dare to pierce my skin, I swear, even in death, I shall reveal nothing. If you have the courage, go ahead and kill me. You shall learn nothing." Resolutely, Yang Lin shut his eyes tightly. "Before anything else, tell me if you are friends or foes with her. If you are friends, and I am her friend too, then we would all still be friends, and it would be a grave mistake to harm me. Conversely, if you are enemies, and I share animosity with her, then the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and we would also be friends. Therefore, regardless of the circumstance, we are friends, and friends do not start by severing fingers." Yang Lin spoke rapidly, leaving the women momentarily taken aback. "Friends of friends are friends? Enemies of enemies are friends?" The woman in blue murmured. "It seems he makes a valid point. What if he truly is aligned with our interests? Severing his finger could be a grave error," she pondered. "But what if he is indeed an enemy?" The woman in purple frowned. "We can simply ask him," the woman in blue suggested, kicking Yang Lin lightly. "What is your relationship with the person we seek?" Yang Lin's heart raced. He understood that the women were searching for Li Yuyao, and as long as he remained silent, they would not easily resort to violence against him. "Our relationship is quite complicated. Could you allow me to sit up so we may discuss this at length?" At that moment, the two women exchanged glances. "Someone is coming. We must go." Despite not yet seeing anyone, they wasted no time in dragging Yang Lin deeper into the woods. After running a short distance, the two women halted, astonished by what lay ahead. There are more here. Their specialized training had endowed them with extraordinary hearing. Immediately, they changed direction. Yet, after only a few steps, they heard footsteps approaching once more. Their expressions shifted dramatically. They were being surrounded from 3 directions, recalling their encounters with fierce mountain bandits along the way, who had posed no threat to them. It was bewildering to now find themselves encircled in a small village. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, Li Yuyao was commanding both the guards and villagers to tighten the encirclement. "Be cautious. The opponent possesses formidable skills. Do not alarm them. Steady now, close in slowly." With 400 to 500 villagers, they scoured every inch of the area. With only this grove to conceal them, Li Yuyao deduced that their quarry was hiding within. To avoid alerting the enemy, she refrained from sending anyone directly into the woods, instead opting to encircle the grove before gradually closing in. Found them. A villager finally spotted the two women in purple and blue, along with the captured Yang Lin. The encirclement swiftly adjusted toward this new discovery. Charge! Yang Lin is here. Release our master. The villagers shouted as they rushed forward. Amidst the throng, the women in purple and blue realized the tide of people surging toward them, like a roaring wave, numbering at least 400 to 500. Yang Lin finally exhaled in relief. Surrender. The power of the people is invincible, he said with a bitter smile. Leading the charge was the guard unit, 30 strong, armed with swords, spears, and crossbows, fully encircling the two women. Following closely were the villagers wielding various farming implements, steadily encroaching. A path opened in the crowd as Li Yuyao approached. Flanked by women armed with crossbows, a fierce determination gleaming in her eyes. Do not harm our master, one of the women shouted. Whatever you desire, money or anything else, please let us know. If you so much as harm a single hair on him, we will not let you go. The expressions of the women were cold as they aimed their drawn crossbows at the women in purple and blue. Yet amidst the chaos, no one noticed Li Yuyao's wide-eyed disbelief as she gazed at the two women before her. Your Majesty. Both women stood dumbfounded, mouths agape, tears streaming down their faces. After a brief moment of shock, Li Yuyao shouted, Lower your crossbows. This is a misunderstanding. Please, it is a misunderstanding. She hurried toward them. Zhao Fugui and Zhong Tao, standing nearby, were confused, wanting to warn Li Yuyao to be cautious, but instead, they watched as the two women abandoned Yang Lin and rushed toward her. Be careful, everyone cried out. Although Li Yuyao insisted it was a misunderstanding, in the villagers' eyes, these two women had captured Yang Lin, marking them as foes. How could they be trusted? Yang Lin, having been dropped, slumped weakly to the ground. However, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Based on Li Yuyao's reaction, it appeared this was indeed a misunderstanding. On the other side, Zhong Tao had brought people forward to rescue Yang Lin. As for Li Yuyao, amidst the astonished and anxious gazes of the crowd, when Zi and Qingyi rushed forward, they unexpectedly knelt before her. Tears streamed down their faces, yet, surrounded by people, they opened their mouths but could not utter a word. Everything was conveyed in silence. Get up. I cannot believe you are both alive, Li Yuyao exclaimed, pulling them up, her heart brimming with excitement. Zi and Qingyi were her personal guards, having grown up alongside her, always by her side, although they were officially master and servants. Li Yuyao had long regarded them as family. In this moment, she had a myriad of words she wished to express, yet found herself at a loss for speech. Glancing at the still feeble Yang Lin, she anxiously inquired, What has happened to him? Your Majesty. Qingyi began to speak, but Li Yuyao quickly interjected. From now on, you may call me sister. The two women widened their eyes in disbelief. To address Her Majesty as sister? They dare not. Yes, Li Yuyao nodded affirmatively. Qingyi hurried over and, under the watchful eyes of the villagers, pressed a finger against Yang Lin's lower back. He felt a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and to his astonishment, he discovered that he could move once more. Is this the art of pressure points? Although it was not as depicted in martial arts films where one becomes utterly paralyzed, it was still quite miraculous. Young master, I beg your pardon, Qingyi bowed respectfully. She discerned that Yang Lin was not a villain, and there seemed to be an unusual bond between him and Her Majesty. Otherwise, she reasoned, Her Majesty would not have rushed to find him. Under the pressure from Zi, Yang Lin had revealed nothing. Are you all right? He asked. I apologize. They are my maidservants who have grown up with me and would never harm me. Li Yuyao quickly approached Yang Lin, apologizing for the misunderstanding. As for Zi and Qingyi's identities, it was uncommon for ordinary people to have guards, so she could only refer to them as maidservants. At this point, Li Yuyao finally comprehended the misunderstanding. After becoming separated from Zi and Qingyi, they had been searching for her until they arrived here. Yang Lin, uncertain about these mysterious women, assumed they were his enemies and had resolutely refused to reveal his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Zi and Qingyi were unaware of Yang Lin's true identity, leading to this misunderstanding. It is fine, but your maidservants are indeed impressive. Yang Lin chuckled, giving a thumbs up. Although the journey had been fraught with challenges, the outcome was ultimately favorable. He felt relieved that they were not enemies. Zi and Qingyi immediately kneeled on one knee, clasping their fists in respect. "We have sinned. Please punish us, young master." "Please rise," Yang Lin sighed, stepping forward to assist them. "There is no need for punishment, as we are all striving for Yao's benefit." Yao, Zi, and Qingyi were taken aback. They could perceive the cordial relationship between Li Yuyao and Yang Lin. However, how could a man refer to their majesty as Yao? Anyone with sense could deduce their relationship. Yet, how could her majesty be involved with a man from the village? At that moment, the elder sister, second sister, third sister, fourth younger sister, fifth younger sister, sixth younger sister, little 7, little 8, and little 9 hurriedly surrounded Yang Lin, inquiring about his well-being, all addressing her majesty as sister. This left Zi and Qingyi even more astonished. Ahem, the situation is somewhat complex. Let us discuss it slowly. Li Yuyao gestured toward the depths of the forest, indicating to Zi and Qingyi. Ahem, Yang Lin chuckled. "May I also listen?" "No." Li Yuyao firmly rejected. She recalled how he had suddenly touched her, and shot him a fierce glare. "Then I shall take my leave." Yang Lin understood that now that her maidservants had arrived, they would likely wish to share secretive matters. And since they did not want him to know just yet, he would not press the issue. As for Li Yuyao, having such formidable maidservants to protect her, he felt assured of her safety. Once Li Yuyao and the two women moved away from the others, out of sight, the two women again knelt before her. "We pay our respects, your majesty." "Please rise." Li Yuyao helped them up. "Here, there are no distinctions of ruler and subject. We shall refer to each other as sisters from now on." Zi spoke. "When there are outsiders present, shall we call you miss?" Regardless, they dared not refer to her as sister. "Very well." Li Yuyao acquiesced without further debate, sitting down with the two women and quickly inquiring. "Now tell me, what transpired after that day? How did you find your way here?" On the day they fled the capital together, very few of her guards remained. Along the way, they encountered a large group of bandits, and Zi and Qingyi, in a bid to protect her, engaged in combat with the bandits, becoming surrounded. Li Yuyao had assumed they were doomed and did not want them to sacrifice themselves in vain, so she fled without confirming their fate. From then on, she was alone, following the refugees until she arrived at Jianghe County. Upon hearing their account, Li Yuyao felt a surge of emotion. "Your Majesty, look at this." Zi slowly unwrapped a bundle from her back, revealing several items inside. To Li Yuyao's astonishment, she gasped, "These are still here." She reached out to caress a palm-sized, pure white jade seal intricately carved with a dragon's head and the inscription Emperor's Treasure at its base, taking a deep breath. Besides the Emperor's Treasure, the other 3 seals, Imperial Edict Treasure, Decree of Fate Treasure, were all present. These 3 seals were the 3 great treasures of the Great Qian Empire. The Imperial Edict Treasure was used for awarding and punishing officials, the Decree of Fate Treasure for conferring titles, while the Emperor's Treasure was most commonly employed for issuing edicts, crowning empresses, even for the Emperor's ascension, passing on the throne, and granting amnesty to the realm. The bundle also contained the Emperor's brush, cinnabar, precious inkstone, and 3 blank Imperial edicts. "You have worked hard." Li Yuyao expressed her gratitude, gazing at the two women. She had never anticipated seeing these items again. They were all remnants left to her by her father, not only proving her legitimacy as the rightful heir of the Great Qian Empire, but also serving as a cherished memento from her father. "Your Majesty, you are the legitimate heir of Qian, regardless of what outsiders may think. Qingyi and I acknowledge only you as our sovereign." Li Yuyao grasped the Imperial Edict Treasure, her gaze unwavering and resolute. Listening to her grand declarations, both Zi and Qingyi were moved. However, upon hearing the name Yang Lin, their expressions turned peculiar. Zi spoke. "Your Majesty, this Yang Lin. He is my husband," Li Yuyao replied, biting her lip, her cheeks flushed. Zi and Qingyi were both taken aback. To them, this was an inconceivable matter, not to mention that her Majesty had already ascended to the throne, even when she was merely a princess. Her pride had always been remarkably high. In the bustling capital, the sons of noble families were deemed unworthy of her attention. Yet now, she found herself wed to a mere villager from the mountains. While the emperor was their sovereign, they cherished Li Yuyao as a treasure. The defilement of the emperor left them feeling as though their fertile fields had been ravaged by swine. Zi, trembling with suppressed anger, inquired, "Your Majesty, has Yang Lin coerced you? If you are unwilling, we shall eliminate him immediately." "No." Li Yuyao quickly shook her head. "He did not coerce me." Zi and Qingyi were startled. No coercion? This is even more troubling. Reflecting on her past humiliation when she was captured by corrupt officials and sent to the countryside to be chosen as a wife, Liu Yao clenched her fists tightly. Fortunately, she had concealed her beauty at that time, avoiding recognition until her encounter with him. Recalling the day Yang Lin had boldly declared his intent before them, an involuntary smile crept onto her face. All 9 refugees who had been with her were left behind by him. Meanwhile, she and the others had fretted over a mere 1,400 won in bribes, believing him to be a lecherous scoundrel. Yet astonishingly, within just 2 days, he had earned that very sum. Since then, events had unfolded in the most extraordinary manner. He invented tofu, sold miraculous potions, improved iron smelting, built kilns for bricks and cement, and even created crossbows, aiding the townsfolk in constructing homes and repairing roads. They had even triumphed over bandits twice. And though the local aristocracy seethed with envy, they were powerless against him. In the brief span of a month, they had amassed over 10,000 taels of silver. In Kaoshan village, his reputation soared unparalleled. As Liu Yao became increasingly animated, Zi and Qingyi were left in awe. No wonder Kaoshan village stood out so markedly. No wonder the emperor had developed an affection for him. Who would have imagined that such extraordinary talent lay hidden in the wilderness? At one point, she had even considered sacrificing herself to preserve the royal family's honor. But now, she chuckled at her own folly. The reason for her trust in him lay in his character. In truth, I am still a maiden, Liu Yao shyly confessed. Zi and Qingyi were astonished anew. With the emperor's beauty, it was only natural that men would be captivated, and her noble and aloof demeanor would ignite a desire to conquer in any suitor. Yet, he had not pursued her. Could it be that Yang Lin was lacking in that regard? Zi and Qingyi found their thoughts wandering. Yang Lin was indeed unique. He would not exploit the vulnerable. His decision to keep her and the other women safe stemmed from a desire to prevent their fall into disgrace. While he could be considered a good man, he often employed cunning tactics to profit from the populace. However, labeling him a rogue merchant seemed unjust, for the people truly thrived under his influence, finding hope and genuinely respecting him. He treated everyone with dignity and, aside from her, had never laid a hand on other women, fostering a sisterly bond among them and treating the younger ones with utmost care. As she recounted these thoughts, Liu Yao found herself smiling unconsciously. In summary, he was a man of great ability and integrity who had shown her kindness. Although her feelings toward him leaned more towards gratitude and utility than affection at present, she resolved to entrust her life to him. In a cramped room, 13 individuals squeezed together. Even the emperor lay among them on the floor. Allow me to introduce Zi and Qingyi, my former maidservants. After our separation, they have finally found their way here, said Liu Yao. Zi is skilled in martial arts, and Qingyi excels in acupoint techniques. Husband, from now on, let them accompany you. Their presence will ensure your safety. Yang Lin shook his head vigorously. No. Protect me? I would be grateful if you simply refrain from severing my fingers. Forgive us. We know our faults. Please punish us, young master. Zi and Qingyi knelt before him. Please rise. I was merely jesting. You need not accompany me. Remain with your mistress and ensure her safety, and I shall be content. It was Yang Lin's first experience of being taken against his will and threatened with dismemberment. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unperturbed. Yet, with the truth now revealed and 2 skilled warriors by his side, he felt emboldened. Liu Yao handed him a wrapped parcel, startling Zi and Qingyi. What is this? Yang Lin, taking the package, was equally taken aback. He had sensed its significance and was surprised that Liu Yao had chosen to entrust it to him. This is something important to me. Please keep it safe in a secure location, Liu Yao instructed. Of course, Yang Lin replied with a nod. She added, this matter is of great importance. You must not look inside the package. Understood, he said nonchalantly, shaking the parcel which felt quite heavy. With that, he exited. Zi and Qingyi were left speechless. The emperor had placed such trust in Yang Lin, even entrusting him with the imperial seal. Was he truly reliable? Would he keep his word not to look? Hiding the parcel in a dry well might seem discreet, but the cramped living conditions left little room for alternative storage. Naturally, Yang Lin was curious about the contents, but he felt confident in his ability to suppress that curiosity. Thus, Zi and Qingyi joined the household, squeezing in with the other women. Initially puzzled as to why, given their wealth and other residences, they would all crowd into such a small space. They soon learned that safety was the priority. For these women, who had endured hardships, the close quarters had become familiar, and they had grown accustomed to living together. In Jianghe County, within the study of Zhou Kun, he was startled from his reverie by a sudden knock at the door. Since Yang Lin had brought gifts, Zhou Kun and his son Zhou Zhengyang had been living in constant anxiety, unable to find peace by day or sleep by night. For 2 consecutive nights, Zhou Kun had dreamt of the bloodied head of the black tiger, glaring at him with bulging eyes, shouting, "Return my life." "My lord, Master Zhao has arrived," announced the old steward from outside. "Please come in," Zhou Kun exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream. Moments later, Zhao Dei entered, noticing Zhou Kun's weary expression and frowning in concern. "Master Zhao," Zhou Kun quickly bowed. "Old Zhou," Zhao Dei waved dismissively, frowning. "How have you become so frightened?" "It was merely some bandit corpses, all dealt with. What is there to fear?" Zhou Kun forced a smile while inwardly cursing. He longed to say, "Those dozen round heads were not discarded in your courtyard. If they had been, you would not fare much better." "Master Zhao, my concern lies with Yang Lin. We are still at a loss as to how the Black Tiger and his men met their demise at his hands. Moreover, this Yang Lin is a madman. Even the Black Tiger has fallen victim to him. Thus, it is not unreasonable to fear that he may turn his hand against us. The crux of the matter is that this incident has already spread, and while I, Lao Zhou, may feel embarrassed, it is the implication of colluding with bandits that truly concerns me. If this reaches the ears of the county magistrate, we shall be finished." Although Zhou Kun is terrified, he is far from foolish. He understands the gravity of the situation. He even suspects that Yang Lin orchestrated this uproar precisely to escalate the matter, so that when the higher authorities become aware, they cannot feign ignorance. At that point, whether or not he is genuinely colluding with bandits, he could easily be made a scapegoat to placate the public's anger. "Lao Zhou, I have come to discuss this matter with you," Zhao Dei stated. "Oh." Zhou Kun stared blankly at Zhao Dei and requested, "Please, Zhao Darren, enlighten me." Zhao Dei stroked his beard. "The crux of this matter lies with Yang Lin. This individual is no ordinary man. A mere country bumpkin dares to cause a ruckus before the very door of your interrogation chamber. And yet we find ourselves powerless against him. If we do not deal with him promptly, what will happen when he grows stronger? Will he not ride roughshod over us?" Zhao Dei narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint visible. Zhou Kun wore a bitter expression. "Zhao Darren, do you think I am unaware of these matters? The issue is that we are at a loss as to how to handle him. He can easily manipulate the ordinary folk. But Yang Lin has even dispatched the bandits of Haifeng Mountain. Should he be provoked, he would become a man with nothing to lose. This is precisely Zhou Kun's dilemma. Who in their right mind would dare to provoke a madman? Is there truly no solution?" Zhao Dei let out a cold laugh. "I have devised a foolproof plan that will ensure Yang Lin meets his end without a grave." "Oh." Zhou Kun's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he eagerly urged, "Please, Zhao Darren, do share." Zhao Dei adjusted his beard. "In less than half a month, the summer taxes will be due. All we need to do is gather 3 shifts of yamen runners, go to Kaoshan village, and fabricate some pretext to oppress the villagers. If Yang Lin cannot stand idly by and confronts us, we can seize the opportunity to capture him and accuse him of treason. We shall execute him on the spot. Do not forget, we are officials. Justice is on our side. If you slap him, will he dare to retaliate? If he does strike back, it would be considered assault on a court official. So, should he even dare to stand up, we can at least charge him with tax evasion." By the middle of the month, the night was deep and a full moon hung high in the sky. Inside the Yang household, everyone gathered around, observing Xiao Jio as he calculated the accounts. The Dragon Boat Festival had just passed, and the weather had already turned hot. Although the women wore light clothing, they still fanned themselves vigorously, panting from the heat. The calculations are complete. Yesterday, we spent 8 taels and 6 coins, and earned 36 taels and 2 coins. Our family currently has a total of 12,368 taels. The odd coins are not included. Han Mengzhu exclaimed excitedly. The other women exchanged peculiar glances. The eldest sister remarked, "We have spent quite a bit these past few days. How is it that the money seems to be increasing rather than diminishing?" The second sister nodded. "Indeed, I wince every time my husband spends money, yet the total keeps rising. It is truly strange." Liao Hongying was also taken aback. Although Yang Lin now has many enterprises, including a security team, a transportation team, and construction projects along with kilns, metallurgy, logging, and quarrying, the only profitable venture remains the tofu workshop. The tofu workshop's business has merely expanded from medicinal products and tofu to include tofu skin, dried bean curd, soybean paste, and soy sauce to sustain so many workers in the other workshops, yet the money seems to be ever increasing. Yang Lin chuckled. Is it truly difficult to spend money? If I truly set my mind to it, our funds would likely be insufficient to cover our expenses. The women rolled their eyes in disbelief. Over 10,000 taels is not enough. Nonsense. Truly, believe it or not, I could easily spend half of it by tomorrow. Yang Lin Laoget, we believe you. Just don't waste our money. Our husband is the most formidable. Yang Lin sighed. All right, everyone get some rest. Tomorrow we will hold a meeting. Our development is about to reach new heights. He is not a miser. He comprehends the dynamics of economic growth. To develop, one must invest. Whether upgrading industries or investing in research and development, one must not be stingy with silver. Only advanced technology can lead the world and transform the future. The next evening, by the riverside outside the village, tables and benches were already set up, and large pots simmered with fragrant pork. This was the fourth pork feast in Kaoshan village within just over a month. Yet the villagers were filled with excitement, even a hint of nervousness. Just days prior, Yang Lin had announced that this feast would not only be a grand meal, but would also herald some good news. What Yang Lin did not anticipate was that before he could announce his good news, Du Jing arrived with a piece of splendid news. We succeeded. Lindy, we have succeeded, Du Jing exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement, shaking Yang Lin's shoulders. Yang Lin was taken aback, but quickly realized what had transpired. Have we succeeded in making paper? Yes, indeed. We have truly created the kind of paper you described. It is lighter, thinner, and more resilient. Moreover, the cost has been reduced by at least 50%. Du Jing was overwhelmed with enthusiasm, fully aware of the magnitude of this invention. Yang Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. The paper he designed was a further improvement upon Kai Ho's paper. Though it could not yet rival the paper-making techniques of the past, it had already created a significant gap between itself and the paper of this world. Ying Yi, you have once again achieved merit. This time, both you and your design workshop will receive ample rewards. Du Jing, however, shook his head in excitement. The wages you provide are already generous. The rewards are of little consequence. I simply did not expect that we would truly create something capable of changing the world. What do you plan to do next? Du Jing Askedigoli. The success of paper-making had ignited his anticipation for more new inventions. Yang Lin's eyes flickered as if a thought had struck him. Yang Lin shook his head. There is still considerable room for improvement in the paper. We shall proceed to produce while continuing to refine it. Continue refining? Du Ying exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this current paper has further potential for enhancement. For instance, it can be made thinner, more durable, and whiter. Simultaneously, we can explore other types of paper, such as those suitable for calligraphy and painting, paper fit for wrapping food, and even a low-cost variant accessible to the impoverished. Additionally, we could develop cardboard for making boxes, paper suitable for printing, wallpaper and window paper, and waterproof paper. Yang Lin enumerated a plethora of ideas, leaving Du Jing utterly astonished. He had never imagined that something as simple as paper could be classified into so many categories. Yang Lin smiled. There is no rush regarding work today. Let us simply enjoy the feast. Each table was laden with large bowls of tender, fragrant pork, yet the villagers refrained from eating, eagerly awaiting Yang Lin's words. Fellow villagers, Yang Lin ascended the platform and declared loudly, the first piece of good news I announce today is the recruitment of workers. Yang Lin shouted. Upon hearing about the recruitment, many villagers' eyes sparkled with excitement. This time, there is no limit to the number of recruits. Anyone from our village who comes will earn 6 won a day. A wave of cheers erupted throughout the banquet. The unoccupied villagers were moved to tears. Next, I will announce some changes and adjustments in our industries. First, the road construction team, housing construction team, logging team, and kiln team will all merge to form a construction team. Gao Dazhuang will take charge of the construction team. Uncle Dazhuang, please come up and introduce the recent progress of the construction team to everyone. Gao Dazhuang was taken aback. However, at this moment, as Yang Lin called for him, he could only dazedly step onto the stage. The villagers, watching Gao Dezhuang standing on stage and at a loss for words, burst into laughter. Uncle Dezhuang, don't be nervous. Just convey the progress of the project as you know it. Oh. Gao Dezhuang scratched his head and stammered. Our construction team recently repaired 10 miles of road. 3 miles in the east of the village, 3 miles in the west, 2 miles by the river, and 2 miles at Laishan. Our roads are now wider and smoother. The earthen kiln has produced 83,000 bricks, 26,000 tiles, and 3,900 stones of cement. The Qian New Village project has leveled 33 acres of land, and we have completed the foundation for 20 houses, with another 28 foundations currently being laid. More content is loading. Please wait. Gao Dezhuang scratched his head again. When Yang Lin assigned him to manage the construction team, he noted these figures, but now, under pressure, he had forgotten them all. Yang Lin applauded. Uncle Dezhuang is correct. These are indeed the changes in our village. In the future, we will continue to build roads connecting Qian Village to the town and even to the county. At the current pace, the Qian New Village project will be completed in no more than 6 months. By then, every household will be able to live in new brick houses. Uncle Dezhuang, starting tomorrow, the construction team will expand and recruit another 100 people. Yang Lin declared. Huh? Gao Dezhuang was stunned. Do we really need that many people? The construction team already has over 200 members, and now we are adding another 100? The time for caution has passed. Now we can accelerate our development, strengthen our industry, and increase our production capacity. Is 100 too many? On the kiln side, if we open a few more earthen kilns, we can double the production of bricks, tiles, and cement. On the housing side, adding a few dozen more workers will enable the villagers to move into their new homes sooner. But Gao Dezhuang hesitated. His implication was that it would require spending money, right? Money is not an issue. Uncle Dezhuang, I will provide the construction team with 1,000 taels of silver. At this proclamation, the crowd was once again astonished. Gao Dezhuang's mouth dropped open in shock, unable to believe what Yang Lin had just said. Boss, that is far too much. Honestly, expanding the earthen kiln won't cost nearly that much. It won't even require 1,000 taels of silver. Gao Dezhuang continued to decline. If we can't spend it all at once, we can save it for future use. From today onwards, each workshop will operate independently, which means I will inject capital into each workshop, allowing the managers to freely allocate these funds for normal production, procurement, wages, and so on, all managed by the workshops themselves. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, especially those appointed as managers, who were utterly stunned. According to Yang Lin's statement, it was as if their positions had been elevated significantly. Their authority had also expanded greatly. Gao Dezhuang still wanted to refuse, but Yang Lin had already patted him on the shoulder. It's settled. After Gao Dezhuang stepped down, the managers from other workshops took turns to present themselves on stage. The captain of the security team, Zhong Tao, the head of the procurement and transportation team, Wang Gui, the manager of the design workshop, Du Jing, the manager of the smelting workshop, Zhao Shunzi, and the captain of the mining team, Wang Mushin. Finally, Yang Lin announced additional investments in various industries, further astonishing the crowd. Today, a total of 6,500 taels of silver has been injected into the various workshops. After discussing the workshops, Yang Lin announced another significant matter. Chapter 93. The paper workshop will open a shop. I plan to establish the first shop in the town. Currently, I need a shopkeeper and 2 assistants. The shopkeeper will earn 20 won a day, while the assistants will earn 8 won a day. The candidates have not been determined yet. Those who have business experience and can read may come to sign up with me. Additionally, I will establish a paper workshop tomorrow, initially recruiting 30 people, with wages comparable to those of other workshops. Anyone interested in the paper workshop may come to register after dinner. The crowd was once again astonished. A paper workshop? Everyone knows about paper, but Yang Lin actually intends to produce it? The leap from making tofu to producing paper is quite substantial. Lastly, I will cover this year's summer taxes for everyone. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in surprise. For a long time, the summer tax, autumn tax, population tax, and land tax had been heavy burdens upon them. Now, Yang Lin intends to help them pay their taxes? Boss, you don't need to do that. We have money now, and we can pay. Indeed, the boss has already been very generous to us. We cannot let you bear the burden of taxes anymore. Yes. We now have food and drink, and we can even enjoy a hearty meal occasionally. We have work and can earn money. We shouldn't be greedy and continue to take advantage of you. As Yang Lin's prestige grew, more and more people ceased to call him by name and began to refer to him as boss. Yang Lin smiled. I understand everyone's intentions. This is also a token of my appreciation. When the bandits came, everyone united and faced the fierce bandits together. No one betrayed me. Yang Lin. I will not forget this. As long as I, Yang Lin, have a morsel of food, I will ensure that the villagers will never suffer from hunger again. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in applause. Many elderly individuals even shed tears. They had lived for so long, never imagining they could one day live a life akin to that of celestial beings. The next morning, Yang Lin brought the newly recruited 30 individuals, along with the women, to the design workshop. Even at this moment, many were uncertain whether they could truly produce paper. When paper was mentioned, everyone could only think of one word: expensive. Beyond that, they knew nothing about how to make paper. Thus, even the women remained skeptical that they could actually create paper. More content is loading. Please wait. When Du Jing presented a large stack of freshly made paper from yesterday before everyone was left dumbfounded. Touching a sheet, it was incredibly thin. My goodness, is this really paper? How was it made? It's astonishing, the women exclaimed in unison. Among them, the most astonished was Li Yuyao. Although she had not been an emperor for long, she frequently assisted her father in handling state affairs while being a princess, and she understood the significance of paper. Scholars require paper, merchants require paper, books need paper, and educating the populace also requires paper. However, previously, paper was not only expensive but also too thick, with a rough texture that was prone to tearing and breaking, making it difficult to preserve important records over time. This had led to the loss of much significant information throughout history, making the preservation of knowledge a challenge. The paper before her, however, felt incredibly thin to the touch. With a smooth surface, when crumpled, it felt as soft as silk and could quickly regain its shape, leaving only creases without tearing, which would not affect its usability. What is the cost of this paper? Involving a matter of confidentiality, Li Yuyao pulled Yang Lin aside and quickly inquired. Although the paper was remarkable, if it were too expensive for the common people, it would hold little value. For instance, in the palace, besides paper, they also used sheepskin, silk, and cloth. But the issue was the cost. Li Yuyao frowned slightly. Is the production cost of a single sheet of paper 21? That seems quite exorbitant. She sighed inwardly. It indeed seems unfeasible. Currently, ordinary paper, 3 feet long and 2 feet wide, sells for merely 1 won per sheet, and many common people still struggle to afford it. A sheet of paper costing 21 to produce? No matter how good it is, how many can afford it? A wave of disappointment washed over Li Yuyao. However, Du Jing explained, sister-in-law is mistaken. I was referring to the cost of these papers, not a single sheet. What? Li Yuyao was taken aback. These? She gazed incredulously at the thick stack before her, unable to suppress a gulp. She fixed her eyes on Du Jing and coldly stated, this is no joking matter. How many can there be in front of me? At the very least, there must be 200 or 300 sheets, and it only costs 21? I cannot believe it. Chapter 94. Profits multiplied several times. Rest assured, I have calculated meticulously. There are a total of 500 sheets, with a cost of merely 21. Du Jing replied earnestly. The new papermaking method taught by Yang Lin utilized nothing but plant materials. Although the raw materials were abundant in the mountains, he had sourced them from the logging team and paid the market price. Without this, even 21 would have been unattainable. Li Yuyao was utterly astonished. 500 sheets of paper? Only 21 in cost? This means that one can produce 25 sheets of paper. If we sell them at the usual price of 1 per sheet, that results in a profit of 25 times. This number left Li Yuyao utterly dumbfounded once again. However, Du Jing was not finished speaking. If we employ the assembly line model from the tofu workshop, we can further reduce the cost by 10%. Additionally, Lin Di mentioned a water-powered mill. If we construct that and use it to grind the pulp, the cost could even be halved. Upon hearing this, not only Li Yuyao, but all the other women were left in shock. They may not understand the significance of paper, but the implications of such vast profits were abundantly clear. In that moment, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to say. Cough, cough. In a few days, once you have all mastered papermaking, come find me, and we shall create something interesting together. I have already prepared all the materials for making gunpowder. However, due to the inherent dangers involved, I shall not proceed with the experiments until everything is adequately prepared. Absolutely. Du Jing readily agreed. Yang Lin continued. Tofu production is not only laborious, but also yields low profits. I do not intend to expand the tofu workshop any further. In the future, when people speak of paper, they shall think of our Qian village. Yang Lin understood that the advantage of being technologically advanced would lead to absolute monopoly in the industry. There would be no need for him to engage in dumping or price wars. He could sell his paper at the same price as others, and no matter the quantity, it would sell. Thus, he was determined not to limit the paper-making industry to this small workshop of 30 individuals. He intended to develop it into a colossal enterprise. That afternoon, someone finally stepped forward, hoping to serve as the manager of Yang Lin's shop. To Yang Lin's surprise, the individual was Lu Shi, the steward of the Lu landlord's household. Young Master Yang, I was sent by Madam. She wishes to thank you for saving Miss Qiaoyan. Knowing you are in search of a manager and that it is difficult to find a suitable candidate in the village, she sent me, Lu Shi explained. Rest assured, while I left the Lu family, Madam had already returned my contract to me. I am now a free man, no longer associated with the Lu family. If you have any concerns, I can present the contract to you. Lu Shi respectfully handed over a piece of paper. Yang Lin took it and confirmed it was indeed Lu Shi's emancipation contract. At over 40 years of age, with a goat-like beard, Lu Shi was not only literate but also adept at accounting. He had previously managed the Lu family's enterprises, so his capabilities were unquestionable. Yang Lin was initially hesitant about bringing someone from the Lu family on board. However, since Lu Shi had presented his emancipation contract, Yang Lin decided to proceed. After all, the Lu family was in disarray, and there was unlikely to be any conspiracy involved. Moreover, he was merely hiring a manager, which did not entail confidential matters. At worst, he could lose a bit of silver if Lu Shi absconded with the funds. Furthermore, he truly had no one else to rely on. Opening the shop was imperative, yet there was no one with such talent in Qian village. If a suitable candidate existed, they would have approached him long ago. Very well, I must be frank. I do not entirely trust you at present. However, since you are willing to exchange your contract for my trust, I shall not be ungracious. I will keep this contract for now. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles tests a horse's strength, and time will reveal a person's heart. Once we are more familiar, I will return your contract. Understood, young master, Lu Shi exclaimed, filled with joy as he promptly bowed. Lu Shi's intention in seeking the manager position with Yang Lin was devoid of ulterior motives. He merely sought a stable support. Having spent half his life as a servant, despite obtaining his contract, it was now of little consequence to him. With no heirs to consider, he needed not worry about the future. As long as he could secure a good master, ensuring his basic needs were met and saving some funds for his later years, that would suffice. The shop staff has been arranged. You will need to withdraw 30 taels of silver shortly, and tomorrow you can take the staff to rent a place and open the shop. The shop will be named Yang's Trading House, opening in 3 days, selling only paper at first. A transport team will deliver goods daily, and you must keep accurate accounts, settling them every 3 days. After discussing the shop's affairs, Lu Shi took his leave. Just as the sun began to set, news arrived. The authorities had come to collect taxes. Collecting taxes at night? Something is amiss. Chapter 95. Clearly a scheme to kill at first. When a villager came to Yang Lin, he was puzzled. Although it was the time for summer taxes to be collected, it was unusual for them to come at night. However, as more villagers arrived, and 2 of them had been beaten by the constables, Yang Lin realized something was amiss. Before long, the patrolling guards brought news. Master, there are many constables outside, at least over 100. A few have entered the village, while the rest are waiting outside. Zhao Fugue, who had come to discuss the matter with Yang Lin, also sensed the impending trouble. Yang Lin frowned slightly and said, "Third uncle, gather everyone in my place. Regardless of their intentions, I promised yesterday to pay this year's summer taxes on behalf of everyone." Understood. Zhao Fugue responded and set off with a few others to inform each household. Dear, their intentions are not good. They are likely targeting us, Li Yuyao remarked. Yang Lin nodded, deep in thought as he calculated the situation. The arrival of tax collectors at night certainly indicated sinister motives, aiming to catch them off guard. Such a large assembly could only be orchestrated by either County Magistrate Wu Yong or the Zhou and Zhao families. As for how they might deal with him, Yang Lin pondered further, muttering to himself, I just heard from the arrivals that the constables are behaving unreasonably, as if they are deliberately looking for trouble. Coupled with the fact that they have gathered so many men waiting outside the village, it is not difficult to surmise their intentions. For instance, they might resort to violence or even impose taxes against our will. Dear, do you understand the law? What is the penalty for tax resistance? Yang Lin inquired of Li Yuyao. Li Yuyao's expression changed. The crime of tax resistance can be severe, with the harshest punishment being immediate execution. Well versed in the laws of the Qian Dynasty, she had even assisted her father in revising some of the clauses. At that moment, contemplating the implications of tax resistance made her frown. She understood that this was a blatant scheme. Even if they were aware of what was about to unfold, they could not alter the course of events. In the face of authority, the common people were already at a disadvantage. Now, with the intention to provoke conflict, they would be branded as committing the grave sin of tax resistance. What if they did not comply? To dare resist would be deemed rebellion. In any case, with the law favoring them, they could twist the narrative to suit their needs. Thus, we must prepare thoroughly and brace ourselves for the worst. Qingyi, summon the entire guard team and equip them with 10 crossbows, positioning them strategically around the house. Currently, 30 crossbows and 600 bolts have been manufactured, yet apart from training, they remain stored in Yang Lin's private warehouse. Only Zhong Tao from the entire guard team can carry a crossbow at any time. We must exercise patience for now. If they truly overstep their bounds, we shall retaliate without hesitation. Yang Lin gazed at the women surrounding him. He held no reverence for the government of this era, nor for the court. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Living peacefully in this small village is ideal. However, if forced into a corner, he would not hesitate to take extreme measures. Understood. The women nodded in agreement, their hearts brimming with determination. Suddenly, Li Yuyao recalled something and hastily inquired, "What about the bundle I entrusted to you for safekeeping?" "Oh, it's in a dry well in the backyard." "What is inside?" Yang Lin asked, puzzled. Could it possibly contain something to counter the authorities? After much contemplation, Yang Lin speculated that perhaps Li Yuyao hailed from a prominent family, and the bundle contained tokens of her lineage, such as a family insignia. If revealed, it could render any official compliant. But did such an item truly exist? "Wait for me." Li Yuyao offered no further explanation, leaving those words behind as she hurried off to the backyard with Zi. Indeed, something seemed amiss. Nevertheless, Yang Lin chose not to dwell on it. If Li Yuyao had a trump card, that would be for the best. Regardless of what it was, he must prepare himself. Ultimately, the only one capable of safeguarding him was himself. Before long, the villagers arrived at Yang Lin's residence. As night fell, torches illuminated the area outside the Yang household. Accompanying the villagers were dozens of tax collectors, along with the somewhat perplexed Zhou Qian and Zhao Dei. They had long prepared for this day, resolved to eradicate Yang Lin once and for all, despite Zhou Qian's previous fright at Yang Lin's hands. The thought of success or failure hinged upon this moment compelled him to return to Kaoshan village. This time, they were exceedingly well prepared. Alongside the entirety of Jianghe County's tax collectors, they had also procured 20 bows and arrows from the storeroom, each armed with blades. They claimed to be there for tax collection, yet their true intent was clear. They came to kill. However, the situation quickly unfolded beyond their expectations. Upon entering the village, they followed their plan, going door to door to collect taxes, deliberately provoking the villagers and even assaulting 2 of them. They anticipated that news would soon reach Yang Lin, prompting him to intervene. Instead, he did not appear, and the villagers flocked to Yang Lin's home. Left with no choice, they followed suit. Just outside, Zhou Qian, mounted on a tall steed, deliberately shouted, "You unruly villagers, what are you gathering here for? Dare you defy the tax?" Regardless of Yang Lin's intentions, he aimed to place blame on them first. "I will handle their taxes." As the crowd parted, Yang Lin emerged, flanked by a group of strong young men. Chapter 96. Bestow a title upon Yang Lin audaciously. "You dare to resist? What did you say? You come to pay?" Zhang Wu, who fancied himself close to the Zhou family, arrogantly stepped forward, prepared to reprimand, yet paused upon realizing Yang Lin's declaration of payment. "You intend to pay?" Zhang Wu furrowed his brow and then sneered. "The summer tax for the entirety of Kaoshan village, totaling 238 households. Can you afford it?" Yang Lin waved his hand, and his elder and second sister approached, carrying a large sack of copper coins. Yang Lin smirked. Tax collection, whether imperial revenue or national tax, is a rightful duty. Here lies the money. Let us begin. The sight of Yang Lin confidently presenting such a large sack of copper coins left Zhang Wu momentarily stunned. In his memory, Yang Lin had been that impoverished lad, unable to produce even 1,401. Yet now, he stood with a full bag of coins? This baffled the tax collectors, who quickly turned to Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai for guidance. Zhao Dai, too, furrowed his brow. Collect it. The tax collector promptly pulled out the ledger and recited. Huang Chujiao's household, 5 members, summer tax 101. The summer tax is paid in currency, while the autumn tax in grain. According to the Qian laws, each person is taxed 10 with those without land excluded. Upon hearing this, villager Huang Chujiao was taken aback. What, 101? Wasn't it 81 last year? Most villagers were unaware of the laws. They simply paid whatever amount the tax collectors demanded. However, why was this year's tax suddenly increased to 101? The tax collector glared, brandishing his whip, and barked, audacious. You shall pay what you're told. Do you dare to defy the tax? Accompanying them were loyal subordinates of the Zhou and Zhao families, who knew the duo was intentionally stirring trouble and were eager to impress. Villager Huang Chujiao was at a loss and turned to Yang Lin for assistance. Pay. Yang Lin replied nonchalantly. An additional 20 per household amounts to just over 4,001 for the entire village, less than 5 taels of silver, which Yang Lin accepted without hesitation. His elder and second sister counted out the copper coins. The tax collectors were left dumbfounded. Before arriving, their superiors had warned them that Yang Lin was arrogant and would undoubtedly resist. Yet here he was, complying instead. Zhao Dai frowned but felt powerless. The tax collectors had no choice but to accept the payment. As they continued calling out names, Yang Lin counted the coins. The weight of the copper coins made the sack insufficient, and soon it was empty. Yang Lin waved again, and another sack of coins was brought forth. The tax collectors gasped in astonishment. Zhou Wu's eyes sparkled with greed. At that moment, Zhao Dai suddenly recalled something and shouted, Wait, your copper coins are of dubious origin. We shall not accept them. If you wish to pay taxes, bring silver. The tax collector's eyes lit up. Clever. Indeed, Zhang Wu coldly remarked. Bringing such a large quantity of copper coins is meant to exhaust us? We only accept silver. If you cannot produce it, then it will be deemed tax evasion. Yang Lin remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. There, the copper coins were taken away, and a chest of silver was brought forth, gleaming and bright. The tax collector's eyes widened further. Zhou Wu stood agape. This sizable chest contained at least several hundred taels of silver. Where had Yang Lin procured such a fortune? Now, is this acceptable? Yang Lin smirked. If this level of harassment were the only challenge, he would not mind. The tax collectors were once again at a loss and looked to Zhao Dai for direction. Zhao Dai, equally speechless, thought for a moment and coldly retorted. This silver is of poor quality, too many impurities. We shall not accept it. Yang Lin chuckled, waving his hand once more. In an instant, his third sister and fourth sister took away the chest of silver, while his fifth and sixth sisters brought forth a box of gold. Yang Lin extracted a piece, shaking it as he proclaimed, This is a 5-tael gold ingot minted by the Qian treasury, official gold. He was eager to see what trouble they would concoct next. Zhao Dai was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yang Lin would produce such a substantial amount of gold, and even official gold at that. Yet, he was there to seek trouble, and finding fault would not prove difficult. Audacious. I come to collect the summer tax, and you bring forth gold? Are you attempting to mock me? Oh, I just recalled, the Ma family in the county was robbed the other day, losing gold. How much is in this chest? Zhao Dai inquired. Yang Lin, fully aware of their scheme, replied, 100 taels. Indeed, the Ma family's stolen gold was exactly 100 taels, all 5-tael, official gold. Therefore, I have ample reason to suspect you are the thief. Guards, seize this contraband. Zhao Dai bellowed. The Yamen runners rejoiced, moving forward to seize the gold. Witnessing these ruffians disregard the code of martial ethics and employ such despicable excuses for blatant robbery, the villagers were also incensed, rushing to block the Yamen runners. On what grounds? This gold belongs to Yang Lin. Indeed, you claim Yang Lin stole it. What evidence do you possess? Do not defame the innocent. The villagers attempted to reason with their adversaries, unaware that the latter had never intended to engage in dialogue from the outset. With their spirits ignited, the villagers stood resolutely against the Yamen runners. Zhao Dai, however, was delighted in his heart. He feared that Yang Lin might maintain his composure, refrain from retaliation, and remain silent. If that were the case, he would have no recourse. But now, wasn't the opportunity at hand? Boldly, do you intend to rebel? Yang Lin, you incite the villagers to violently resist taxation, a crime worthy of death. As an official of the court, I am obliged to apprehend you, the criminal. Come forth, encircle them. It was evidently impossible for dozens of Yamen runners to surround over 100 villagers. Yet, Zhao Dai and his cohorts were well prepared. At this moment, they ordered the Yamen runners waiting outside the village to enter. Simultaneously, they firmly pinned the label of tax resistance upon the villagers. Thus, Zhao Dai could unreservedly eliminate Yang Lin. Once Yang Lin was dead, even if an investigation ensued later, the initial cause for the villagers' resistance against the Yamen runners would remain obscured. Eventually, Yang Lin would be condemned for inciting the villagers to violently resist taxation, while they would not only escape culpability, but also be commended for their suppression of the uprising. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Li Yueying had already retrieved the imperial seal, vermilion paste, imperial brush, and blank edicts from the dry well, yet found herself in a predicament. Her original plan was simple. As long as she crafted an edict and affixed the imperial seal, bestowing Yang Lin with an official title, he would not be trifled with by these petty officials. However, she soon realized that although the edict and seal were indeed authentic, the process of conferring an official title was quite cumbersome. She would need to draft the edict, send it to the Zhongshu, where it would be reviewed by the chancellor, then forwarded to the Ministry of Personnel, where the minister would sign and record it, and finally submitted to the Ministry of Rights for the formulation of official attire. Each department required documentation for retention. Thus, while this approach could navigate the immediate crisis, should a discerning individual seek to investigate, they would undoubtedly uncover the falsehood of the edict. Li Yueying gritted her teeth, resolved to proceed with her plan. Even if the authenticity of the edict could be verified, it would take several months for the Ministry of Personnel to conduct their examination. With time pressing, she had no choice but to gamble everything. Just as Li Yueying lifted the imperial brush, preparing to inscribe the edict herself, the attendant in purple spoke up. Your Majesty, I have another suggestion. Oh, the process of conferring an official title is intricate and laden with formalities, but you could grant the young master a noble title. The attendant's words sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Li Yueying's eyes. Indeed, often distracted by emotions, she had lost her usual composure when it came to matters concerning Yang Lin. With the attendant's reminder, Li Yueying suddenly understood. The distinction between conferring a title and an official position was clear to her. Acquiring a noble title meant entering the aristocracy, gaining privileges, even without an official position. One would not be subject to the petty officials of Jianghe County. Noble titles were mostly granted to royal relatives and meritorious subjects. Although merely an honor, a noble title conferred tangible privileges. For instance, one need not pay respects to officials. Minor offenses could be pardoned. One could possess their own fief. And one could directly petition the emperor. The ability to petition the emperor was indeed formidable. This meant one could write to the emperor at any time. Naturally, the emperor could not personally attend to such trifles. So whenever a noble petitioned the emperor, regardless of the reason, the outcome would invariably favor the noble. For the emperor himself was the greatest noble in the realm. Nobles were akin to kin, and one might even say that the nobility were the true masters of the land, while officials merely assisted in managing the realm. Therefore, even the lowest noble title could reach the heavens and instill trepidation in many officials without titles. Li Yueying began to write. However, what title should she bestow? She contemplated bestowing Yang Lin the title of Duke outright. Yet she knew that such an act would be utterly implausible. Any duke was a significant minister of the state, having either achieved great military deeds or descended from ancestors with extraordinary contributions. A 20-year-old duke? Too absurd, even if they lacked the authority to investigate. A title that was too far-fetched would not do. Ultimately, Li Yueying could only grant Yang Lin the lowest noble title. In the front courtyard, the villagers and Yamen runners remained locked in confrontation. Particularly under Zhao Dai's instigation, the Yamen runners deliberately provoked the villagers, taking the opportunity to beat those standing in their way, resulting in many villagers crying out in agony. Outside the village, archers and nearly 100 Yamen runners had already entered, drawing their bows and completely surrounding the villagers. As the situation turned dire, Zhou Kuan grew increasingly exhilarated, shouting, "Yang Lin, you have nowhere left to flee. Will you not confess your guilt and surrender?" Zhao Dei sneered. "Villagers of Kaoshan, listen closely. My patience is limited. You have 3 breaths of time. Should you dare to obstruct this official in collecting taxes again, I shall execute you on the spot." With that, the Yamen runners unsheathed their swords, aiming them at the villagers. 1, 2. Seeing that the Yamen runners were about to act, the villagers' faces paled. Yet not a single person stepped aside. Instead, they stood taller, using their bodies to block the advance of the Yamen runners. "Gulme, if you wish to capture Yang Lin, you must first step over my corpse. Fellow villagers, if they dare to strike, we shall fight them to the death. We will defend Kaoshan village to the last." The shouts echoed through the air, igniting the villagers' fervor. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei were both astonished. The villagers they had previously encountered had always cowered before them, barely daring to breathe. Were these people of Kaoshan village truly unafraid of death? Yang Lin felt deeply moved. "The defense team," he shouted. "Here, here, here." The members of the defense team responded in unison, brandishing their crossbows and stepping forward. Yang Lin bellowed, "If they dare to harm our villagers again, let loose the arrows and kill them. Leave not one alive." "Yes, yes, yes." Although their responses were not perfectly synchronized, their voices resounded powerfully through the night sky. Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei were utterly astounded, though the defense team numbered only 30. Their recent training and battle against bandits rendered them far superior to the Yamen runners, who had never faced bandits and solely oppressed the common folk. The fierce aura emanating from the defense team instantly obliterated any vestige of confidence Zhao Dei and Zhou Kuan had harbored. Zhao Dei and Zhou Kuan were now bewildered. Initially, they had aimed to provoke Yang Lin into action, even prepared to sacrifice a few villagers if necessary. But now, witnessing hundreds of villagers with reddened eyes, filled with righteous indignation, and the defense team wielding crossbows, swords, and spears, their murderous intent palpable, every gaze seemed ready to consume them alive. Consequently, not only the Yamen runners, but even Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei quailed. The words that had been on the tip of their tongues were now stuck, and they dared not utter a sound. They finally understood that should they truly resort to violence, it would undoubtedly enrage Yang Lin. Yet should that occur, Yang Lin would surely retaliate with unrestrained fury. Despite having over 100 armed Yamen runners behind them, they felt, for some inexplicable reason, that they stood no chance against the villagers. Cold sweat trickled down their backs as the armed Yamen runners instinctively hesitated to advance. At that moment, Li Yueying and the attendant in purple approached. Boldly, "Zhao Dei, do you intend to rebel?" The moment Li Yuyao stepped forward, she immediately cast an accusation upon him. Yet, her voice, cold and commanding, bore an undeniable authority, subtly infused with a force that left no room for opposition. In the charged atmosphere of their tense standoff, it was akin to a thunderclap, reverberating in the hearts of all present. "What did you say? You claim that this official desires to rebel?" "Preposterous," Zhao Dei retorted, though his rebuttal was feeble. Still unwilling to admit? Look at your actions. Unjustly leading troops to threaten the nobility. What else could this be but rebellion? Upon hearing these words, not only Zhao Dei, but even Yang Lin and others were taken aback. What? Nobility? Yang Lin stared blankly at Li Yuyao. He suspected she might possess some hidden trump card, but he never anticipated that she herself was of noble descent. Yang Lin, being somewhat versed in history, understood that in ancient times, the distinctions between nobility and commoners were vast. Even ordinary officials could not afford to offend the nobility. In that moment, he finally realized that his wife was a noble. Chapter 98, The Baron of Kaoshan. After a moment of shock, Zhao Dei burst into laughter. "What did you say? Nobility? Are you implying that you are a noble?" Woman, impersonating a noble is a grave offense punishable by death. What a joke. How could there possibly be nobility in a mere small village? Zhao Dei could not believe it. However, Li Yuyao's next statement left everyone utterly astounded. "I am not a noble, but my husband, Yang Lin, has been personally conferred the title of Baron of Kaoshan by the late Emperor." With that, Li Yuyao cried out, "Please, imperial decree." Zi immediately approached, holding the imperial edict, unfurling it gradually as the crowd watched in stunned silence, and began to read aloud. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Today, there is Yang Lin of Jianghe, endowed with talent and virtue, broad-minded and prudent, possessing integrity and kindness. Beloved by the people, and thus I bestow upon him the title of Baron of Koshn, granting him land in Koshn village and a fief of 300 households. So be it. Upon concluding, the scene fell into a profound silence. Although the villagers could not fully comprehend, they grasped the essence of the decree. It meant that the emperor deemed Yang Lin a worthy individual and thus granted him a title. But how could this be possible? Yang Lin had grown up in Koshn village and had never left Jianghe County. How could the emperor know of him, let alone grant him a title? Thus, it was not just Zhao Dai who found it hard to believe. Even the villagers were incredulous upon hearing it. This is a fabrication. Zhao Dai glared at Yang Lin, his voice laced with malice. How dare you even forge an imperial decree? It seems you truly seek rebellion. Yang Lin was equally bewildered. He had anticipated Li Yuyao would admit to being a noble, yet suddenly an imperial decree emerged. The emperor had conferred upon him the title of Baron of Koshn. Yang Lin found it utterly absurd. He could hardly believe the decree himself. Boldly, Zi shouted. The decree was personally issued by the late emperor. How dare a mere county lieutenant question its validity? My master is indeed the Baron of Koshn, bestowed by the emperor himself. The decree is here. Anyone who doubts it may come forth and verify. Zi, holding the decree, stood firm. Zhao Dai's secretary, Song Qian, quickly whispered, My lord, the authenticity of the decree can be easily verified. If he truly possesses a title, we must tread carefully. Oh, can you verify it? Zhao Dai, merely a minor official, had never even seen an imperial decree. Secretary Song Qian eagerly nodded. I have read about it in books. It states that the emperor's decree is made of jade silk, embroidered with auspicious clouds and cranes, with silver dragons flying at both ends, the emperor's name at the top, and the national title and date at the bottom, inscribed in red ink, sealed with the imperial seal. Very well, go and inspect it. Expose these audacious fools. Zhao Dai waved his hand. Song Qian hastily dismounted and respectfully took the decree from Zi, examining it closely. A clever man. Song Qian worked for Zhao Dai, but was not foolish enough to sever his own path. He did not believe the decree was genuine. Yet he wished to ascertain its authenticity to avoid being caught in the fire alongside Zhao Dai. As he held the decree, Song Qian was instantly astonished. Although he had not scrutinized it in detail, the weight of the decree was palpable, its surface refined and smooth, far beyond the craftsmanship of counterfeit goods. Following the specifications of decrees in the books, he inspected the contents. The auspicious clouds and cranes were vividly depicted, and indeed, the name of the emperor was inscribed at the top. The entire decree was written in red ink. At the bottom, it read, Autumn of the 28th year of Xuanda. It bore the imperial seal of Mingda, without a single flaw. Song Qian's hands began to tremble involuntarily, and his breath grew shallow. This is real. It is truly authentic. Though he had never seen a genuine decree, this one was identical to those described in books. As for doubting its authenticity, impossible. The quality of this decree could not have been produced in such a remote village. Even the shops in Jianghe County could not replicate such craftsmanship. Moreover, the book he had read was not a well-known classic, making it difficult for ordinary people to know the exact specifications of an imperial decree. Even if someone attempted to forge it, they would not escape scrutiny. In the midst of these thoughts, Song Qian resolutely made a life-altering decision. With a thud, he knelt before Yang Lin. I am Song Qian, paying my respects to the Baron. He then repeatedly bowed before Yang Lin. My lord, today's events were orchestrated by Zhao Dai, intending to provoke you into action and cause you harm. I can testify to this. In an instant, he resolved to change allegiances. At that moment, everyone was left speechless. This was a fortuitous turn of events. Rise. Yang Lin, appearing unfazed, offered a gesture of support, reflecting, I initially intended to engage with you all as an ordinary person, yet all I received was an insatiable demand. No longer will I pretend. The mask is off. I am indeed the Baron of Koshn. Zhao Dai, you conspired to harm me and initiated this provocation. Do you not recognize your crimes? Yang Lin raised his head, gazing down at Zhao Dai with a commanding presence, his demeanor impeccably assertive. Though inexperienced, he had seen enough in his past life to understand the nature of high officials on television, how to wield authority and intimidate others. Even if he could not replicate it perfectly, he could certainly manage a semblance of it. Although he too felt bewildered, with the decree in hand and Zhao Dai's subordinates now turning against him, he was compelled to embody the stature of a noble. Zhao Dai and Zhou Kuan were utterly confounded. Although Zhao Dai cursed Song Qian for betraying him in front of so many witnesses and condemned his ancestors, he understood that Song Qian was adept at seizing opportunities. For him to publicly undermine Zhao Dai and align himself with Yang Lin indicated he possessed absolute confidence. Could it be that the decree was indeed genuine? Was Yang Lin truly a noble conferred by the emperor? Although he was merely the lowest-ranking baron, he was still of noble blood. In all of Jianghe County, there had never been nobility before, not to mention a mere county lieutenant. Even the county magistrate would dare not offend a noble. Zhao Dai was left dumbfounded. Zhou Kuan was equally bewildered. Meanwhile, the constables stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. The individual they intended to apprehend had suddenly transformed into a noble, and even Secretary Song Qian had bowed before him. They dared not take any action. However, after a momentary lapse in composure, Zhao Dai quickly regained his wits. If Yang Lin truly was a noble, then he must be eliminated. Someone, seize him. Yang Lin has impersonated an imperial decree with the intent to rebel. Execute this scoundrel. Chapter 99. That plan has been advanced. If Yang Lin is not eliminated, then with his noble status, I fear my own demise is inevitable. Upon Zhao Dai's declaration, the officers remained in a state of shock. Are we truly to proceed? But the opponent appears to be a noble. In that moment, the officers exchanged glances, awaiting the actions of others. They were not true soldiers, unable to act with obedience. Zhao Dai's orders could well lead to their execution, and thus, after a long pause, none dared to move. Who among you would be so bold? Li Yuyao seized the moment, brandishing the imperial edict, and proclaimed loudly, according to the laws of the Qian, any who dare to assault a noble without cause shall face the annihilation of 3 generations. Do you wish to follow Zhao Dai into ruin? The officers, already timid, quaked as Li Yuyao's voice rang out, with some dropping their weapons in fear. Zhao Dai, enraged, bellowed, I command you to slay Yang Lin. Did you hear me? In his fury, Zhao Dai brandished his whip towards the nearest officers. Yet, the more frantic he became, the more paralyzed with fear they grew. They were not fools. With no one stepping forward, even Zhao County Lieutenant, no matter how furious, could not dispose of them all. Meanwhile, Yang Lin's faction, a fierce and menacing group, now bore the distinction of nobility. Better to fear 1,000 dangers than to risk one. If the noble status were indeed genuine, Zhao Dai would not only be unable to protect them, but he himself would be doomed. Useless. All of you are useless. Zhao Dai roared in frustration. He felt deeply embarrassed. His subordinates had betrayed him, and the others refused to heed his command, leaving him unsure of how to conclude the day's events. He understood clearly that this was no mere matter of losing face. By revealing their noble status, should he retreat in disgrace, it would signify submission, thus acknowledging Yang Lin's nobility. Consequently, any future attempts to mobilize government forces against Yang Lin would become utterly impossible. However, what Zhao Dai did not expect was that as he hesitated, Yang Lin suddenly shouted, without regard for martial decorum, Zhao Dai intends to murder this noble. His crimes warrant execution. Kill him on the spot. Fire arrows. The moment Yang Lin's words fell, Zhong Tao swiftly released the trigger of his crossbow, sending an arrow flying like a meteor straight into Zhao Dai's chest. Simultaneously, the rest of the guard barely lagged half a beat behind Zhong Tao, unleashing a volley of arrows. Whoosh! Dozens of arrows struck true, all piercing Zhao Dai's body. In the blink of an eye, he was adorned with numerous arrows. Staring wide-eyed in disbelief, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came forth as crimson blood seeped from his body. He fell from his horse, motionless, resembling a hedgehog. The officers recoiled in terror, trembling with their weapons in hand. The events unfolded too swiftly for anyone to anticipate. Even the villagers were taken aback, not believing Yang Lin would truly order the firing of arrows. They were equally astonished that the guard would obey him so readily. He commanded them to shoot, and they truly did? But that was the county lieutenant. More content is loading. Please wait. Just like that, he was killed. The officers' eyes were filled with dread, fearing Yang Lin might order their execution next. Yet they dared not advance, shrinking back in uncertainty. Zhou Kuan was equally bewildered. The county lieutenant was dead? How could this happen? Yang Lin truly dared to kill. If Yang Lin were indeed a noble, then merely surrounding a noble would mean Zhao Dei's death was in vain. Even in death, he would still face punishment. Yang Lin shouted, "The instigator Zhao Dei is dead. You all should lay down your weapons and surrender at once. Those who dare to resist shall be met with ruthless execution." The traitor Song Qian transformed into a sycophant, shouting, "Brothers, quickly surrender. Young Master Yang is indeed a noble. I have verified the imperial edict. It is absolutely authentic. According to the laws of the Qian, disturbing a noble is a grave offense. Zhao Dei deserved his fate. Do you wish to perish alongside him? Or would you prefer to enjoy a life of luxury with the noble?" The already terrified officers had no intention of resisting. Upon hearing these words, they promptly dropped their weapons and surrendered. Yang Lin's eyes brightened. This Song Qian not only possessed eloquence, but also understood what he desired. No wonder Zhao Dei valued him so highly. He is indeed a talent. However, his duplicitous nature makes him a potential traitor, useful, yet not to be trusted. Yang Lin mentally marked him. At this moment, Zhou Kuan, still mounted, was utterly bewildered. Zhao County Lieutenant was dead, and the officers had surrendered. What was he to do? Zhou Kuan. Yang Lin's voice boomed. Zhou Kuan trembled in fear, disregarding his pride, and tumbled from his horse, kneeling before Yang Lin in a panic. My lord, spare me. This was all Zhao Dei's doing. I was unaware. I acknowledge my mistake." Zhou Kuan wept and bowed repeatedly. He was a coward, already frightened by previous events, and now witnessing Yang Lin kill Zhao Dei before his eyes filled him with dread. If Yang Lin could kill the county lieutenant, what was he? A mere head of the punishment department? Should Yang Lin act on a whim, with a mere wave of his hand, his life would be forfeit. What is pride worth? Can it be consumed? Thus, submission was the only option. Seeing Zhou Kuan kneeling, Yang Lin finally exhaled in relief. Very well, the instigator is Zhao Dei. I trust that all of you have been deceived by him. As long as you cooperate with this noble, I shall not make things difficult for you. Have someone collect the officers' weapons, gather all the surrendered officers in the courtyard, and bind Zhou Kuan. Only then did Yang Lin summon Li Yuyao, Zhong Tao, and Zhao Fuguei to enter the house. Upon entering, Yang Lin quickly patted his chest, calming his nerves. At this juncture, we can only take a perilous gamble. Uncle, do you remember the plan we discussed earlier? It seems we must expedite that plan. Zhao Fuguei was taken aback. Until today, he had not resolved whether to partake in Yang Lin's reckless scheme. Yet today, the situation had escalated so dramatically, and Yang Lin intended to hasten that plan. San Shu and Tao Ge, this matter requires your involvement, and thus I must seek your consent. Should you both agree, we shall proceed as per our previous plan. If either of you declines, I shall take action myself. Not waiting for Yang Lin to finish, Zhong Tao clenched his fists, his expression resolute, and nodded in agreement. If death awaits, so be it. I will join you in this madness. Zhao Fuguei also struck his palm with a fist, displaying unwavering resolve. Very well. Let us prepare and depart immediately. I will accompany you. Li Yuyao quickly interjected. I am well versed in the law and may be of assistance. As for my family, I can leave that to Sanjia. Agreed. Yang Lin promptly assented without hesitation. San Shu, please gather some additional manpower. The more the better. We need strong young men. And for everyone who joins this venture, each shall receive 5 taels of silver. Zhao Fuguei and Zhong Tao hurriedly nodded in affirmation. Soon, everything was in readiness. Zhong Tao assembled a security team of 20, equipped with various weapons, and mounted 20 horses seized from the bandits of Heifo Mountain, leaving Qin Shuang with 10 men to guard the village. Though many among them had only recently learned to ride and could not yet fight proficiently atop their steeds, they could still serve as foot soldiers, executing charges and slashing motions without issue. At that moment, these 20 men donned bows and crossbows at their left hips, long knives at their right, and wielded long spears, even binding iron plates forged from fine steel beneath their garments to protect vital areas. Mounted on horseback, they presented a formidable sight. their menacing aura transforming the atmosphere entirely. Zhao Fugui soon gathered over 80 willing participants. News that a trip to the county town would yield 5 taels of silver left few unwilling to join. Even those who were astute enough to foresee potential dangers that night, speculating whether Yang Lin might incite rebellion, were undeterred in their decision. 5 taels of silver were sufficient incentive for them to gamble with their lives. Let's set forth. With Yang Lin's command, Zhong Tao led the security team, riding on either side, with the disarmed Yamen runners in the center, while villagers armed with various weapons cleared the path ahead. Besides Zhao Fugui, Yang Lin was accompanied only by Li Yuyao, as well as Zi Yi and Qing Yi. In the past, Yang Lin would never have dared to venture out in such a manner. However, after witnessing the prowess of Zi Yi and Qing Yi, he felt assured regarding their safety. On that day, he had witnessed Zi Yi single-handedly overpowering over a dozen members of the security team, leaving them utterly defenseless. He later learned that she had been exhausted and famished at the time, yet still easily subdued them. Now, in her prime, her abilities would be even more formidable, a thought that sent shivers down Yang Lin's spine. As for Qing Yi, she was not to be underestimated either, though Li Yuyao claimed she excelled in acupoint strikes. Yang Lin had observed that her martial skills were no less than those of Zi Yi. With such formidable allies by his side, he felt a sense of reassurance. Yet, this was of little consequence. Regardless of how the imperial edict came to be, with the title of noble now bestowed upon him, it mattered not whether others believed it. His plans would unfold with greater ease. Before entering the city, Yang Lin halted the main force and approached the Yamen runners, requesting that a chest be brought forth. Upon opening it, it was filled to the brim with silver coins. Brothers, as Zhao Dei has met his demise and Zhou Qian will soon face imprisonment. There are now 2 vacancies for the positions of County Lieutenant and Chief of the Criminal Division. I shall not conceal from you that I previously disregarded such mundane affairs, reluctant to entangle myself in the bureaucratic realm, but the current situation compels me to step into this arena. The position of County Lieutenant has already been arranged. But as for the Chief of the Criminal Division and other vacant roles, Yang Lin paused, scanning the crowd before continuing, all present here, if you are aligned with me, shall have the opportunity. I am willing to overlook past grievances, but from this moment forth, anyone who dares oppose me will meet a fate similar to that of Zhao Dei. As for those who serve me, Yang Lin retrieved a 10-tael silver ingot from the chest and casually tossed it to Song Qian. Song Qian immediately donned a sycophantic grin, holding the silver with reverence, proclaiming, "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. I shall undoubtedly serve you loyally. Now, those who wish to be aligned with me may come forth to receive 2 taels of silver each. As for those who wish to oppose me, you may leave now." On one side lay 2 taels of silver, while on the other loomed the prospect of enmity with a nobleman. No one was foolish enough to leave. Did they not notice the archers surrounding them, their eyes brimming with lethal intent? Having witnessed Zhao Dei's demise, none would dare accompany him into the abyss. Particularly, some astute individuals had already surmised that Yang Lin was bringing such a large contingent into the county town that evening to settle scores with the Zhao and Zhou families. After tonight, the power dynamics in Jianghe County would likely undergo a seismic shift. Chapter 101. Expropriation and root eradication. Bold individuals soon stepped forward to claim their silver. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you, my lord. Once the Yamen runners had received their silver, they clasped their fists and bowed. With one taking the lead, others followed suit, lining up to claim their silver and uttering words of allegiance. It seemed that their reasons for loyalty stemmed merely from the actions of those before them. To remain silent would appear inappropriate. Among them were also many who hesitated. They had formerly been close associates of the Zhou and Zhao families, having undertaken numerous tasks for Zhou Qian and Zhao Dei, thus fearing that even if they accepted the silver, Yang Lin would not spare them. I have stated that the past is bygone, Yang Lin declared. If anyone wishes to hold on to past grievances, I am more than willing to engage. Upon hearing these words, those who had recently been indecisive hurried forward to claim their silver. They now feared that Yang Lin would not let them off the hook, and given his declaration, to refrain from stepping forward would be akin to declaring open hostility. To confront a nobleman with private soldiers, archers, a title, and substantial wealth, while also being well regarded by the people, They lacked the courage for such folly. Soon, all 134 Yamen runners present had claimed their silver, whether sincerely or otherwise. They all expressed fealty to Yang Lin. Observing this, Song Qian quietly remarked to Yang Lin, "My lord, among them are several relatives of the Zhao and Zhou families. Should we not clear them out?" A glimmer of ruthlessness shone in Song Qian's eyes. Yang Lin, however, waved his hand, feigning ignorance of Song Qian's insinuation. "Ah, we are all comrades now. There's no need to sever ties with our brothers." Yet, before Song Qian could continue, Yang Lin interrupted him. "I place great value on friendship. A brother is a brother for life. Master Song, I have made my decision, so do not urge me further." Yang Lin was well aware that there were still loyalists of the Zhou and Zhao families among the Yamen runners. However, there was too much to accomplish at present to fully subdue them in a single night. Rather than eradicate opposition, Yang Lin's priority was to bind these individuals to his cause. As for the rats in the cellar, they could still be of use. Once he had truly secured control, there would be time to eliminate them slowly. "Who among you holds the highest position?" Yang Lin inquired. Immediately, someone stepped forward, clasping their fists in salute. Song Qian whispered, "He is neither from the Zhao nor the Zhou families." Zhang Ping was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. I shall undoubtedly repay your kindness with utmost loyalty." Zhang Ping's heart swelled with excitement. He had always navigated his career with tact, neither attaching himself to powerful families nor antagonizing them. He believed that such a neutral stance would lead nowhere, destined to remain in his position as a minor clerk for life. Yet today, he had unexpectedly become the greatest beneficiary, apart from the county lieutenant and county assistant. He could now freely appoint and dismiss all officials within the county. Regarding what Yang Lin mentioned, will the county magistrate heed his words? He harbors no concerns. Others may be unaware, but as a diligent clerk, Zhang Ping is well aware that during the last encounter, when Zhao Dei sought trouble with Yang Lin, the magistrate Wu hastily dispatched the secretary Zheng Dongxiao to Kaoshan village, leaving Zhao Dei to return empty-handed. It seems the magistrate has long been aware of Yang Lin's noble status. Zhang Ping, lost in thought, momentarily overanalyzes the situation, having temporarily calmed the constables. His next step is to secure his own vessel. Into the city, with a grand wave of his hand, Yang Lin commands the 200-strong entourage to march forth. It is now the hour of the dog, approximately 10 o'clock at night, and the common folk have no evening amusements, thus they retire early. The vast county town lies cloaked in darkness and silence. Zhenghe County lacks fortifications, and the patrolling officers have been reassigned by Zhao Dei, rendering Yang Lin's entry into the city as though one were traversing an uninhabited realm. The cohort of over 200 makes no sound as they head directly towards the Zhou residence. It is only upon arriving at the Zhou family's doorstep that the constables finally comprehend Yang Lin's intentions. Many feel a surge of dread. It is too late to turn back now. Third uncle, secure the front and back gates and the surrounding walls. Not a single fly must escape. Yang Lin instructs. Rest assured, Zhao Fugue responds, fully committed, aware of the gravity of their actions, yet feeling a thrill of excitement. Tao Yi. The task of executing our plan falls to the constables. Your duty is to oversee them and ensure no miscreants disrupt our efforts. Should anyone cause trouble, do not consult me. Execute them on the spot. Understood. Zhong Tao nods vigorously. Brother Zhou Li, today, I can finally avenge you. Remembering Zhou Li's tragic demise at the hands of bandits, Zhong Tao clenches his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. After briefing his men, Yang Lin hesitates not a moment longer, giving no opportunity for the constables to ponder. He shouts, "Everyone, follow me. Storm in and loot the house." As Yang Lin's command echoes, Zhao Fugue directs a dozen robust villagers to charge at the Zhou family's gate. Zhang Ping, recently promoted by Yang Lin, steals his resolve and calls out, "The constables follow me." Though the gate is sturdy, it is not impenetrable, and soon enough, a dozen men push it down with ease. Zhang Ping leads the charge, and though the constables are reluctant, they feel the watchful eyes of Zhong Tao's security team behind them, compelling them to advance without hesitation. They understand that breaching the Zhou residence signifies a complete severance with the old aristocracy, placing them unequivocally in opposition. Once they cross that threshold, they become Yang Lin's followers. At this moment, Song Qian is greatly astonished. He surmises that Yang Lin's decision to bring such a large group into the city is to capitalize on the moment, eliminate adversaries, and solidify his own faction. However, he did not anticipate Yang Lin's audacity in directly targeting the Zhou residents for looting. This is a decisive move to eradicate roots. How ruthless and resolute. Moreover, this approach proves far more effective than merely scrutinizing the Zhou and Zhao family's confidence. Yet, such a strategy is a gamble. Victory yields all, while defeat could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, within the Zhou residence, Zhou Zhenyang, deep in slumber, is disturbed by his old servant's frantic cries, which irk him. What is all this noise in the middle of the night? Have you lost your senses? He mutters without opening his eyes, rolling over in irritation. Bang! In the next moment, the door is kicked open, and a contingent of torch-bearing constables bursts in. Zhou Zhenyang, who intended to continue his tirade, is momentarily stunned upon seeing the crowd. At the forefront is Zhang Wu, the constable who once fawned over him, prompting Zhou Zhenyang to unleash another round of curses. What do you want? Did I permit you to enter? Get out of here, he bellows, pointing vehemently at the entrance. Only after his outburst does he finally register the cries echoing outside. Soon after, Yang Lin strides in, flanked by a cadre of men. Yang Lin, what are you doing here? He exclaims, panic rising. Someone, quickly apprehend this rogue. Zhou Zhenyang's eyes widen, and he shouts in desperation. He recalls that his father and Zhao County Lieutenant had gone out to confront Yang Lin. But how could Yang Lin find his way into his chamber at this hour, accompanied by so many constables? Why are you all still standing there? Zhou Zhenyang glares at the constables, seething, you insolent lackeys. Do you not fear my father's wrath for disobeying my orders? Yang Lin sneers, young Master Zhou, have you not awoken yet? Your days of relying on your father and bullying others are over. Take him away. With a flick of his wrist, the constables immediately step forward, dragging the bewildered Zhou Zhenyang from his bed, binding him tightly. You, what audacity! What kind of sorcery has Yang Lin cast upon you? Why do you listen to him? My father will not spare you. After being pulled from his bed, Zhou Zhenyang remains clueless, still hurling insults. Zhang Wu delivers a swift kick. Silence. Your father plotted to harm the noble lord. He cannot escape death. We were deceived by him, but the noble lord has shown mercy and spared us. Our loyalty now belongs to the noble lord. Do you still consider yourself a master? Should the noble lord show leniency? Perhaps you can continue to live as a master in prison for the rest of your days. At this moment, Zhang Wu is eager to distance himself from the Zhou family. Thus he exerts himself further. My father has been captured, plotting against the noble lord? Who is this noble lord? Zhou Zhenyang is utterly bewildered. As he is shoved into the courtyard by the constables, the entire Zhou family is now firmly under control. Zhou Qian's wife, 3 concubines, Zhou Zhenyang's elder brother, and a multitude of servants, retainers, and subordinates are all securely bound. Everyone is accounted for. Not a single one has escaped. Zhong Tao reports. Yang Lin nods. Tao Gu immediately arranged for these individuals to be interrogated separately. We must unearth the misdeeds and wrongdoings the Zhou family has committed over the years and obtain confessions promptly. We can leverage the servants and retainers for breakthroughs, informing them that those who offer valuable information may not only have their sentences reduced or absolved, but could also receive rewards. However, should they conceal information and we discover it, their punishment will be doubled. Understood. Zhong Tao swiftly sets to work. As long as no one escapes, the information will remain contained. Thus, Yang Lin decides to thoroughly dismantle the Zhou family before addressing the Zhao family. To Yang Lin's surprise, within less than an hour, the interrogations conclude. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Though the servants remain unclear about the events transpiring, they comprehend the current situation. The Zhou family is finished. Yang Lin further implements a policy of leniency for those who confess and severity for those who resist. The remaining reluctant servants grow anxious, fearing that if they do not speak up, others will, and they could end up not only missing out on rewards, but also facing harsher penalties. Consequently, they eagerly confess. After all, many of the misdeeds were instigated by the Zhou family, and they merely acted under orders, playing the role of sycophants. Seizing the opportunity to confess, they shift all blame onto the Zhou family members. The process of recording statements, obtaining fingerprints, and signing documents proceeds smoothly. Even Zhou Kuan's concubine and Zhou Zhengyang confessed numerous crimes. When Zhong Tao approaches Yang Lin with a substantial stack of confessions, his hands tremble with fury. Master, look at this. These scoundrels all deserve their fate. As Zhong Tao handed over the testimonies to Yang Lin, a grimace of fury twisted his features. Yang Lin perused the documents, fully aware of the psychological toll that the Zhou family, notorious for their collusion with bandits, had inflicted upon Jianghe County for years. He found it utterly implausible that they had not committed any heinous acts. Yet, as he continued to read each page, his anger became increasingly uncontrollable. How could they be so despicable? Yang Lin's lips quivered with rage. A total of 28 testimonies documented over 50 transgressions committed by the Zhou family. Among these were acts of coercive buying and selling, unprovoked assaults, the violation of innocent women, and the forcing of individuals into prostitution. They even resorted to murder in broad daylight to seize land. When victims approached the county office to report, the officials were brutally silenced. The crimes were so egregious that it would be an understatement to say they were beyond reproach. Master, how should we deal with these individuals? Zhang Tao inquired. First, confine them here, and we shall report to the authorities at dawn. Yang Lin declared. Everything that transpired tonight, regardless of the legitimacy of his title as a baron, was undeniably unlawful. Thus, he could not continue this reckless course. He had no intention of inciting rebellion. Instead, he must conclude this audacious undertaking through legal means. This was precisely why he sought to gather testimonies. As long as the outcome could be presented above board, does the process truly matter? Once the Zhou and Zhao families confessed and faced justice, no one could absolve them of their guilt. Once the result was a foregone conclusion, they could proceed with the righteous eradication of these wrongdoers. Zhang Tao stationed 2 members of the security team, armed with crossbows, to guard the captives. Outside, 20 villagers formed a perimeter around the courtyard walls. Yang Lin and the remaining members swiftly made their way to the Zhao residence. Drawing from their experience with the Zhou family, the process of apprehending the Zhaos was remarkably more efficient. By the time they had secured the entire Zhao family and obtained their testimonies, dawn was approaching. The crimes committed by Zhao Dai's household were no less severe than those of the Zhou family. Each offense was equally intolerable and deserving of divine retribution. Despite having toiled throughout the night, none felt the slightest inclination to sleep, for they all knew the crucial moment was imminent. The subjugation of the Zhou and Zhao families relied upon brute force. The next step was to ensure their lawful imprisonment and prosecution, which hinged upon a confrontation with County Magistrate Wu Yong. If tonight's events were to remain contained, they required Wu Yong's cooperation. The question of whether they could secure Wu Yong's compliance weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Wu Yong, a 7th-rank magistrate, was a genuine official of the court. Even though Yang Lin held a noble title, he had no legal authority to interfere with official matters. Should Wu Yong refuse to cooperate, everything would devolve into uncertainty. Chapter 103. The Usurpation of Authority Master. What if the magistrate refuses to cooperate? Song Qian asked, his voice tinged with concern. Now that they had come this far, if they could not manage the magistrate, all would be for naught. The others shared similar apprehensions, casting anxious glances at Yang Lin. Yang Lin paused, countering with a question, why must he cooperate? The group was taken aback. Yang Lin continued, the pursuit of criminals falls under the jurisdiction of the county constable. The examination of cases is the duty of the county deputy. Now that we have captured the criminals, we need only to approach the county deputy for the trial. There is no need to trouble the magistrate. Upon hearing this, the others realized the merit in his reasoning, though a sense of something amiss lingered. Song Qian, after a moment of shock, became increasingly alarmed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He finally grasped the possibility. Initially, he believed Yang Lin aimed to leave Wu Yong with no choice. However, it became clear that Yang Lin intended to usurp the magistrate's authority. Song Qian gasped in astonishment. The audacity of this nobleman was staggering. Should this endeavor succeed, the magistrate would merely be a puppet, and Yang Lin would become the true sovereign of Jianghe County. Do you understand? If you do, then focus on your tasks. I shall not treat you poorly, Yang Lin reassured, patting Song Qian's shoulder. Ready to serve you, my lord, even at the risk of my life. Song Qian responded, bowing respectfully. As dawn broke, County Deputy Zhao Kong was still in slumber when a frantic knocking echoed from outside his door. Master, there's grave news. came the voice of steward Zhao Zhoming from outside. What is it? Zhao Kong grumbled, reluctantly sitting up and furrowing his brow. Zhao Fugui from Qian village has arrived, claiming that Yang Lin requests your presence for an urgent discussion. Upon recalling Zhao Fugui's earlier message, Zhao Zhoming felt a mix of emotions. When he first visited Qian village, he approached Yang Lin as a superior. Subsequent visits were as equals. Now, however, he sensed that his status had diminished in Yang Lin's eyes. Zhao Kang's displeasure was evident as he glanced at the sky, realizing it was still early, and his dreams had been disturbed, further fueling his annoyance. He had once held a favorable opinion of that young man, but it seemed he had become incredibly arrogant, assuming a sense of entitlement. How dare he summon him? Tell them to wait outside, Zhao Kong commanded, preparing to lie back down and continue his rest. However, Zhao Zhoming urgently interjected, Master, this is truly serious. Zhao Fugui said they went to capture Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei's families last night and apprehended them all. What? Zhao Kong jolted upright, his heart racing, and hastily donned his clothing. Zhao Zhoming quickly shook his head. I do not know much, but Zhao Fugui only delivered a few testimonies, stating that they captured members of the Zhao and Zhou families last night. Yang Lin is currently in the county deputy hall, requesting your presence for a detailed discussion. As he spoke, Zhao Zhoming handed the testimonies to Zhao Kong. Upon reviewing them, Zhao Kong gasped in astonishment. These testimonies included admissions from both the Zhou and Zhao families, detailing crimes of varying severity. If the accounts were to be judged, those from Zhao Dei and Zhou Kuan's households could face imprisonment, exile, or even execution. Zhao Kong inhaled sharply and quickly inquired, Where's my cousin now? He sought to locate Zhao Fugui to clarify the situation. However, Zhao Zhoming appeared troubled. After delivering the message, departed. Zhao Kong gasped in disbelief, realizing the implications of such a departure. This signified a blatant disregard for his authority. However, contemplating their actions, he commanded, Prepare the horses. I must see what schemes they are concocting. In the county, aside from the county office hall, there existed the deputy hall and the constable hall. However, most magistrates were dispatched from elsewhere, and, to prevent their authority from being undermined, they personally oversaw both civil and military affairs. Consequently, the courtroom remained solely within the county office hall, while the deputy and constable halls had gradually devolved into mere offices. Upon arriving at the county deputy hall, Zhao Kong was utterly taken aback. The normally deserted hall was now teeming with people, a scene of bustling activity. Among them were the bound family members and servants of Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei, alongside nearly the entire staff of the county office and many curious onlookers, equally bewildered by the unfolding events. Master Zhao, our noble lord awaits you just across the way, with tea prepared, eager for your arrival. Zhao Fugui approached with a smile and clasped hands. Noble lord? Zhao Kong was momentarily dazed. Master Zhao, let us proceed. Zhao Fugui gestured towards the tea house across the street. When Zhao Kong followed Zhao Fugui to the elegant seating of the tea house, he could not help but furrow his brow upon seeing the young man seated there. Turning his head in confusion, he asked Zhao Fugui, The noble lord you mentioned, is it Yang Lin? Indeed, Zhao Fugui replied with a hearty smile. What nonsense is this? Zhao Kong instantly erupted in fury. Him? A noble lord? Zhao Kong sneered. This is simply absurd. Do you not realize that impersonating a noble is a grave crime that endangers 3 families? Having served as an official in Jianghe County for many years, he believed it impossible for a mere village youth to claim nobility. Did they think him a fool? Zhao Kong strode forward, intent on reprimanding the youth. However, he was met with a woman beside Yang Lin tossing a bright yellow scroll his way. Zhao Kong hesitated momentarily, puzzled, before opening it to reveal a royal edict. He gasped in shock. Is this a decree? His eyes widened as he scrutinized the text, examining the material of the edict. After a prolonged inspection, he could not discern its authenticity. Just as he was about to inquire, Yang Lin spoke. Zhao Daren, you need not doubt the veracity of the decree. I am indeed the baron conferred by the late emperor, though I have never disclosed this to outsiders. Yang Lin reclined casually in his chair, his expression serene. Having told so many lies, he had almost begun to believe them himself. Chapter 104. The power behind a county magistrate. Before Zhao Kong could speak again, Yang Lin added, The last person to doubt the authenticity of this decree was Zhao Dei, and he is now deceased. Zhao Kong inhaled sharply. The threat was unmistakable. In that moment, he realized that the truth of the decree no longer mattered. Was it you desire? Zhao Kong no longer regarded the decree, but focused his gaze on Yang Lin. From his sleeve, Yang Lin produced a thick stack of papers and laid them on the table. These are the incriminating evidence against Zhou Qian and Zhao Dai, consisting of 98 signed testimonies. Zhao Kong hastily took the documents and began to peruse them. With each revelation, he found himself gasping in disbelief. They indeed possess great audacity. I cannot believe they have committed such heinous acts. What do you intend to do? Zhao Kong regarded Yang Lin with an odd expression. It was evident that Yang Lin had come to him for a reason. Yang Lin's demeanor turned grave. With both witness and material evidence in hand, I merely hope for you, Darren, to execute justice impartially. Impartially execute justice? Zhao Kong furrowed his brow. He had only skimmed the documents. Yet it was clear that half of the accusations were punishable by death. While it would be easy to condemn them to execution, doing so would undoubtedly offend the powerful Zhou and Zhao families. How many other families had not engaged in similar misdeeds? Not to mention, his own family had skeletons in the closet as well. Jianghe was but a small county where the aristocrats had always given one another face. If he were truly apply the law to execute these individuals, he would have made enemies of all the noble families. Do you not wish to proceed, Zhao Darren? Yang Lin asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Zhao Kong fixed his gaze on Yang Lin. Speak plainly, what do you truly want? Zhao Kong understood that if Yang Lin merely sought vengeance against Zhou Qian and Zhao Dai's families, he could have already accomplished that. His visit indicated he had ulterior motives. Yang Lin smiled. Zhao Darren is indeed astute. I shall not keep you in suspense. Il propose a transaction. I will elevate your position, and in return, you will help me place a few individuals within the yamen. Zhao Kong scoffed. Elevate my position? Young Lord Yang, you possess great ambition. Allow me to inquire. Even if you are indeed a baron, you hold no official position. How do you intend to elevate me? Deep down, he did not believe Yang Lin was truly a noble, yet he recognized the strength Yang Lin wielded. It is simple, Li Yuyao interjected. According to the laws of Qian, an official of the 8th or 9th rank requires 3 years of satisfactory evaluations and recommendations from superiors for promotion. Surely, Zhao Darren is aware that achieving satisfactory evaluations is not difficult. The challenge lies in obtaining a superior's recommendation. Conveniently, my sister is the daughter of Han Feng, the governor of Nanyang County. With his recommendation, your rise to a higher rank will be a mere formality. Zhao Kong was taken aback. Yet upon reflection, it did not seem impossible. But why would you assist me in my promotion? He inquired. Yang Lin smiled. As I mentioned, it is mutually beneficial. I intend for my uncle Zhao to assist you as a deputy, learning the ways of governance from you. Additionally, I have a brother I wish to place in the criminal department, also as a deputy. In due time, when you ascend, my uncle may take on the role of county vice magistrate, while my brother will oversee the criminal department. Zhao Kong gasped once more, fully comprehending the implications. Yang Lin intended to ally with him, effectively sidelining the county magistrate, with Zhao Kong controlling county affairs and the criminal department managing the county's military force. They could easily defy the magistrate's orders. If they truly succeeded in usurping the magistrate's authority, Zhao Kong would become the de facto ruler of Jianghe County. Zhao Kong felt a stir of ambition within him. However, being a cautious man, he realized that Yang Lin's promises, although enticing, would not make it easy to undermine the magistrate and seize control of the county. This was no simple game. The county magistrate was no fool, and a single misstep could lead to their utter ruin. After much deliberation, Zhao Kong asked, while I can't control the county's affairs, can you command the 3 classes of yamen officials? Jianghe lacked a standing army. The 3 classes of yamen officials represented the entirety of the county's military might. Their ability to maintain firm control over these officials was crucial. Yang Lin understood that without demonstrating his strength, Zhao Kong would be hesitant to commit. Uncle, please summon Zhang Ping and have the 3 yamen officials come in, Yang Lin instructed Zhao Fugui. Upon hearing Zhang Ping's name, Zhao Kong was taken aback. Zhang Ping was merely a robust yamen official. Had Yang Lin already won him over? Before long, Zhang Ping arrived with 3 others, rushing into the tea house. He first bowed to Yang Lin and then greeted Zhao Kong with a fist salute. Greetings, noble lord. Zhao Darren. Zhao Kong was even more astonished. He recognized these individuals. Apart from Zhang Ping, the others included the standing yamen official, the rapid response Yamen official, and Zhang Ping's former deputy. Had Yang Lin managed to sway them all? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping was overjoyed. Thank you, noble lord, for your support. I shall ever remain loyal to your cause. Yang Lin nodded. Zhao Darren is one of our own. From now on, the affairs of Jianghe County shall rest in your hands. You will not be neglected for your service. Zhang Ping was utterly astonished. Even the county vice magistrate was considered one of their own. This meant they had effectively sidelined the county magistrate. As seasoned officials, Zhang Ping quickly grasped the significance of this development. Yang Lin waved his hand, dismissing Zhang Ping and the others. At that moment, Zhao Kong was completely stunned. Yang Lin had truly gained control over all three classes of Yamen officials. How had he accomplished this? How could the Yamen officials be so obedient to him? Zhao Kong could not fathom that last night Yang Lin had employed both carrot and stick, ultimately bringing them all onto his side, alienating the Zhou and Zhao families, leaving these officials with no choice but to comply. Yang Lin had seized the initiative. Realizing this, Zhao Kong exhaled deeply, clasping his hands in respect. Very well. I shall heed your instructions, noble lord. I will ensure that justice is served in this matter. With that, the title of noble lord signified his allegiance. Chapter 105. Execution outside the hall at 3 o'clock today in the back hall of the county office. Jianghe County Magistrate Wu Yong was roused from his slumber by the persistent call of his assistant, Zheng Dongqiao. What? Upon hearing Zheng Dongqiao's account, Wu Yong raised an eyebrow. Instantly consumed by rage. They have arrested members of the Zhou and Zhao families? Right in the county magistrate's hall? What does Zhao Kong intend to do? Does he not regard me, the magistrate, at all? My lord, this matter cannot be left unchecked, Zheng Dongqiao urged. Wu Yong nodded, fully aware of the implications. Zhao Kang's actions, bypassing his authority to target the Zhou and Zhao families, were a direct affront to his power. Let us gather some men. I wish to see what audacity Zhao Kong possesses. With a decisive command, Wu Yong prepared to dispatch a contingent of bailiffs. However, after a prolonged wait, only 2 frail old bailiffs hurriedly arrived. Zheng Dongqiao, feeling helpless, explained, My lord, yesterday Zhao Dai reassigned all the bailiffs from the 3rd class, and now only these 2 remain in the county office. The magistrate's fury escalated, and Zheng Dongqiao, equally perplexed, had no idea where the bailiffs had gone. At this moment, Wu Yong sensed that something was amiss. Without concern for appearances, he swiftly summoned a few of his household servants and, accompanied by the 2 elderly bailiffs, disregarded the palanquin and hurried toward the county magistrate's office. Meanwhile, the magistrate's hall was bustling with activity as countless citizens blocked the street outside, eager to witness the events unfolding within. They had learned that the magistrate was personally presiding over a case, one that involved long-standing grievances between the Zhou and Zhao families. Unlike previous sessions that were held behind closed doors, today as proceedings were open to the public, allowing citizens to observe. Initially, many citizens were skeptical upon hearing that the Zhou and Zhao families were involved, for these families were among the most powerful in Jianghe. It was common knowledge that even the magistrate would think twice before challenging them. Yet, when they witnessed the family members of Zhou Kun and Zhao Dai bound outside the magistrate's hall, their shock was palpable. They realized that this time, things were serious. I wonder what is happening inside. We are too far away to hear anything, they murmured. If the Zhou and Zhao families are in trouble, this is a significant event. Do you remember that Yang Lin? I see him inside as well. What is a mere villager doing here? Is he here to lodge a complaint? The townsfolk buzzed with speculation, unable to glean much information due to the distance, relying on snippets of gossip from those nearer to the hall. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Did you hear? Zhou Kun has been sentenced to death. What? Is that true? Are they serious? The crowd's excitement surged. Many who had suffered at the hands of the Zhou and Zhao families were particularly stirred, eager to push forward for a closer view. But the throngs of people made it impossible. Inside the hall, Zhao Kong sat at the center, flanked by the bailiffs standing stiffly on either side. With a resounding thud, he struck the gavel and proclaimed, The accused, Zhou Zhengyang, last March, publicly assaulted and abducted the wife of citizen Su Lu, leading to her death, and subsequently killed Su Lu himself. Later, in collusion with his father Zhou Kun, he caused the death of Su Lu's father, Su Dalian. Under the laws of the Qian, he is to be executed to serve as a warning to the populace against such heinous acts. As Zhao Kong finished reading, Zhou Zhenyang collapsed in a faint. Cheers erupted from the crowd outside, as many rejoiced, and some wept tears of joy. Zhao Kong inscribed the word death in bold characters on the case file before setting it aside and picking up another. The accused, Zhou Wu, a concubine of Zhou Kun, exploited her husband's position to accept a bribe of 860 taels for personal gain. According to the Qin law, her crime warrants imprisonment. However, considering her prior confession and cooperation, she shall be spared imprisonment but receive 20 lashes. Zhou Kun's concubine, upon hearing this, was filled with relief and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. One by one, each case was addressed, with ample evidence and signatures corroborating the accusations. Yet, with nearly 100 cases to review, the session took over 2 hours. Each verdict was met with applause from the onlookers. Hearing the resounding cheers from outside, Zhao Kong felt a mix of emotions. Serving the people was indeed his original intention. However, the darkness he encountered in office revealed the complexities of governance. To remain untainted was a rare achievement, and the thought of cleansing the corruption felt like a futile dream. Zhao Kong recognized that Yang Lin's insistence on an open trial was a means to elevate his own reputation. With the powerful families already antagonized, he resolved to abandon any aspirations of courting their favor and instead strive to be a just and upright official, which would grant him peace of mind. The accused, Zhou Kun, Zhou Zhenyang, Zhou Qiani, Zhou Yuliang, Zhou Li Zhaoguang, Zhao Hui, Zhao Zhong, Zhao Dexing, Zhao Sanhai, shall face execution at the third watch today. Upon this proclamation, the crowd outside was once again astonished. Although they had heard of the death sentences, such judgments typically required approval from the Ministry of Justice. An execution carried out before proper reporting could lead to complications. However, the immediacy of the execution indicated Zhao Kang's resolve. Outside the magistrate's hall, Wu Yong had already arrived, but the sheer number of citizens prevented him from advancing, and he could only listen to their discussions, which only fueled his fury. Zhao Kong was audacious beyond measure. Not only had he usurped authority, but he had also pronounced such numerous death sentences upon the Zhao and Zhou families. As a path suddenly opened up before him, Wu Yong's anger reached its peak, and without hesitation, he charged forward. Just then, a procession of bailiffs emerged, escorting the prisoners in his direction. "Release them," Wu Yong bellowed. Chapter 106. This duke will return to settle accounts later. What had transpired was no longer of consequence. At this moment, Wu Yong sought to make it clear to all that he was the true lord of Jianghe. He was the authority in Jianghe. Zheng Dongxiao quickly stepped forward, admonishing the bailiffs. "Did you not hear the magistrate's command? Release the prisoners at once." Zhou Kun, who was being led at the front, was utterly terrified, now sobbing uncontrollably. "My lord, save me. Zhao Kong has gone mad. He is in league with Yang Lin. He wants to kill me." Zhou Kun clutched at straws, desperately reaching out toward Wu Yong, tears streaming down his face. "Yang Lin?" Wu Yong pondered, recalling the name, but unable to place it. Yet, it was of little importance. In Jianghe County, no one could stir trouble under his watch. "Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall harm you without my command," Wu Yong stated coldly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Years of holding power had imbued him with an undeniable aura of authority. In that moment, none dared to meet his eyes. A smirk curled upon Wu Yong's lips as he shouted once more at the bailiffs. "Are you deaf? I command you to release them." Wu Yong paused, then looked toward the crowd. Among them, Yang Lin, surrounded by individuals clad in purple and blue, accompanied by a security detail, approached. He did not even glance at Wu Yong, but merely gestured to the bailiffs. "What are you waiting for? It is too crowded here. Take them to the front for execution." "Yes." The bailiffs, no longer hesitating, continued to escort the wailing Zhou Kun and others forward. You! Wu Yong's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the bailiffs ignore him entirely. The bailiffs were far from foolish. They have thoroughly offended both the Zhou family and the Zhao family, and are now aware that Zhao Kong has also become a pawn of Yang Lin. Under such circumstances, it is abundantly clear who holds the reins of power in Jianghe County. Yang Lin approached Wu Yong, narrowing his eyes as he coldly remarked, "Counter-Magistrate Wu, if you wish to preserve any semblance of dignity, I advise you to immediately cease your chatter and wait aside. I shall return shortly to settle accounts with you." Wu Yong was utterly bewildered. In Jianghe County, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. He contemplated retaliating, but upon hearing the other party refer to himself as this noble, he was rendered speechless. This noble? A noble with a title? Yet, was there even a noble in Jianghe County? My lord, this is Yang Lin. Last time, he sent us 400 taels of silver regarding the matter of Zhao Dai. Zheng Dongxiao quietly reminded him from the side. Wu Yong suddenly enlightened, but was immediately engulfed by fury. Yang Lin, that rustic scholar? How dare he speak to an official like this? Wu Yong was about to confront him, but Zheng Dongxiao hastily restrained him. My lord, this situation is perilous. Look, all the officials are present and seem to heed his commands. Moreover, Zhao Kong. Without needing Zheng Dongxiao to finish, Wu Yong comprehended everything. Drawing a sharp breath, his greatest fear had materialized. Wu Yong stared wide-eyed as the officials escorted the prisoners past him. And when Zhao Kong approached without even a glance in his direction, Wu Yong was utterly panicked. Not far away, a group of prisoners was forced to kneel on the ground, with the surrounding citizens parting to make way. Before long, the long-idle executioner of Jianghe County swaggered over, holding a bowl of wine and brandishing a ghostly blade adorned with a red tassel. The executioner gasped upon seeing the prisoners before him. Today's executions surpassed the total he had carried out over several years. The time has come. Execute the sentence. Zhao Kong commanded, and the executioner wasted no time, gulping down a large bowl of wine before raising the great knife in his hand. With a crisp crack, a severed head rolled onto the ground, followed by cheers from the crowd, who proclaimed their allegiance to the just Lord. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, more and more severed heads accumulated on the ground, staining the space outside the county court with blood. By the time the final prisoner's head was severed, those who had once suffered at the hands of these two families fell to their knees, weeping uncontrollably. Justice had finally been served. No matter how far one may flee, one cannot escape the consequences of their deeds. At this moment, Yang Lin finally exhaled deeply. The situation was now settled. Others would handle the aftermath. Soon, Yang Lin found himself in the back office of the county court, face to face with Wu Yong. At this point, Wu Yong had finally grasped the unfolding events. Upon learning that Yang Lin had led the officials to raid the homes of Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai the previous night, and that he possessed a royal decree confirming his status as a baron bestowed by the late emperor, Wu Yong realized his fate was sealed. Despite his reluctance, he could only swallow his pride and prepare to act as a puppet. The thought of refusing to cooperate with Yang Lin or even opposing him was never entertained. The downfall of the Zhou and Zhao families served as the starkest warning for him. The sudden demise of a county magistrate in Jianghe County was not a significant matter. Ah, my lord has arrived. I apologize for not extending a proper welcome. Wu Yong feigned a smile, bowing to Yang Lin as though nothing had transpired. You are too courteous, Governor Wu, Yang Lin replied, returning the gesture. Recognizing the other party's tact, Yang Lin refrained from inviting trouble and engaged Wu Yong in conversation as if they were old friends. As their conversation progressed, Yang Lin addressed the matter at hand. I believe that Zhao Dai and Zhou Kuan conspired with bandits to plot against the nobility. I trust that you, Governor Wu, were unaware of these dealings and that they do not implicate you. At Yang Lin's words, Wu Yong felt a jolt of realization. He understood that Yang Lin was subtly warning him. He quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, they harbored malicious intentions, and I was deceived by them. I bear some responsibility for my oversight. My lord, how might I make amends? Yang Lin chuckled lightly. There is no need for you to feel guilty, Governor Wu. Had it not been for a few loyal subordinates who saved me, I might have met a dire fate. I do not require compensation. However, if you could grant those loyal subordinates a position within the county office, I would be immensely grateful. Such a modest request. Wu Yong did not hesitate to agree, but soon regretted his decision. Zhang Ping shall take over as the head of the criminal division, overseeing the county constable. Zhong Tao will serve as the clerk of the criminal division. Zhao Fugui will be appointed as the chief registrar of Jianghe. Zhang Chong will be the instructor of Jianghe. Lu Hong will be the inspector of Jianghe. Wang Kuei will be the county teacher of Jianghe. Yang Lin listed off a series of names and positions with precision. Wu Yong's beard trembled in fury as he glared at Yang Lin, rendered speechless. This arrangement effectively placed his people in every department of the county office. What? Governor Wu is unwilling? Yang Lin inquired with a smile. Rest assured, I will reiterate, any plots against me have nothing to do with you. However, this matter should still be thoroughly investigated. Though Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai are dead, There may be others who orchestrated these events from behind the scenes. Would you not agree, Governor Wu? Yang Lin's smile held a deeper meaning, and Wu Yong could discern the implications behind his words. Deep down, he did not believe Yang Lin was truly a baron. Nevertheless, one could never be too certain. Should he genuinely be of noble blood? With Zhou Kun and Zhao Dei dead and unable to testify, if he were to present his case to the emperor, it would not matter what the truth was. Wu Yong, as the county magistrate, would face consequences. My lord, your recommendations are of great merit, and the positions you propose are indeed fitting. I will draft the appointment documents immediately, Wu Yong said with a forced smile. At this juncture, he had resigned himself to fate. If he must be a puppet, then so be it. With power slipping away, he could still ensure his own survival by acquiescing to Yang Lin's wishes until he could be reassigned from this wretched place. Then I shall trouble you, Governor Wu. Yang Lin smiled, bowing slightly. Wu Yong, having made his decision, promptly agreed to Yang Lin's request without delay. Within an hour, everything was arranged according to Yang Lin's specifications. As Yang Lin departed, Wu Yong even offered him 800 taels of silver. This gesture was meant as a double repayment for the 400 taels Yang Lin had previously given him. Yang Lin graciously accepted without hesitation. However, as soon as Yang Lin left, Wu Yong hastily summoned Zheng Dongxiao. Wu Yong's eyes sparkled with impatience. As the county magistrate, he was acutely aware of the extent to which Zhou Kun and Zhao Dei had embezzled over the years. With both families now fallen, it was the perfect opportunity to seize their wealth for himself. Yet, Zheng Dongxiao wore a pained expression. My lord, it is too late. While you were conversing with Yang Lin, his men had already ransacked their homes. Wu Yong was left dumbfounded, his beard quivering in anger. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! That was my silver. What is the purpose of being an official if not to amass wealth? Now the bounty was slipping through his fingers. My lord, what shall we do? We cannot let this grievance go unaddressed. Zheng Dongxiao exclaimed indignantly. As a magistrate's assistant, he held considerable authority in Jianghe County. However, with the magistrate now sidelined, what was his position worth? He certainly could not let this matter rest. Wu Yong narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. Oh! Zheng Dongxiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he pondered the implications of the old master's intentions. If he were indeed of noble birth, we would naturally be unable to provoke him and would have to accept our fate. However, if it were confirmed that his identity was a facade, a glint of cold light flickered in Wu Yong's eyes. After Yang Lin departed from the government office, Zhong Tao hurriedly sought him out. What is the matter? Yang Lin inquiret, noticing Zhong Tao es flustered de mianor. Boss, you must come and see. You won't believe how much silver we seized. Zhong Tao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh! Yang Lin chuckled. Is it a substantial amount? Let me guess him. Do we gather a total of 10,000 taels from the two families? In his previous life, there was a saying, 3 years of a clean magistrate equals 100,000 taels of silver. In Qian, the local governors and magistrates were of equal rank. And since Zhou Kun and Zhao Dei were far from the level of governor, Yang Lin estimated the sum to be around 10,000 taels. Zhong Tao, however, shook his head vigorously, his expression one of exhilaration. Less. 12,000? 14,000? 18,000? Could it be 20,000 taels? Yang Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Zhong Tao, lacking Yang Lin's composure, could no longer contain his excitement and extended 3 fingers. 30,000 taels. We have seized 30,000 taels of silver alone. Yang Lin gasped in astonishment. This was merely the silver. The various gold and silver ornaments, jewels, and property had yet to be accounted for. Song Qian mentioned that these could easily add up to at least another 10,000 taels. Yang Lin was utterly astounded. Altogether, that would amount to 40,000 taels? And this was merely from the homes of 2 minor officials within the county town. Let us go and take a look. Having spent some time at Qian, Yang Lin had developed a clear understanding of the value of silver. 1 tael of silver was roughly equivalent to 1,000 of his previous life as currency. Thus, 40,000 taels of silver equated to approximately 40 million. In this world, where resources were scarce and places to spend silver limited, the actual purchasing power of silver was even stronger than its corresponding value. For an ordinary person, 40,000 taels was indeed an astronomical figure. Boss! Despite having spent a sleepless night, they were now full of energy, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Yang Lin and the others nodded in acknowledgement before witnessing the seized silver. Ordinarily, the silver confiscated would be taken by the government and returned to the national treasury. Yet, everyone understood that this was a ruthless jungle. Whoever had the might would claim the silver as their own. Li Yuyao nodded in agreement. Such a large sum of money was indeed staggering. The treasury's annual revenue amounted to only a few tens of millions of taels. Yet these two minor officials had amassed such a fortune. However, Yang Lin shook his head. No. The group looked at him in bewilderment. Li Yuyao suddenly realiza. Indeed, there is far too much silver. At that moment, everyone was present, their hearts united. Even if a few harbored ulterior motives, they could do nothing. On this long journey, it was difficult to ensure that no one would entertain malicious thoughts. If someone were to abscond with the silver, others might follow suit, and then both the silver and the people would vanish. Human hearts cannot withstand temptation. If someone harbored ill intentions, it could only be attributed to the overwhelming quantity of silver. Moreover, until the situation in the county stabilized, they could not leave, and without trustworthy individuals to escort them, they could not rest easy. What shall we do? Li Yao looked at Yang Lin helplessly. Tao Yi, you should personally lead a team to transport the silver from the Zhao family here. We shall temporarily reside here, Yang Lin instructed. Understood. Zhong Tao nodded immediately and departed. However, we cannot leave this silver here indefinitely, Li Yuyao queried after Zhong Tao left. Yang Lin smiled. Who says I intend to leave it here? Such a vast amount of silver is akin to a ticking bomb. The safest course of action is to spend it all. A bomb? Li Yuyao opened her mouth to inquire, only to realize what he meant, exclaiming in shock, You intend to spend all this money? Having known Yang Lin for so long, she understood that his words, no matter how astonishing, were not mere idle talk. Yet 40,000 taels. Spend it? How could one possibly spend such a sum? Yang Lin nodded. Of course we must spend it. Otherwise, this silver is too hot to handle. But how do you plan to spend it? Li Yuyao pressed. That is simple, Yang Lin replied. We shall procure supplies, hire workers, and invest in industries. That is still 40,000 taels. Li Yuyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Can that even be spent? Yang Lin chuckled. Are you worried it won't be spent? That's simple. We shall procure more supplies, hire more workers, and invest in more industries. Don't believe me? Tomorrow, I'll take you to spend it. I guarantee that within a day, I will have it all gone. Li Yuyao's lips quivered slightly. Such extravagant spending seemed to fill him with pride. After some time, the silver from the Zhao family was successfully transported to the Zhou family, where Yang Lin arranged for it to be locked in the warehouse. Once everything was settled, Yang Lin promptly gathered everyone to discuss rewards. Third uncle. Yesterday I promised everyone that those who participated in this endeavor would each receive 5 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, the villagers in the Zhou family courtyard erupted with excitement, gazing hopefully at Yang Lin. 5 taels was an amount they could barely earn in a year. It had only been a day and a night since last evening, yet they had earned so much. Many felt they should not receive such a sum. Just then, they heard Yang Lin change his tone. However, as soon as they heard the word however, everyone's heart sank, realizing that perhaps the 5 taels were about to vanish. After all, they had not exerted much effort, nor had they anticipated a rebellion. If such a small contribution could yield 5 taels, they would feel guilty. Boss, we didn't do much. We just stood guard and kept watch. We don't need that much silver. Yes. Now that everyone's life is better, we shouldn't be greedy. We can be content with just 7 win. The villagers chimed in. Although they would not receive 5 taels, they felt more at ease. Hearing their words, Yang Lin could only smile wryly. He waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down before continuing. However, this endeavor was indeed no small feat, and everything went remarkably well. So I've decided to give everyone an additional 5 taels. Thus, everyone will receive 10 taels, and the guard will receive 15. Upon hearing this, everyone present was left utterly dumbfounded. What? An additional 5 taels? Just as the villagers were about to decline, Yang Lin's expression turned serious. It is decided. Come forth to collect your silver. Having rarely seen Yang Lin so solemn, they hesitated to refuse. In a short while, everyone had received their silver. Feeling the weighty cloth bags at their waists, excitement and exhilaration beamed from their faces. They had never imagined that one day they would earn so much money. Song Xiansheng, this is for you. Yang Lin casually tossed a 50-tael silver ingot to Song Qian. Thank you, Your Grace, for the generous gift. I shall serve you faithfully in gratitude for your kindness." Song Qian exclaimed joyfully, eagerly accepting the silver and bowing in thanks. At that moment, he was truly filled with fervor. Although he previously served under Zhao Dai, he merely received the wages of a servant, offering counsel to Zhao Dai and occasionally receiving trifling rewards. In contrast to Yang Lin's generosity, Zhao Dai's rewards amounted to little more than loose silver coins. Therefore, 50 taels represented a substantial sum for him. For Yang Lin, Song Qian indeed proved to be of great assistance. He understood the backgrounds of the constables, discerning whom to win over, whom to suppress, and whom to be wary of. Song Qian was a pragmatic and self-serving individual. While such a person is difficult to earn loyalty from, he serves as an excellent tool and is easily manageable. If you work diligently, perhaps my noble title could elevate you to the position of county deputy, Yang Lin remarked while patting Song Qian on the shoulder, painting a grand vision for him. Immediately, Song Qian became more exhilarated, showering Yang Lin with countless expressions of gratitude. Yang Lin smiled, aware that such promises have always held efficacy across the ages. "Tao Yi, Sen Shu, this is your silver." He then produced 2 official documents from his sleeve and handed them to the 2 men. Both of them were literate, and upon reading the words inscribed on the documents, they were instantly filled with fervor, with Zhao Fuge even shedding tears of joy. They recalled how, when Yang Lin first proposed this audacious idea, they had deemed it mere fantasy. To their astonishment, in just a matter of days, it had indeed come to fruition.